Chapter 1, Daddy's Boy. The sun scorched down on the turf like it had something to prove. Final match day. The stands were packed with noise, sweat, and tension. Parents shouting, scouts scribbling, and teenage dreams dangling by the edge of 90 minutes. Flags waved, plastic horns screeched, and high above the buzzing chaos, the commentator's voice cracked through the speakers with that unmistakable blend of smugness and drama. Welcome to the Regional Youth Finals, where futures are made or shattered. All eyes today on the son of a legend. Can Nathan Perry silence the doubters? Nathan stood in the center circle, boots tight, shoulders stiff, mouth dry. He could hear them. Every single word. Daddy's boy. Daddy's boy. The chants came from the left stand, relentless and rhythmic. On the touchline, Coach Tyler Perry stood with his arms folded, stone-faced. His presence loomed larger than the scoreboard, than the stadium, than the sky itself. Leeds United scouts flanked him. They weren't even watching Nathan, at least not like they were watching the others. A rival midfielder jogged past and smirked. "Let's see what Daddy's training got you today." Nathan didn't respond. He couldn't. He was too busy holding himself together, piece by piece. "They don't see me. Just his shadow." Whistle. The match exploded into motion. And from the first touch, Nathan felt wrong. His legs weren't heavy, but his timing was off. A pass too short, then too long. A misread run. A trap that bounced away like the ball had a grudge. His own teammates glanced at him, some with pity, some with that same old bitterness. He's only on the field because of the coach. What a joke. He heard it clear as day, even though no one said it out loud. Nathan tried to reset. He focused on the basics, quick passes, off-the-ball runs. He wasn't playing badly, just not enough to matter. In a game like this, invisible was worse than terrible. A breakaway unfolded in the 34th minute. Beautiful triangle play down the wing. Nathan sprinted into space, arms out, yelling for it here. Through ball. But the ball didn't come. Instead, their striker, Kamari, took a wild swing from 30 yards out. It flew into row Z. The crowd laughed. But somehow it was Nathan they mocked. Halftime, 2-1 down. Coach Tyler didn't even look at him. And the commentator's voice rolled through again, loud and smug and merciless. Another invisible performance from Nathan Perry. Maybe coaching isn't hereditary after all. When they returned for the second half, the tone had changed. Urgency gave way to fear. Every touch was tight. Every pass, too cautious or too desperate. The team couldn't find rhythm. And Nathan? He was collapsing inside. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm just the coach's kid. Minutes ticked down. The score turned to 3-1 in the 75th. Then 80th. Then 85th. The 87th minute. A mad scramble in the opponent's box. A shot rebounded. A misclear. The ball rolled to Nathan. Right in front of goal. Right there. His heart thudded. Time slowed. Now. Just swing. Just hit IT. He struck it clean. Too clean. The ball soared up. Too high. Sailing over the bar. Into the stands. Past all the mockery. And into the pit of his own failure. Ooh. The collective gasp hit like a slap. Groans. Hands on heads. The commentator didn't hold back. You cannot miss those, no matter who your father is. Nathan stood there, frozen. His cleats sunk into the grass. The world spun. His head dropped. I'm done. I've embarrassed myself again. And then, ding, a sharp pulse echoed in his chest. His ears rang. The stadium vanished into silence. A glowing screen blinked to life in front of his vision. Blue, ethereal, impossibly real. Hidden Legends system activated. Due to first-time activation, a random legendary skill has been granted. Congratulations! You have unlocked Cristiano Ronaldo's shooting LV.1. Everything had stopped. The crowd, the game, the sky. It was like the universe was holding its breath. Then, phoom, time snapped back. His legs suddenly felt light, dangerous. His breathing calmed. The panic drained from his mind like poison sucked from a wound. There was only clarity. Like the roar of the crowd had been turned into a whisper. The 89th minute. The opponent, desperate to burn time, passed lazily across midfield. Nathan surged forward like a shadow from the dark. Thud! He stole it with a clean, bone-rattling tackle that made the stadium jolt. Gasps. What the? He didn't wait. He turned. Accelerated. No hesitation. He saw the goal. 30 yards out. Planted his left foot. And swung. Boom! The strike was pure violence. The ball curved with fury, kissed the air, and crack. Exploded into the top right corner. The keeper dove. Too slow. The net rippled like it had been struck by lightning. The commentator screamed over the crowd. What a goal! Was that? Was that Cristiano Ronaldo? The scoreboard ticked, 3-2. The stadium was alive now. Wild. Chaotic. Hope surged like a second wind. But Nathan didn't celebrate. He jogged back, eyes locked in, breath steady. 90+2. The team pressed high. A turnover. Quick 1-2. Kamari, now humble, fed Nathan with a clean-through ball. He didn't even think. He struck it midair. Thump. Straight into the bottom corner. 3-3. Teammates surrounded him. Disbelief painted on every face. Who the hell is this guy? One whispered. Nathan didn't smile. He looked at the clock. 1 minute left. 90+4. Corner. Their final chance. The ball curled into the box. Nathan rose, above them all, like a shadow cast by the gods. Wham! A perfect CR7 style header. Downward. Powerful. Goal. 4-3. Whistle. The entire stadium went silent. Not out of respect. Out of shock. Nathan stood alone near the center circle, chest heaving, soaked in sweat. His eyes scanned the frozen crowd. His teammates looked at him like he wasn't real. The scouts? Wide-eyed. Even Coach Tyler, speechless. Then, legend points gained. +100. Nathan inhaled, deep and slow. He looked up. The pressure was still there. The judgment. The weight of the name Perry. But now something else burned inside. A spark. A beginning. He muttered under his breath, but it echoed louder than any goal. Let them say whatever they want. I'll show them what a legend looks like. Chapter 2, Daddy's Boy. Fine. The crowd was still roaring, but Nathan heard it like an echo underwater. Muted, distant, unreal. His legs were numb, his lungs tight, his boots caked in turf and glory. He'd done it. Hot trick. Comeback. Hero. The final whistle had blown, but the shockwaves were still rippling through the pitch, the stands, and somewhere deep inside his own chest. He walked toward the sideline like a man coming down from a dream, sweat dripping down his face, his pulse still hammering. The adrenaline hadn't faded yet. Neither had the disbelieving looks from his teammates. No one spoke. They just stared. As he neared the touchline, he saw him. Coach Tyler Perry. Arms crossed. Posture as rigid as ever. Eyes like twin razors try to read every line of his son's face. That usual edge of disapproval gone. Replaced by something else. Something unreadable. You did well, Nathan, his father said, voice low. Controlled. Measured. Nathan blinked. That was it. After everything? He opened his mouth to reply, but another voice beat him to it. I think that was something special. Nathan turned, and there he was, a man in a navy blazer, clipboard in hand, with the Leeds United crest shining on his breast pocket. His eyes were sharp, appraising. Like a hawk sizing up prey, it suddenly realized was more than just a mouse. We've been watching you for a while. The scout continued, stepping forward, his tone steady but tinged with something else, genuine excitement. But today was different. Nathan swallowed. Different. That, the scout said, pointing back to the pitch where the echoes of the crowd still lingered, was a game-changer. And not just for the scoreboard. A second man approached, younger, a little scruffier, but just as sharp. We've already lined up training sessions for next week, he said, his grin wide. If you're interested, we'll get you in front of the academy staff. Make it official if you impress. Nathan felt a rush in his chest. Not the kind that comes with panic, but the kind that comes with possibility. Leeds United. The very name made his stomach twist with disbelief. This was it. His chance. He looked down at his own hands for a second. They were trembling. Not from exhaustion, but from the weight of the moment. He wasn't supposed to be here. Not really. He was the coach's kid. The scapegoat. The joke. And now, out of nowhere, he'd flipped the script. His gaze flicked back to his father. Tyler gave him a small nod, subtle, almost invisible to anyone else. But to Nathan, it felt like a green light. And maybe, just maybe a bit of pride. Nathan straightened his spine, took a breath. Yes, he said, loud enough to be heard over the lingering noise. I'm ready. The younger scout grinned. The older one just nodded. Good, he said. Then your journey starts now. Thud. The moment burst like a balloon as someone clapped him on the shoulder. Hard. Nathan turned to see Lucas, the team captain, looking at him with a face caught between disbelief and respect. I don't know what the hell that was, man, Lucas muttered, but damn, you turned into a monster out there. Nathan gave a small smile. Guess I had something to prove. No kidding. Keep that up and you'll be out of here before we even hit playoffs. Other teammates hovered nearby. Some gave him cautious nods. A few still kept their distance. One or two looked like they were trying to figure out how a guy they ignored all season had just become him in 10 minutes. Let them wonder. Nathan took a long breath and stepped toward the bench. As he reached for his water bottle, something flashed in front of his vision. Ding! Legend points gained. Plus 100. His fingers froze mid-grab. The screen hovered just beyond the bottle, bright and impossible. His eyes darted around. No one else saw it. No one else could. The same electric hum from before vibrated through his chest, like a second heartbeat awakening. Cristiano Ronaldo shooting LV.1. Oi, Nathan! One of the assistants barked. Get moving. Scouts want to speak again in the lounge. Yeah, Nathan said, finally grabbing the bottle. On my way. He walked toward the tunnel, boots dragging against the turf. The lights above flickered slightly, casting long shadows behind him. His body was starting to ache, delayed onset. His legs felt like steel rods bent out of shape. But his mind? Sharp, focused, hungry. The tunnel swallowed him in shade, the noise of the stadium dimming into a soft hum. Each footstep echoed louder than the last. At the end of the corridor, he paused for a beat. This was more than football now, more than family drama or locker room whispers. The system had changed everything. Not just the way he played, but the way he saw the game. Angles, pressure, movement, timing. It had all snapped into place like puzzle pieces he didn't even know were missing. Was it some kind of AI implant? Magic? Hallucination? Whatever it was, it worked. But with it came a question that wouldn't stop bouncing around in his skull. Was it really him scoring those goals? Or the system? He clenched his jaw. No, he felt it. The strike, the movement, the instincts, they were his. The system didn't take over. It amplified him, like flipping a switch on a hidden engine. That meant the power was inside him all along. He just needed help unlocking it. A slow, satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Let them say what they want. Daddy's boy. Fine. They'd remember the boy. But soon, they'd know the legend. He stepped into the lounge where the scouts were waiting. A new beginning, one he was ready for. Chapter 3. Unlock a random skill. The training ground at Leeds United looked like something out of a dream. Lush green fields stretching farther than the eye could see, whitewashed goalposts gleaming under the crisp afternoon sun, and the sharp scent of freshly cut grass filling the air. Everywhere Nathan turned, there were players moving with sharp precision, like cogs in a massive, living machine. Their touches were effortless. Their movement, second nature. So this is the real thing. A knot tightened in his stomach as he stepped onto the turf, boots digging into the soft earth. He wasn't a prodigy here. No one was here to pamper him or pretend he was special. He had to earn it. Every pass, every touch, every breath. All right, rookies, Coach Danvers barked, a stocky man with a voice like gravel. You're not here to play tourist. You're here to survive. If you can't keep up, the door's right there. TCH. Nathan bit the inside of his cheek and nodded sharply with the rest of the new intakes. Boom. The coach blew the whistle, and training exploded into motion. Fitness tests first. Sprints. Agility drills. Nathan powered through, lungs burning, thighs screaming. He wasn't the fastest. Not yet. But he refused to break. Small-sided matches next. Compressed fields. Tight spaces. Every touch judged. Every mistake magnified. Nathan could feel the wary glances from the older academy players. A new face. A threat. He took a pass under pressure. Thud. And immediately two players closed him down. TCH. Too slow. He adjusted quickly, tapping the ball sideways and pivoting out of trouble. Pass, move, find space. It wasn't flashy, but it was effective. Enough to make some heads turn. And when he got a half yard of space outside the box, boom, he unleashed a shot that cracked against the crossbar like a thunderclap. Players froze. Even the coaches looked up from their clipboards. Nathan lowered his foot, heart thudding, feeling the lingering tremor in his leg. That wasn't normal. That was the system. Cristiano Ronaldo's shooting, LV.1 active. There were whispers after that. Quick, muted. Did you see that strike? Kid's got a cannon. Wasn't that the new guy? Perry's kid. Nathan kept his head down. Focused. Controlled. Don't get cocky. Just keep building. The system pulsed silently in his mind, unseen but real. He watched as little numbers ticked upward after every clean pass, every smart run. +1 legend point. +1 legend point. +2 legend points. Excellent shot. By the time the sun dipped behind the trees, casting the fields in golden haze, Nathan's body felt hollowed out, but in the best way. Exhausted, but alive. He had made it through the first gauntlet. But that was only the beginning. Days blurred together in a rhythm of drills, gym sessions, and tactical work. Nathan adapted quickly, feeding on the competition around him. The more pressure they threw at him, the sharper he became. Every night before sleep, he'd stare at the system menu floating above his bed like a ghost. Legend points, 100. There was one function that gnawed at him, untried until now. 50 points, unlock random skill, single match use. A gamble. But wasn't that what Legends did? When the announcement came that he was selected for his first official Academy match, his nerves twisted into 1,000 knots. You'll be starting second half, Coach Danvers said flatly, as if it was just another practice. Show us why we should keep you. Nathan nodded, the words heavy in his chest. Show us. Not prove. Show. That meant they didn't believe yet. Not fully. Fine, Nathan thought, clenching his fists. I'll make them see. The stadium wasn't huge, just a modest academy ground, but it buzzed with life. Parents, scouts, academy directors, all crowded into the stands. Nathan sat on the bench, heart pounding like a war drum, staring at the field where his teammates battled. The score was 0-0. Stalemate. Nervous energy in every touch. At halftime, Coach Danvers turned to him. You're on in 5. Warm up. Nathan stood. His legs felt like jelly, his throat dry. And then, ding. Use 50 legend points to unlock a random legendary skill. Confirm. He swallowed hard. Now or never. Confirm. The screen shimmered. Symbols spun wildly in his vision like a roulette wheel. He held his breath. Finally, click. Congratulations. You have unlocked Thierry Henry's movement off the ball. LV.1, single match use. Nathan blinked. Thierry Henry? Before he could think more, the coach barked again. Perry, now! He sprinted toward the sideline. The world sharpened into crystal clarity. It was like seeing the Matrix. Boom! The whistle blew. Nathan exploded off the touchline into the game. Within seconds, he was weaving runs between defenders like vapor, popping up where no one expected. Mark him, a defender shouted, voice cracking. Too late. He timed a darting diagonal run perfectly, a midfielder feeding him the ball. Nathan didn't hesitate. He dropped his shoulder, feinted right crack, and lashed a low shot across the keeper into the far bottom corner. Goal. The stands erupted in cheers. His teammates mobbed him. Coach Danvers actually smiled, a rare, small curve of the lips. Nathan panted, heart surging. The system pulsed again. Plus 20 legend points, goal scored. And he wasn't done yet. Every minute he moved, defenders struggled to track him. He wasn't faster than them, just smarter, slipperier. By the end of the match, he'd set up 2 more goals with precise off-the-ball runs, and Leeds United's youth team walked away with a 3-0 victory. When the final whistle blew, Nathan bent over, hands on his knees, chest heaving. He felt like he was on fire. Not just his muscles, but his spirit. The academy director came down to the pitch afterward, shaking hands, giving polite smiles. When he reached Nathan, his handshake lingered a little longer. Well done, son, he said. That was special movement today. Keep this up, and we'll see about fast-tracking you to the U18S. Nathan's heart almost stopped. Fast track? Already? He glanced up at the fading sky, feeling the heavy pulse of destiny in his bones. Step by step, match by match, I'll climb all the way. The system flickered one last time before fading away for the night. Legend points, 70. Chapter 4, 5v5 game. The sun beat down hard against the training ground, the smell of sweat and ambition hanging thick in the air. Nathan wiped the back of his hand across his forehead and stared up at the field in front of him. Leeds United's under-18s team moved with a different energy, sharper, faster, meaner. Every pass zipped through the grass like a bullet. Every tackle came in bone-rattling hard. Thud! A midfielder clattered into one of the newer recruits, sending him sprawling. No epaligi. No hosetaschen. Play on. Nathan swallowed hard, tightening the straps on his boots. This is it, he thought, adrenaline buzzing through his veins. This is the real proving ground. And he wasn't the only one feeling it. Across the pitch, first-team coach Michael Grayson stood with his arms folded, sunglasses hiding his eyes. But Nathan could feel the weight of his gaze. Cold, calculating, measuring. Boom. Nathan's heart hammered once against his ribs. He couldn't help but steal glances at the coach between drills. Grayson never moved, never spoke. He just watched, still as a wolf waiting for weakness. Nathan tightened his jaw. He didn't know what Grayson thought of him. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. No use worrying. He jogged back into position for the next drill. The first 10 minutes were brutal. A small possession game. 5v5. Tight space. No time to think. Nathan's touch was a half-step slow. TCH. A pass zipped toward him crack and bounced awkwardly off his shin. AU18's defender picked it off easily and turned upfield. "Wake up, Perry," someone barked. He gritted his teeth, chest burning. Mistakes weren't just mistakes here. They were blood in the water. The session rolled on, relentless. Crossing drills, finishing drills, pressing exercises. Nathan stumbled, adjusted, fought. Every error etched itself into his mind like a brand, but so did every flash of brilliance. A one-touch layoff under pressure, a slaloming run through two defenders, a curling shot that rattled the post, boom, and drew a rare grunt of approval from the U18's coach. Slowly, painfully, he found the rhythm. It wasn't perfection, but it was progress. Water break. Nathan bent over, gasping for air, sweat dripping from his brow like rain. "Not bad for a kid," a voice drawled beside him. Nathan looked up to see James Rowe, tall, lean, with an easy smirk and captain's armband cutting across his bicep. James was the heart of a U18s. He ran the midfield like a king ruling his territory. "Thanks," Nathan said, voice hoarse. James gave him a once-over. "You keep your head down, you might survive." Nathan chuckled weakly. "That the best offer I'm getting?" James grinned, teeth flashing. For now, it wasn't hostility. It wasn't friendship either. It was acknowledgement. Step by step, Nathan thought, wiping his mouth. "I'll earn it." The scrimmage match that followed was even more vicious. Two sides, full pitch, full contact. From the first whistle, it was war. Nathan found himself isolated on the right wing, pressed hard by an experienced left back who shoved, kicked, and snarled with every challenge. Crash. One particularly heavy tackle sent Nathan sprawling into the grass, breath knocked clean out of him. He lay there for a second, staring up at the blinding sky. "Get up. Now." He rolled to his knees, staggered to his feet, and forced himself back into the game. Minutes later, the chance came. A long ball floated over the top. Nathan read it instinctively, still faintly echoing in his mind, and ghosted between two defenders. The ball dropped, thud, and without thinking, he volleyed it with the outside of his boot. The ball arced, kissed the underside of the crossbar, boom, and slammed into the net. Goal! The sidelines erupted into a scatter of shouts and claps. Nathan stood there, chest heaving, feeling the fire coursing through him. He turned and found Michael Grayson watching him, still unmoving, still unreadable. But somehow, even through the mirrored shades, Nathan could feel it. Interest. He saw that. The scrimmage ended shortly after. The players trudged off the pitch, some laughing, some cursing. Nathan just kept walking, mind blank, body vibrating with exhausted adrenaline. He was unstrapping his boots on the bench when a shadow loomed over him. "Oi, Perry," a gruff voice said. Nathan looked up. It was Coach Ellis, the assistant to Grayson. Older, with a thick Yorkshire accent and a permanent scowl etched into his face. "Grayson wants you training with the first team tomorrow," Ellis said, scratching his stubble. "7 sharp. Don't be late." Nathan blinked. For a moment, he thought he misheard. "The first team," he repeated, voice barely a whisper. Ellis grunted. "You deaf?" "Yeah, the first team. Make sure you bring your lungs. You're gonna need him." He slapped Nathan's shoulder, whap, and walked off. Nathan sat there for a second, dazed. The first team. The men he'd grown up watching on TV. The ones with Premier League contracts. International caps. World-class talent. Huh. He exhaled sharply, heart jackhammering inside his chest. This was it. The real beginning. Not just another training session. Not just another promotion. Chapter 5. The first team. The early morning mist still clung stubbornly to the edges of the training ground as Nathan jogged onto the pitch, the cold air slicing into his lungs with each breath. He tugged his training jacket tighter and cast a nervous glance around. The first team. Not the academy boys. Not the under-18s. The real thing. Premier League players warmed up around him. Stars he'd seen on TV, players with thousands of fans chanting their names every weekend. Their movements were crisp, almost mechanical in their precision. No wasted steps. No lasitoches. Even a simple rondo drill looked like a finely tuned machine. Huh. Nathan exhaled slowly, steadying the storm brewing in his chest. The session kicked off, and reality hit him like a punch to the gut. Whap. Crack. Thud. The speed, ridiculous. The physicality, brutal. The decision-making, instantaneous. Nathan barely had time to think before the ball zipped past him, before a defender shouldered him off balance, before a midfielder snapped a pass 10 yards past his outstretched foot. TCH. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself to adjust. No one was going to slow down for him. No mercy here. Coach Grayson barked instructions from the sideline, his sharp eyes dissecting every mistake like a surgeon with a scalpel. Nathan's breathing grew heavier, his legs beginning to feel the burn. And then, ding! A familiar prompt blinked in the corner of his vision. The Hidden Legend system has detected an extreme challenge. Spend 50 legend points to unlock a random legendary skill. Nathan didn't hesitate. Yes, skill unlocked. Xavi short passing, LV.1. A pulse of clarity shot through him, like a new instinct lighting up inside his brain. Suddenly, the game around him didn't feel quite so fast. Not slow, but manageable. He found pockets of space quicker. His feet adjusted their angle before he even realized it. His passes, sharp, crisp, and laser-precise, threaded through the chaos like needles through cloth. Zip, zip, zip. It started small. A simple wall pass to a midfielder. A neat 1-2 to break a press. But then, an opening. A forward peeled off the back line, hand snapping up. Nathan didn't think. He felt. The ball left his foot with a clean snap, back, spinning perfectly into the path of the runner. Boom! One touch, a quick shimmy past the keeper, and the ball kissed the back of the net. Goal! Gasps and murmurs rippled across the training ground. Nathan's heart pounded, not from the exertion, but from the rush. I belong here. He caught Grayson's gaze from across the pitch. Still cold. Still unreadable. But he was watching. Really watching. The scrimmage continued, fiercer now. Nathan knew the substitutes were expected to lose. It was almost scripted. But fueled by the rhythm of his newfound skill, he started to carve spaces out of tight situations, offering little flashes of something that didn't quite fit the academy mold. There was a moment, a small one, but real, when an older center back snarled after being wrong-footed by Nathan's quick feet. "You little!" Wham! The defender lunged, clipping Nathan's shin. Pain bloomed instantly, but Nathan gritted his teeth and stumbled back up. No implants. No time. He just passed the ball off and kept moving. He was beginning to understand something. In the first team, toughness wasn't a bonus. It was the minimum requirement. Training finally wound down. Players filtered toward the benches, some chatting, some wiping sweat from their brows. Nathan untied his boots slowly, his body heavy, but his mind strangely alive. He was stretching his calves when a shadow fell across him. Michael Grayson. Up close, the coach looked even more intimidating, tall, lean, with a permanent scowl carved into his face like granite. Grayson didn't waste words. He never did. "You're raw," he said, voice low and rough like gravel. "But you have something." Nathan looked up, adrenaline surging all over again. Grayson's mouth twitched. Was that the ghost of a smirk? Hard to tell. "Come with us for the next friendly match," Grayson said. "See if you survive against real opposition." He didn't wait for an answer. He just turned and strode off, leaving Nathan staring after him, stunned. Nathan sat there long after the session ended, boots untied, sweat cooling on his skin. The friendly match. An actual game. With the first team. Against pros. Not a scrimmage. Not a training drill. The stakes were real now. He could feel it in the pit of his stomach, a twisting knot of fear and exhilaration, tangled together so tightly it was impossible to separate the two. He closed his eyes, feeling the bruises blooming along his shins, the soreness coiling through his thighs. And yet, beneath it all, a spark burned. A small voice inside him whispered, "You earned this." Nathan opened his eyes. The sun had climbed higher, burning away the last of the mist. Tomorrow, the real test would begin, and he wasn't planning on letting this chance slip away. Chapter 6, You've Got Potential, Kid. The sun hung low over the stadium, bathing the pitch in gold. Nathan sat on the bench, hands clasped tightly between his knees, feeling the tremors running through his fingers. The friendly had started at a breakneck pace. The championship side, tough, disciplined, played like they had a point to prove. Leeds matched their intensity, but it was a battle of inches, every loose ball fought over like a scrap of meat between wolves. Nathan barely heard the shouts from the coaches or the chanting from the scattered fans in the stands. His focus tunneled in on the green battlefield in front of him. Calm down. He tried to control his breathing, but each passing minute felt heavier than the last. Then, in the 70th minute, it happened. Coach Grayson turned, his eyes finding Nathan immediately. his arm extended, fingers stabbing toward the touchline. "Ready? You're going on, right wing," he said, voice sharp enough to cut glass. For a second, Nathan froze. His body felt too heavy to move. But then adrenaline surged through him, snapping him upright. He stripped off his bib, jogging toward the assistant who clipped the substitution tag to his wrist. The system prompt blinked into view, almost mockingly. Not enough legend points to unlock a skill. Nathan let out a breath through his nose. TCH. Figures. This time he was on his own. No heathen boosts. No legendary crutches. Just Nathan Perry, 17 years old, about to face grown men in a real battle. The fourth official lifted the board. Number 35, the stadium announcer crackled. Nathan sprinted onto the field, the world tilting for a heartbeat under the roar of scattered applause. The first 5 minutes were hell. Boom! A crunching shoulder barge nearly sent him tumbling into the advertising boards. Crack! A mistimed touch, and the ball spun away from him like a wild animal. Thud! An opponent clattered into him, chasing a 50-50 ball, leaving his ribs aching. Nathan stumbled back to his feet, chest heaving. The championship players weren't just faster, they were smarter, meaner. They pressed him like vultures, sensing weakness. His mind screamed at him to move quicker, think sharper. Adapt or die. The ball came to him again, fizzed in at knee height. He cushioned it down cleanly this time, his body reacting faster. An opponent lunged. Nathan slipped the ball through his legs. Swoosh! Gasp from the crowd. Small moment, but a foothold. His heart steadied, rhythm syncing to the pulse of the match. He started thinking a second ahead, reading the spaces, not just the players. His vision narrowed and sharpened. Then came the moment. Leeds turned over possession, surging upfield in a rare counterattack. Nathan sprinted into space on the right wing, hand snapping up to call for the ball. A teammate spotted him, whap, and sent a curling pass his way. Nathan latched onto it, the ball kissing the turf ahead of him. One touch to steady it. Second touch to drive forward. He spotted the run, their striker bursting between two defenders, a fraction of a second away from slipping free. Nathan didn't overthink. He trusted his gut. Puck. A clean, slicing pass split the defense like a razor through silk. The striker latched onto it, boom, and smashed it past the keeper into the bottom corner. Goal. The stadium erupted into noise, players mobbing the striker, clapping Nathan on the back as they jogged back to restart. Nathan stood there, blinking, heart thundering. I did it. His first contribution. His first assist for the first team. The final whistle blew not long after. Leeds 2, Bolton 1. Victory. As players shook hands and swapped jerseys, Nathan walked off the field slowly, savoring every second. His legs felt like lead. His chest ached. His shin throbbed from a late tackle. And yet, he couldn't stop smiling. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a training session. This was real. Grayson found him near the dugout, arms folded, expression unreadable. Nathan braced himself. The coach stared at him for a long moment before speaking, voice low and gruff. You got potential, kid, Grayson said. His mouth twitched just slightly. Rough edges. Plenty of M. But there's something there. Nathan swallowed hard, nodding silently. Grayson clapped a hand on his shoulder. Thud. Heavy but not unfriendly. I'm adding you to the first team squad for the championship opener, he said simply. Don't make me regret it. Then he walked away, leaving Nathan standing there, half stunned, half electrified. The stadium was almost empty by the time Nathan finished his cool-down jog. The air was cooler now, dusk settling in, a soft violet hue stretching across the sky. Nathan sat in the dugout, pulling his boots off slowly. Each movement hurt. Each muscle screamed. But somewhere deep inside, past the exhaustion and the pain, a fire had been lit. Small, unsteady, but real. The road ahead was brutal. He knew that. Chapter 7. Baptism by Burnley. The morning haze hadn't yet lifted over Thorpe Arch, but Nathan Perry was already soaked in sweat. Another sprint, another clash, another sharp bark from a coach. Thud. His pass zipped into a teammate's feet, crisp and true. Whap. A quick 1-2 followed, forcing Nathan to twist and stretch to keep up. Come on faster. Think faster. The first team didn't wait for you to catch your breath. They didn't care if you were 17. Here, hesitation meant losing the ball, losing ground, losing respect. And Nathan was learning it the hard way. Still, every tiny success echoed in his mind. +1 legend point. +2 legend points. +3 legend points. Excellent training performance. The system rewarded consistency, not flashes of brilliance. And so, Nathan kept grinding, biting down on his pride every time he got shoved off the ball or left trailing behind. Unfortunately, the players weren't as forgiving as the system. Oi, someone fetch the kid a juice box. Don't trip over your shoelaces, rookie. Better get him home before curfew. The jibes came from all directions, some teasing, some laced with something colder. Nathan forced out awkward chuckles when he could. Other times, he just dipped his head, letting the comments wash over him. But inside, every word scorched him. Be patient. Let your feet do the talking. It became his silent mantra. Over and over. He didn't lash out. He didn't whine. Instead, he ran harder, passed sharper, defended fiercer. Every bead of sweat, every bruise, he banked them, storing the heat for the right moment. That night, the entire squad gathered in the meeting room. The air buzzed with tension. Even the veterans sat a little straighter, tapping fingers or bouncing knees onto the tables. The season opener against Burnley wasn't just another match. It was a statement. Promotion ambitions lived and died by strong starts. At the front, Coach Michael Grayson stood with a thin folder in his hands, his expression carved from stone. He spoke without theatrics. No booming speeches. Just sharp, clipped words. The opening match against Burnley won't be easy, he said. They're disciplined, physical. They'll try to bully us off the ball. Grayson's eyes swept the room, taking the measure of every man seated before him. Nathan felt his palms go clammy. His heart hammered against his ribs. Then Grayson's gaze locked onto him. Cold, direct. Nathan, the coach said, his voice slicing through the murmurs. You're starting. Left wing. The room shifted. Not loudly, no one dared. But the ripple of whispers, side glances, barely masked disbelief, spoke volumes. Him? The kid? Nathan sat frozen, his ears roaring. No turning back now. Grayson slammed the file shut with a sharp bam. That made everyone jump. Prove you deserve the shirt, he said. Then he turned and walked out, leaving the room simmering with unsaid words. After the meeting, a few teammates clapped Nathan on the back as they passed. Some out of encouragement. Others, not so much. Good luck, kid, muttered Liam Hart, a veteran winger, his tone somewhere between a sneer and a chuckle. Hope you survive more than 10 minutes. Nathan met his eyes briefly. Liam's were hard, challenging. Nathan smiled faintly, without humor. I'll do my best. Then he walked away, ignoring the burning stares digging into his back. That night, Nathan lay on his bed at the training grounds dorms, staring up at the ceiling. He replayed the day over and over. The sprinting drills, the passing games, the bruises blooming across his shins, the snickers echoing through the locker room. And Grayson's voice, repeating in his head like a war drum, prove you deserve the shirt. Nathan rolled over, clenching his fists into the blanket. He wasn't just fighting for a place on the team. He was fighting for something bigger, to step out of his father's shadow, to show that he wasn't just another hopeful doomed to disappear, to carve his own legend. He opened his legend system panel, watching the numbers tick upward. Legend points, 126. Enough to unlock a random skill before the match if he wanted. But he hesitated. Would he need it? Or would he fight with what was already inside him? Nathan closed the panel with a mental flick. Tomorrow. I'll decide tomorrow. Outside his window, the training grounds floodlights flickered off, plunging the world into darkness. Nathan closed his eyes and let the silence settle over him. Chapter 8. Leeds versus Burnley. Elland Road was a living, breathing beast. The walls vibrated. The stands shook. Thunderous chants poured down like a waterfall, crashing into the players lined up in the tunnel. Marching on together, we're going to see you win. Nathan stood among the senior players, the Leeds badge heavy on his chest. He tried to look steady, arms loose at his sides, but his hands were trembling. Tiny, uncontrollable shivers. His boots felt heavier than lead. His heartbeat roared louder than the crowd. Is this what it feels like to really start? The sharp scent of grass and sweat filled his lungs. He could feel the cold concrete under his boots. Every sense was alive, firing at once. Then, ding! A translucent window popped open in front of him, invisible to anyone else. 50 legend points available. Unlock random skill. Confirm. Nathan's throat tightened. If ever there was a time for a miracle, it was now. He clenched his jaw, barely breathing, and pressed confirm. The wheels spun. Colors flashed. Names blurred. Ronaldo, finishing. Rooney, heading. Henry, dribbling. Please, please. The spinning slowed, then clicked into place. Congratulations. You have unlocked Darwin Núñez finishing LV.1 permanent. Nathan blinked. Once. Twice. Darwin Núñez? A pause. A dangerous silence in his mind. And then, almost involuntarily, he choked back a laugh. Images assaulted him. Darwin skying shots in orbit, fans gasping and burying their faces in their hands. Dear God, am I about to start my career by launching balls into the stands? But almost immediately, a calm washed over him. He wasn't Darwin. He was Nathan Perry. This was a shot, wild, raw or not. He sucked in a deep breath. No doubts. No regrets. Marching on together. The referee's whistle pierced the air, Puit, and the players burst onto the pitch. The stands erupted. Leeds. 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 Burnley didn't wait to test him. Boom! A shoulder charge sent Nathan stumbling sideways within the first minute. TCH, he hissed, steadying himself. The Burnley defenders weren't just big. They were merciless. Grizzled veterans who knew every dirty trick, pulling shirts, digging elbows, leaving a boot in just a second longer. Nathan fought to breathe, fought to stay sharp. Every touch on the ball felt like a battlefield. He didn't try to do too much. Didn't panic. Instead, tap, shift, release. Sharp passing. Quick movement. Top, top, top. Move. Wish. A neat 1-2 off the touchline. Shift inside. Release. And each time, +1 legend point. +2 legend points. Smart pass. Small wins. Building rhythm. Staying alive. The minutes dragged and flew all at once. Until the 32nd minute. It happened like lightning. Midfield interception. Burnley scrambling. A sudden gap between their lumbering center backs. Nathan's teammate, veteran midfielder Cal Roberts, spotted it first. Eyes flashing. Zap. A perfectly weighted through ball ripped the line apart. Nathan exploded forward. Boots hammering the turf. Space opening before him like a door kicked off its hinges. The ball bounced once. Twice. Now, he surged into the penalty area. The Burnley keeper roared, rushing out, massive and furious. Nathan raised his foot. Darwin Núñez, instincts flashing through his muscles. No hesitation. No fear. Wham! He struck it clean and wild. The ball launched off his boot like a cannonball. Whoosh! For a split second, pure terror. It's going over. The fans gasped, some half rising from their seats in horror. But at the last instant, the ball dipped, clang, off the inside of the post, and ricocheted clean into the net. Goal! Eland Road detonated. Yee-yee-yee-wah. The noise crushed him, swallowed him whole. Nathan stood frozen for a second, blinking, barely processing it. Then, teammates swarmed him. Laughter. Claps on the back. Roberts ruffling his hair like a proud big brother. Even a few of the skeptical veterans were grinning, shaking their heads like they couldn't believe it. Nathan lifted his arms slightly, a wide grin stretching across his face. Half disbelief, half pure, wild joy. Even Darwin Núñez will be proud of me now. The system gleamed in front of his eyes. +20 legend points, goals scored. Quest completed, debut match. Somewhere over the stadium speakers, the commentator's voice cracked with amazement. And here's young Nathan Perry. It looked like he was about to blast it into the heavens, but somehow, it's in the back of the net. A wonderfully chaotic goal. The match wasn't over yet. Burnley roared back like wounded beasts. Tackles grew harsher, passes sharper. Nathan took a few more bruises for his trouble. Thud. Crack. But he didn't care. He fought. He ran. He wore the shirt like it was armor. By the final whistle, Leeds clung onto a gritty 1-0 victory. The final roar shook the night sky. Nathan staggered off the pitch, exhausted to his bones, grinning like an idiot. His teammates slapped him on the back harder this time. Real, genuine approval. Even Liam Hart, who'd sneered at him just days ago, bumped his fist lightly against Nathan's shoulder as they walked into the tunnel. Not bad, rookie, Liam said, a small, grudging smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not bad at all. Chapter 9. Leeds versus Burnley 2. Nathan could barely feel his feet as he sprinted toward the corner flag, arms outstretched like a kid let loose on a playground. The white and blue of the Leeds fans blurred into a roaring wall of sound. He slid on his knees, grass spraying up around him. Sure, his shot had been, let's call it adventurous. But who cared? The ball was in the net. That was the only thing that mattered. Brilliant, lad. roared Cal Roberts, the team captain, barreling over and smacking him heartily on the back of the head. You aim for the corner, yeah? Nathan, cheeks burning, flashed a goofy, confident grin and gave a firm nod. Of course, he said, puffing out his chest. All part of the plan. Definitely planned. Probably. The stadium shook around them, chants spilling down from the stands in tidal waves. Marching on together. It was everything he dreamed of. But football, real football, never let you stay in a dream for long. Burnley came back like a rabid animal cornered and desperate. Their pride wounded, they pressed high, tackles flying in with terrifying force. Thud, crack, bam. Nathan barely had time to breathe. 1 second he was receiving a pass. The next, wham. A Burnley midfielder slammed into him shoulder first, knocking the air from his lungs. Get up, lad, barked Roberts, grabbing Nathan's jersey and yanking him to his feet. No time for sympathy out here. Nathan staggered up, gasping, nodding furiously. Right. No sympathy. No mercy. Burnley forced corner after corner. The white shirts of Leeds packed into the penalty box, hearts pounding against their ribs like war drums. The 40th minute. Danger. Real danger. A wicked corner whipped into the 6-yard box. A blur of bodies, arms, and elbows. Whomp. A Burnley center-back rose like a titan and smashed a header toward the bottom corner. Leeds keeper, Henderson, flung himself sideways, fingertips brushing the ball. Tip. Just enough to deflect it. But the rebound landed perfectly for a Burnley striker. Boot cocked. Eyes wide. Time slowed. Nathan saw it all unfold. The striker drew back to bury it. No thought. No hesitation. Only instinct. Nathan threw himself forward like a missile. Thwack. He caught the ball clean, and, admittedly, a generous chunk of the striker's boot. The referee's whistle screamed. Tweet. Free kick for Leeds. Nathan scrambled to his feet, panting, grass stain smeared across his shorts and shirt, a stinging throb climbing up his shin. He shook it off, chest heaving. The Leeds fans roared approval from the stands. As he jogged back into position, one of Burnley's players, a hulking defender with a busted nose and a sneer carved into his face, brushed past him. The man's voice was low and dripping with menace. Next time, we'll take you out along with the ball, little man. Nathan swallowed hard, the threat hanging heavy in the humid evening air. But he didn't flinch. He just stared straight ahead. Welcome to the championship. The referee blew for halftime. 1-0 to Leeds. Nathan trudged into the locker room, dragging his battered legs behind him. The place was a boiling pot of noise, boots slamming onto the floor, players barking at each other, physios sprinting in with ice packs and energy gels. Coach Grayson stood at the center, arms crossed, a thundercloud of intensity gathered around him. He waited until the last man sat down. Then he spoke. Calm, measured, deadly serious. Great work, he said. His voice carried over the chaos. But don't you dare think this is over. Burnley won't give you an inch. They're going to come even harder now. His eyes swept the room like searchlights, then zeroed in on Nathan. You, Grayson said, pointing. Good movement. Smart positioning. But stay sharp defensively. No ball watching. You're in this now. No passengers. Nathan nodded quickly, jaw tight. The words weren't cruel. They were demands. Expectations. The price of wearing the shirt. Some of the veterans gave Nathan small nods of approval. Real ones this time. Not mockery. Not doubt. He wasn't a tourist anymore. He was a fighter. He was one of them. As the team huddled around, downing water and wiping sweat from their brows, the system chimed softly in his mind. Ding. +5 legend points. Solid first half performance. Nathan grinned inwardly. Good. Keep stacking. Keep climbing. If he kept this up, a new skill unlock was within reach. But a small, electric shiver ran down his spine. Because deep inside he knew the second half was about to get even crazier. Chapter 10. Leeds vs. Burnley 3. The second half didn't start. It detonated. Boom. Burnley surged forward from the kickoff, reckless and furious, like a dam had burst and loosed a tidal wave onto Elland Road. Nathan barely had a second to react before the storm engulfed him. Leeds' midfield crumbled under the pressure, and Nathan found himself retreating deeper and deeper into his own half. Tracking runners, closing down passing lanes, throwing himself into tackles like a man possessed. His heart pounded against his ribs. His lungs burned. Every step felt like sprinting through a hurricane. Thud, bam, crack. Bodies collided. Boots thudded into shins. The ball skittered like a mad thing across the soaked grass. Feels like a polar bear's chasing me. Still, the system continued its silent work, rewarding his grit. Ding! But a voice whispered in his skull. Darwin Núñez finishing, and with it, a sudden, cold panic. What if he launched it into the parking lot? What if he shanked it so badly the coach pulled him off the pitch immediately? Nathan clenched his jaw, forcing the fear down. No, trust yourself. Even Darwin scores. Even Darwin dreams. He planted his left foot. Splash! It slipped slightly on the wet turf. Nathan's eyes widened. His right foot swung through wildly, crack. The ball took off like a drunk pigeon, spiraling up, then dipping sharply mid-air. The Burnley goalkeeper, who had braced for a rocket, was completely wrong-footed, frozen as the bizarre shot twisted past him. Swoosh, thunk. The ball slammed into the back of the net. Go-o-e-ale. The stadium erupted in chaos. Fans screamed, laughed, hugged strangers. Even the commentators couldn't keep a straight face. Ch. Would you believe it? Don't ask me how that went in. Nathan Perry, you're officially a wizard. Nathan stumbled toward the corner flag, mouth agape in disbelief. Before he could even react properly, his teammates mobbed him, tackling him, smacking the back of his head, shouting in his ears. Beast! You mad lad! You're banned from doing that again. You nearly gave us all heart attacks. Someone, probably Roberts, wrapped an arm around his neck, dragging him into a headlock and laughing hysterically. Nathan, panting, grinning, simply let it happen. Inside, his heart soared. Even luck sides with the brave. The system chimed sweetly. Ding! Plus 30 legend points. With the score at 2-0, Leeds finally wrested control of the match. Burnley's fire sputtered out, their legs growing heavy with frustration. Now, Nathan began to breathe properly. And he played. Oh, how he played. His dribbles grew sharper. His passes found teammates with ease. He darted into space, offering options, dragging defenders wide. Each little touch, each smart decision, piled up inside him like invisible armor. The legend system buzzed gently with small rewards. Plus 1 legend point, effective dribble. Plus 2 legend points, key pass. By the 85th minute, Nathan was no longer surviving. He was thriving, enjoying the rhythm of the game. So this is what it feels like, he thought, chest swelling. To belong. The final whistle blew at 90 minutes, a sharp blast that shattered the night air. Tweet. Leeds 2, Burnley 0. Elland Road was a madhouse. The fans roared Nathan's name, not mocking now, but chanting, singing, claiming him as one of their own. Nathan jogged toward the stands, clapping above his head, soaking in every second of it. The floodlights burned hot and bright, 1,000 stars above his head. He would never forget this feeling, not for as long as he lived. The locker room was chaos. Laughter, shouts, towels flying through the air. Nathan was dragged into the center, someone tossing him a towel, and another clapping him hard on the back. If Darwin Núñez saw that goal, one of the defenders hooted, he'd be jealous. Nathan laughed along, cheeks flushed, happiness flooding every corner of him. No mocking now. No esnifs. Only respect. Earned the hard way. The only way that mattered. As he flopped down onto a bench, muscles aching, heart full, the legend system popped up once more. Today had been the first step. But he wasn't satisfied. Not even close. I'm just getting started. Chapter 11. I want to be the best. The locker room buzzed like a live wire. Boots clattered against the floor. Towels snapped through the air. Laughter, curses, and wild stories flew from every corner. Mate, did you see that second goal? Someone shouted over the noise, voice half hysterical. I swear, the ball was heading straight for Mars. Roars of laughter answered him, Boots stomping the ground in approval. Another voice piped up from the shower stalls. Doesn't matter, as long as it went in. You don't ask an artist how the painting gets made. Nathan sat at his spot, hunched slightly forward, a towel draped around his shoulders, soaking it all in. His legs still tingled from the adrenaline. His mind raced in 1,000 directions at once. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to jump up and run laps around the stadium, or just sit there grinning like a fool forever. Maybe both. Water droplets ran down his forehead, mixing with the sweat and the strange, electric feeling crackling under his skin. This is real. This is happening. He glanced around, heart hammering. Veteran players. Established names. Senior pros he'd watched from afar just a few months ago. And now, footsteps approached. Tyler Brown, the team's top scorer, the locker room's unofficial king. Sharp eyes, hair damp and tousled, sleeves rolled up over tattooed arms. He was grinning wide, the kind of grin that made people feel either blessed or cursed. Nathan instinctively straightened. Tyler stopped in front of him, reached out, thump, and gave Nathan a firm, almost brotherly slap on the shoulder. "You don't score an accidental masterpiece every day, lad," Jack said, voice rich with amusement. "Enjoy it, champ." Another explosion of laughter around the room. Nathan couldn't help it. He laughed too, shaking his head. "Thanks," he managed, voice still a little breathless. Jack leaned in, lowering his voice just enough so only Nathan could hear. "But listen, next time, don't scare the shit out of us, yeah? Thought my heart stopped when you slipped." Nathan chuckled, cheeks burning. "Noted, sir." The easy acceptance from the senior players felt like a warm tide rushing over Nathan. Not shallow, not fake. Earned. And then, a loud whistle cut through the room. Feep. Coach Grayson, standing by the whiteboard, arms crossed, the faintest ghost of a smile flickering on his normally stern face. It was rarer than a lunar eclipse, and somehow even more terrifying. "All right, enough celebrations," Grayson barked, voice cutting through the noise. "We got the 3 points, that's all that matters." The room settled instantly, players dropping onto benches, the adrenaline draining slowly. Grayson's gaze swept across them, lingering for a second longer on Nathan than anyone else. "The league's no playground," the coach said, voice lowering into a growl. "Every team out there wants to tear you apart, especially you rookies." Nathan straightened further under the weight of those words. The towel felt heavier around his neck. Grayson's expression didn't soften. If anything, it sharpened. One game doesn't make a season. One goal doesn't make a career. The silence was thick now, heavy and tangible. "But," Grayson added, pausing for a heartbeat, "it's a hell of a start." A ripple of energy surged through the room, quiet but undeniable. Nathan clenched his fists slightly, feeling the fire inside him roar even higher. The post-match routines kicked in after that. Icy showers that made him gasp, stretching sore muscles until they screamed, pulling on clean clothes with hands that still trembled slightly from the excitement. The stadium outside still hummed faintly with the energy of thousands of fans leaving into the night. Nathan sat quietly, tying his laces. Boots clean, but still smelling faintly of rain, sweat, and grass. The real smells of football, of battle. He couldn't stop the smile tugging at his lips. Even now, part of him couldn't quite believe it. 2 goals. A full debut. Chant of his name ringing in his ears. But deeper down, beneath the happiness, a different feeling stirred. Sharper, stronger, ambition. Not the childish dream he'd once had. Not the desperate wish to prove he wasn't just Tyler Perry's son. Something purer, something harder. "I want to be the best, no matter how crazy it sounds. No matter what it takes." As Nathan shouldered his bag and moved toward the exit, someone matched pace with him. Roberts, a fiery midfielder with a permanent, mischievous glint in his eyes. "So, Magic Nathan," Roberts drawled, slinging an arm over Nathan's shoulder casually. "What's the plan for the celebration? Gonna tattoo that second goal on your chest." Nathan laughed, dodging out from under his arm. "Only if you pay for it." Roberts snorted. "Oi, with your bonus coming, you'll be richer than me by next week." They pushed through the hallway, boots clacking on the floor. Outside the players' exit, a small crowd of fans still lingered, despite the rain starting to drizzle down again. Cameras flashed. Chants broke out anew. Nathan hesitated for a half-second. The old fear, the whisper that he didn't belong here, tried to rise up. But then he remembered Jack's slap on the shoulder. Coach Grayson's sharp nod. The stadium roaring as the net rippled. He stepped forward without flinching, head high, and as he signed scarves and took selfies, laughing awkwardly under the barrage of love, the volcano inside him settled into a steady, fierce burn. Not out of control, not reckless, focused, honed, ready. Chapter 12, défensive aura. The stadium lights cut through the misty evening like swords, leaving long shadows sprawled across the cracked asphalt of the parking lot. Small clusters of fans lingered around, animated, buzzing like bees around a fresh discovery. That new kid, Nathan, right? He's got something special. Yeah, but he needs polishing. He's got flair, but still learning when to attack and when to defend. The words drifted through the cool air, brushing Nathan's ears as he tightened his boots in the back seat of the team bus. He tried not to smile, tried to stay serious. But inside, a stubborn, reckless joy flickered. Out by the edge of the field, a young journalist, no older than Nathan himself, crouched down, raising a cheap camera. Click. A grainy photo captured Nathan standing near the dugout, laughing, sunlight catching his damp hair. The photo hit social media within minutes. Remember the name? Nathan Perry. Leeds might have just unearthed the diamond. The tweet exploded. Retweets. Comments. Some doubting. Some hyping him up like he was the second coming of Cristiano Ronaldo. Nathan didn't see it that night. He was too busy scrubbing mud from his shins and trying not to cramp up. But by morning, Coach Grayson's glare said it all. Focus on your football, the coach growled during breakfast. Let the internet talk to itself. Nathan could only nod, heart pounding against his ribs like a drum. The week passed in a brutal blur. Double training sessions under the blazing sun. Tactical meetings so detailed Nathan felt his brain would ooze out of his ears. Ice baths that made him bite down on towels to keep from screaming. Every day, he chased the same thing. To not be a one-hit wonder. To not be a lucky rookie. To be undeniable. The next match came faster than anyone liked. Away at Preston North End. A different kind of fight. If Burnley was fury, Preston was grit. No fireworks. No chows. Just a slow, relentless, strangling pressure, like being dragged under by a riptide. The ball barely touched the ground. Boom! Long balls rained from the sky like missiles. Crash! Bodies collided midair. Thud! Studs hammered into turf, into shins, into hopes. Nathan found himself gasping for air after only 10 minutes. Every time he touched the ball, 3 defenders swarmed him like sharks. TCH, damn it. He tried to weave through, clang. Met by an armored shoulder. He tried to spin away, crack. Tripped up by an outstretched leg. The referee barely blinked. This was the championship. You didn't get free passes here. You earned every blade of grass you touched. At halftime, Coach Grayson slammed his clipboard onto the bench. We're playing their game. Play bloody smarter, he barked, pointing at the whiteboard. No fancy flicks. No blind runs. Win your duels. Win your seconds. Nathan sat there, towel over his head, gritting his teeth. He could still feel the imprint of a defender's studs along his thigh. The second half opened the same way the first ended. A street fight disguised as football. In the 55th minute, a chaotic corner kick found its way into the net, courtesy of Leeds center back getting just enough of his forehead on the ball. Go hail! The Leeds bench erupted, fists in air, boots pounding the floor. Nathan barely celebrated. He was too busy preparing for the war that was about to follow. Sure enough, Preston unleashed hell. Wave after wave, they came. Crosses whipped in. Second balls fought over like scraps of meat. Nathan barely had time to think, only time to react. And then, ding, congratulations. You can unlock a new skill for 50 legend points. Random unlock? Congratulations. You have obtained Virgil van Dijk's defensive aura, LV.1, passive. Nathan blinked, stunned. Defensive aura? He didn't have time to complain. Preston's winger was charging straight at him. Huh. He threw himself into position instinctively, lowering his center of gravity. And somehow, the attacker hesitated, as if sensing an invisible wall around Nathan. Nathan jabbed forward, snap, poking the ball cleanly away. Crowd roaring. Another surge. Another tackle. Another interception. The skill wasn't flashy. It didn't earn him highlight reels. But it turned him into a silent fortress along the left flank. And every time Preston looked at him, they saw something that made them rethink charging forward. By the 80th minute, Nathan's lungs burned. His legs felt like stone. Every breath he took came out ragged and raw. Still, he stayed locked in. Still, he chased every loose ball like it held his dreams. The final whistle blew like a mercy bell. Fee-peep. 1-0 Leeds. Another 3 points. Another war survived. Nathan collapsed onto the grass, arms spread wide, staring at the night sky. He wasn't a hero tonight. No goals. No viral moments. But he was part of the reason they won. And somehow, that tasted even better. Ding. Plus 10 legend points. Gritty defensive performance. Nathan smiled tiredly to himself. In a locker room, the energy was different from the last match. Less laughter. More nods of respect. More quiet pride. Tyler Brown walked past, tossing a water bottle at Nathan's chest. Not every day's a fireworks show, Tyler said, voice low. But nights like these, they build champions. Nathan caught the bottle clumsily, grinning despite the ache in every joint. I'll take ugly wins over pretty losses any day, he said, voice hoarse. Tyler smirked and ruffled his hair again before heading for the showers. Coach Grayson, passing by with a clipboard in hand, gave Nathan a rare, approving nod. "Good shift," Perry said simply. Those 3 words meant more to Nathan than any chant from the stands. Later, after everything was packed away, Nathan walked alone toward the bus under the stadium lights. The rain had started again, a soft, drizzling mist that kissed the ground. He shoved his hands into his jacket pockets, breathing in the cold night air, feeling it fill his chest, feeling alive. He knew there would be flashier nights ahead. Nights of goals, of records, of noise and fame. Chapter 13, Leeds versus Ipswich Town. Even 2 days after the Preston match, Nathan could still feel the bruises when he moved. But pain wasn't the main thing buzzing through the training ground. It was the whispers. The lad Perez, he wasn't the flashiest on the pitch, but by God, he fought till the very last breath. Yeah, he's got the heart of a warrior. You can't teach that. It wasn't shouted. It wasn't plastered on the news. But those quiet words, the ones muttered in hallways, over coffee, behind clipboards, meant more. Coach Grayson called him aside after the morning session. The old man's face was carved out of stone as usual, deep lines and cold eyes. But today, there was a spark behind them. Grayson jabbed a finger into Nathan's chest. Not hard, but enough to feel it. "Listen to me carefully, son," he said, his voice low, almost swallowed by the wind whipping across the pitch. "Skill's important. God knows we all love a fancy player. But determination—" He paused, eyes boring into Nathan's. "Determination is rare. Keep playing with the same spirit, and you'll outlast a lot of players better than you." Nathan opened his mouth to answer, but found no words. He just nodded, chest tight, heart burning like someone had poured gasoline on it. "I won't waste it," he thought fiercely. "I swear it. I won't." But deep down, even as that fire roared inside him, he knew heart alone wouldn't be enough. 2 days later, the FA Cup draw was announced. Leeds United versus Ipswich Town, a Premier League side. Not just any side, a team packed with internationals, seasoned warriors of the top flight. A stage bigger than anything Nathan had ever stood on before. The buzz around Elland Road was electric. The walls themselves seemed to hum with tension when Nathan walked through the tunnel on match day. Out beyond the mouth of the stadium, the sound hit him like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. Drums, chants, screams. The old chant shaking the stands. Leeds, Leeds, Leeds. Nathan's heart hammered along with the rhythm, each beat louder than the last. Today, he wasn't in the starting 11. He sat on the bench, boots laced, jacket zipped up tight, staring out over the battlefield. Coach Grayson had slapped his back before kickoff, muttering, "Stay ready, Perry. Stay ready. Stay hungry. Stay burning." He clenched his fists, feeling the leather of his gloves creak. Out on the pitch, the game kicked off like a shot. Crack! A vicious Ipswich midfielder slammed into a tackle within the first 30 seconds, setting the tone. Leeds tried to fight fire with fire, but Ipswich's machine-like pressing was brutal. Every time a Leeds player touched the ball, a blue shirt was already there, snarling, closing down space. Nathan leaned forward on the bench, muscles twitching. It was like watching a chess match played at the speed of a street brawl. The clock hit 14 minutes. A loose pass in midfield. TCH. Nathan hissed through his teeth before it even happened. An Ipswich player intercepted, one sharp touch forward tap. And suddenly, the Leeds back line was cracked open. Through ball. Chase. Shot. Boom. The net rippled, and the Ipswich fans exploded in one corner of the stadium. 0-1. The giant screen flashed cruelly in the misty air. Nathan's got twisted as if someone had punched him in the stomach. Coach Grayson barked orders from the sideline, hands cutting through the air. "Wake up. Get tight. Reset." The Leeds players gathered near the halfway line, heads low, faces grim. Nathan sat back heavily, the bench rattling under him. He chewed the inside of his cheek, trying to swallow the frustration bubbling up. He knew this feeling. He hated it. Watching, waiting, powerless. The first half dragged on like a bad dream. Ipswich squeezed every inch of the field, choking Leeds out of their rhythm. Passes went astray. Touches were heavy. Confidence started to leak away like air from a punctured tire. Nathan never took his eyes off the field. He wasn't just watching the ball. He was watching the spaces, the timing, the opportunities. TCH, the right wings too isolated, the fullbacks getting overloaded. If I was out there, he stopped himself. No if, when. Chapter 14, Leeds versus Ipswich Town 2. The crowd at Elland Road trembled in a stunned silence. It lasted only a few seconds, but in football, a few seconds could tear a soul apart. Then, like a wounded animal refusing to die, the Leeds faithful roared back to life. Leeds! 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 The chants rolled across the stadium in angry, desperate waves. Nathan sat on the bench, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. His jaw was locked, his whole body vibrating with a need to move, to do something, to fight. TCH, his teeth ground together. He wanted in. He wanted to make a difference. But before Grayson could even gesture, before any lifeline could be thrown, disaster struck again. It started with a slip. The Leeds right back misjudged a simple pass, and Ipswich pounced like wolves. The ball zipped down the left wing, fast and ruthless. Top, top, top. Quick passes, tight control. The Leeds defense scrambled to recover, but they were a step too slow. A low, fizzing cross whipped into the box. Thud. A soft, almost casual touch flicked it into the back of the net. 0-2. Silence. True silence. As if all the air had been sucked out of Elland Road. Nathan saw it. The flickering of hope dying in the fans' faces, the sagging shoulders of his teammates, the way Grayson's clipboard nearly snapped in his hands. Coach Grayson whipped around, face like thunder. "Nathan," he barked. "Warm up. Now." The words hit Nathan like a whip crack. He exploded off the bench, sprinting toward the sideline, the cold air burning his lungs. His heart thundered, each beat louder than the last. Boom, 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 boom. This was it. This was the moment. And then, ding, you can unlock a new skill for 50 legend points. Random unlock? Without thinking, Nathan slammed his mental finger on yes. A second later, ding, congratulations. You've unlocked James Ward-Prowse free kick mastery, LV.1. Nathan stumbled for half a step, blinking. Free kicks. Now, he muttered under his breath, disbelieving. He didn't have time to question it. A quick nod to the assistant referee, a sharp tug on his jersey, and he stepped over the white line and into the chaos. A roar greeted him. It wasn't the whole stadium. Not yet, but enough. Enough to feel like a current lifting him forward. Pair. Come on, lad. The air on the pitch was heavy. The kind of heavy that settled deep in your bones. 2-0 down. Minutes slipping away like blood from an open wound. Nathan Pair jogged onto the pitch with fire pounding in his chest and the faint taste of steel in his mouth. Everywhere he looked, the world seemed to blur. Opponents moving like walls of blue, teammates burdened by doubt. But there was no room for hesitation. No fear. No surrender. The first pass came to him awkwardly, a half-bouncing ball under pressure. Thud. Nathan killed it with one touch, pivoted, and zipped it sideways to the right winger before an Ipswich boot came crashing in. The stands responded instantly. Roars. Applause. Hope, fragile and desperate, beginning to stir. Push it, Leeds. Prazzing. Come on, lad. Nathan didn't stop moving. Every ball he touched, he demanded more. Every loose pass, he chased like a man starved. He clapped his hands fiercely, barking orders despite being the youngest on the field. Tempo. Faster. Move it. Some of the senior players shot him glances, half surprise, half respect. In the 63rd minute, Leeds won a corner. Nathan jogged into the box, muscles coiled tight, senses hyper-focused. The right winger stepped up and lofted the ball high into the heavy, rain-thick sky. Swish! Tyler Brown, the big number 9, rose like a battering ram. His timing was perfect. His body thundered through the crowd. Crack! The header flew like a cannonball, smashing into the back of the net. 1-2. Boom! The sound from the stands was deafening. Chairs rattled. Scarves whirled in the air. Voices cracked from screaming too hard. Yes! Nathan pumped his fist, but there was no celebration yet. No time. He sprinted back to midfield, yelling, "We go again! Heads up!" For a moment, it felt like Leeds were a team possessed. Otha! Charging, biting into tackles. The dream flickered back to life. But football was cruel. In the 78th minute, Leeds committed too many forward, chasing the equalizer. A single pass sliced through their midfield. Ipswich broke like a thunderclap. 3-on-2. Panic. Scrambling legs. Nathan chased back, lungs screaming, but he was too far. A low, snapping shot. Thud. Bottom corner. 1-3. The blow was savage. Nathan stumbled to a stop, breathing hard, sweat dripping into his eyes. All around him, the body language was obvious. Heads dropped, shoulders sagged. Some fans sat down heavily, arms crossed in silent anger. Others, stubborn and battered, kept chanting, Leeds, Leeds, Leeds. Even now, they're still singing. Nathan clenched his fists. No, it's not over. Not yet. Then, in the 79th minute, the miracle chance arrived. A loose Ipswich pass. Nathan's eyes lit up. There, the right winger snatched it and played a quick 1-2 around a bewildered Ipswich midfielder. Nathan exploded forward. The ball threaded through the defense like a spell, slicing between two defenders. Nathan surged after it like an arrow loose from a bow. Boom, boom, boom. His boots hammered the ground. The keeper rushed out. 1-on-1. Panic surged up his spine. I haven't unlocked a finishing skill. The memory of missed chances in training, of nervous miscues, flashed before his eyes. TCH, but he shoved it away. Coach Grayson's voice echoed in his skull. Determination. Trust yourself. Nathan barely slowed his stride. One delicate flick. Top. The ball rose gently over the keeper's desperate lunge. Time seemed to stretch into eternity. The ball dipped, and nestled into the back of the net. 2-3. Kaboom! The stadium erupted. Fans leapt into the air, some hugging strangers, others pounding the barriers with both fists. Nathan sprinted toward the stands, arms spread like wings, face a blazing mask of pure, unfiltered joy. I belong here. The thought hit him with more force than any tackle ever could. But Ipswich didn't roll over. They attacked again, fast and vicious, trying to kill the dream once and for all. In the 88th minute, disaster nearly struck. A through ball, a slip in defense. Ipswich striker threw on goal. 1-on-1. Every heart in Elland Road stopped. But Blackwell, Leeds veteran goalkeeper, charged out like a madman. The striker tried to chip. Blackwell flung himself sideways, fingertips grazing the ball swat. The shot skittered wide. Yeah. The crowd roared louder than a thunderstorm. Nathan bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Sweat poured down his face. His legs burned. His chest ached. But he wasn't done. Final minute of regular time. The right winger, who had been superb all night, danced past a weary fullback and carved out space on the right. He swung in a perfect cross. High, floating, deadly. Tyler Brown was there again. The giant forward rose into the storm of bodies, arms spread wide, head cocked back. Crack. The ball slammed into the top corner like a bolt of lightning. 3-3. Boom. Elland Road exploded into a living, breathing, screaming volcano. Fans jumped, screamed, cried. Some tore off their jackets and swung them around their heads. The players piled onto Tyler, fists pounding his back, faces twisted in ecstasy. Nathan just stood there for a second, staring at the scoreboard. 3-3. Somehow, someway, they had clawed their way back. We're still alive. The referee's whistle blew sharply, signaling the end of regulation time. Peep peep. Extra time. Chapter 15, come on, Leeds. Believe. The whistle blew to signal the start of extra time. Peep. Elland Road vibrated with thunderous chants, a desperate chorus refusing to let the dream die. Nathan stood in the center circle, chest heaving, legs trembling under the weight of exhaustion. Sweat streamed down his temples, stinging his eyes. Across from him, the Ipswich players looked fresher, sharper, like predators scenting blood. Still, he narrowed his eyes and set his jaw. We didn't come this far to roll over. But football didn't care about sentiment. Barely a minute into extra time, disaster struck. Ipswich's left winger, a wiry demon of a player, exploded down the flank. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rapid touches. 1, 2, 3. And he goes to pass 2 Leeds defenders like they were nothing but shadows. Nathan chased, lungs burning, but he was a step too late. The winger cut inside, body low, muscles coiled like springs, and unleashed a low, vicious strike. Thud! The ball skimmed across the slick grass like a bullet. Blackwell, Leeds' aging keeper, dove with desperate reflexes. Fingertips brushed it, but the ball kissed the inside of the post and rippled the net. 3-4. Crash! It felt like the stadium itself staggered. A wave of stunned silence. Then the cruel roars of the Ipswich fans split the air. Let's go Ipswich. Let's go Ipswich. Their chants hammered down like iron fists. Nathan dropped to a crouch, hands on his knees. All around him, his teammates wilted. The right winger buried his face in his jersey. Blackwell sat on the ground, staring at his gloves like they'd betrayed him. It was as if the sky had collapsed on their heads. No, not like this. Nathan gritted his teeth so hard his jaw ached. The restart was sluggish, heavy. Leeds tried to push, but the belief had been ripped from their legs. Passes grew sloppy. Touches grew heavy. Movements dulled. Ipswich smelled the weakness. In the 97th minute, they nearly twisted the dagger even deeper. Another quick turnover in midfield. Another blistering counter. Their striker broke through, one-on-one against Blackwell. Nathan sprinted back, muscles screaming, but he could only watch. The Ipswich striker opened his body and curled a shot toward the far post. Whish! The ball missed by mere centimeters, brushing the outside of the post. TCH. Nathan exhaled shakily, hands on his hips. They were drowning. No other word for it. The minutes dragged by, slow and cruel. Every sprint felt like pulling a ship through tar. Every collision felt like two mountains grinding together. Crash! Nathan got clattered to the ground after trying to win a header, pain blooming across his ribs. He lay there for half a second, staring up at the swirling gray sky. Is this what it feels like to lose everything you fought for? No time to wallow. No room for weakness. He spat to the side, wiped his mouth, and kept running. When a referee blew the whistle to end the first half of extra time, the sound was like a blade sliding across stone. Peep! Nathan stumbled toward the sideline with the others, every muscle trembling. He collapsed onto the bench, head hanging low. The taste of metal and salt filled his mouth. Around him, no one spoke. Not Coach Grayson, not the assistants, not the players. Only the roar of the crowd continued, an endless, aching hymn. Somewhere in the stands, a boy's voice pierced the din. Come on, Leeds. Believe. Nathan's head snapped up. He scanned the stadium until he saw them. Just a small group of kids, faces painted white and blue, scars raised high, still screaming until their lungs gave out. Believing when everyone else wanted to give up. Chapter 16. The miracle at 118 minutes. Peep. The second extra time period began with a shriek of the referee's whistle, slicing through the heavy air. The ball came rolling toward Nathan, kissed across the turf like a summoned destiny. He stepped to it, heart hammering. Now. It's now or never. With a deft touch, he gathered the ball on the left wing. His head snapped up, defenders closing in, space shrinking. He had to create something. Had to be the spark. But doubt flickered in the back of his mind. Ward-Prowse free kick mastery. It's a dead ball skill. How can that help me now? That split-second hesitation, that tiny shiver of uncertainty, was all it took. Crack! A crunching tackle from the Ipswich right back sent the ball skidding away. Nathan stumbled but stayed upright, gasping, spinning to see the counter unfolding. Ipswich tore forward like a pack of wolves, ball snapping from boot to boot. The Leeds midfield scrambled back, frantic, desperate. A long pass carved open the defense. The Ipswich striker unleashed a vicious shot from just outside the box. Boom! The ball screamed through the air. Blackwell flung himself backward, and the ball slammed against the crossbar with a savage clang. Gasp! 30,000 breaths caught at once. Nathan stood frozen for half a heartbeat, the echo of the shot ringing in his ears. The ball bounced wildly back into play, where Leeds managed to hook it clear. They had survived. Barely. Nathan sank to one knee, pounding the ground with his fist. Focus. Focus, Nathan. The clock ticked mercilessly toward oblivion. 118 minutes played. 2 minutes, maybe 3, remained between salvation and heartbreak. Nathan's lungs burned. His legs felt like dead weight. His jersey clung to his body, soaked through with sweat and desperation. Come on, just one more chance. Just one. Suddenly, like lightning splitting the night, the chance arrived. Tyler Brown stole a loose ball near the halfway line. Crack! A sharp turn. A shimmy past the first defender. The crowd roared to life. Tyler stormed forward, bulldozing past another Ipswich midfielder with sheer force. Nathan chased after him, his heart slamming against his ribs. Go, Tyler! Go! Tyler didn't look up. He just knew. A perfect through ball, knifing between the Ipswich center backs. Marco Reed was already on the move, muscles coiled, instincts razor-sharp. The ball rolled into his path like it was drawn there by fate. Marco touched it once, twice, flying toward goal, alone, unstoppable. The keeper charged out, arms wide. But before Marco could pull the trigger, thud! An Ipswich defender barreled into him from behind, clattering him to the ground. Peep! The referee's whistle shrieked like a blade tearing through cloth. Chaos exploded instantly. Players from both teams swarmed the scene, some shouting in fury, others begging for mercy. The referee sprinted over, face grim and unwavering. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into his pocket and flashed the red card high into the air. Oh! Elland Road shook to its foundations. Ipswich players howled in protest. Their manager ranted and raved on the sideline, arms flailing like a man possessed. But it didn't matter. The decision was final. Nathan stood a few meters away, chest rising and falling heavily. A slow, wild grin broke across his face, a smile that teetered between madness and destiny. This was it. He raised his hand, calling out above the noise, "Leave it to me. I swear I'll score." For a moment, his teammates hesitated, uncertainty flashing across their battered faces. Marco panted, hands on his knees, then gave a weak grin and a nod. "You better, mate," he rasped. The others stepped back, clearing the way. Nathan walked forward slowly, each step hammering into the earth. He placed the ball down just outside the penalty box, the white line brushing the tips of his boots. The world around him blurred into a distant hum. Only the ball remained sharp. The ball and the goal. He inhaled deeply. Ward-Prowse's free kick mastery. It wasn't just a skill. It was an extension of his will now. The walls, the pressure, the noise, none of it mattered. He locked his eyes on the top right corner. The impossible spot, Ward-Prowse's signature kill zone. The whistle blew. Nathan stepped back 2 paces. 1 heartbeat. 2. He surged forward. Boom! The strike was pure. The ball exploded from his foot with venomous speed, spinning violently through the air. It rose, curved, dipped. Clang! The ball smashed against the inside of the crossbar at the top right junction. Gasp! The entire stadium sucked in a breath. Thousands of souls frozen in horror and awe. Nathan's heart plummeted. No, no. He raised his hand, face twisting in shock, but fate hadn't finished its work yet. The ball ricocheted violently back into the box, spinning wildly. And there, like a lion smelling blood, Marco Reed lunged. 1 touch, 1 blast. Boom! The net bulged. 4-4. The stadium erupted. Fans leapt out of their seats, spilling beer, throwing scarves, hugging strangers. Some screamed. Some cried. Some simply collapsed into their seats, hands over their mouths. Elland Road became a living, breathing beast, roaring, shaking, singing. Nathan dropped to his knees, hands to the sky, as if begging the stars themselves. He couldn't believe it. They clawed their way back from the abyss. Against every odd, every curse, every mistake, they had fought and survived. Marco sprinted toward the corner flag, sliding on his knees, fists pumping the air. His teammates chased after him, piling on in a frenzy. The bench exploded too, substitutes, coaches, even staff rushing toward the celebration. In the chaos, Nathan stayed kneeling for a second longer. His vision swam, not from fatigue, not from pain, from something deeper. This is what it means to fight until the very end. He dragged himself up and stumbled toward the others, where Marco grabbed him in a bear hug, nearly crushing him. "Oh, you little genius!" Marco yelled over the noise. "That was your goal." Nathan laughed hoarsely, shaking his head. "No, it was ours." The referee restored order, motioning for kickoff. There were still seconds to play, but Leeds had the momentum now. Ipswich looked broken. Their heads drooped, their legs sluggish. Nathan jogged back into position, still riding the wave of adrenaline. He caught Tyler Brown's eye across the field. The midfielder gave him a sharp nod. Nathan returned it. They understood without words. It's not over yet. If the match went to penalties, they had a chance. A real chance. Nathan flexed his fingers, feeling the blood surging through them. Stay sharp. Stay alive. The ball was kicked off again, but Ipswich barely strung together 2 passes before the referee checked his watch. One last blow of the whistle. Peep. Full time. Extra time complete. 4-4. It was going to penalties. Nathan wiped his face with his sleeve, breathing heavily. The stadium buzzed with nervous energy. Chapter 17. Heartbeats at the Edge. The night sky above Elland Road was a heavy, suffocating black, broken only by the searing floodlights raining down onto the pitch. The scoreboard blinked. Penalty shootout, 2-2. The first 2 rounds had been clinical. 2 for Leeds, 2 for Ipswich. Now came the 3rd round. Nathan Perry's round. He stood alone near the center circle, arms hanging stiff at his sides, boots planted into the worn grass. His pulse hammered at his ears, faster than any drumbeat, deafening. It's just another shot. You've taken thousands in training. But this wasn't training. This was survival. Coach Grayson's voice echoed faintly in his mind. Pressure doesn't create skill, son. It reveals it. The referee raised a hand, calling him forward. Nathan inhaled sharply. Huh. And jogged toward the penalty spot. The ball waited for him there, pristine and pure. He bent down, adjusting it with trembling fingers. He could feel the weight of thousands of eyes boring into his back. Fans, coaches, rivals, even scouts hidden in the crowd. All judging, all waiting. He straightened up, took 3 measured steps back, glanced at the Ipswich keeper. Tall, wiry, twitchy, eager to dive. I'm afraid I'll miss, Nathan admitted to himself in a rare moment of brutal honesty. I can't risk aiming for the corners. If I miss, I'll never forgive myself. He clenched his fists. I'll shoot down the middle. No tricks, no fancy inglés. Just power. Straight and true. He exhaled again, shorter this time, tighter. The referee blew the whistle. Tweet. Nathan surged forward, 2 steps, a planted left foot, and swung his right leg through. Thud. The strike was firm. No hesitation, no second-guessing. The ball rocketed dead center, a blur of white. The keeper dove left. Too late. Too wrong. The ball slammed into the netting with a satisfying swish. Goal! Elland Road exploded. Fans jumped to their feet, fists pumping, scarves waving, a deafening roar crashing over the pitch like a tidal wave. Nathan stood frozen for a split second, processing it. Then his teammates swarmed him. Marco slapped the back of his head. You cold-blooded little monster. Tyler laughed breathlessly. Middle of the goal. You've got nerve, Perry. Nathan could only grin, heart still hammering, lungs screaming for air. I did it. I held my nerve. Leeds now led the shootout 3-2. The pressure shifted. Now it was Ipswich's turn to respond. Their next shooter, a lanky midfielder with a shaved head, stepped up, his stride stiff with tension. Nathan and the others lined up shoulder to shoulder at the halfway line, arms locked over each other's shoulders, a human chain of trembling hope. Coach Grayson stood nearby, arms crossed, gaze steely. The referee whistled. The Ipswich player ran up. Boom! He struck it cleanly, maybe too cleanly. The ball curved. Clang! It smashed against the right post and ricocheted wide. Ag! The Ipswich fans groaned in agony. Some buried their faces in their hands. Others simply slumped where they stood. On the Leeds bench, fists pumped the air. Shouts of encouragement erupted. Nathan found himself gasping. He hadn't realized he was holding his breath. One more. Just one more. They had the chance now to finish it. Coach Grayson turned to the bench, nodding. Jamal, you're up. Jamal Carter, the electric right winger, nodded grimly. He said nothing, just pulled his jersey tighter over his chest and started jogging toward the spot. Nathan slapped his shoulder as he passed. Finish it, mate. Jamal gave him a quick smirk. What else? The stadium's tension was a physical thing now, a living force pressing down on every soul inside. Leeds fans chanted in unison, a rising wave. Leeds, Leeds, Leeds. Jamal placed the ball carefully, adjusting it once, then stepping back. He took 4 steps, measured, deliberate, then froze. He stared at the goal, at the keeper trembling on his line, and drew a long, deep breath. The whistle. Peep. Jamal charged forward. Thump. A low, thundering shot. Not fancy, not flashy, just pure, ruthless power. It slammed past the keeper's outstretched hand and hammered into the bottom left corner. Goal. The eruption of sound was immediate, volcanic, unstoppable. Leeds had done it. They had survived. They had won. Nathan didn't remember running. 1 second he was standing still, and the next he was sprinting, flying into Jamal along with the others. They tackled him, screamed, punched the air. The bench cleared, players, coaches, even the physio staff piling on the field, caught up in the uncontrollable euphoria. Tears, real, hot, undeniable, blurred Nathan's vision. It was too much. All the pain, all the exhaustion, all the self-doubt he had buried inside him. It burst out in that one perfect moment. He shouted at the sky, fists clenched, voice cracking. We did it! We did it! Far away, in the stands, Nathan caught a glimpse of a tall figure standing still amid the chaos. His father, Coach Tyler Perry, arms crossed, face unreadable. But Nathan could see the glint in his eyes even from here. A proud glint. And that, somehow, meant even more than the victory itself. The players eventually gathered in front of the Leeds fans, linking arms as they sang and swayed. Nathan stood between Marco and Tyler, his body aching but his spirit soaring. He looked up at the stands, the banners, the roaring crowd. This was it. This was why he fought. Not for fame, not for records, but for moments like this, moments that made life feel bigger than the body could hold. Chapter 18. A new hero at Elland Road? The stadium shook as if alive, as if the entire city of Leeds had converged upon Elland Road and poured every ounce of their soul into one thundering roar. Nathan barely had time to think before he was tackled by his teammates. First Marco, then Tyler, then the entire squad. Wait. Nathan laughed and yelped, crushed under the weight of arms, jerseys, and sweaty bodies. Then whoosh. They lifted him into the air like a trophy. Boy, careful, he's still got games to play. Jamal Carter shouted, laughing breathlessly. But no one listened. Up and down, they tossed him like a child's toy, and Nathan could only laugh, a raw, unfiltered sound that seemed to split the sky. Tears stung the corners of his eyes, whether from laughter, relief, or the sheer overwhelming madness of it all, he couldn't say. The fans chanted his name now, over and over, an endless echo. Nathan Prry. Nathan Prry. For a fleeting moment, suspended midair, he felt invincible. The locker room was pure chaos. Boots flew across the floor. Shirts were ripped off and twirled like flags. Someone popped a soda bottle. PSHHHD, showering half the room in sticky sweetness. Nathan, you beauty! Marco roared, leaping onto a bench and pointing dramatically like a mad general. You saved US. Nathan collapsed onto his seat, still struggling to catch his breath. Slaps, too hard to be called friendly, hammered his back and shoulders. Oof! Guys, my ribs! Tyler dropped beside him, arms slung over his shoulders. Ribs? Mate, you're gonna need a new spine after carrying us all night. The laughter that followed filled every inch of the cramped room, a living, breathing thing. Then, a sharp, commanding clap. Clap. Coach Grayson entered, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his usually stern mouth. The room fell into an expectant silence. Grayson surveyed them, this collection of exhausted warriors, with a gleam of pride in his sharp eyes. Congratulations, champion, he said slowly, voice like iron wrapped in velvet. But he let the word hang. This is just the beginning, not the end. Silence. Not solemn, energized. Every player nodded, a fire reigniting behind their sweat-soaked faces. Nathan's heart pounded anew, a different kind of excitement now curling through him. The beginning, not the end. The bus ride back to the academy was a rolling, tumbling avalanche of noise. Jamal drummed an improvised beat on the back of seat. Tyler and Marco reenacted the final penalty in loud, terrible accents, drawing groans and howls of laughter from everyone. Nah. You gotta fall dramatically after you shoot, mate, Tyler said, clutching his chest and flopping over an empty seat. Sell it to the crowd. Nathan leaned his forehead against the cool window pane, smiling as he listened. But even amid the laughter, a different conversation buzzed. The 119th minute equalizer. His penalty. The headlines. Already they were talking about it, replaying it, immortalizing it. Nathan closed his eyes. He could still feel it. The ball leaving his boot, the stadium gasping, the net rippling. A memory stitched into the very fabric of who he was now. I'm no longer the coach's son trying to prove he belongs. I am not Pere. I'm here. The days that followed were a whirlwind Nathan barely remembered moving through. Training sessions came thick and fast. No celebrations. No pedats. Coach Grayson's philosophy was brutally clear. Enjoy the win tonight, then lock it away. Tomorrow is a new battle. They ran drills until their legs screamed. Passing patterns, pressing traps, set-piece rehearsals, again and again and again. Even in the brief moments of rest, Nathan heard the murmurs swirling around him. Journalists crowding the academy's gates. Fans waiting outside with shirts and posters. His name in the papers. Wonder Kid Nathan Perry saves Leeds in fa, chop epic. A new hero at Elland Road. The first time he saw his own face splashed across the sports pages, he almost dropped his water bottle. He wasn't sure he liked it. The attention was suffocating. Heavy. Chapter 19. Tomorrow. I'll show them. After 2 months. December had sunk its teeth into Leeds, painting the skies a bleak gray and sending freezing winds knifing through the city's bones. In the club cafeteria, the heater rattled weakly against the cold. Nathan sat slouched over a chipped mug of tea, steam curling upward, fogging his vision slightly. Across from him, Marco Reed was demolishing a plate of spaghetti like he hadn't eaten in days. Nathan's gaze drifted to the leaderboard pinned to the wall. Position, team, 1 drawn, lost points. -1, Leicester City, 7-1-1-22. -2, Leeds United, 6-2-1-20. -3, Norwich City, 5-2, 2-17. So close. 2 points behind Leicester, breathing down their necks. The hum of conversation around him faded into background static. His mind raced ahead, calculating, dreaming, burning. He had 6 goals so far. Not world-class numbers. Not the stuff of legends. But enough to make him Leeds United's top scorer. Enough to make his name echo through Elland Road every time he touched the ball. Still, it wasn't enough for him. I'm just getting started, Nathan told himself. Every single morning. The critics had begun whispering now, too. Miss a chance? Is he losing his touch? A poor game? Maybe he peaked too soon. Nathan welcomed it. Each snide comment felt like flint against steel inside him, sparking more fire, more fuel. Training became his sanctuary and his battlefield. While others trudged toward the showers after practice, Nathan stayed behind under the fading winter light. 1 ball, 1 goalpost, 1 purpose. Whomp. Shot with the weaker foot. Thud. Mistimed, sent spinning wide. TCH. Nathan clicked his tongue, resetting. Again. Crack. This time a clean strike, ripping into the top corner. His breath misted in front of him like smoke from a dragon's nostrils. His muscles screamed. His calves cramped. His fingers numbed. But he stayed until darkness swallowed the pitch hole. The day before the Norwich match, the entire squad gathered in the meeting room. The air was thick, heavy with nerves and ambition. Players sat forward in their chairs, shoulders tense, legs bouncing unconsciously. Coach Grayson stood at the front, hands tucked behind his back, his presence larger than the room itself. The projector flickered on, highlights of Norwich's games, their fluid passing, their aggressive high press, their deadly counters. But Grayson didn't bother pointing at tactics or diagrams. He simply let the screen go dark and faced them. We're close, he said, voice cutting through the air like a blade. Closer than you realize. He paced slowly, letting his words settle deep into their guts. The Norwich match could define our future. A pause. Don't let tiredness, don't let doubt, steal all the work you've put in. For a long second, silence reigned. Then Jamal Carter leaned forward, voice low and firm. We're not letting anyone steal it, coach. A ripple of murmurs, fists tapping against tables, shoes tapping against the floor, small signs of growing belief. Nathan felt it blooming inside him, too. Not just a hope, a certainty. After the meeting, the team scattered, some to the gym, others to recovery sessions. Nathan stepped outside onto the training pitch, boots crunching over frozen grass. The sky overhead was the color of bruised steel, the air so cold it burned the inside of his nose. He inhaled deeply, chest swelling. There was no hesitation anymore. 2 months ago, he had been a boy trying to survive. Now, Marco jogged up beside him, hands tucked into his jacket. You nervous? Marco asked, cocking an eyebrow. Nathan smiled, a slow, dangerous smile that even he didn't fully recognize yet. No, he said simply. Marco laughed. Tise, that's scary, mate. Remind me to stay on your team. Nathan turned back to the empty pitch, where tomorrow thousands would watch, thousands would judge, and maybe, just maybe, thousands would remember. His mind flashed back to old memories. Cold early mornings, muddy fields, his father's sharp criticisms, lonely evenings practicing free kicks until his toes bled. All of it led here. He whispered to himself, so low even Marco couldn't hear. Tomorrow, I'll show them. That night, as Nathan lay in bed, the sounds of the city drifted in through the cracked window, distant car horns, the occasional shout, the low hum of life carrying on. He stared at the ceiling, not anxious, not restless, just ready. Chapter 20. Leeds versus Norwich. The locker room was thick with tension. A low hum of voices, the occasional sharp clatter of studs against tile, the muffled roar of the crowd beyond the tunnel, distant, yet pulsing like a war drum. Nathan sat silently, hunched forward on the edge of the bench, eyes lowered as he laced his boots with calm precision. He could feel the storm rising around him. Not fear, not nerves, just clarity. His breathing was steady. Each inhale slow and deep, his chest rising with the weight of the moment. The final loop of his laces tightened. He exhaled. Then ding. A soft, mechanical chime echoed in his mind. You can unlock a new skill for 50 legend points. Random unlock. Skill unlocked. Ronaldinho dribble. He blinked, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. A second later, he was on his feet, punching the air with a wild grin. Yes, finally, something worth it. I got the Ronaldinho dribble skill. Nathan breathed, eyes gleaming. Tonight's not going to be normal. The squad surged into motion, the low clatter of boots echoing down the corridor as the players filed into position. Nathan stepped into the tunnel, heart pounding, blood hot. The wind tunneled in from the open stadium, biting and raw, but he didn't flinch. The stadium erupted as they stepped onto the pitch, a thunderous, rolling wave of sound that rattled the air. Boom! The kickoff came like a gunshot. Norwich came out aggressive. No surprise there. They were fast, technical, and ruthless when they smelled blood. Their pressing was suffocating. Passes had to be one touch. Every decision, instant. Every mistake, punished. But Nathan was dancing. Every touch felt alive. The ball stuck to his foot like it had no interest in leaving him. His hips moved like water, slipping between defenders with no wasted motion. A fake here, flick there, then a spin, and suddenly 2 markers were left behind, blinking at the space he used to be in. Oh! The crowd gasped as he nutmegged the Norwich captain near the sideline with a no-look roll. What was that? Marco yelled from midfield, barely keeping up. But then, thunk! A misplaced pass from the back. The ball bounced awkwardly across the defensive line. Leeds' center-back hesitated, just for a split second. Too long. Norwich's striker pounced like a wolf. A blur of yellow and green streaked past the defender, boot slicing low. Crack! The shot zipped under the keeper's arm, straight into the bottom corner. Goal! The away fans exploded in the far corner of the stadium. But everywhere else, silence. Grayson slapped his head with both hands. A rookie mistake, he barked. Leeds 0, Norwich 1. Minute 34. At home, Nathan stood still near the center circle, his jaw tight. He wasn't angry. He was burning. Not at the defender. Not at the mistake. But at how quickly the tide could turn. One lapse. One breath too slow. And everything you'd worked for threatened to fall apart. He glanced at the scoreboard. The red glow of the numbers seared into his brain. There was too much riding on this match. Not just points, not just standings. Reputation. Progress. Identity. They had clawed their way into the title race. They couldn't fall now. A few teammates let their shoulders sag. Others shouted, try to raise spirits. Jamal Carter clapped his hands. Heads up. We answer back, yeah? Nathan nodded once. Touched his chest. Felt the heartbeat. Still steady. Still ready. When play resumed, Norwich smelt blood. Their confidence surged. Their midfield tightened like a vice. But Nathan shifted gears. In the 41st minute, he dropped deep to receive a pass. The moment he turned, 2 defenders converged. But he didn't pass. He danced. Flick. Soul roll to the left. Snap. Body feint to the right. Swish. Shoulder drop, double step over. One defender stumbled. The second froze, caught in the rhythm. Crack. Nathan exploded past them into space, leaving gasps in his wake. Oi, he's moving like a cheat code. Marco called out, wide-eyed. Nathan didn't hear him. His focus was razor-sharp. He slipped a pass through to Jamal in stride. A razor-threaded through ball that split the defense in half. But Jamal's shot was drag wide. Inches off. TCH. Nathan closed his eyes for a moment. Reset. Keep doing that, Jamal said, jogging past him. Next one's in. Chapter 21. Just inches. Minute 44. The ball landed at Nathan's feet with a soft thud. A crisp counterattack from Leeds, quick as lightning, had unraveled Norwich's midfield. The stadium held its breath. He had space, barely. 3 defenders in front of him, all closing in, all hungry. But his heart beat louder than the roar in the stands, louder than the voices yelling for him to pass, to be safe. It whispered only one thing. This one's yours. He went for it. First touch, a heel drag behind his standing foot. Second, a full spin, low and sharp like a dancer cutting through rain. Third, the ball kissed the outside of his boot, then slick. Crack. Elastico. A sharp snap of the ankle, a blur of motion. He was through the first man. The second lunged, too slow. Nathan slipped past with a shimmy. The third tried to shoulder him off. Big mistake. Boom. A feint and a hard plant of the left foot. The defender lost balance, stumbled, then collapsed backward like a sack of bricks. Ugh. The fans rose in waves. the whole stadium shaking with disbelief. The pitch opened up before him. Green space. A direct line to the box. Nathan didn't stop. Not now. He cut inside, one stride from the penalty arc, let the ball bounce once, then unleashed a shot with venom. Crack! It flew like a missile. The keeper didn't even move. The entire crowd tilted forward. The ball sliced through the air and missed. Just wide. A hiss of disappointment swept through Elland Road. Nathan stood frozen, shoulders rising and falling, steam puffing from his mouth like smoke from a storm-tossed engine. "Why'd you go solo?" someone shouted behind him. "You could have passed that." But another voice cut through, loud and proud. "That deserved a goal, honestly." Marco yelled from midfield, hands on his hips, eyes gleaming. "That was filth." Nathan didn't answer. His eyes stayed locked on the goal, not the net, but the tiny spot by the post where the ball had kissed the air and escaped glory. So close. So close. Halftime came. Leeds jogged into the tunnel, heads down. No laughter. No words. Grayson said nothing as they entered the changing room. He just stood with his arms crossed, watching them. Nathan sat down, untied, retied his boots, fiddled with the tape on his wrist, stared at the floor. It wasn't guilt. It wasn't regret. It was something sharper. This isn't over. Not even close. Second half. Kickoff. But something had changed. Norwich slowed everything down. Took their time on throws. Walked between set pieces. Their keeper held every ball until the ref threatened card. The fans started groaning. Leeds pressed forward again and again. But it was rushed. Forced. The shape was wrong. Midfield looked disjointed. Passes too long or too short. Players waiting instead of moving. Marco yelled out, trying to organize the lines. Shift left. Tyler, drop in. Jamal, press higher. But it was like shouting into the wind. By minute 67, Grayson was pacing the sideline like a caged wolf, pulling his beanie off, putting it back on. The crowd's frustration built. Every block cross earned a groan. Every slow Norwich substitution drew loud boos. By minute 70, it felt like the match was slipping through their fingers. Then, minute 74, it started with a simple 1-2 at the halfway line. Leeds midfielder Rory Price chipped a sudden pass forward, delicate, precise. Tyler Brown broke the offside trap with a burst of speed. One touch. Two. Then, the perfect through ball, sliding like silk across the damp grass. Nathan exploded into space. The defense collapsed late. Too late. He was free. The stadium leapt to its feet as one. Nathan touched the ball forward. One bounce. Then another. The keeper charged out. Nathan didn't blink. Flick. A fake shot, then a sharp chop inside. The keeper lunged. Nathan glided past, ice cold, body balanced on the knife edge of perfection. He's past the keeper. The commentator's voice cracked with excitement. The angle was tight. The goal was open. One shot. One finish. He struck it low, clean. Crack. The ball rose too much and slammed off the crossbar. Clang. The stadium went dead silent. No groans. No gasps. Just silence. The ball bounced back into play, cleared in a panic by a Norwich defender. Nathan stood still, hands on his head, eyes wide. Disbelief. No, no, no. That didn't just happen. Unbelievable. The commentator muttered, voice quiet now. It was easier to score than miss. Coach Grayson bowed his head on the sideline, lips pressed tight. Marco turned away, hand over his mouth, shaking it off. TCH. Even the Norwich players looked stunned. Nathan walked slowly back alone. The crowd tried to lift him. Some clapped. Others chanted his name, low at first, then louder. But he couldn't hear it. The echo of the bar still rang in his ears like a cruel joke. He replayed the moment. The angle. The keeper. The shot. It was right. Everything felt right. So why? Why didn't it go in? He closed his eyes, breathing hard through his nose. Then a voice. Quiet. Behind him. Marco. You didn't choke, mate, he said. You played it perfectly. It just didn't go in. Chapter 22. I was supposed to show them. Minute 89:26. The cold air hung heavy over Elland Road. Everything Leeds had was on the pitch now. No one sat back. Not the fullbacks. Not even the center backs. The final push, it was all or nothing. A looping ball came toward Nathan near the edge of the box. He leapt for it, nodding it down into Tyler Brown's path, but the Norwich defender got there first. Thud! The clearance came sharp and fast, cutting through the midfield like a dagger. Tisic, no one's there to cover, Marco muttered. And then it happened. 89:49. Norwich turned defense in a blitzkrieg. A touch out wide to the left. The winger didn't hesitate. He sprinted into space, burning grass under his boots. Leeds defenders scrambled to retreat, but they were outnumbered and worse, off balance. "Get back!" Jamal Carter roared, legs pumping furiously. The Norwich winger drove to the byline and swung it across. Whip. One sharp motion. Perfectly timed. The ball curved with menace, dipping, fast, surgical. Nathan's heart sank the second it left the winger's foot. The striker in the middle didn't slow down. He charged between the two center backs, eyes locked on the ball. Crack. A first-time strike. Low. Clean. Ruthless. The net bulged in the bottom corner. 2-0. Silence. Like someone had punched the air out of the entire stadium. Nathan stood still for a second, blinking as if maybe, just maybe, it was an illusion. Then he dropped to his knees. Not in drama. Not in desperation. Just nothing left. The final whistle blew seconds later. Full time. Scattered claps echoed through the night. A few loyal fans applauded, trying to lift the boys with dignity. But most filed out in silence, shoulders hunched, scarves held close, jaws clenched shut. The kind of silence that hurt. Not anger, not outrage, just heartbreak. Nathan sat on the grass, breath misting in front of him. His hands hung limply between his knees. His boots were muddy, his socks soaked through, his whole body aching from 90 minutes of war. But that wasn't what stung. It was the scoreboard behind the goal, glowing in unforgiving red. Leeds United 0-2 Norwich City. A line of numbers, cold and clinical, and yet it said everything. Marco walked over, chest heaving. He dropped beside Nathan without a word, resting his arms on his knees. After a few seconds, he let out a long sigh. Nathan didn't look at him. His eyes were locked on the penalty spot, like it might offer him an answer if he stared hard enough. "I missed 2 sitters," he muttered. Nathan bit down on the inside of his cheek. The taste of sweat and blood and failure lingered. "I was supposed to show them," he whispered. Marco tilted his head. "Show who?" Nathan didn't answer. Chapter 23. What the Bar Took. The locker room door swung shut behind them with a click that felt louder than it should have. The kind of silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was suffocating. No shouting, no gear being flung, not even the sound of showers. Just the hum of fluorescent lights overhead and the weight of 90 minutes no one could take back. Coach Grayson stood near the whiteboard, arms crossed, his shadow stretching long in the low light. He didn't speak at first. Some players slumped on benches. Others sat on the floor, backs against the cool metal lockers. Tyler Brown had his head buried in his towel. Jamal Carter stared blankly at the studs of his boots, still caked with mud. Nathan sat motionless, his gaze locked on the floor between his feet. His shirt clung to him, soaked in sweat and regret. His fingers twitched against his knee, not from fatigue but from memory. Thud. That sound. The bar. He could still feel the sting of it. Still hear the crowd's collective gasp. Still see the goalkeeper frozen, beaten, and yet untouched. That was the moment. Coach Grayson finally broke the silence. "We lost our chance," he said, voice steady but sharp. His words fell like hammer strikes. "But the season's not over yet." A few heads lifted. "You want to cry, cry. You want to scream, scream. But tomorrow, you show up. And you build. Because that's what this game is. Brick by brick." He let the silence return, but this time it felt different. Lighter. Like a door cracked open. Marco reached over and placed a hand on Nathan's shoulder. It was a firm grip. Not comfort, grounding. "You were incredible," he said. "No one else could have done what you did tonight." Nathan didn't look at him. His jaw was clenched so tightly it hurt. "I missed," he muttered. "Marco struck." "Yeah, and I slipped in the first half." Jamal misjudged the cross. "We all did something wrong." Nathan didn't answer. His mind was still back there, minute 74, ball at his feet, goal at his mercy. The bar. He heard it again. Clang. He exhaled sharply through his nose. "The skill came," he whispered. But it wasn't enough. Marco opened his mouth to respond, but stopped. He knew that look, the way Nathan's eyes burned without blinking. This wasn't self-pity. This was rage. Quiet, boiling, focused rage. Nathan stood slowly, the bench creaking beneath him. He pulled off his shirt and tossed it into the hamper. His body was bruised, scraped, stiff, but his movements were sharp, deliberate. He walked to the physio table, grabbed a towel, wiped his face, then turned to the boot rack. He didn't need to say anything. His silence spoke louder than most people's screams. Grayson watched him from the corner of the room, his expression unreadable. As Nathan slipped his sneakers on and reached for his coat, Grayson finally spoke again. "You going home?" "No," Nathan said without turning. "Pitch." Nathan nodded once. Grayson let out a breath, then gave a short nod. "Turn the lights off when you're done." The stadium was empty now, save for a few maintenance staff sweeping the terraces. The roar of thousands had vanished, leaving behind only the hollow echo of boots on concrete. Nathan stepped out into the freezing night. The pitch looked almost surreal under the stadium lights, an empty battlefield, scarred and sacred. His breath came out in clouds as he walked across the frozen grass, hands tucked into his sleeves. He reached the penalty box, the same one, the one where it happened. He stood there for a while, just looking. Then he dropped a ball on the turf. Thump! Took 3 steps back and struck it. Boom! The ball screamed toward the goal, slamming into the top right corner of the net with a satisfying snap. Another. Crack. This time bottom left. Precise. Fust. Another. Thud. It ricocheted off the post and spun out. TCH. He jogged after it, retrieved it, reset. Again and again. Each strike came with more heat. Not just in power, in intention. His chest rose and fell in rhythm now. Not panicked. Not desperate. Disciplined. Deliberate. I won't waste a single chance. Chapter 24, FA Cup 4th round. After 3 months. 3 months can change a player. For Nathan Perry, they changed everything. From the boy with raw potential to the name sung across Elland Road. Nathan had carved out more than a role. He'd claimed a throne. 10 goals, countless chances created, and a fire in his eyes that no one could put out. Nathan Perry, born to be a white. That chant echoed now, not just in the stadium, but in training, in the streets, in the dreams of kids watching him become something real. Leeds United were in 3rd place, 45 points, chasing Leicester and Norwich like wolves in the snow. Hungry, relentless. But while the league was a marathon, the FA Cup was something different. A battlefield where giants could fall, where a single moment could decide everything. Leeds had breezed through the first 3 rounds, dispatching Swansea, Blackpool, and Cambridge United with comfortable ease. Nathan had scored in 2 of those matches, but the team barely broke a sweat. That all changed the moment the 4th round draw was announced. Leeds United versus Arsenal. The room had gone quiet when the name dropped. Even Marco, usually full of quips and smirks, let out a slow whistle. Phew, they really threw us into the fire, huh? Nathan didn't say anything. He simply tightened the laces on his boots and stared at the screen, his jaw clenched. A Premier League powerhouse. Champions League regulars. Global superstars. This was a different kind of war. The days leading up to the Arsenal clash felt like a countdown to something colossal. The press buzzed with headlines. Can Leeds pull off a miracle? Nathan Perry versus Premier League defenders. His biggest test yet. Grayson's young guns to face the Gunners. But inside Thorpe Arch, the mood wasn't fearful. It was sharp, focused. Coach Grayson made that clear from day one. We're not going there to survive, he said. We're going there to compete. His voice rang like steel through the briefing room. You give them space, they'll tear you apart. You get scared, they'll smell it. But you stay compact, press smart, and when you see your moment, you take it. Nathan sat forward, eyes narrowed. He wasn't scared. Not anymore. He wanted this. He wanted to test himself against the best. Chapter 25, The Match Day. The projector flickered in the dimly lit meeting room, casting ghostly shadows across the players' faces as Arsenal's lineup appeared on the screen. Gabriel, Odegaard, Saka, Ben White, Ramsdale, names that didn't just belong to footballers, but to brands, to nations, to Champions League nights, and viral goal compilations. Marco Reed exhaled sharply, slumping back in his chair. This isn't Blackpool, coach. That's Gabriel, Odegaard, and Saka we're talking about. Jack McClellan snorted. Bro, we've only ever seen Saka running, and that was on TV. In HD, with replay angles. A few nervous chuckles. The tension in the room was tight, coiled like the inside of a locker room before title decider. But Nathan Perry didn't move. Eyes forward, jaw clenched, breath steady. He was locked in, not just watching names on a screen, but dissecting them. Gabriel pushes high. Odegaard cuts inside after the third pass. Saka. Predictable if you crowd him early, but Ben White. Nathan's gaze lingered on the right back's face. He paused the footage. Nathan, he said, voice measured, think you can handle Ben White? Nathan looked up slowly. Not rushed. Not cocky. Just certain. Not just handle him, he said, his voice calm but sharp like the edge of a blade. I'll make him regret stepping onto the pitch. The room froze for a second. Then Jack burst out laughing, slapping the table. Let's go, Beast. Even Marco cracked a grin. Damn, remind me not to piss you off. Coach Grayson didn't laugh. He just smiled, tight, approving. That's what I want. Confidence. Not arrogance, but real belief. The team bus pulled up to the Emirates like a warship docking at enemy shores. Flashing lights. Reporters. Phones already out, broadcasting every movement to the world. Nathan stepped off the bus, hoodie up, headphones in, eyes straight ahead. He didn't look at the cameras. Didn't react to the chants or jeers. He was already inside the game. In his head, it was quiet. Not silence, but focus. In the tunnel, Arsenal players filtered in one by one. Clean kits. Cool expressions. Champions League swagger. Saka bumped fists with Saliba. Odegaard laughed at something Ramsdale said. Ben White. He stood near the edge, silent. Focused. A veteran with over 100 Premier League matches under his belt. He didn't notice Nathan at first. But Nathan noticed everything. The way White stretched his left calf first. The slight tightness in his shoulder roll. The way he glanced toward the bench. Not fear, not nerves, but something close to calculation. White turned, and their eyes met. Nathan didn't blink. He let it linger. Chapter 26. Let's go make history. The sky over Elland Road was the color of steel. Low-hanging clouds threatening rain, the kind that soak you not all at once, but drop by drop, until your skin felt heavy. The air buzzed, thick with anticipation. Inside the tunnel, beneath the pounding rhythm of 36,000 hearts beating as one, Nathan Perry stood still. Ahead of him, Arsenal's starting 11 looked carved from something clinical and cold. Saliba, Zinchenko, Partey, Odegaard, Trossard, Saka, names that played under stadium lights all across Europe, that fill highlight reels and jersey sales from Tokyo to Toronto. But Nathan didn't look at the names. He looked at the faces. Calm, sharp, efficient. Then he whispered under his breath, not to anyone else, but to himself. This isn't just another game. It's the gateway to glory. Headlines crackled across sports networks, blogs, and message boards. Can Leeds pull it off? 2 days ago. Extra shooting drills. Replays of Arsenal's last 10 matches. Coach Grayson noticed. Nathan, he said one afternoon after a rain-soaked session, it doesn't matter how young you are. Nathan wiped sweat from his brow, breathing hard. Then what does? Grayson's eyes didn't waver. What matters is growing at the right moment. Now, as the teams emerged onto the pitch, Elland Road erupted. Boom! Flags waving. Rain falling. Nathan stepped onto the grass and breathed it all in. The cold sting of drizzle. The roar of the crowd. The scent of damp earth and adrenaline. His heartbeat didn't race, it drummed. Marco jogged up beside him, rolling his neck. Tell me you're not nervous, he said. Nathan cracked a small smile. I'm not. Marco grinned. Liar. Let's go make history. Chapter 27. A 30-yard free kick. The thunder of the crowd was alive. Elland Road quivered with electricity. Flags danced like waves in a storm. Flares burned red in the distance. And the rhythm of tribal drums pulsed like a second heartbeat under the Yorkshire sky. Nathan Perry stood on the sideline, muscles taut, the blood in his veins humming with adrenaline. The world around him moved in swirls of color and motion. Arsenal's players warmed up in their corner. Bukayo Saka shared a laugh with Martinelli, their chemistry so effortless it looked choreographed. Declan Rice spoke in hushed, serious tones with Thomas Partey. Body language sharp, composed, battle-ready. And then there was Marino. He didn't move, didn't stretch, just stared cold and quiet at the Leeds goal like it was already his. Then, ding, you have 50 points. Would you like to unlock a random skill? Skill unlocked. Congratulations. You've acquired Robert Lewandowski finishing LV.1. Nathan blinked. A warm, tingling sensation passed through his limbs. Then his lips curled. This is going to be fun. Kickoff. The game exploded from the first whistle. The ball zipped left, then right. Leeds pressed early, but Arsenal's control was suffocating. They moved like a machine, each pass a piston, each touch oiled and precise. Minute 4. Martinelli received a switch on the left flank. Thud. He brought it down with his chest and tore down the line. One defender. Gone. Another tried to stop him. HAH. A flick. A shimmy. A blur of red. Martinelli left him spinning and cracked in a low cross. The ball skidded across the box. Cleared. But straight to Nathan. Cheers rose. Until Declan Rice slammed into him. Up. The contact was fair, the pressure overwhelming. Nathan stumbled. The ball slipped under his boot, spun free. Rice snatched it and surged forward. A whistle blew. Free kick. Arsenal. 30 yards out. A Leeds defender Gruaneth. Careful. Rice scored one like this against Madrid. Top bins. Nathan stood in place, jaw tight. He just got on the ball. He could have turned. Could have, no. Not could have. Should have. Declan Rice lined up his run. One step. Two. Crack. The shot tore through the air. Boom. Top corner. Net bulged. Goal. The stadium split open. Red smoke erupted from the Arsenal ultras. They screamed, roared, climbed over each other like animals in ecstasy. Declan Rice jogged to the corner flag, fist to the badge, expression ice cold. Arsenal Leeds 0. Nathan stood frozen. But Nathan's mind played the last few seconds again. That pressure, that stumble, his first real touch of the game, and he'd lost it. TCH. Chapter 28. A world-class goal. The rain didn't stop. It wasn't heavy, just persistent. A fine mist that clung to jerseys and blurred the floodlights above Elland Road. But it only made the tension feel heavier, like every pass dragged a bit more weight behind it. From the 10th to the 22nd minute, Leeds had tried. Nathan had tried. They pushed forward again and again, but Arsenal's midfield was an iron gate. Every time Leeds tried to build centrally, either Thomas Partey or Declan Rice snuffed it out with chilling precision. Thud. A tackle from Rice. Clack. A second touch steal by Partey. The ball barely stayed at Leeds' feet for 5 seconds in the middle third before it was swallowed. Nathan felt it. That creeping frustration, like running in a dream. Feet pumping, heart racing, but never getting closer. Minute 37. Leeds had just lost the ball again. McClellan swore under his breath. Their fullbacks were too slow to retreat. Suddenly, whap, Odegaard flicked the ball wide to Saka. Shit, watch him, Tyler Brown shouted, but it was too late. Saka turned on a dime, skipped past Carter like he wasn't even there, danced around Tyler Brown, and whipped in a devilish cross. Nathan had barely turned to watch when he heard the collective gasp. Thump. Marino flew. His forehead crashed into the ball like a bullet. Clang. It hit the crossbar. Shook it. The ball bounced out violently. A split-second blur of legs and mud. Brown cleared it. Nathan, already sprinting, caught the rebound and surged down the wing. His boots tore through the wet grass as he drove forward. I've got Lewandowski finishing. His eyes flicked toward the far end. The box seemed miles away, but it's useless unless I get in front of goal. He cut inside. Zinchenko hesitated. Nathan took advantage. He slid the ball to Leeds' right winger, bursting through the space. Now, let's go. Give it back. But just as the winger pushed it forward, crack. Thomas Partey stepped in like a phantom. The ball was gone. The chance dead. Nathan exhaled hard. Again. Minute 45. The fourth official raised the board. Plus 1 minute. One more breath. Just one. Arsenal passed it backward at first, probing. Leeds looked organized enough, but Rice saw it. A tiny misstep in their back line. And he punished it. Zip. A through ball. Perfect weight. Cutting through 3 defenders like a blade. Martinelli exploded into space. Shit. Someone tracked back. No one could catch him. He didn't even hesitate. 1 touch. 2. Cross into the box. Nathan's eyes widened as he turned. Marino again. He's going for it? No way. That angle. Swish. A bicycle kick. Boom. The sound of the connection echoed in the soaked stadium. Time slowed. The ball arced. Spun. Howa. It soared over Messlier's outstretched hands and slammed into the top corner of the net. Goal. The Emirates away fans were in hysterics. Smoke bombs, flags, shirts tossed in the air. It was a world-class goal. Marino landed on his back, arms spread, a calm smile on his face like it was just another day in the office. Leeds players looked stunned. Tyler Brown crouched, hands on his head. Carter just stared at the scoreboard. Nathan? He didn't move. He watched the replay on the stadium screen. Again and again. Every time the same result. 2-0. Right before halftime. He sat in the dressing room, a towel over his head, steam rising from soaked jerseys and boots around him. No one said anything for a while. Then Jamal broke the silence. They're not better than us everywhere. Grayson looked up. Go on. We're losing because we're trying to beat them where they're strongest. Rice and Party are reading us like a children's book. Nathan nodded slightly. They're walling off the middle, he murmured. Grayson pointed. Exactly. Jack McClellan leaned back. So what? Long balls and hope. No. Grayson's voice was sharp. He stood up, grabbed a marker, and drew on the board. Look here. Zinchenko is inverting constantly. He becomes a midfielder the moment they get the ball. They'll leave their left side open when we switch fast enough. He looked directly at Nathan. You've been pulling Ben White wide. Keep doing it. Drag him further. And then, you're not going to break through this team with brute force, Grayson said. You break them by ghosting in. Jamal's eyes widened. You mean? Grayson nodded. Third man runs. From deep. We send the ball right, drag them, and then bang. Nathan cuts through the middle like a knife. Jack nodded slowly. Can work, especially if they're caught watching. Chapter 29. Inches and Fire. Coach Grayson stood at the center of the room, his voice low but charged. I know who we're up against, he said, pacing in front of the whiteboard that had been wiped clean of tactics. Second in the Premier League. Champions League caliber. Odegaard, Rice. Yeah, I see the names too. He paused, locking eyes with his players one by one. But guess what? A beat of silence. They bleed the same as you. They breathe the same. They can lose too. Marco leaned forward, his jaw tight. Jack bounced one leg, silent, his fingers twitching around a water bottle. Jamal gave a quiet nod. You're real players, Grayson said firmly. Now go out there and prove it. Fight. Show us who you are. He stepped back, and the silence cracked. Let's go, Tyler roared. Nathan didn't shout. He stood, slowly, rolling his shoulders. His eyes were sharp, focused. He wasn't thinking about their names anymore. He was thinking about the space between them, the tiny windows of time, the gaps that only opened for a split second and vanished. Those inches would be his battlefield. 47th minute. Bukayo Saka took the ball on the right flank and did what he did best. Dribbled with arrogance and balance, hips swaying, boots gliding like they never touched the turf. He danced past Carter. TCH. Cross incoming. It zipped through the air like a whip. Whomp. Declan Rice met it first. One touch strike. The shot screamed across the box, barely missing the post. Nathan's eyes widened, heart in his throat, but no goal. Martinelli gathered the rebound at the edge of the area. He tried to cut inside, thud. Marco slammed into him with a perfectly timed challenge. Elland Road exploded. Yes, Marco. Jack screamed. Marco didn't celebrate. He was already on his feet. One pass. Nathan got it, took a touch. The defender closed in. He slid it to Tyler. Tyler didn't even blink. Returned it immediately. The timing was immaculate. Nathan was through. He was in a box. He saw the keeper. Saw the gap. Now. Boom. He struck it with everything. The net rippled Gua. No. The whistle cut through the stadium like a dagger. Flag up. Offside. The crowd gasped. Some groaned. A wave of disappointment rolled across Elland Road. Nathan stood frozen. The adrenaline hadn't left his bloodstream. His chest heaved. He looked at the screen. The replay. The camera zoomed in. A frame-by-frame breakdown. Half a foot. That's all. Half a foot ahead of the last man. Half a foot, Nathan whispered. He turned back. Tyler clapped him on the back, grinning. That was beautiful. Let's go, lads. We can keep this up. Marco came jogging past. Best move we've made all game. Even Jack jogged up. They're not perfect, mate. They blinked. Grayson's voice cut through the sideline chatter. That's the run. Nathan, keep making it. We're almost in. Nathan nodded. His chest still burned. But it wasn't from the sprint. It was the feeling that they were close. Chapter 30. Legendary Spirit Unlocked. 50th minute. Martinelli broke loose. Like a red comet, he surged down the left flank, ball glued to his feet, hips swaying, pace electric. TCH. Rapid toques. A blur of motion. He cut inside, eyes scanning for space, then crack. A brutal clash. His knee collided hard with the Leeds defender's thigh. An ugly, twisting fall. Martinelli hit the turf with a cry. Half. He clutched his leg, agony written all over his face. The stadium froze. The referee's whistle pierced the silence. Boy! Medical staff burst onto the pitch. Players from both sides stepped back, jaws clenched. Nathan stood near midfield, fists tightening at the sight. Marco muttered under his breath, Damn, that looked bad. Jack frowned. Could be ligaments. That's not a dive. Tyler exhaled, lips pursed. Doesn't matter who you support. That's not how you want to see someone go off. Grayson's jaw was set like stone on the sideline, eyes tracking every movement. Martinelli was stretchered off, hands covering his face. The announcement came a minute later. Substitution for Arsenal, Leandro Trossard replaces Gabriel Martinelli. Nathan's heart pounded, not from fear, but from the tightening awareness that even giants bled, and in their place came others just as dangerous. 52nd minute. Arsenal didn't hesitate. Thomas Partey, calm as ever, took possession near the center circle. One look, one elegant flick of the boot. Ha! A sublime through ball cut through Leeds' midfield like a surgeon's scalpel. Trossard was already sprinting into the gap. Track him, Marcos Chautif. But the Belgian winger moved like quicksilver. One touch, then another. He juked past the first defender with a body feint so smooth it made the crowd gasp. TCH. He tried the second, lost balance. But instead of forcing it, he adapted. A slick step back. A simple layoff. Odegaard. Ball at his feet. Eyes gleaming. No hesitation. He ghosted past Leeds' midfielder like he wasn't there. Nathan saw it unfolding like slow motion. Boom! Odegaard unleashed a thunderous strike from outside the box. It was perfect. No wind. No eswerve. Just raw, blistering speed. Humph! The ball screamed into the top left corner, beyond the keeper's reach. Go all! The stadium split in two. The Arsenal end erupted. The Leeds stands? Silent. Stone still. Shell-shocked. Scoorline, Arsenal 3-0 Leeds. Nathan stood frozen. Eyes locked on the ball in the net. His lungs burned. His chest tightened. Not from the running, but from the feeling. That sickening, helpless feeling. Of being behind. Of watching greatness, without answering it. The whistle blew for the restart, but it felt distant. A death knell. Leeds players looked to the ground. Some with hands on hips. Some not moving at all. Even Jack, usually the loudest, was quiet. But then, it started. Faint at first. One voice. Then a dozen. Then hundreds. Leeds. 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 They chanted. Not in joy, but in defiance. They refused to fall silent. The whole stadium, Elland Road, shook with it. Nathan blinked. The roar rising around him wasn't shame. It was fire. A reminder. They weren't dead yet. Marco stepped into the center circle, chest heaving. Don't give up, lads, he said. We can still restore our pride. Some nodded. Some didn't speak. But Nathan stepped forward. His eyes gleamed. Focused. Calm. Let me speak to them. Marco raised an eyebrow, but stepped aside. Nathan turned to his teammates. His voice rang clear, not loud, but sure. I want any ball inside the 18-yard box. He looked each one of them in the eye. Not begging. Not commanding. Just belief. Trust me, he said. I'll score. For a moment, there was stillness. Then Tyler grinned. I like that. Jamal gave a low chuckle. You better. Marco slapped Nathan's shoulder. All right then. We'll find you. Even Jack nodded. About time we put one past them. 59th minute. The tension hadn't cracked yet, but it trembled just beneath the surface. Leeds pressed higher. Harder. Marco surged through midfield like a man possessed. One shoulder drop, one sharp cut. He slipped past Thomas Partey. The Ghanaian caught flat-footed for the first time in the match. Up. TCH. A crisp touch forward. He fed it to Tyler Brown in stride. Tyler didn't hesitate. His first touch was already a through ball. SKRRT. The ball slid like a blade through the grass. Nathan read it instantly. He took off. Boots digging into the turf, arms pumping, breath shortening. He raced toward the pass like it held his last chance to breathe. Thump, thump, thump. The crowd roared, sensing the break. But standing between him and glory was one of the Premier League's finest walls, William Saliba. Nathan didn't slow down. He feinted left, then cut sharply right. A classic move. But, crack. Saliba didn't even flinch. He timed his foot perfectly, snapped the ball off Nathan's toes, and turned away like he was brushing dust off his shoulder. Shit. Nathan stumbled forward, hands clenched into fists. Damn it, damn it. His voice cracked with frustration, low and bitter. Why did I only get the finishing skill? His breath was ragged. I can't even reach the goal if I can't get past them. He looked back. Saliba was already recycling the ball calmly, not even looking at him anymore. To Saliba, that moment had meant nothing. But to Nathan, it was another stone sinking into his gut. Another echo of everything he feared. You're not enough. The match dragged on. 76th minute. Leeds had tried. God, they tried. But hope, that stubborn ember, had finally dimmed. Arsenal slowed the game, dictating pace like puppet masters. Trossard weaved through traffic like a ballet dancer with a blade. His cuts left defender spinning. Saka was even worse, laughing, flicking the ball over boots with cruel elegance. Boom! Boom! Two near misses. Saka struck the ball sweetly each time, but both flew just wide. Still, it didn't feel like mercy. It felt like warning shots. Nathan jogged back toward midfield, chest rising and falling with every breath. Around him, Jack, Tyler, Jamal, they were all running on fumes. Even Marco's legs, usually so light, looked heavy now. They were breaking. No, they were broken. 78th minute. It happened. Like lightning out of a clear sky. Odegaard danced past one, then two. The ball left his foot like a whisper. Straight to Saka. Nathan didn't even react. His legs moved, but his heart had slowed. He watched Saka take the ball and go. 1, 2, 3 players all turned to ghosts in his wake. Boom! A bolt from the heavens. The ball rocketed from Saka's boot. It screamed through the air. Clang! Off the top corner of the bar. Then straight down. Into the net. Goa Ale. 4-0. Elland Road was drowned. The Arsenal end exploded into a euphoric chorus. Saka sprinted to the corner flag, fists raised. The players mobbed him. Celebration. Joy. Confidence. Dominance. And on the other end of the pitch, Nathan stood alone. Not moving. Not even blinking. His arms dangled at his sides. He watched them. Watched the colors, the smiles, the songs. He didn't feel jealous. He felt disconnected. Like he didn't belong in this match. Like he wasn't really here. His teammates were silent. Some bent over, hands on knees. Some stare at the turf. No one said a word. And then, ding. Congratulations. The requirements to unlock a new system feature have been fulfilled. Loading. New system feature unlocked. Legendary Spirit Mode. Ding. You have 200 points. Would you like to unlock a random legendary spirit? Skill unlocked. Congratulations. You've acquired Spirit of Maradona. Chapter 31. The Legendary Spirit. The stadium was a thunderstorm of sound. Chanting, groaning, murmuring, all blended into one restless sea. But in Nathan's ears, it faded to silence. Before him hovered the translucent screen, its letters glowing like something out of myth. Spirit of Maradona, active. Duration, 30 minutes. Nathan read it once, then again, and then he smiled. A low chuckle slipped out. He looked toward the far end of the pitch where Arsenal players jogged back to position, high-fiving each other like the match was already sealed. Odegaard was grinning. Saka was bouncing on his heels, light and loose. Saliba gave Ben White a fist bump, cool as ever. Nathan's jaw tightened. I'll show you Arsenal, he whispered. I'll remind you who we are. 81st minute. The ball was with Leeds' backline. Grim, hesitant passes circled between the center backs. Men who looked like they were waiting to be devoured. That's when Nathan turned and ran back. Pass me the ball now, he shouted. The cry cracked across the pitch like a whip. Ben Simers hesitated. Here, just give it. The urgency in Nathan's voice cut through the fog. With one shaky touch, Ben rolled it toward him. Nathan received the ball, just inside Leeds' own half. And then, thump. One touch. Two. He looked up and began to run. Whoosh. The first Arsenal forward lunged. Nathan slipped past him with a feint so subtle it looked like he vanished. The second came pressing in, arms wide, trying to cut off the angle. TCH. Nathan dragged the ball across his body, dipped his shoulder, and swept past. Gasps echoed across the stadium. What the hell? That kid just cooked him. The Arsenal midfield scrambled. Declan Rice stepped forward, firm and fast. Nathan narrowed his eyes. And for a moment, just a moment, time slowed. He saw Rice's center of gravity tilt. He didn't think. He felt. With a flick of the ankle. Top. The ball shifted left. Rice reached. Too late. Nathan spun right and brushed past him like wind sliding past steel. Whoa! Now the crowd was rising, no longer divided by team. Now it was just people watching a fire spread across the pitch. Party came charging in with a slide. SKRRT. But Nathan leapt over it, one foot tucking under the other like a breakdancer mid-flip. He landed smoothly, never losing rhythm. His breathing was heavy but calm. His feet were alive. And his eyes, they were glowing. Commentators were losing their minds. He's going all the way. He's going all the damn way. Is that? No, it can't be. But the way he moves, he's got Maradona's ghost in him. Nathan crossed the halfway line. Now the defenders panicked. Saliba stepped up. Big. Fussed. Perfect timing. But Nathan didn't care. He pressed forward. Saliba jabbed a leg out. Nathan cut right, then immediately scooped the ball left. Whip. Gone. Saliba spoon. Confused. Why? Ben White sprinted over in desperation. Nathan barely touched the ball, just let it roll, then slid his boot behind it for a single touch. TCH. He glided past. Nothing wild, just smooth, like Jazz played with a football. And now, he was at the edge of the box, in front of goal. Nathan slowed. He lifted his head, and for a moment, time held its breath. Just 1 second. He saw the keeper's stance, the distance, the angle. Then he struck. Boom. A missile, straight from the soul. The ball tore through the air, curved beautifully, and slammed into the top right corner with violent grace. Thwack! The net rippled as if it had been punched by thunder. Goal! The stadium erupted. Even Arsenal fans stood in disbelief. Some of them clapped. Marco had his hands on his head, laughing like he couldn't believe it. And Nathan was on his knees, head tilted toward the sky. His chest rose and fell with every breath. Eyes wide. He didn't smile. Not yet. He just breathed. Let the moment pass through him. Let the fire cool. Let himself feel it. Score. Arsenal 4-1 Leeds. Leeds players stood taller, ran harder, looked each other in the eye again. Belief returned, not as hope, but as fire. The fans roared in unison. Leeds! 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 The chants came back with vengeance. Not as delusion, but as defiance. On the sideline, Grayson smiled for the first time in over an hour. That, he murmured, is what I've been waiting for. Nathan stood again. His teammates surrounded him, slapping his back, grabbing his shoulders, yelling his name. You madman. Bro, what even was that? That wasn't you. That was someone else. Nathan didn't reply right away. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling slightly. Not from fear, from energy, from the echo of something ancient. Guess I needed a little help, he muttered, almost to himself. Tyler leaned in, grinning. You gonna do that again? Nathan finally smiled. Wide, wild, alive. I'm just getting started. Elland Road was no longer silent. What had been still just 10 minutes ago now roared like a storm with nowhere to go. Nathan stood at the edge of the box, hands on his knees, chest rising and falling in waves. The ball had clanged against the post seconds ago, a sound that rang louder than thunder. TCH. So close. And yet, his smile stayed. He looked up, eyes glinting beneath sweat-soaked lashes. His grin wasn't frustration. It was fuel, pure fire. Marco jogged over, breathing hard. You nearly broke the post, mate. Nathan straightened. Next one goes in. Tyler ran past them both, shouting, back into shape. Press. They're rattled. Grayson barked orders from the sideline, but there was a different tone in his voice now. Urgency, not despair. The players weren't moving out of duty anymore. They were moving because they believed again. The scoreboard still said Arsenal 4-1 Leeds. But something deeper had changed. 87th minute. Odegaard tried to calm things. He slowed the tempo, pinging passes left and right. Trossard dropped deep, collected the ball, and threaded it towards Saka. Tap, tap, glide. Saka beat one man, then two. Leeds fans held their breath. Thud. Carter stopped him cold with a crunching slide tackle, perfectly timed. The ball rebounded to Jack. Jack didn't waste a second. He looked up, saw Marco already peeling off toward the left. Marco, he yelled in. Whoosh. The ball flew down the wing like a bullet. Marco caught it in stride, barely needing a touch. He glanced inside. Tyler was dragging his marker to the near post. But Nathan was drifting, not running like a striker, floating like a shadow. Saliba hesitated, wasn't sure whether to follow. That half-second of doubt was all it took. Marco drilled a low cross. Why he up? Nathan exploded forward. Boom. The shot came without hesitation. And, clang. Again, the same curse post. This time the right one. Elland Road screamed in unison, hands in their hair, voices cracking. Marco turned, disbelief in his eyes. You've had a personal vendetta with the posts, or something? Nathan just laughed again. They're warming up to me. Even Saliba looked at him now. Not like a kid to be brushed aside, but like a threat. A real one. Chapter 32, A Real Wonder Kid. Nah Athen. Nah Athen. Nah Athen. The chant thundered across Elland Road like rolling waves crashing against the cliffs. It wasn't just noise. It was something deeper, defiant, raw, alive. The kind of roar that pulled a boy out of despair and reminded him he still mattered. Nathan stood near the corner flag, chest heaving, hair matted to his forehead with sweat. His eyes were wide, Not with disappointment, but with something new. Pride. He had just missed. Missed again. A beautiful lofted ball from Marco. Perfectly timed, perfectly weighted. He had been one-on-one. All the space, all the time, and still the lob had drifted just wide. Inches. But instead of silence or groans, came this. A stadium screaming his name like he'd already won something. He turned slowly, letting it wash over him. So this is what belief sounds like. Tyler jogged over, panting. You almost chipped Ramsdale. You madman. Nathan cracked a grin, eyes still on the crowd. Maybe. Tyler laughed, voice hoarse. Next time, bury it. No mercy. Plus 1 minute in injury time. The corner flag rippled in the breeze as Marco placed the ball down with trembling fingers. His shirt clung to his back, soaked, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Across the pitch, the sea of white and red churned like a living organism. Some fans were biting their nails, others screaming instructions, others frozen with hands over their mouths. Nathan jogged toward the penalty area, sweat dripping from his chin. He didn't feel tired. Not anymore. His legs burned, yes, and his lungs ached, but beneath it all, something surged inside him. Is this adrenaline? He wondered. No, this was more than that. It was something deeper. Morodo no, not exactly. This was his. Marco. Near post high. Nathan shouted, cutting through the chaos. Marco gave the faintest nod, then raised his arm. The whistle of wind. The roar of the crowd. The thunder of footsteps in the box. Whoosh. Marco struck the ball, clean, spinning, slicing through the air like a guided missile. Boom. Bodies crashed together in the box. Jerseys tugged. Arms flailed. Saliba jumped. Cooper leapt. But rising above them all was Nathan. He timed it perfectly, a ghost slipping through the cracks of reality. Thud. The ball connected with his forehead with a sickening smack. His neck snapped forward, straight down the center. The ball hurtled toward goal like a comet. The goalkeeper reacted on instinct. Smack. He punched it away. Ah! The collective scream of thousands filled the Emirates as the ball ricocheted off the keeper's gloves and fell, chaotically, to the edge of the box. Tyler Brown was there. Crack. He hit first time low and hard. It struck the shin of an Arsenal defender. Clink. And spun out wide for a throw-in. And then, Tweety, the final whistle. The sound echoed like a gunshot across the stadium. Arsenal feia to Leeds. But for a moment, nobody moved. Then came the applause. It started softly, hesitant, from the Leeds supporters who had traveled miles, soaked in rain, humiliated by the scoreline, but lifted by something else entirely. Then it spread, even among the Arsenal faithful, who had seen legends grace this pitch. Hands began to clap. Slowly, respectfully, genuinely. Na Athen. The chant thundered down from the away end. Na Athen. Na Athen. He stood there, chest heaving, staring at the grass beneath his boots. His hair matted to his forehead, his knees bruised, his limbs screaming. But in his eyes there was fire. Nathan lifted his head. The floodlights above seemed almost holy, bathing the pitch in a divine glow. The chants of his name washed over him, not like praise, but like recognition. He looked over at Marco, who was kneeling on the pitch, panting, but smiling, shaking his head in disbelief. The final whistle had long blown, but the echoes of the crowd still rang in Nathan's ears. Na Athen, Na Athen. He could still feel it, the rhythm of their chants pulsing in his chest like a second heartbeat. As he stepped through the tunnel into the away locker room at the Emirates, sweat dripping from his brow, his legs burning with exhaustion, he half expected silence. After all, they had lost. 4-1. On paper, it wasn't close. But the moment the door closed behind him, thud. Tyler Brown leapt onto Nathan's back like an overexcited kid, arms around his shoulders. Man, you did it. You brought hope back to the entire team. TCH. Nathan laughed, shaking his head as he straightened up. Pretty sure we still lost. Lost the score, yeah, Marco said, tossing his boots into his bag. But we didn't lose the crowd. Or ourselves. All around the room, the air buzzed, not with shame, not with regret, but with something different, something brighter. Grayson entered with a towel draped over his shoulder and a rare smile tugging at his usually hard-set face. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. We lost, he said, his voice low but clear. Yes, but today, we learned we can stand toe-to-toe with anyone. Thank you, Nathan. A few players clapped. Then suddenly, Ellis shouted from the bench, Oi, oi, look at this. He held up his phone, turned the screen to everyone, and there it was. Nathan's goal. That flash of genius. The replay showed him spinning past Saliba like a phantom, cutting in, slicing through Arsenal's defense. Then that savage left-footed drive into the top corner. Boom. The locker room exploded. Holy sh*t. I still can't believe he scored that. Bro, you cooked him alive. I swear I heard Saliba apologize mid-dribble. Laughter. Applause. And amid it all, Nathan sat quietly, drying his hair, a half-smile curling at the edge of his lips. He wasn't used to this. Not really. Not the praise. Not the spotlight. But it felt good. Not because of the attention, but because he'd earned it. On his terms. This is just the beginning, he said, voice calm but laced with steel. I'm hungrier than ever. The room fell quiet for a beat. Then Tyler grinned. Damn right. Sky Sports, match reactions. Did you see what Nathan Perry did against Arsenal? Who is this kid? That goal? That footwork? Reminded me of a young Hazard. No, even more raw. This kid's got something special. BBC, match of the day. A goal that might be one of the best this season. Not just in the championship, but in all of English football. Nathan Perry. Remember the name. 442 magazine. Maradona in the body of a young man from Leeds. A full-page headline with Nathan mid-dribble, eyes alight, mouth curled in defiance. The article beneath, it detailed every movement, every feint, every glimmer of genius that had shaken the Emirates. Madrid, Spain, Real Madrid headquarters. Inside a quiet office overlooking the Santiago Bernabeu, a senior club director leaned back in his leather chair. His fingers steepled, eyes fixed on the paused image of Nathan's goal on a massive screen. He pressed a button. Click. The play resumed. Nathan beat Saliba, curled the ball in perfection. Click. Pause again. Seems like there's a real wonder kid in the championship, the director murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Keep an eye on this boy. His assistant nodded without a word. They both knew what this meant. Manchester, England, Carrington training ground. Inside a sleek, glass-paneled meeting room, laughter bounced off the walls. 60 million euros? A Manchester United executive scoffed. I'd pay that right now. He turned to his staff with a grin. He's better than Garnacho. And don't look at me like that. I mean it. One of the scouts muttered his balance, his speed, and the way he sees space, like he's already 2 passes ahead. The head of recruitment leaned forward. Contact Leeds. Quietly, back in the Leeds locker room. The celebration had simmered down. Most of the players had changed, a few already heading to the media zone. Nathan stayed behind, tying his shoes slowly, lost in thought. His fingers moved, but his mind lingered on the pitch, on the crowd, on that moment where he felt alive. He remembered the look on Saliba's face, surprise, maybe even fear. The Arsenal keeper diving in vain. The fans screaming. The pulse in his ears, the fire in his lungs. It wasn't just the goal. It was everything. He stood up, slung his bag over his shoulder, and started walking toward the tunnel. Grayson passed him by the door. Perry. Nathan paused. Coach. Grayson looked him over, then said with a smirk, try to sleep tonight. You just made a lot of powerful people nervous. Nathan chuckled. Good. Let them worry. Later that night, the hotel room was quiet. Nathan sat by the window, the city lights of London sprawling beneath him. His phone buzzed every few seconds. Twitter notifications, Instagram tags, clips, edits, fan messages, articles, rumors. He ignored them all. Instead, he watched the reflection in the glass. A boy who had finally stepped out of someone else's shadow and into his own legend. Somewhere deep inside, he could feel it again, that strange sensation, that flicker from the system that had awakened within him during the match. The spirit of Maradona. It hadn't faded. If anything, it felt stronger. He touched his chest. There was no notification, no pop-up screen, just heat. Chapter 33, the final climb. After 3 months. Thud. Crack. Whoosh. A ball sailed into the top corner of the net. Another training session. Another moment of brilliance. The camera of time sped up, match after match flashing by in rapid, breathless succession. Nathan Perry cutting inside and curling one into the far post. Boom. Tyler Brown crashing through 2 defenders with a thundering run. Thud. Marco slipping passes through tight channels like a magician dealing cards. Flick. Snap. Each goal was followed by roars, high fives, and chest bumps. Smiles cracked wide. Hugs lasted a heartbeat longer. The chemistry? Real. The fire? Lit. Leeds were flying. In those 3 months, everything changed. They were no longer the punchline of the championship. No longer the team with potential and excuses. They were predators now, hungry, sharp, and dangerous. And at the heart of it all was Nathan Perry. In Coach Grayson's office, the air was thick with quiet tension. A large whiteboard filled the wall, scrawled with tactical notes and red marker arrows that looped like storm patterns. Amidst the chaos, one thing stood out. A poster, pinned dead center. Remaining 5 matches. The dream is real. Grayson stood still, arms crossed, staring at the league table displayed on his laptop screen. First, Leicester City, 88 points. Second, Norwich City, 84 points. Third, Leeds United, 82 points. TCH, just 6 points. 3 teams, 5 matches to decide everything. That night, in a small room above the city of Leeds, Nathan sat alone. The walls around him were filled with scribbled notes, newspaper clippings, and torn tactical diagrams. On his desk sat the worn-out pair of boots he'd scored his first senior goal in. He hadn't thrown them away. His eyes locked on his tablet screen. The league table stared back. 6 points, he muttered. Just 6. The glow from the screen cast long shadows across his face. His jaw was tight, his heart hammering beneath his chest like a drum of war. Bottom, bottom, bottom. He leaned back, closed his eyes for a moment, and whispered, I was born for this moment. I won't waste it. Crack, thud, snap. The next morning, Thorpe Arch training ground erupted with noise. Boots pounded the grass. Balls flew across cones. Breathless yells rang out as players pushed each other in every drill. Again, again. Coach Grayson barked, his voice sharp as steel. There's no room for mistakes now. Sweat poured like rain. Muscles ached, but no one slowed down. Nathan dashed through defenders, cut left, and unleashed a missile into the corner. Boom. Tyler shouted behind him, laughing through his gasps. You trying to break the net or what? Marco tossed him a bottle and grinned. If the net survives, the keeper won't. Laughter broke out. Tension cracked open, briefly. But underneath it all, they knew. 5 games. Every point mattered now. Every pass. Every run. Every inch. Outside the training ground, the buzz had grown louder. On forums, in pubs, on late-night call-in shows, the talk had turned serious. Leeds might actually do it. Nathan Perry. He's leading them like a captain, even though he's just a kid. Feels like old Leeds. The hunger, the grit. I haven't seen that in years. Some fans still hesitated, scar tissue from seasons past. But others? They believed. And belief is a dangerous thing. Sky Sports. Evening broadcast. Clips played in fast succession. Nathan's wonder goal against Arsenal, his 2-assist game against Middlesbrough, and the curling shot that beat Stoke in the 89th minute. The host leaned in. Is it too early to call him the breakout star of the season? I mean, that goal tally, those performances, not just the stats, said another analyst. It's how he moves, how he lifts the entire team. There's something different about this kid. Thrum, thrum, thrum. The steady hum of the team bus rolled like a heartbeat, growing louder as it pushed through the river of fans outside. Leeds, Leeds, Leeds. Voices clashed in the air, thunderous and raw, shaking the very streets of Burnley. Flags waved. Flares burst red in the dusk. Faces, painted, drunk with belief, lined the sidewalks. Hands slapped the side of the bus, as if trying to send their energy straight into the players' veins. Nathan Perry sat at the very back. His hood was up. One leg bounced, restless. A low buzz of adrenaline simmered beneath his skin, waiting to boil over. He pulled out his phone. A familiar clip loaded instantly, the goal against Arsenal. He watched it again, and again, the moment the ball left his boot. The swerve, the crowd's roar, the way time had slowed, just enough for him to feel it. Click. He locked the screen. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He whispered to himself, voice low, fierce, tonight, I'll do something even greater. Thud. Security pushed the fans back. Cameras flashed like lightning. Commentators leaned over railings, recording footage, whispering predictions. Nathan Perry, closing in on the golden boot. Can he make the leap tonight? The turf at Turf Moor was soaked in tension. A heavy sky loomed above, gray, watching, waiting. Inside the away locker room, the atmosphere was silent. No jokes, no banter, just focus, the kind of stillness that only arrived before battles. The players sat, some hunched forward, others leaned back, heads tilted to the ceiling, breathing slow, as if visualizing every run, every tackle, every inch. Nathan sat alone, his elbows on his knees, phone in hand. Top scorers list. Patson Daka, 22. Josh Sargent, 19. Nathan Perry, 18. TCH, he exhaled, barely audible. His eyes didn't leave the numbers. 3 goals away. He murmured, voice quiet but razor sharp. But I don't just want a top spot. I want to be seen. I want the Giants to watch. Clubs like Real Madrid, Manchester United, Barcelona. The names whispered in headlines, floating like promises. He didn't want to fade away in the shadows. He wanted the world to look. A hand clapped his shoulder, firm, warm. Tyler Brown, his best friend and the team's heartbeat, grinned down at him. Burnley's tough, he said, voice calm but iron beneath. But we're tougher. We got your back, magician. Nathan's lips curved into a smirk. He stood, stretching the stiffness from his spine, and looked around the room. The team watched him. Marco, arms crossed with that cool, unreadable stare. Osei, bouncing on his toes, eyes gleaming. Even Coach Grayson, stone-faced and silent. Nathan took a deep breath. Today, he said clearly, I'll give everything I've got. To take one more step. Toward the top. Toward the Giants. Chapter 34. A Dream Boy. Ding. The sound echoed inside Nathan's mind like a bell tolling fate. Random skill activated. Congratulations. You've acquired, dribbling, manhwa-style. A second of silence. Then a laugh. Quiet, dry, amused. Nathan stood in the tunnel. Eyes forward, heartbeat steady, yet a sly smile curled at the corner of his lips. Manhwa, he muttered under his breath. He's the best my age right now, no doubt. He cracked his neck, rolled his shoulders. But I'll be better. The tunnel ahead led into a deafening roar. Elland Road was a cauldron, flags waving, scarves twirling, thousands chanting in unison. Leeds, Leeds, Leeds. The kind of sound that didn't just fill the air, it shook it. Tyler Brown glanced over. What's with that stupid grin? Nathan didn't answer. He just stepped forward, boots echoing with every stride. The lights hit his face as they emerged into the open. A wall of noise exploded. This was it. Won the final 5. Home ground. Burnley again. No excuses. No mercy. Do or die. Whistle. Kickoff. Burnley came out snarling. They weren't here to admire the Leeds form. They were here to ruin it. Minute 7. Burnley broke through on the right. Their wingers zipped past Harlan, cracked a low cross into the box, smack. A tough angle shot. Keeper dived. Thud. Saved. Spilled. Osei scrambled and hoofed it clear. Wake up, he barked. They're coming with blood. Nathan didn't need the reminder. His eyes were already burning, scanning Burnley's shape, the angles, the gaps. He could feel it, the activation humming just under his skin. Manhwa's touch, his rhythm, his fearless improvisation. It wasn't a full takeover, but it was an edge. Minute 15. Tyler intercepted a lazy pass near the halfway line. Boom. He charged through midfield, defender scrambling. Nate, he shouted. Nathan stepped into space. Ball rolled his way. Talp. One touch. Then another. The first Burnley defender lunged in, whoosh. Missed. Nathan glided left, flicked right, the ball dancing like it was alive. Oh, I mark him! Someone screamed from the Burnley bench. Too late. He slalomed past the second defender, cut inside the box. Time slowed. Then curve a low cross across the face of goal. Snap. Leeds left winger slid in. Ping. Off the post. The fans groaned. Tyler slapped the turf in frustration. So damn close. Nathan jogged back, exhaling slowly. He wasn't upset. Not yet. The rhythm was coming. He could feel it building. Minute 24. Burnley earned a corner. Nate back post. Marco called. Everyone marked up. Breath held. Ball whipped in, curling viciously toward the far post. Thump. Burnley's tall striker leapt high, above everyone. Crack. Header. Goal. 0-1. Silence. A ripple of disbelief. The away fans roared. A dagger in the chest. Burnley players sprinted to the corner, celebrating like they'd won the cup. Nathan stood frozen for a heartbeat. Not in shock, but in stillness. Processing. Breathing. Around him, shoulders slumped. Heads lowered. Then his voice rang out. Loud, clear, cutting through the weight in the air. We won't lose here. He turned, fire blazing in his eyes. Not on our home ground. Tyler straightened. Marco cracked his neck. Even Coach Grayson on the touchline gave a rare nod. Something shifted. Leeds pressed higher. Harder. Minute 33. The ball zipped across the slick turf and landed at Nathan's feet, deep in enemy territory. 3 Burnley defenders surged toward him like a closing wall. But Nathan didn't flinch. Tap. A light touch to his left. Tap tap. A quick bounce to the right, then a sudden feint. His hips shifted like water, eyes full of mischief. Too late. Whoosh. Nathan flicked the ball through the legs of the first, nutmeg, before spinning past the second with a lightning shimmy. Come on, the crowd roared. The third defender lunged in with a desperate slide. Nathan stopped dead, then exploded forward. Boom. He shot from outside the box, a thunderbolt arcing through the air like it had a mission. Boom. Ghoul. The net rippled violently. The stadium exploded. Leeds won, Burnley won. The roar shook Elland Road to its bones. Nathan turned, fists raised high. Rain misted his face, hair soaked, eyes blazing. He yelled to the fans, voice slicing through the chaos. We're here to rise. Hear our roar. The camera panned in, catching every detail. The veins in his neck, the snarl in his voice, the glint in his eyes. This wasn't the boy who entered the academy under a long shadow. This was the boy becoming a storm. Minute 44. Burnley were rattled now. Nervous touches, rushed clearances. Marco received the ball at the halfway line and spotted Nathan hovering at the edge of the final third. Nate! A pass zipped in. Nathan stopped it dead with the softest of touches, his body turned sideways, eyes already scanning. A defender closed in. Nathan slowed, danced, hesitated. Talp. Right foot. Talp talp. Left foot. Like a whisper, like a hum, dribbling in the rhythm of La Yamal. Then suddenly, zoom! He exploded forward, past the first man, slipped between two more with a body feint so smooth it looked choreographed. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He took one more touch inside and pulled the trigger. Crack! Another rocket. Ghoul. His second of the night. Leeds 2, Burnley 1. The stadium couldn't hold its joy anymore. Fans leapt, strangers hugged, scars flew. Nathan ran to the corner flag, dropped to one knee, head bowed, arms wide like wings. Tyler caught up, ruffled his hair. Show off. Nathan laughed, free and raw. But inside, something flickered. This wasn't just about goals. It was about proving who he was becoming. Halftime. Inside the tunnel, the players buzzed. Water bottles popped open, cleats stomped on tile, breath fogged the chilled air. Coach Grayson grabbed Nathan by the shoulders. You're on fire tonight. Keep that flame burning. Nathan nodded, heart pounding. But his eyes were calm now, focused. Tyler leaned in. You all right? Nathan wiped his face with a towel. Yeah. Then, quietly. I don't want to stop. Second half. Burnley came out swinging. Their press was tighter. Tackles rougher. Midfield battles turned into little wars. Minute 51. Osei cleared a dangerous cross. Minute 58. Marco took a crunching tackle, but stood up shaking it off. Leeds held firm, but they needed one more punch to finish the job. Minute 68. A loose pass in midfield. Tyler snapped onto it, stole it with a crunching slide. Scrape. He stood up, ball at his feet, and turned sharply. Nathan was already moving. The pass came hot and low. Nathan took one touch, another to steady. Then he looked up, just for a second. Dribble. A faint shimmy. Defender wrong-footed. Another. Space opened. Boom. Shot fired like a cannonball. The keeper dived, fingertips brushed it, clang. Off the post. Ugh. The stadium groaned in one breath. Nathan dropped to his knees, hands on his head. That close. He muttered. But deep down, a different fire lit up. He wasn't afraid anymore. He was hungry. Minute 79. Burnley earned a corner after a deflected cross. Watch the back post. Marcos Chautif. Too late. Crack. Burnley's striker soared above everyone and buried the header. Goal. 2-2. Silence hit like a punch to the stomach. Burnley's bench erupted. Their fans chanted. Momentum threatened to shift. Nathan stood at the center circle, chewing on his bottom lip, jaw clenched. Tyler walked up beside him. We're not ending like this, he said. Nathan didn't answer. He just nodded once. Then whispered, we finish it. Minute 88. Midfield chaos. Burnley tried to play it safe, but Leeds pressed high, relentless. Osei intercepted. Quick pass to Tyler. Tyler spotted the lane, sent the ball forward. Nathan checked his shoulder. Received. Now it was just him in the game. One defender. Then another. Dribble. Talp. Accelerate. A third came flying in. Nathan ducked, burst forward, chopped inside. Whoosh. A fourth slid in hard. Crash. Nathan went down. The whistle blew. Penalty. Elland Road shook to life again. Burnley's players surrounded the ref. What? That was soft. No way. He dove. But the ref pointed to the spot, unfazed. The stadium held its breath. Nathan stepped forward. Crowd silenced. Rain drizzled harder now. The penalty box shimmered under the floodlights. He placed the ball. Exhaled. It wasn't just a penalty. It was a statement. He stared down the keeper. No tricks. No hesitation. Just belief. He ran up. Thud. Goal. Hat trick. Leeds 3, Burnley 2. The stadium exploded again. Nathan turned, arms wide, and this time, it wasn't just the team celebrating. They lifted him. Marco and Ose grabbed his arms, hoisted him high on his shoulders. Around him, the crowd chanted louder than ever. Nathan to the Premier League. Nathan to Madrid. Nathan. 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 Up in the stands, scouts murmured to one another, furiously scribbling notes. On the sidelines, Coach Grayson just smiled quietly, hands in pockets. Full time. Leeds 3, Burnley 2. Chapter 35, The Fearsome Skill. After 2 weeks, rain fell like static from a gray sky, hissing as it met the floodlights above Elland Road. Beneath them, 30,000 hearts thumped in nervous unison. The pitch shimmered, slick and ready for war. This wasn't just any night. This was one of 3. Leeds United. 3 matches from destiny. And, at the heart of it all, Nathan Perry. The locker room pulsed with an electric tension. You could feel in the way Marco paced like a caged lion, how Tyler sharpened his studs against the floor with short, impatient scrapes, and how every pair of eyes kept darting, consciously or not, toward the young boy seated at the far end. Nathan. Hood pulled up. Head low. Silence heavy. But then, ding, a familiar sound only he could hear. Random skill activated. Congratulations. You've acquired shooting Erling Haaland style. Nathan's gaze sharpened instantly. He rose without a word, slow and steady, like a soldier summoned. His fingers tightened his boots, one lace at a time. He muttered, calm but electric with fire, Haaland shots? Perfect. Then louder, eyes burning into the door. Ready, Sheffield? It's storm time. The air at Elland Road was thick with anticipation, not anxiety, not anymore. Not since Nathan Perry started rewriting the story of the season with his boots. This wasn't a boy finding his way. This was a storm breaking loose. And Sheffield United were standing in the eye of it. The whistle blew, pwee. From the kickoff, it was chaos. No feeling out period. No slow build. Just pressure. Sheffield played a high line, eager to catch Leeds on the counter. But Leeds wasn't waiting to be invited. Minute 4. Tyler challenged a loose ball in midfield, thud. A hard shoulder into his marker. He stumbled, regained, and lofted it over the top in one smooth motion. Nathan was already gone. The ball dropped from the gray sky like a fireball. Nathan adjusted under it, muscles coiled. THMP. Chest control. Tap. One touch to shift the ball out of his feet. Then boom. He struck it clean. No hesitation. 30 yards out. The sound echoed like a whip crack in the rain. Crack. Goal. Top bins. The keeper flailed helplessly. The crowd exploded. WAHHH. The commentator on Sky Sports nearly swallowed his mic. My God, a true Haaland-style strike. 1-0 Leeds. Nathan didn't even smile as he jogged back. He tapped his chest twice. His expression unreadable. Tyler grinned and slapped his back. Boy, Perry, you been possessed or what? Nathan's voice was low. Calm. I told you. It's storm time. Minute 19. Leeds left back, Liam Davies, received a ball under pressure near the touchline. He didn't panic. Thwack. He launched a deep diagonal ball. Nathan saw it before the defenders did. He exploded forward, boom, shoulder to shoulder with the last man. His speed was unnatural. Unfair. He reached the ball first. Let it drop. Then whap. A volley. No bounce. No mercy. Goal. 2-0 Leeds. Elland Road detonated. It's not just a hat trick incoming. This is a Nathan Perry hurricane. He raised 2 fingers to the sky as teammates mobbed him. Marco, panting beside him, said, You know, I'm getting jealous. Pass once in a while, yeah. Nathan laughed softly, but his eyes stayed forward. No celebration. Just hunger. Inside, he felt it, the click. The Haaland-style shooting wasn't just physical. It had intent. It had rage. A brutal, simple command. Seagull. Destroy it. And Nathan obeyed. Minute 32. Sheffield tried to settle. They passed side to side, probing. But Leeds' press was relentless. Captain Graham snarled orders from the back line. Every lane closed. THMP. Interception. Clack. Block shot. TCH. Clearance. Nathan didn't touch the ball for 5 minutes. but he stood at the halfway line like a loaded gun, waiting to be fired. Second half. Minute 51. Marco intercepted a soft pass and turned instantly. He spotted Tyler at his right. Tap. Tyler didn't look. He already knew where Nathan was. A diagonal slide pass. Surgical. Nathan turned on the gas. Boom, boom, boom. Each stride, cutting ground like a sprinting cheetah. The keeper rushed out, arms wide, eyes wild. Nathan flicked it past him with a touch so delicate it looked arrogant. Then, tap. A calm finish into the empty net. Goal. Hat trick. 25 goals this season. Level with the elite. Ahead of expectations. He jogged toward the corner flag this time, arms raised. The stadium screens lit up with his face. A star, drenched in sweat and ambition. From academy boy to front-page star, Nathan is the championship's brightest light. Commentators raved. Pundits gasped. Scouts scribbled. But in Nathan's mind, it wasn't enough. He hadn't felt it yet. The goal that would shake his own foundation. The one that said, "Yes, I've arrived." Not yet. Minute 79. Sheffield finally struck. A rebound, a lucky flick, a low drive. Their striker slotted it past the Leeds keeper. 3-1. A flicker of tension returned. But Nathan didn't flinch. He walked calmly back to the center circle. Tyler leaned close. "You know what you gotta do?" Nathan whispered, "Yeah. Finish them." Minute 86. Marco threaded another pass down the line. Nathan was on it like lightning. He turned inside, danced past one. A second defender tried to clip him. TCH. Nathan spun away. Enter the box. A third player lunged. But Nathan shifted the ball left with a fluid snap of the ankle. The space opened. He didn't smash it. He placed it. Low. Precise. The ball skimmed the grass like a bullet. A SKRT thud. Bottom corner. Goal. Super hat trick. Leads 4-1 Sheffield. The crowd became a living thing, screaming, chanting, pulsing. Nathan. 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 Commentator. For goals. For different styles. And not one wasted motion. He's not just playing. He's ascending. Final whistle. Pwee. Leeds players dropped to their knees in joy. Fans waved scarves and flags and fists in the air. Nathan looked around the pitch like he'd seen it in a dream before. Tyler jogged over, panting. "That was unreal, bro." Nathan wiped sweat from his brow. "Still 2 games. Tyler snorted. "Let us breathe, man." But Nathan's eyes were already on the tunnel. On the next war. He walked off slowly, acknowledging the crowd with one raised arm. The rain kissed his skin. The lights glistened in his hair. Every step felt heavier now. Not with fear, with expectation. The kind that crushes most. But Nathan? He was learning to breathe under the weight. Elland Road had never been louder. The final whistle against Sheffield was still echoing through Leeds' bones, but the table didn't care about echoes. It only cared about numbers. Leicester, 93. Leeds, 91. Norwich, 88. And now, 2 matches left. Every pass, every sprint, every breath, it all meant more than it ever had. Nathan stood under the floodlights that night, after training, long after his teammates had gone. Sweat clung to his neck like dew. The sky above streaked with dying orange and violet. He didn't blink. He whispered, 2 games left. Anything is possible. The wind stirred. Somewhere deep inside, something stirred louder. The next morning, headlines across England. Nathan Perry leads the Golden Boot race with 26 goals at 17. From prodigy to powerhouse, Leeds number 11 is rewriting the league. He shoots like Holland, but the spirit? That's Messi's. The promotion race. Can Leeds go all the way? Pundits debated. Scouts flocked. Fans argued. But within the Leeds camp, the talk was short and sharp. Sunderland awaited. 5th in the table. Fighting to stay in the playoff zone. Desperate. Dangerous. And Nathan could feel it in his blood. The tension of a predator hunting another. Match day, Leeds locker room. The atmosphere buzzed. Not nervous. Just tight. Controlled. Marco stood near the whiteboard. Arms crossed. Voice sharp and deliberate. Sunderland isn't here to shake our hands. They'll scrap. They'll claw. They'll throw everything they've got to stop us. His eyes swept across the room. We need every one of you. Captain Grayson smacked his gloves together. It's not just about heart now. It's about clarity. Don't overthink. Trust each other. Then his gaze settled on Nathan, who was calmly tying his laces. You've been unstoppable, Perry. You ready to break them again? Nathan smirked, standing. Nope. A few players blinked. Then Nathan chuckled, rolling his shoulders. Not break. Build. I'm not scoring today. Ding. System notification. Random skill activated. Congratulations. You've acquired. Crossing, Trent Alexander-Arnold style. Nathan's eyes narrowed slightly. The feeling surged through his limbs like lightning. His mind saw new angles, new curves, new visions of how to bend a ball like it had a mind of its own. He smiled. Arnold, huh? Brilliant. He looked up, eyes gleaming. I won't score today. I'll create. Kickoff, Stadium of Light, Sunderland. Chapter 36, Fighting to the Final Breath. Kickoff. The ball rolled, and Sunderland came like wolves, fast, direct, hungry. Right from the first whistle, they pressed like men possessed. Boom. A crunching tackle in midfield. Tyler just barely got his foot out in time. Thud. A loose pass zipped across the grass, forcing Graham into a desperate clearance. The crowd at the Stadium of Light roared. The home fans felt blood in the water. Marco growled under his breath. They're rabid today. Nathan didn't reply. He was already scanning the pitch, calculating the angles, the space behind the fullbacks, the weight of the wind against the ball. His mind wasn't just playing football. It was mapping war zones. Minute 13. Sunderland broke through on the right flank. Their winger beat Luke clean, cut inside, laid it off, crack. A thundering shot exploded toward the far corner. The sound of the ball hitting the post echoed like a cannon blast. Clang. It rattled the woodwork and bounced away. Huh. Leeds breathed out as one. Close one. Graham barked, pointing fingers. Where's the damn cover? Tyler gritted his teeth. Wake up, lads, or we're getting buried. Nathan didn't say a word, but his jaw clenched. This wasn't going to be a walk. Minute 22. A mistimed pass. A flick. A misstep. Suddenly, Marco poked the ball forward to Nathan, who burst down the wing like he'd been fired from a slingshot. Whoosh. One defender tried to close him down. TCH. Too slow. Nathan's foot danced over the ball. Step over, shift, glide. He looked up. He didn't see Marco. He saw the run Marco was about to make. With perfect timing, whip, a curling, bending, devilish cross bent over the back line. Marco surged in, forehead crashing into the ball, boom, goal. 1-0 Leeds. The away fans erupted. Nathan delivers like the real Trent, one commentator shouted, nearly dropping his headset. Nathan didn't celebrate, just lifted one finger in the air as Marco ran past him, pointing back. Chef's kiss, my friend. That was gorgeous. Tyler jogged over, slapping his shoulder. Told you. You're more dangerous without the shot. Nathan gave a half smile. There's more to come. But football never lets you stay smug for long. Minute 34. Leeds grew sloppy. A lazy clearance. A poor trap. And Sunderland pounced. Crack. One pass split the back line. Top. Shot. Net. 1-1. Just like that. The stadium erupted. Nathan turned, jaw tightening. He could feel the momentum shifting. TCH. Marco punched the air in frustration. We just gave that to them. Coach Perry on the sideline threw his water bottle down. Halftime. Locker room. Silence at first. Then smack. Coach Grayson slapped the whiteboard with his palm. We're throwing away points. Do you know what's at stake? This isn't youth league. He paced like a caged lion. Focus. Structure. You don't need to be magicians. Just do your jobs. Play with purpose. His eyes landed on Nathan last. Perry. Nathan stood up straighter. I want two things from you. Vision and discipline. Got it. Nathan nodded once. Got it. Second half, minute 56. The game was tight again. Both sides clawing, biting, sprinting into space, and smashing into each other with brutal intensity. Leeds pushed forward. Tyler spotted Nathan open on the right. Thud. A driven pass. Nathan received it cleanly, stopping it with the softest touch. One-on-one with a defender. He didn't rush. He waited. Waited until the defender shifted his weight just slightly. Then he bent the ball. Why up? It swerved viciously toward the box. Bang. Header. Clang. Off the crossbar. The goal shivered. The crowd groaned. Aya. Marco howled, smacking the post in frustration. Nathan clenched his fists. So close. So cruel. Minute 63. Sunderland punished them again. A switch of play, a clever overlap, a pinpoint cross into the 6-yard box, tap in. 14 Sunderland. The stadium exploded. Graham threw his hands in the air. Come on, where the hell's the tracking? Tyler knelt, fists pounding the ground. Nathan stood near the halfway line, breathing heavy, chest rising and falling. His hands clapped together loudly. Clap, clap, clap. No time for tears. He barked, voice sharp, cutting through the haze. Time for killer passes. Minute 72. The pitch trembled under boots. Leeds surged. Tyler raced into the box like a freight train with no brakes. Nathan, still sprinting along the right, opened his stride, checked his shoulder, saw the chaos unfolding inside the penalty area. He didn't hesitate. Whip. A wicked, low cross sliced through defenders like a blade. One touch, two maybe, and Tyler slammed it home. Thump. Goal. 2-2. The net rippled like it had been punched. The roar that followed was deafening. Yee. The away end exploded. Marco Hagdeiler. Graham leapt 2 feet off the ground. But Nathan? He didn't celebrate. He stood still, eyes scanning the scoreboard, ears barely registering the chance. Nathan. 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 He felt it wash over him. Noise, adrenaline, heartbeat pounding in his ears like drums. But somewhere in the center of it all, he remained still. We're not done yet. Not until the final whistle. Not until Leicester drops. Not until Leeds stands first. Minute 76. Both teams fought like dogs. Sunderland didn't want to settle. Their season meant less, but pride was a hell of a motivator. They pressed, they pushed, they fouled. Crunch. Marco was upended at the halfway line. No card. TCH. Ref. Are you blind? He shouted, waving his arms, hair falling across his sweat-slicked forehead. Nathan helped him up without a word. Still time. He muttered under his breath. Still time. Marco nodded, breathing hard. Let's kill it off. They restarted. The ball zipped from side to side. Tyler passed to Graham. Graham sent it wide. Nathan danced on the touchline again. One flick, a burst of speed, and he was free. The fans rose again. Another cross. This one floated. Too high. Too much. Marco still jumped, flinging himself into the sky smack. The keeper punched it clear. Minute 83. Tyler tried from range. Boom. It curled wide. Leeds kept coming. Relentless. One last push. Minute 87. Nathan found himself in space again. He glanced up. Marco was making the run. Tyler too. This was it. He planted his left, swept through the ball with his right. Wyatt. The cross was good. No, perfect. But the defender saw it early. Thunk. A leaping clearance. Head to ball. Cleared. And with it. Full time. Leeds 2-2 Sunderland. Nathan bent forward, hands on knees, drenched in sweat. He wasn't just tired. He was drained. His lungs heaved. His heartbeat still hadn't come down. He looked up at the scoreboard, then to the crowd. The away fans applauded them, still chanting his name. Back in the tunnel. Silence. Boots thudded against concrete. A few muttered curses. Graham pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it aside with a grunt. Could have had them, he said, voice low, bitter. We had them. Marco sat on the bench, leaning forward, arms resting on his thighs, breathing deep. One match left, he said, forcing a crooked smile. Who knows, maybe we still pull it off. His words were light, but his eyes weren't. Tyler dropped onto the bench beside Nathan, sweat still clinging to his temples. They're saying Leicester's on 94 now. Norwich, 91. Nathan nodded slowly. We're at 92, he murmured. Tyler blew out a breath. So we win on 95. Leicester draws or loses. Title's ours. Marco chuckled without humor. We're gamblers now. The others turned. We've been chasing all season. Fighting. 1 point down with 1 game left. Tyler smirked. You sound like Dad. Nathan didn't smile. He just stood, wiped his face with a towel, and stared at the whiteboard on the wall. The locker room was quiet now. No one said it aloud, but they were all thinking the same thing. Was this it? Had the peak already passed? Had the climb ended just short of the summit? Or was the final step still ahead? Later that evening, the headlines were merciless. Have Leeds missed their chance? Nathan assists twice, but the team slips. Norwich closing in, Leeds at risk. Nathan scrolled without expression, sitting in the corner of the team bus, hoodie pulled over his head. His phone screen glowed faintly in the dim lighting. Every swipe felt heavier than the last. He read them all. Every word. Chapter 37. An unforgettable ending. The lights above Elland Road burned like 1,000 suns. Even the night couldn't dim this. Helicopters hummed in the sky, circling like vultures, though tonight they weren't here to witness a fall. Camera crews lined the sidelines. Sky Sports, BBC, beIN Sports. Every major outlet had boots on the grass. Reporters clutched mics. Lenses zoomed in on faces, boots, gestures. Every twitch of emotion would be broadcast to millions. Nathan sat in the locker room, quiet, focused. The noise of the stadium was already bleeding in. Chanting, stomping, the the unified heartbeat of tens of thousands. Across the room, Marco paced with his headphones on, mumbling lyrics only he could hear. Graham cracked his knuckles one by one. Tyler shadowboxed against the wall like he was about to go into the ring instead of midfield. The pressure was everywhere, except in Nathan. He tied his laces slowly, methodically. One loop pulled tight, double knot. Then he stood and looked. Up in the highest VIP section, just behind the Leeds crest etched into the stadium glass, were the suits. Dark coats, poker faces, glittering credentials. Scouts, directors, titans of world football. Nathan's eyes narrowed. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, and is that? Ding. Random skill activated. Congratulations. You've acquired long shots, Kevin De Bruyne style. A grin tugged at the corner of his lips. So be it. Tonight, he whispered, voice low and certain, I'll show you why I belong at the top. The final team huddle came and went. Coach Grayson's words were short. Firm. Play the game, not the noise. You know what's at stake. Leave nothing behind. Then, fweet, the whistle blew. Kickoff. Leicester started with controlled arrogance. No need to panic. A draw was all they needed to lift the title. They moved the ball calmly, comfortably. Their backline didn't even look nervous. Leeds pressed early, but not recklessly. They held their shape, waited for the right trigger. 8th minute. Too fast, too smooth. Leicester flicked the switch. Maddison drifted wide, drew in 2 markers, then zipped a curling ball in behind. Whoosh. Daka slipped between the center backs like a ghost. Crack. A brutal header. Top corner. Goal. Leicester 1-0 leads. The away end exploded in blue. Maddison wheeled away, arms outstretched. Daka kissed the badge. And just like that, the league felt miles away again. On the Leeds bench, Coach Grayson slammed his clipboard onto the turf. Keep your heads up, he shouted. We've got time. Nathan stood near the halfway line, blinking slowly. No panic, just calculation. 15th minute. Marco dropped deep to receive. Quick 1-2 with Graham. Then a shift, Tyler peeled left. That gave Nathan space, and Marco fed in the pass. A 30-meter gap between him and the goal. He didn't even blink. He touched the ball forward once. And struck. Boom. The ball screamed through the air. A knuckle shot. No spin. No forgiveness. Whoosh. It veered, curved, and just missed the post by centimeters. Ooh, the crowd gasped. Journalists murmured in unison from the press box. He really shoots good. One of the Madrid scouts leaned forward slightly. Just slightly. On the pitch, Nathan exhaled. Not in frustration, in understanding. That was a warning shot. He turned back. The next one wouldn't miss. 21st minute. Leicester slowed the tempo again. Blood time. They weren't just playing football. They were managing fear. Graham surged forward from fullback, tried to shake things up with overlapping runs. Marco sprayed passes side to side, but they couldn't crack the back line. 28th minute. Tyler stole possession. A quick 1-2 with Marco. Suddenly Nathan had space again. He could have passed, but something else buzzed beneath his skin. He adjusted, then hit it. Bang! This time the ball dipped late, just under the bar, slap. The Leicester keeper just barely got fingertips on it. Corner. Marco jogged over, panting. We're gonna break the net, man. Nathan smirked. That's the idea. The corner was cleared. Leeds reset, still trailing, still chasing. Boom! The net rippled as if it had been struck by lightning. Nathan's shot sliced through the air like a missile. Unstoppable, untouchable, pure fury wrapped in precision. From 28 meters out, he let fly with nothing but instinct, grit, and that sharp-eyed confidence that had grown inside him like steel over fire. Go wheel! The roar of the crowd wasn't just sound, it was seismic. It shook the ground. It rattled the press box. It echoed across the country. What a strike! The commentator screamed, voice cracking with disbelief. Nathan Perry from another planet. The cameras caught the bench exploding, players leaping, Coach Grayson pumping his fist so hard he nearly pulled something. Score, 1-1. Leicester players looked around in shock, as if they'd seen a ghost rise from the pitch in Leeds white. In the VIP section, suits shifted in their seats. A Real Madrid scout clicked his pen, jotting furiously. Barcelona's representative whispered into a headset, and the man from Manchester simply stared, nodding slowly. Strong personality. Incredible shooting. A big game player. Halftime came and went in a blur. Coach Grayson spoke, but it was mostly background noise to Nathan now. His heart was still pounding from that goal. Not with nerves, but with hunger. He wasn't satisfied. Not yet. Eyes open, coach said. They'll try to kill the pace now. Stay smart. Stay sharp. Let's finish this. Marco growled, fist tapping his chest. Nathan pulled his shirt down, exhaled, and jogged out. Second half. Whistle. Crack. Tyler sent the ball down the wing, and the crowd surged behind it. From the first touch of the half, Nathan was everywhere. Sprinting, calling, passing, charging. Minute 54. He dropped deep, received, split two defenders with a touch, and played a vertical ball to Marco, who flicked it wide for Tyler. Leeds surged like a wave. Minute 59. Another interception. Another run. Another tackle. Nathan winced as he was clipped from behind. Foul! The ref barked, blowing the whistle. Give him a card. Graham snapped, furious. But Nathan just stood, adjusted his sleeve, and got back in position. Minute 64. Leicester struck back. Madison danced into the final third, threading a pass behind the Leeds backline. Daka burst forward. Thud! Thud! His cleats slammed against the turf. One-on-one with the keeper. Slap! The goalkeeper parried it wide with his fingertips. Yes! Graham screamed, punching the air. But Nathan didn't even glance back. If we concede again, it's over. Minute 70. Time slowed. The ball was at his feet again. 35 meters out. Pass. No. He felt it. That flicker of possibility. The goal called to him like a challenge. He turned. Dribbled once. Twice. The defender lunged. Step over. Shift. Control. Then, crack. A long-range cannonball screamed toward the top corner. The keeper was rooted. Clang. Off the crossbar. The stadium gasped as one. Nathan fell to his knees for half a second, fists pounding the grass. So close. So damn close. The ball dropped, bounced high, and was cleared away by a panicked defender. The commentator could barely keep up. He's pressing Leicester all by himself. Crack. The final whistle sliced through the night like a war horn at the end of battle. And for one eternal second, Elland Road froze. Then boom. Go-eel. A last-minute stunner. The stand explode. Nathan scores the winner. 2-1 to Leeds. The stadium exploded. Voices surged, flags whipped in the wind, and grown men wept openly in the stands. Leeds United 2. Leicester City 1. Champion. Nathan stood just inside the center circle, his chest rising and falling like a piston. His legs trembled, not from fatigue, but from the weight of it all finally catching him. The ball was gone. The noise was deafening. But in his mind, all he could hear was that one perfect moment, the 84th minute. Ball at his feet, edge of the box, crowd roaring behind him. And then curl, whip, silence, net, goal. From an unknown academy kid to the one who decided the title, the commentator's voice crackled through the speakers, half lost under the frenzy. He blinked, and suddenly his teammates were around him. Tyler with his wild grin, Marco yelling something unintelligible, arms wrapping around his shoulders, slaps on his back. Then, thud, he was hoisted into the air. Whoa, Nathan! 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 The chants echoed like thunder rolling across Yorkshire skies. From the VIP section, a camera caught him being lifted high, sweat-soaked, eyes wide with disbelief, mouth curled in a breathless smile. Behind him, scouts in tailored suits took notes, murmuring to one another like gamblers who had just spotted a golden ticket. That's him, one of them whispered. The boy from nowhere. On the sideline, Coach Perry stood with his arms crossed, but his stern mask cracked for a moment. Just a flicker, a subtle nod, a look that lasted less than a second, but meant the world. Nathan saw it. He felt it. And for once, it was enough. TC8. The locker room smelled like champagne and victory. Bottles popped. Laughter echoed off the tile walls. Shirts were off, music blasted, and Tyler stood on a bench belting out a ridiculous chant involving Leeds, the Queen, and something very illegal in Spain. Marco threw a towel at him. Get down, you lunatic. Champions, baby. Tyler howled, before slipping and crashing onto the floor. Ow, worth it. Crack. Another cork flew, and this time someone poured a bottle over Nathan's head. Oh, he laughed, wiping his face. This was my only dry shirt. Not anymore, giggled Lewis, the team's youngest. You're one of us now. Nathan's eyes drifted to the far corner of the room where the trophy sat, glowing under the flickering light. Someone had placed it gently on a chair, like it was sacred. Untouchable. Almost unreal. Go on, Marco said, nudging him. You earned it. Nathan walked over slowly, heart pounding. His reflection shimmered off the silver plate. He touched it. It was cold, heavy, and real. His first title. And yet, he didn't feel finished. Not even close. Chapter 38, Battle of Thoughts. Click, click, flash. Cameras swarmed like bees over honey, forming a wall of blinding white light as the Leeds players paraded across the pitch. Confetti drifted down in golden waves. Flags flew. The noise was deafening. Some fans wept in disbelief, their hands clasped together as if praying. Others screamed so loud their voices cracked. In the middle of it all, Nathan Perry stood, not moving, as though everything around him was still catching up. The scoreboard behind him flashed boldly. Leeds 2, Leicester 1. Leeds United, champions. He had done it. They had done it. A slap on the back broke his trance. Oi, golden boy. Smile for the cameras, will ya? Nathan gave him a small smile. Feels surreal. Surreal? Mate, you just scored the goal of the season. You got grown men in row Z crying into their beer. Nathan exhaled a shaky breath. He glanced to the stands again. There they were, the suits. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United. All eyes locked on him now. His name had left the shadows. The press room was packed to the brim. Reporters jostled for space, lights beaming off silver tripods and massive cameras. BBC Sport went first. Nathan Perry, the player who changed the championship equation this season. Your achievements are countless. How does it feel to be standing here today? Nathan leaned forward, brushing sweat-matted hair from his forehead. It feels like it was all worth it. Every cold morning, every missed party, every time I doubted myself. The reporters chuckled lightly. One of them, clearly from Sky Sports, followed up. Nathan, how do you explain this achievement? What does this moment mean to you? He looked sideways for a second, then met the camera with clarity in his eyes. Victory is the result of a team effort. I was lucky to have a great squad. Now, my team is a champion. Click. That photo, Nathan, sleeves rolled up, a boyish grin under serious eyes, would flood headlines across the country by midnight. Back in the locker room, the energy was riotous. Shirts flung. Champagne popped. Someone was doing the worm on the wet floor. Music blasted from a wireless speaker. Don't You Want Me Baby remixed into a bass-heavy anthem. Nathan sat in the corner, towel over his neck, boots off. His phone buzzed nonstop on the bench next to him. Messages. Mention. 100 missed calls. Coach Grayson walked over, quiet in the chaos. He took a seat beside Nathan, not saying anything at first. Just watched the celebration with a soft, unreadable smile. Then he spoke. You're a star now, but don't let this moment define your ceiling. Nathan turned. You're not going to say well done or something? Coach smirked. You did well. Very well. But this is only the beginning. Nathan leaned back, shoulders easing. I know. The moment passed. Grayson stood. Go on. Enjoy it. You've earned it. The crowd outside the tunnel was thinning, but a different kind of presence lingered. Sharper suits, keener eyes. A man with a tablet, pressed suit, an unmistakable badge stitched onto his coat pocket watched intently from the shadows. Manchester United. He waited for the right moment, then stepped forward. Nathan Perry? Nathan turned, slightly surprised but not unprepared. I'm with United, the man said, voice smooth and confident. We'd like to schedule a meeting. You, your agent, and our manager. Nathan arched a brow, amused. Oh, you're welcome to. But tell me. He leaned in slightly, grinning. Have you really been watching me? The scout chuckled. You've been hard to miss. That curl into the top corner tonight? Puede bruine. He extended a hand. Your long-range shooting. Your movement. Your engine. You've impressed us. Nathan shook his hand firmly, feeling the weight of something shift in the air, like a door had creaked open just enough for him to peek through. I'd be happy to stay in touch. TCH, the cameras still hadn't stopped flashing. Even days after the title parade, even after the confetti had settled and the champagne had dried off Nathan's jacket, his name still dominated headlines. Perry's destiny. Premier League or Europe? Barcelona. Madrid. Manchester. Who gets Nathan? A future England star? Scouts say yes. Boom. 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 The sound of training balls thudding off the fence echoed around the empty Leeds practice ground. Nathan stood alone, sweat streaking down his temples, eyes locked on the far corner of the goal. He shifted his weight. Quick step, snap of the hip, crack. The ball curved perfectly, clipping the underside of the bar before slamming into the net. Huh. He exhaled, chest heaving. No crowd. No lights. No chance. Just him and the echo of a League One and the storm that followed. The media circus had been relentless. Reporters chased him into restaurants. Anonymous scouts waited in hotel lobbies. Some even tried speaking to his teammates. Earlier that week, during a BBC interview, a journalist leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Nathan Perry, the player who changed Leeds season. Let's be honest. You're championship royalty now. What's next? He gave the practice smile, small, polite, humble. I'm happy here. This team, they believed in me when no one else did. But every player dreams of the top. I won't lie. Then he laughed, easing the tension, masking the truth. Because deep down, he didn't want to just play in the Premier League. He wanted to own it. Back at the training center, the locker room buzzed. Not with celebration now, but a weird, charged calm. As if everyone knew they just lived through something historic and were waiting for the aftershock. Boy, superstar. Grinned Jamal, kicking a boot Nathan's way. They put your face on the cafeteria menu. Call the pasta peri penne. It's ridiculous. Nathan chuckled, catching the boot mid-air. Was it any good? Too spicy, said Ollie. Like your damn goal in the final. Still haven't recovered from that screamer. 84th minute? Mate. Boom. Jamal mimicked, throwing his hands in the air. Nathan just smiled, leaning back on the bench, his gaze drifting up to the locker room ceiling. His body ached, but it was a good ache. The ache of work done, of steps taken. Coach Grayson entered the room, his usual stern face a little softer than usual. All right, enough fooling around, he said. You're champions. I get it, but if I catch any of you getting lazy, I swear I'll have you running laps until your boots melt. A few laughs, but they all knew he was half serious. He walked over to Nathan and crouched beside him, voice low. You did something special this year. I don't say that lightly. Nathan nodded. Thanks, coach. But listen to me. Perry, Grayson said, eyes locking onto his. One great season doesn't make a great player. The top? It's a whole different animal. Faster, smarter, brutal. You want to survive there? No. Own it. You've got to level up. Not just your body, but your head. Your habits. Nathan sat with those words for a second. Then, with a steady voice, he said, This was just my first season. I'm ready for more. Grayson smiled and gave his shoulder a firm squeeze. That's what I like to hear. Chapter 39, News that flooded the headlines. After 1 month. Thud. Nathan dropped back on his bed, the phone still glowing in his hand. The headlines danced across his screen like fireworks. 47 million euros wonderkid. Nathan Perry signs for Manchester United. The new era begins. United secure the championship's crown jewel. De Bruyne who? Nathan Perry's long-range legacy lives on. TCH. He exhaled sharply, eyes fixed on the blinking notification bar. Dozens of interviews, hundreds of articles. Thousands, no, millions of fans watching now. His inbox was chaos. Old academy coaches, ex-teammates, distant cousins. Some congratulating, some already asking for tickets. But one message stood out from the blur. Coach Tyler Perry. Proud of you. But don't forget what we talked about. Headlines fade. Champions keep writing new ones. Nathan stared at the text for a long time. Coach Tyler wasn't a man of flowery praise. But every word he said always carried weight. Crack. A sudden burst of fireworks outside his Manchester apartment window startled him. Red and gold, United colors, lit up the night sky. The fans were already celebrating his arrival. Somewhere deep in Old Trafford, his shirt was probably hanging behind a display glass. Number 22. Perry. He smiled, not out of arrogance, but because deep down, the kid who used to juggle socks in a cramped hallway just got a key to one of the world's biggest stages. Click. The camera shutters hadn't stopped since Nathan stepped off the plane at Manchester Airport. He had expected it, maybe even imagined it, but standing here, flanked by security and flashing bulbs, the weight of the badge on his chest hit him like a punch to the ribs. Manchester United. The name was more than a club. It was a legacy, a burden. Nathan Perry, welcome to the theater of dreams. A journalist called out, voice just above the chaos. He smiled politely, lifting a hand in acknowledgement. But behind the calm surface, his mind raced. 47 million euros. For me? Valverde joined for 100 million euros. And we finished 11th last season. This isn't just about potential anymore. It's about proving everything. The press conference had all the trappings of a footballing blockbuster. Plush velvet backdrop with club insignias, twin crests of Manchester United, and Adidas gleaming under bright lights. Nathan sat beside the club's new manager, Ruben Amorim, a man with steely eyes and a reputation for tactical revolution. "Thank you for the welcome," Nathan said into the mic. His voice was steady, but the moment still felt surreal. "This is a dream come true, but dreams don't win matches. Work does. I'm here to work." The manager chuckled beside him. "Well said," Amram added. "Nathan represents the hunger we want in this new era. We're building a team that presses, that dominates, that controls the pitch with intelligence. He fits that vision." Cameras flashed. Reporters scribbled furiously. But somewhere in the back, someone murmured loud enough to carry. "Still finished 11th, though." TCH. Nathan didn't flinch, but his eyes narrowed for a split second. A quiet fire kindled. The roar was deafening. Old Trafford wasn't full, it was overflowing. Banners rippled in the wind, chants echoed off the walls, and every seat seemed to pulse with energy. Red flares smoked in the corners as thousands of fans rose to their feet, chanting a name that had only just begun to carve itself into club history. "Nathan! Nathan! Nathan!" Flash! 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 Cameras went off like a machine gun salvo. Every step Nathan took on the pitch felt watched, every breath magnified through the lens of expectation. He stood there in full kit, boots laced, United crest pressed over his chest, number 11 bold on his back. A crisp Manchester wind caught the edge of his shirt, billowing it just enough to feel heroic. Then the question came, "Nathan, do you feel pressure being the youngest major signing of the summer for the team?" A moment of silence. All eyes locked on him. Microphones tilted toward his lips. Nathan didn't blink. He leaned into the mic, his voice calm, his tone absolute. "I don't believe in pressure. I believe in opportunity. And this is my chance to prove I belong here." Even the skeptical journalists, ones already sharpening their knives, paused their scribbles. That quote would be on headlines before nightfall. But Nathan wasn't playing to headlines. Not anymore. By afternoon, the sky had dulled into a silvery overcast. A fresh drizzle misted the windows of the van as it cruised toward Carrington. Nathan sat in the back seat, earphones in, but music off. Just silence. The presentation had been a storm. But now came the real work. The training ground gates slid open. Carrington. It was quiet, removed, but humming with history. This was where legends were forged, where Sweat wrote scripts far greater than any back page feature. As the van rolled to a stop, Nathan stepped out and took a long breath. He was here. He crossed the threshold into the facility, greeted by the clean scent of turf and iron. Inside, the walls bore photos of past champions. Rooney, Scholes, Giggs, icons who bled for the badge. Nathan Perry. Came a familiar voice, full of warmth and legacy. Marcus Rashford, easy smile and all, extended a hand. "Welcome, bro. We've been waiting." Nathan clasped it. "Thanks. It's an honor." Behind Rashford, more followed. Alejandro Garnacho with a grin and mischief in his eyes. Bruno Fernandes cool and composed like a battlefield general. Onana towering, and Harry Maguire with a measured nod. Bruno stepped forward, arms crossed with that captain's air. "Heard a lot about you, kid. Ready to make an impact?" Nathan didn't hesitate. "I was born for this, Captain." A smirk tugged at Bruno's lips. "That's what I like to hear." The session began sharp. No warm welcomes. No special treatment. Just drills. Precision. Demands. Coach Amram stood with a whistle around his neck, eyes sharp enough to cut through excuses. The first 30 minutes were tight passing rondos and positional rotations. Nathan settled on the right in a wide midfield quadrant, his comfort zone. But comfort was an illusion. The ball zipped across the grid. Pass. Move. Press. Reset. Nathan's instincts took over. He drifted central, dancing past a marker, flaring wide again, floating into open space. He was electric. Alive. Boom. A no-look touch slipped between two cones, drawing low whistles from teammates. But then, fweet, the whistle cut through everything. "Nathan!" The drill froze. The entire squad turned. Coach Amram's voice echoed like thunder. "You're playing on instinct," he said, stepping forward. "This isn't street football. This is Manchester. Every step counts. Think with your head before your feet." Nathan's heart ticked faster. He nodded slowly. "Understood. I need time, but you'll see." A pause, then a gruff grunt from the coach. "See that you do." Nathan stepped back in a line, jaw clenched. The fire was still there, burning hotter now. As the drill resumed, a quiet voice spoke beside him. "Don't worry. Came Valverde, cool and assured. At Madrid, I used to chase shadows. Took time to get it right. But you will. Nathan looked at him. Federico Valverde. €100 million man. The midfield engine who never stopped running. You got used to pressure at Madrid? Valverde cracked a half smile. No, I made pressure get used to me. Nathan couldn't help but chuckle. The tension in his chest eased just a little. Chapter 41. Premier League Lights. After 2 weeks. A friendly against Spanish side Villarreal. Skill gained. Pedri's shooting. Nathan blinked. For a moment, nothing changed. No gruñoja. No electric jolt. Just the low hum of the tunnel's fluorescent lights and the muffled roars of the crowd leaking in from the pitch. He flexed his foot, stared at his boots. Pedri's shooting? TCH. A gift, maybe, but it wouldn't mean a thing if he didn't earn it out there. They were warming up in the corner of the pitch as Villarreal kept the ball moving under the sun-soaked Manchester sky. A preseason friendly, yes. But Carrington had filled out for this one, and United's fans didn't treat friendlies like casual affairs, especially not when a €47 million talent sat lacing his boots on the sideline. Let's go, Nathan. Number 11. Show him what you've got. They chanted his name during every stretch, every sprint. A couple kids even held up a sign with Perry scrawled over a United flag. He offered a small wave. Nothing too flashy, but his pulse quickened. The energy? Addictive. Garnacho jogged past, grin tugging at the corner of his lips. They're louder for you than me, and I'm starting, he teased. Nathan smirked. I'll make it up to you. Might even assist you. Huh, we'll see. Second half. 58th minute. Coach Amorim stood with arms folded, eyes flicking between Garnacho and Nathan. Then the call came. Nathan, you're on. Right wing. Replace Ale. His legs were already moving before the sentence finished. Garnacho clapped his hand as they crossed paths. Give him hell, rookie. Nathan jogged to the touchline, the stadium buzzing like a lit fuse. A deep breath. Then, fweet. Substitution confirmed. He stepped onto the pitch. Old Trafford felt alive beneath his boots. And in that moment, the theater of dreams wasn't just watching. It was waiting. Villarreal played a composed, technical game. Lots of possession, tight lines, quick rotations. But Amorim had been tweaking United's press for weeks, and now they snapped forward with hunger. Nathan pressed high, forcing a back pass. He tracked back with urgency, even clipped a pass in a Bruno that triggered an attack down the left. It wasn't flashy, but it was right. Still, the ball hadn't truly come to him yet. Not like he wanted. Then, 74th minute, Bruno intercepted a loose touch near the center circle and drove forward. One glance, one look over the shoulder. Nathan. The pass split 2 lines. It was clean, smooth, timing perfect. Nathan's instincts flared. The touch stuck to his boot like glue. Here we go. He faced 2 defenders, one closing from the right, one shielding the box. He stepped over once. Then again. Tap, tap, snap. A sharp feint sent the first defender stumbling. He cut inside, the second step forward. Nathan flicked it past him, ghosting into space with barely a breath of margin. And then, boom. He let fly. His boot connected clean, struck not with blind power, but with lethal intent. The ball bent, rose, dipped, clang. Off the post. The stadium erupted. Vanatha on. The sound crashed over him. Not disappointment. Admiration. He stood frozen for a second, chest heaving, heart pounding. So close. So damn close. He exhaled. His first real chance. And they were already calling his name. The match ended 1-1. But Nathan left the pitch with his head high, even as the coach clapped him once on the back without a word. In the locker room, Rashford patted him on the shoulder. Rocket that one. Another inch, and the net would still be shaking. Nathan gave a wry smile. Next time it's going in. You'll get 10 more. Just don't blink when they come. The blinds were half drawn. A video replay looped in silence on the monitor behind the desk. Nathan. Amorim gestured toward the chair. Nathan sat, back straight. You did well today, the coach said, arms folded. But I need something more. Nathan waited. I want you on the right wing. But with a twist. A diagram flickered onto the screen. Triangles, rotations, channels of space. You'll cut in, not just for goals. Pull defenders. Open up room for Garnacho. Let Bruno thread the needle. And when the shot's on, Nathan raised a brow. I won't hesitate. Amorim chuckled. I don't want you to. Just be smart about it. No tunnel vision. You've got eyes, use them. Nathan nodded. Got it. I'll play wherever you need, but I can't resist shooting. Good, Amorim said. The next morning, He was the first on the training pitch. No cameras, no chance, just the wind, the cones, and the bounce of the ball. He started drills alone, positioning, tracking back, off-ball runs, things that didn't make highlight reels. Sweat dripped down his brow. He kept going. Then footsteps. A voice. Working early? Bruno Fernandes. Nathan stood, panting, trying to tighten things up. Bruno passed him a fresh ball. You're a rare talent. Don't let them compare you to anyone else. Just be yourself. Nathan caught his breath. Thanks. I needed that. Bruno shrugged. The league doesn't care if you're new or young. But if you stay true to your game, you'll tear it apart. They shared a look. No more words needed. Just mutual understanding. That night, Nathan lay in bed, the echo of the crowd still fresh in his ears. Oh, Nathan. He stared at the ceiling, a grin creeping onto his face despite himself. After 3 weeks, the air in London was thick with tension. Not just the weather, though the August sun pressed down on the pitch like a weight, but the hum of expectation that clung to every camera flash and chant inside the London Stadium. Opening day of the Premier League. Nathan stood in the tunnel, eyes fixed ahead as his teammates shifted around him. Xerxes bounced on his heels. Valverde adjusted his wrist tape with quiet precision. Bruno cracked his knuckles. The roar outside swelled as the announcer's voice echoed through the concourse. Manchester United, taking the pitch for the first time this season. Thud. Nathan clenched his fists once, then glanced down at his smartwatch. The screen flashed softly. New skill acquired. Sully's left-footed shots. His lips twitched. Sully's left foot, huh? Let's see if I can score with my weaker foot today. A grin ghosted across his face, but it faded quickly as the noise swelled. He could feel it now. The crowd, the lights, the cameras. This was no longer friendly. No more rehearsals. No more warm-ups. This was war in 90 minutes. This was the Premier League. Kickoff. United played in red. Nathan wore number 11, stationed on the right of a midfield triangle with Bruno, slightly advanced, and Valverde deeper. Xerxes led the line. Varane and Martinez marshaled the back. Onana barked instructions with that same vocal defiance he was known for. And Nathan? He exhaled, felt the ball hit his foot for the first time. Thud. Top. Roll. Simple passes. Quick movements. Every touch was under a microscope now. 11th minute. Corner. West Ham. Nathan tracked back to help dial it, but the cross was perfect. Curled viciously into the 6-yard box. Wham! Antonio rose like a hammer from hell. Martinez challenged him, but the forward's power overwhelmed the resistance. The header smashed past Onana. Goal. 1 o'clock Western European summertime ham. Nathan winced. Not because of the goal, because he knew he was half a step too late closing the short option. The corner came too fast. His reaction? Too slow. TC8. He jogged back to midfield, head low, then forced himself to lift it. 24th minute. Valverde won the ball in midfield with a crunching slide. It skidded toward Nathan in the right channel. He didn't think he moved. Touch out wide. Acceleration. One-on-one with a defender. He dipped his shoulder. Top. Snap. Cut inside. His right was open, but this time he ignored it. Instead, whip. The left foot came through like a whip crack, smooth and sharp. The ball bent like a scythe toward the top corner. Boom! It sliced through the air and buried itself in the top bin like a dagger thrown from distance. Silence, then eruption. The United fans behind the goal exploded. Even West Ham supporters had a blink. Whoa, what a strike. Was that really his left foot? A Sulla-style goal from Nathan Perry. Nathan sprinted toward the bench, pure adrenaline in his veins. No control, just emotion. He leapt into the air with both fists raised. Let's light it up, Red Devils. The team swarmed him. Bruno locked him in a headlock. Valverde slapped the back of his head. You're insane, Bruno said, laughing. You're welcome, Nathan grinned. 1-1. Momentum shifted. Second half, 56th minute. But football is cruel. Valverde, usually a machine, misjudged a short pass in transition. West Ham pounced. Boom. 1-2 pass. Counterattack. Shot. Net. 2-1. United stunned. Onana furious. Valverde cursed into his sleeve. Nathan slammed the ground once with his palm, but he didn't yell. He turned, eyes narrow, jaw set. Still time. 68th minute. Xerxes came off. Rashford entered. Bruno pushed higher. United increased the tempo. Nathan dropped slightly, rotating with Valverde. Hounding, breathing down passing lanes. 79th minute. West Ham tried to slow it down. Pass around the back. Delay. Drain the clock. Nathan read it. Dash. He pressed hard from midfield, cutting the passing lane like a knife. Intercepted. He didn't stop. Drove forward. Feet pumping. Shirt clinging to his back from sweat. Blood rushing in his ears. One touch. Then another. Laid it off to Bruno, who switched it wide. Dallet flew down the flank. Cross incoming. Boom. Valverde rose, header to the bar. Clang. Rashford pounced. Goal. 2-2. Manchester United erupted. The bench cleared. The away end howled. Nathan pumped both fists in the air. Didn't celebrate too wildly. Just nodded, like he knew this wasn't the end. There was still one moment left. 93rd minute. Final attack. West Ham were stretched. Nathan picked up the ball in his own half, burst through midfield with the final fumes of energy. Rashford peeled wide. Nathan passed. Rashford returned it with a deft flick. Cut. Inside. Left foot again. Slam. Low. Driven. On target. The keeper barely saw it. Dived late. Saved. Thud. Rebound punched away. Whistle blew. Full time. 2-2. The players dropped to their knees. Others stood hands on hips, drenched in sweat. Fans applauded. Nathan walked off slowly. Shirt soaked. Boots heavy. Amram waited at the sideline. Met him with a handshake. Firm. Solid. You were the best player today, the coach said, voice steady. And the best is yet to come. Chapter 41, still standing. After 1 week. Matchday 2, Crystal Palace versus Manchester United. The moment Nathan stepped out of the team bus, he felt it. Selhurst Park was tight. Old school. No towering megastructure. No polished, glass-clad arena hum. Just a compact, snarling stadium with fans almost leaning over the pitch. The air reeked of fried onions, sweat, and hostility. And it was loud already. Oi, Perry, back to the academy, mate. Should have stayed in your dad's shadow. Nathan didn't flinch. He just adjusted his jacket, gave a quick nod to his steward, and headed into the tunnel. Before the match, new stars aren't welcome here, Valverde murmured, leaning in as they changed into their kits. His Spanish accent curled around the words. Nathan tied his laces tighter, then glanced up with that calm, razor-edge smile. They'll be clapping by the end. Valverde raised a brow. Confident. Conviction, Nathan corrected, standing. Let's make it loud. Matchday 2. Crystal Palace versus Manchester United kickoff. Selhurst Park ***. Random skill. Muller's positioning and creativity in the box. ***. The crowd was on top of them from the first whistle, booing every touch, especially his. Every time Nathan got near the ball, the jeers grew sharper. It didn't help that Palace's midfield bit at his heels like wolves. Ducour and Ease double-teamed him constantly, and Gahey loomed behind like a wall waiting to collapse on him. But Nathan welcomed it. That tight pressure, that hostile energy, it felt like home. 7th minute. Valverde slipped a clever pass between the lines. Nathan pounced. Dash. Split between defenders. One perfect touch to kill the ball's momentum. The keeper rushed out. Nathan didn't hesitate. Snap. Low shot. Near post. Thump. Blocked. The keeper's legs snapped shut like a bear trap. Groans from the away end. Cheers from the home. Nathan spun, frustrated, but not angry. He looked at the keeper, nodded once, then jogged back. No sulking. He could feel something ticking in his blood. The space was there. He just needed the next chance. 19th minute. Nathan shielded the ball near the sideline. Gahey stormed in. Wham! Full body. Shoulder to ribs. Nathan went flying, boots scraping the pitch. He hit the grass with a grunt, rolled once, then popped right back up, dirt streaked across his arm, breath steady. Gahey smirked. Welcome to the Prem. Nathan shook his head slowly, wiping his mouth with the back of his wrist. Oh, I'm still standing, he said quietly. You'll be the one falling later. The center-back snorted. We'll see. Second half. Selhurst Park buzzed like a hornet's nest. The fans had smelled blood since the restart, and every misplaced United pass only fed the fire. Nathan stood near the halfway line, hands on his hips, chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. Sweat glued his shirt to his back, and the roar of the crowd felt like it was pressing on his spine. But his eyes didn't waver. This match still had something left. 56th minute. Bruno spotted him. One quick glance, then a zip pass across the turf. Thud. Nathan's first touch killed the ball like a trap. Defender closing in. Tap. Tap. Quick feet. A shimmy. He broke left, cut inside. The crowd hissed. He saw it. Half a gap, the keeper off his line. Crack. Left foot clean and true. The ball arced, spun, smashed the upright. Clang. Gasps. Groans. Hands flew to heads. The post rattled as the rebound was cleared. Nathan stood there for a beat, eyes wide, heart pounding. So close. He jogged back slowly, biting the inside of his cheek. Valverde jogged past and muttered, "Post saved them." Nathan just nodded. Next one goes in. 62nd minute. Palace struck like lightning. Valverde lost the ball in transition. Just a moment's lapse. Boom, boom, boom. 3 passes, and they were off. East to Ducor. Wide to Zaha. The winger had aged, but his pace hadn't died. He tore down the flank, ghosted past Dallet with a sharp chop, cut in whip. Far post finish, low and ruthless. Goal. 1 o'clock Palace. Selhurst exploded. Smoke flares. Thunderous chants. Fists in the air. Zaha cupped his ear toward the away end, grinning like a demon. Nathan exhaled sharply. He walked back to the center circle, head held high. But the crowd wasn't done. "Where's your star now? Send him to the championship." Your dad's watching with his hands over his face. He didn't bite. He let it roll over him like rain. TCH, they're loud now. Let's see if they stay that way. 68th minute. Amorim gestured from the sideline. Attack. Xerxes dropped deeper. Bruno moved wider. Valverde began pushing higher. And Nathan? He floated. Raumdeuter mode again. He let instinct guide him. No forced runs. No screaming for passes. Just reading. Breathing. Waiting. 75th minute. Palace pressed high. Too high. Nathan peeled off the midfield, slipping behind a blind spot. Valverde spotted it. Talp. Nathan received under pressure. 3 men around him. Talp, talp, flick. He escaped, toe poking it back to Valverde. Bang. Valverde zipped a return pass into Xerxes. Xerxes controlled, shielded, then nudged it forward. Nathan was already there. Slide in. To poke. Dink. The ball rolled past the keeper like silk, brushing the inside of the net. Goal. 1-1. Selhurst groaned. The away interrupted. Commentator's voice rang through radios and screens. Gold-class goal. Muller will be proud. Brilliant awareness for Nathan Perry. What a touch. Nathan didn't jump or scream. He just jogged back toward midfield, a ghost of a grin on his face. Valverde caught up, arm draped around him. Now that's how you pass under pressure. Nathan exhaled. I owed the post one. 82nd minute. United surged. The team smelt the tide turning. Bruno nearly slipped, Rashford through. Dallet had a cross blocked off the line. Onana barely had to move. The ball came to Nathan again, central. 30 yards out. He turned. The defender hesitated. Wrong move. Nathan stepped forward and, boom. Right foot rocket. Low and swerving. The keeper saw it late. Dive, desperate, slap. One hand pushed it wide. The crowd gasped again. Nathan winced. Hands on hips. Full time, 1-1. The whistle blew. Players dropped to their knees. Selhurst Park was quieter now. Not silent, but no longer mocking. Nathan walked toward the tunnel slowly. The crowd near the dugout began to clap. Lightly. A few at first. Then more. He turned slightly. Took it in. Accepted it. Gahey appeared beside him. Jersey half untucked. Breath heavy. He extended a hand. Nathan took it. I was wrong, Gahey said, voice low. You got star charisma. Nathan raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. Thanks, and you'll remember me in the return leg. Gahey chuckled. I'll be ready. So will I. The handshake lingered a beat longer. Respect. Later that night, the media ran with it. Nathan Perry, back-to-back goals for Manchester United. This kid's not joking. From the academy to the headlines, Perry carving his name. Selhurst silenced. Twice. Chapter 42. Man United versus Chelsea. The training pitch shimmered under the Manchester sun, a rare gift. Sweat dripped down Nathan's neck as he finished his last set of passing drills. The air was sharp with the scent of fresh grass, cleats scraping turf, the pop of boots meeting the ball. The rhythm of it all felt like music. But today, Nathan's mind wasn't on drills or conditioning. His thoughts were in Europe. Group F, Amorim had said, holding up the slip of paper earlier that morning. Academy Milan. PSV. Red Star Belgrade. Champions League. Nathan had swallowed hard when the names flashed across the screen. San Siro. Philips Stadium. Rico Middick Stadium. He'd watched those places on TV as a kid, knees hugged to his chest, wide-eyed as legends played under the lights. Now he would walk into them. He turned toward Bruno, who was tugging off his bib after the session. I've always dreamed of the Champions League, Nathan said quietly. Bruno gave him a crooked smile, sweat lining his jaw. You're here now. Time to write your story. But there would be no fairy tale debut. Not yet. Amorim had rested him for the upcoming domestic cup match. Something about preserving spark and long season ahead. Nathan had nodded, trying to hide the frustration clawing up his throat. He knew it was smart, but his legs itched to play. So instead, he trained, harder than usual, because just around the corner was Chelsea. 2 days later, the squad huddled in the tactical room. Lights dimmed, projector humming. Footage of Chelsea's midfield trio flickered on the screen. Enzo Fernandez, Caicedo, and Mason Mount. Fluid, aggressive, relentless. Amorim stood beside the board, arms crossed. This, he said, pointing at the screen, isn't just 3 points. His voice dropped. This is a statement to all of England. If you want to challenge for the crown, this is the gate you have to break down. The room fell quiet. Valverde nudged Nathan on the bench. Ready for Chelsea's stars. Nathan tilted his head slightly. Calm, focused. I'm here to face the best. Match day, Stamford Bridge. The London night glowed under floodlights. The pitch was slick, almost glassy. Fans filed in with scarves and chants and half-spilled beers. In the away locker room, the final preparations began. Boots laced, shirts pulled over heads, nerves stretched tight beneath the surface. Nathan sat in his spot, tying his laces. As his fingers tightened the knot, a soft chime pulsed from his smartwatch. New skill acquired. Robinho's dribbling, the street dancer. Nathan stared for a second, then laughed under his breath. Oh, Robinho, time to dance tonight. Stamford Bridge pulsed like a living thing. The blue seats of Chelsea's fortress were drenched in light, wrapped in a thick, electric fog of noise. Singing, jeering, stomping. Every sound echoed with expectation. From the upper stands to the dugout, there was no silence, only waves of anticipation crashing louder with each passing second. Kickoff. 8-foot minute. TCH. TCH. Thump. The ball kissed the turf beneath Nathan's studs. Reece James stepped forward, muscles coiled, arms out, ready to contain. Behind him, Levi Colwill lurked, anticipating a cut inside. Nathan didn't hesitate. One touch forward, a fake to the right, then snap. A reverse elastico left James off balance. Oi! Before Colwill could react, Nathan chopped the ball forward again, rolling his foot over it with a fluid grace that looked almost disrespectful. Shah! The space opened, and he burst through it, tearing down the flank like music personified. The crowd exploded. Ho-ho-ea! Even the Chelsea fans couldn't help the buzz that followed. The Stamford Bridge faithful knew what they'd just seen. It wasn't just a winger beating his man. It was a performance. 14-foot minute. But brilliance has a cost. Valverde's pass infield was picked off. Mount's toe poked it forward. Go, go, go. Caicedo swept it into space. Nathan turned, chasing shadows now. Enzo one touch to James. James whip. The ball arced like a scythe. Eddie Nketiah timed his run perfectly, slipping past Varane. Boom. Header. Net ripples. 1-0. Chelsea. The home end detonated in celebration. Nathan stood at the halfway line, chest rising, jaw clenched. 21-foot minute. Ball to Nathan. Left wing again. This time, Gusto marked him tightly. A deep breath. Then, clack. A flick behind the heel, a quick spin, shoulder drop gone. The ball clung to his feet like silk as he glided past the edge of the box. Two defenders crashed toward him. Valverde surged into the channel. Nathan didn't look. He just knew. A no-look pass, perfectly curved, thud. Valverde's strike was a cannonball across goal. 1-1. What a run. What a ball. Nathan didn't even celebrate. He jogged back slowly, eyes on the ball being retrieved from the net. He was in the zone now. 32-foot minute, the reminder. Chelsea struck back. Quick passes. Blue shirts swarming like sharks. Mount again, dropped it to Enzo Fernandez. One touch. Another. Then from 30 yards, boom. Top corner. 2-1. A worldie. No shame in that. Just pain. Nathan wiped the sweat off his brow, nodded again. All right, Enzo. He cracked his knuckles. Let's go for a dance. 40-foot minute. Middle of the pitch now. Ball under his spell. Fernandez and Caicedo closed in. Nathan dropped a shoulder. Stepped over once. Twice. The midfield shuddered. Suddenly he was through. A glide past Enzo. A shift past Mount. Gusto again, too late. TCH. He let the ball roll across his body. Wound up. Bang. From 25 yards. Boom. Net snapped. 2-2. Silence for a split second. Then pandemonium. Oh my word. A wonder goal at Stamford Bridge. Nathan sprinted to the corner flag, fists clenched, eyes blazing. His teammates swarmed him. Xerxes shook his head in disbelief. You're ridiculous, man. That's illegal. Valverde just laughed, pulling him into a hug. You're not dancing anymore. You're flying. Halftime, 2-2. The screens in the stadium ran as highlights. That elastico. That wonder goal. That no-look assist. Fans tweeted in all caps. Pundits whispered on air. Scouts scribbled frantically. But Nathan? He sat in the tunnel, head down, breathing deep. No smile. Not yet. The job wasn't finished. Second half begins. Chelsea kicked off. 51-foot minute. A brilliant switch from Mount to Reece James. One touch, and the Chelsea captain whipped in a laser-guided cross. Werner missed it by inches. Thud. Nketiah again. 3-2. The bridge sang. United's bench groaned. But Nathan only turned his head to the sideline. Eyes locked with Amram. The gaffer didn't blink. Didn't yell. Just gave a calm nod. Go again. 65-foot minute. Valverde stripped Caicedo. Quick pass. Nathan Silkze Bruno. Inside the box. Crack. Off the post. Eha. Nathan hissed through his teeth, grabbing his head. So close. Too close. But even as the crowd gasped, his body didn't slow. His lungs burned. His shirt clung to his back. His calves screamed. Chapter 43. The Champions League begins. 78th minute. Stamford Bridge. Corner kick. The pressure had been relentless. A siege under floodlights. The kind of tension that tightened lungs and made seconds feel like hours. Nathan jogged toward the corner flag, jersey clinging to his back, lungs dragging in heavy breaths. The roar of the away fans followed him like a drumbeat. Loud, wild, desperate for one more miracle. Huh. He placed the ball down and glanced into the box. Xerxes, Bruno, Verni, all jostling in the crowd of blue shirts. He raised his hand, then delivered. Whip. The cross spun in like a scythe. Kepa lunged, punched, but not clean. Crack. The ball ricocheted off Colwell's knee. Chaos. Bodies everywhere. Bruno reacted first. Boom. A snap volley through traffic. Blocked. The rebound popped up, spinning midair. Nathan didn't shoot. He read it. Controlled it with his chest, calm in the eye. Time slowed as defenders swarmed. He didn't panic. A glance to the right. Xerxes. Nathan laid it off with a subtle, soft heel flick. Tap. Xerxes smashed it low. Goal. 3-3. Iowa. The United bench erupted. Xerxes slid to the corner flag, roaring, arms wide. Bruno punched the air. Onana sprinted to the halfway line, screaming something no one understood. Final 10 minutes. What followed was football at its purest. A storm of sweat, sprints, and near misses. Njodzvanketu, Chelsea pushed. Mount slipped Nketiah in thud, but Onana stood tall, fingertips brushing the ball past the post. 85-foot. Valverde won it back. Nathan surged forward, driving into space. TCH. Stepovers. Cut inside. Bruno overlapped. Nathan slipped it through. Boom. Bruno shot low, saved. Kepa dove like a man possessed. 88-foot. James thundered down the right, swinging in a dangerous cross. Crack. Headed clear by Verni. Screams. Chaos. 90-foot. One final chance. Nathan had it again, outside the box. Feint. Another. Then passed. Xerxes again. Clack. Saved by Kepa. Just. Full time. Whistle. A long, shrill exhale from the ref. 3-3. Players collapsed. Some with hands on knees. Others just falling to the ground like marionettes with their strings cut. An epic battle. The kind of match that left scars on the body and fire in the soul. The reporters called it a footballing spectacle. Nathan Perry, one of the Premier League's brightest stars. And under the hot lights, in front of dozens of microphones, Nathan stood, sweat still fresh on his brow, eyes sharp. He leaned forward, voice low, measured. I'm just getting started, he said. The best is yet to come. That's a promise. 3 days later, Italy. The tone had changed. The flight had been silent, calm, focused. No banter, no music, not even for Valverde. Just the quiet rustle of jackets, the occasional zip of a kit bag, and the low hum of a team ready for war. Nathan sat by the window, hoodie up, watching the clouds slide by. Tonight was different. The San Siro awaited. Arrival, Mino. The team bus crawled through tight Italian streets, the locals lining the curbs in scarves and flares. As they approached the stadium, the San Siro, Nathan pressed his forehead to the glass. The view stole his breath. "How many times did I dream of playing here?" he whispered. "Against AC Milan, under the lights." He exhaled slow. "Tonight, I'll be written into history." Moments before kickoff, inside the locker room, Amorim paced with calm authority. Valverde bounced on his heels. Bruno sat, earbuds in, eyes closed. Nathan laced up his boots, tight, secure, ritualistic. He stood, one final breath before the walk through the tunnel. Then ping, a soft chime from his smartwatch. He looked down. Random skill acquired. Benzema's finishing, deadly composure. For a moment, time paused. Nathan blinked, letting the name settle in. Benzema, the master of one-touch execution. Cold in the box. Lethal with a glance. He grinned to himself, adjusting his shin pads. Benzema? He stood, eyes narrowing. Perfect. He whispered it like a vow. Tonight, I'll learn the art of the killer touch. San Siro, Champions League group, stage match day 1. The roar was deafening. Red flares painted the sky above the San Siro. Chants in Italian echoed like war drums, pounding through concrete and bone. Nathan stood near the center circle, shirt clinging to his back, fingers twitching at his sides. He had dreamed of this night, but dreams rarely opened with nightmares. 4th minute. It started with a mistake. Valverde, usually so composed, tried a blind pass under pressure, tap, and misread the run. Deseache? No. Giroud intercepted his first touch clean. With one smooth motion, he fed Rafael Leao, slicing through the line. Leao took one stride, then another. Then boom, a low drive. Onana lunged. Too late. Goal. Milan 1-0 United. The stadium exploded. Smoke, red and white flags, fists in the air. Nathan stood frozen. One pass, one moment, and they were already chasing the game. Valverde clutched his head. Onana screamed, voice cutting through the noise. Wake up. Talk to each other. Bruno punched the air in frustration. Nathan didn't say a word. Focus. He glanced at the scoreboard. Minute 4. Still time. Still everything to play for. 11th minute. But it didn't stop. Milan pressed again, like wolves with blood on their teeth. Theo Hernandez sprinted down the left, untouched, a blur in red and black. He whipped across, whip, and Giroud rose above Verny like a tower. Crack. Goal. 2-0. Nathan's breath hitched. The ground shook beneath his boots. The San Siro wasn't just a stadium. It was a storm swallowing them whole. Amorim's face on the touchline was pale with disbelief. Wake up, he roared. This is the Champions League. Nathan clenched his jaw. He could feel the weight shifting. The pressure building. This wasn't like Stamford Bridge. This wasn't the league. This was Europe. And Europe didn't forgive. 20th minute. Then, finally, a moment. Nathan received the ball near midfield, back to goal. A Milan defender tied on his back. Top! He turned sharply, TCH, leaving the defender off balance. Bruno sprinted forward. 1-2. Tup. The ball returned to Nathan in stride. He broke through the gap, the San Siro crowd howling behind him. He saw the keeper advancing. No panique. No wasted motion. Just composure. Like Benzema, Nathan opened his body, leaned left, clack, then stroked it low and right, past the keeper's outstretched hand. Goal. 2-1. Nathan slid on his knees, arms spread, eyes fierce. Nathan scores his first European goal. With royal composure, the commentator shouted over the feed. That's the Benzema touch, cold, beautiful. Bruno grabbed him, shouting over the noise. That's how you do it, kid. Nathan looked to the scoreboard. 20 minutes gone. We're in this. I'm in this. 37th minute. But Milan weren't done. Leao again. He danced down the left, a blur of feints and raw pace. He turned Dalot inside out, then found space at the byline. Top. Cut back. Chuckwheeze. Boom. Goal. 3-1. Another dagger. Nathan dropped to a crouch, staring at the grass. His heartbeat thudded in his ears. Onana turned red with fury. Where's the F*** king marking? Talk. Verny shook his head. Dalot looked rattled. Everything was unraveling. And yet, Nathan stood up slowly, breathing controlled, eyes sharp. Not done. Not yet. 44th minute. Just before the break, one last push. Nathan picked up the ball near the left wing. Tup. Step-overs. A body feint. He cut inside, gliding past two defenders like shadows. He spotted Xerxes near the penalty spot. Whip. Perfect pass. Xerxes turned, boom, and let fly. A sharp deflection. Thud. The ball spun just wide. Corner. The whistle followed seconds later. Halftime. Milan led 3-1. Amorim stormed toward the tunnel. Lips tight, hand gesturing in frustration. The team followed, heads low. Locker room. Halftime. The air inside was tense. Maps flew off the clipboard. Too passive. You're letting them dictate the rhythm. He looked directly at Bruno. We need control. Then, at Valverde. You owe me a second half. 2 changes were announced. Antony, for Xerxes. Mount for Valverde. Nathan sat in silence, towel draped around his shoulders. His shirt was soaked, muscles twitching. He stared at the floor. But his mind? One more shot. That's all he needed. Second half, 55th minute. Mount started the move. A neat touch under pressure. One pass to Bruno. Then a sharp ball to Nathan, breaking behind Milan's midfield. Nathan sprinted into space, then slowed, timing his run, dragging the defender. He looked up, measured. He struck. Boom. Clean. Driven. Low. The keeper dove, full stretch. Clack. Saved. Fingertips. So close. Ah, so close. Valverde gasped from a bench. Nathan turned away, hands on hips, chest heaving. I won't miss the next one, he muttered. I swear. Chapter 44. AC Milan versus Man United. San Siro, 63rd minute. The crowd was still chanting, red flares still faint in the corners, but something had shifted. Milan looked dangerous. But United? United had fire again. Nathan felt it in his bones. Valverde picked the ball from deep and fed it to Bruno, who turned and threaded a quick pass. Nathan was already moving, catching the ball on a half-turn with his left and bursting past Kalulu. Tup-tup. Top. Xerxes peeled off the defender at the edge of the box. Nathan didn't hesitate. Slip. A perfectly weighted ball into space. Xerxes struck hard, boom. Saved. Mainin threw out a leg, stopping it cold. But the rebound popped out, straight to Nathan. TCH. No angle to shoot. But Mount was free near the right flank. Nathan laid it off quickly. Mason. Mount didn't even take a touch. He swung his foot, whip. The ball curled in quick. Valverde timed it. Crack. Header. Far post. Goal. 3-2. Suddenly, it wasn't over. The away interrupted. Chants of United. United. Echoed even over the drums of the Cava Sud. Valverde punched the air, red-faced and panting. Vamos. Nathan jogged back, adrenaline pounding in his veins. A goal behind. Momentum theirs. Just enough time. He glanced toward Bruno, who nodded. Toward Amorim, who was screaming instructions from the sideline like a man possessed. And then he looked across at Milan. They didn't look rattled. They looked like they were waiting. 72nd minute. They struck again. Theo Hernandez bombed down the left like a charging stallion. Dallet chasing, but falling a step behind. Theo lifted his head and delivered a sharp cross into the box. Thump. Leon. Touch like silk. The ball glued to his boot. He twisted once, shook Verny. Twice, cut past Mount. Nathan was racing back, but too far. Then boom. Top corner. Goal. 4-2. The San Siro shook again. Nathan stood near the halfway line, panting, blinking sweat from his eyes. Valverde dropped to his knees. Dios. But Nathan? He turned, slapped his hands together. There's still time. Let's go. He sprinted back toward the center circle, demanding the ball from the restart. No time for sulking. Not here. 78th minute. And Nathan became a blur. Right wing. Left wing. Through the middle. He was everywhere, relentless. Step-overs, feints, cuts inside. Tup-tup. Whoosh. He split Milan's lines more than once. They couldn't trap him. Couldn't predict him. He'd play a pass, then appear 2 passes later, demanding it back. Valverde shouted at one point, laughing in disbelief. What is this? You're not human. 84th minute. Nathan cut in from the left wing, dragging 2 defenders with him. He waited. Bruno ran across the top of the box. Nathan fed him a short ball. Top. A back heel. Whip. Bruno returned it instantly. The pass curved around the defender's foot like a ribbon. Nathan didn't wait. Boom. One touch. Like Benzema. Precise. Calm. Clinical. But clank. The post. Aft. Nathan exhaled, stumbling forward, watching the ball spin away, cruel and heartless. So close. So damn close. He looked up. Bruno hands on hips. Valverde cursing in Spanish. Mount burying his face in his jersey. The goal had begged for it. But not tonight. Not yet. 89th minute. One last roll of the dice. Valverde, from deep, saw the run and delivered a long diagonal pass. A spear through Milan's defense. Nathan took off. Legs burning. Lungs screaming. He beat Kalulu by half a second and reached it first. Then, crack. He was clipped, shoulder to shoulder, knee to thigh, just on the edge of the box. He fell hard. Grass scraped his forearm. The whistle didn't come. Silence. Then the commentator's voice. Clear foul claim, but the referee waves play on. Nathan turned, stunned. Arms out. What? Nothing. Play continued. The final whistle blew just seconds later. Full time. Milan 4-2 Manchester United. He lay there for a moment, breathing. The match was over, and he felt it. The ache in his ribs, the sting of the turf, the sour taste of near misses and unfinished moments. He sat up slowly. Cameras zoomed in. His face was calm, too calm, but the disappointment clung to him like sweat. I scored, but we lost, he murmured to himself. Manchester, the morning after. The rain hadn't stopped. Thin trails of water ran down the cafe, windows like tears, too tired to fall properly. The world beyond the glass was gray and half-drowned, just the way Manchester liked it. Inside, the cafe was warm, dimly lit, and humming quietly with the clink of mugs and the low murmur of conversation. Nathan Perry sat alone at a table in the back, baseball cap pulled low, sunglasses perched on his nose despite the gloomy weather outside. He wasn't hiding. Not really. But sometimes you needed a second to just disappear. The seat across from him was empty. So was something inside. Not just the usual post-match ache. Not the sharp sting of loss or the silent echo of what could have been. It was something else. He stared into his untouched coffee, watching the steam curl upward like it was trying to escape too. TCH. He allowed a soft breath through his teeth. What was missing? He thought it might be the game, but it wasn't. It wasn't the roar of the crowd or the press conferences or the fan chants echoing from the Kava Sud. It wasn't even the goal that didn't come. It was something smaller, quieter. And then, click, click, click. The sound of a laptop keyboard, fast, rhythmic, focused, from the corner of the cafe. He looked up. There she was. Same hoodie, same messy bun, same energy. Her fingers danced across the keys like a pianist in mid-solo. She hadn't noticed him. Not yet. Nathan watched for a moment, trying to place the feeling in his chest. Then she looked up. Their eyes met. Not long, just a few seconds, but it was enough. She smiled, and that something missing, it moved. The next day, he came back. Same cafe, Zamahat, same sunglasses, same seat. Lauren was there, like before, in the same corner, headphones in, tapping away. She had a habit of biting the inside of her cheek when she concentrated, he noticed, and occasionally, she'd tilt her head like she was listening to someone speak in her mind. He walked over before he could talk himself out of it. Writing something interesting, he asked, hands in his jacket pockets. She looked up slowly, pulling off her headphones. A pause, then a smile. An article about how Manchester United is coming back to life after years of struggle, she said, as if she were daring him to comment. Nathan chuckled, soft but real. What if I told you one of those players is sitting right in front of you? She didn't blink. I know, she said, her voice low and smooth. That mischievous smile again. Chapter 45, Between Heart and Field. Later that evening, they sat across from each other in a quiet Italian place off Deansgate, the kind of spot with wine-stained menus and candlelight that flickered with every laugh. Conversation flowed like it had always been waiting for this moment. She asked about the match, not the tactics or the drama, but what it felt like. To score and still lose. She said, "What's that like?" Nathan leaned back, thinking, it's like punching through a wall only to realize there's another one behind it, and then another, and you just keep swinging. Lauren nodded, scribbling invisible notes on her napkin with her finger. Sounds exhausting. It is, he said, but it's also why I love it. Then he turned the questions back on her. Why journalism? Why football? Why the cafe? She told him she grew up watching her older brothers play, and she fell in love with the stories behind the goals. The look on a striker's face when he missed. Nathan laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. Maybe it's because, for the first time, I don't want to dribble or shoot. I just want to talk. That earned a grin. You're good at it, she said. He shrugged. Only when it's not with cameras in my face. Rain again. When they left the restaurant, the rain had returned. Of course it had. Thin sheets falling from the dark sky like silk. They didn't run. Didn't cover their heads. Lauren looked up and closed her eyes for a second, like she needed to feel something real. Nathan just watched her. You know, she said, walking beside him, you don't have to be a lion all the time. I know, he said, but if I'm not, people start asking what's wrong. Well, she replied, brushing wet strands of hair from her cheek. Let them wonder. They reached the corner where they'd part ways. For a second, neither moved. Then Lauren nodded, stepping back. Good night, Nathan Perry. Good night, Lauren Hayes. And just like that, she turned, walking off into the soft rain, her hoodie pulled up but still soaked through. Nathan stood there for a moment longer, his hands in his pockets, his shoulders hunched slightly, but not from the cold. He looked up. The streetlights blurred against the misty air. The puddles shimmered under his feet. He smiled, just a little. Later that night, his phone buzzed. A message from Bruno. Tomorrow. Training. No sulking. No excuses. Nathan stared at it for a moment. Then another message came through. And bring that fire back, golden boy. We're not done yet. He smirked, then opened a new tab on his phone. Typed, Manchester United, The Awakening. He stared at the headline. Lauren's article. It wasn't up yet, but he could already hear her voice in it. He closed his eyes. Carrington, 3 days later. The rain had passed, at least for now. Morning light slanted through the tall windows of the Carrington training complex, gleaming off freshly cut grass. The pitch smelled of earth and dew, the kind of scent that made players crave the ball at their feet. Nathan stood at the sideline, stretching silently, his breath steady, his mind quiet. Just a game. Valverde jogged past, slapped him on the back. You're moving like a man who's just returned from spiritual retreat, he said, grinning. Nathan cracked a smile. Feels like something shifted. Oh, Valverde smirked. Do tell. I'm calmer, Nathan said, tying the laces of his right boot tight. Like, I have a new reason to give it my all. Valverde raised a brow. Then, what's her name? Nathan shook his head, chuckling under his breath. Her name's none of your business, he said. Valverde laughed, long and loud. Ay Dios. I knew it. That explains the Zen striker aura you're radiating. But Nathan didn't deny it. He just stepped onto the pitch. And when the whistle blew to begin the morning drills, he was everywhere. Tup-tup, tap, whoosh, footwork drills, shooting reps, left, right, chest control, boom. Top corner, again and again. Tactical scrims. He pressed, passed like an artist, finished. Even Bruno stopped mid-drill to stare. Oi, Nathan, you want something? Valverde smirked. He's on love. Piss off, Nathan muttered, but he was smiling. Genuinely. Amarim, watching from the sideline, scribbled in his notes without looking up. Keep this rhythm, Perry, the coach called. Cup match tomorrow. Let's see if calmness scores goals. That night, online chaos. Nathan's phone buzzed nonstop as he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The headlines were spreading fast. Nathan Perry spotted with mystery girl. Rumors swirl of relationship with football journalist Lauren Hayes. Manchester United star distracted ahead of cup clash. Romance or recklessness? Is Perry still focused on football? TCH. He turned the screen face down on his nightstand. They didn't know her, and they damn sure didn't know him. Match day, Manchester United versus Newcastle United. Carabao Cup, quarterfinal. The buzz in Old Trafford was different. Not just tense, hopeful. The kind of feeling that hadn't fully existed in years. Nathan. He glanced toward the stands. There, third tier, just above the United crest banners. Lauren. Woolcote. No pad or lap. Eyes searching until they found him. He gave a quick wave. Nothing dramatic. Just enough. She smiled. He stepped onto the pitch, and the noise swelled like a wave. Boom. Kickoff. Random skill acquired. Griezmann executed a left-footed dribble. First minute. Newcastle came in hard. Oza. Chopping down angles. But United were ready. Valverde dropped him beside Case Moreau and set the tone early with a crunching tackle. Thud. That had the crowd roaring. Nathan played wide left, drifting into half spaces, reading the rhythm. Calm. Breathe. No ruse. 12th minute. Bruno received it in the middle, turned, one touch, two, and threaded it forward. Valverde timed his run beautifully. Burst through midfield, TCH. Top. Nathan was already moving. Valverde didn't hesitate. A no-look pass slid between the center-backs L. WHSSHK. Nathan caught it in stride. Defender on his right shoulder. Keepa closing fast. He chopped left, tap. The defender stumbled. Then boom. Left foot. Far post. Net bulged. Goal. Old Trafford erupted. Nathan stood still, facing the crowd. No celebración. No teatrix. Just a single point upward toward the third tier. And a faint smile. Lawrence saw it. Later, full time, Manchester United 2, Newcastle United 0. It wasn't just a win. Nathan scored one goal, and he never stopped moving, never stopped pressing. Tracked back when needed, and orchestrated with quiet brilliance. When the whistle blew, he exhaled deeply. Hands on hips, chest rising and falling. Behind the dugout, Amram approached slowly, arms folded. Well played, the coach said, voice low and even. But Nathan turned, towel around his neck. Amram looked him in the eye. Make sure your heart doesn't pull you away from the game. Nathan didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled, cool and certain. It's what makes me play with everything I've got. Amram paused, then nodded once. Good answer. Now prove it again. Chapter 46, a new test for the Wonder Kid. Old Trafford, just before kickoff. The lights burned white over the pitch, a stage carved out of myth. The roar of 75,000 fans layered the air like thunder stacked on thunder. Nathan stood by the tunnel, phone still in hand. One final glance before he tucked it into his coat pocket. Nathan versus Tottenham. He smirked. A new test, huh? Ding. Skill unlocked. Free kicks, David Beckham style. A low chuckle escaped him. Oh, time for some art. Valverde was sitting a few feet away, tightening his laces with laser focus. His head snapped up. What? Nothing. Nathan shook his head, grinned sharp. Just remembered something beautiful. Amram's voice rang out from the center of the huddle. The team circled him, boots squeaking lightly on the tunnel floor. Tottenham will rely on counterattacks, the coach said. Stay balanced. Nathan, take every set piece. I don't care if it's 30 meters out. It's yours. Kick off, first half. The whistle blew, tweet. And instantly, the rhythm was frantic. Tottenham pressed high. Their midfield line surged forward, choking the space. Madison and Bissouma disrupted flow, swarming Bruno and Mount. Kulusevski dropped deep to turn and run, while Son lurked like a shadow with a heartbeat. United tried to find their rhythm. 1-2s between Bruno and Valverde, probing passes toward the flanks. But it wasn't clean. Then, 12th minute, James Maddison spun away from Mount and slipped a through ball. TCH. Clean. Deadly. Son darted in. Dallet too slow. Varane just behindert. Boom. Left foot. Bottom corner. Onana couldn't reach it. Goal. 1-0 Tottenham. A hush swept over Old Trafford, like a sharp inhale before grief. Nathan stared at the scoreboard, unmoving. All right then. 18th minute. A chance from nothing. Valverde drew a foul just outside the box. The ref's whistle echoed. Nathan stepped up. 23 meters. Slight angle. Perfect distance for a right-footed whip. The wall was set. The crowd held its breath. He ran up. Huh. Tap. Whoosh. The ball curled like it had a soul. Over the wall. Around the arc. Dip, crack. Just under the bar. Kissing net. Goal. Old Trafford erupted. The net bulged like a sail in the wind. The keeper didn't move. He couldn't. A masterpiece. Nathan stood there. Calm. One hand up. No wild celebration. Just art. Bruno ran up, arms out. That was disgusting. 32nd minute. Growing into chaos. United pressed harder now. Nathan nearly scored twice, once smashing the post after skipping past two defenders, the other a rocket that grazed the crossbar. But Tottenham didn't sit back. Every time United lost the ball, they struck like a pack of wolves. Son, Kane, Kulusevski, fast, direct. Onana made a flying save in the 39th. Werner blocked a shot with his thigh in the 42nd. Thump. Halftime came. 1-1. Nathan jogged into the tunnel, panting, drenched in sweat. Valverde caught up to him. They're playing like they've got knives in their boots. Then we take the knives, Nathan muttered, and we turn them into brushes. Valverde blinked. What the hell does that even mean? Nathan grinned. You'll see. Second half, 49th minute. Tyler Brown picked the ball up near midfield and threaded a pass between two Tottenham shirts. Nathan made the run. Tup-tup. Touch out wide, cut in. Left foot, boom. Brilliant strike. But the keeper flew. One hand outstretched, thwack. Saved. Damn. 53rd minute, punished. Quick throw from Tottenham. Madison again. No one tracked Kulusevski. A switch to the right flank. Low cross. Son touched. Kulusevski, wide open. Boom. Goal. 2-1. Old Trafford groaned. Amram shouted from the touchline, voice sharp. Take control again. Now. 60th minute. Foul. Valverde hacked down near the arc. Right side, 27 meters out. Nathan walked over. Bruno stood next to him. You want it? Nathan nodded. I need it. He placed the ball carefully. The wall lined up. 5 men. Big. Aggressive. Jump happy. He stepped back. One glance at the keeper. The wall. The grass. TCH. They're expecting a whip. He exhaled slowly. Then, tap, tap, boom, low. The wall jumped. The ball slid underneath them like a whisper through the grass. Goal. 2-2. Pure cheek. Ice-cold execution. Old Trafford roared. Shirts flew. Fists punched the sky. Nathan turned and jogged to the sideline, nodding once toward the coach. Amarim blinked, then grinned like a man who'd seen a ghost wear his colors. Valverde ran over. You're not normal, man. 67th minute. The roar of Old Trafford was a living, breathing thing now, surging with every pass, every tackle. The game had turned molten. Nathan's eyes scanned the pitch as he received the ball in midfield. 2 shadows closed in. TCH. He touched it with the outside of his right boot, tap, cut inside the first defender. A feint, a glide, then another surge of acceleration past the second. Gasp from the stands. He slipped a pass between 2 white shirts. Valverde hit it. The Uruguayan did not hesitate. Boom! A missile off his right foot. It beat the keeper. Clang! Off the post. The whole stadium winced. Nathan gritted his teeth. Hands on his head. So close. So damn close. Valverde spat on the ground, frustrated. Damn it. That should have been it. 73rd minute. Kulusevski skipped past Shaw with a flick. One pass. Sun peeled off his marker like a shark smelling blood. He didn't even need to look up. Crack. Bottom corner. Ruthless. 3-2. The stadium deflated. Hands on hips. Heads dropped. Frustration, disbelief, fatigue. Amarim shouted from the touchline, but it felt like his voice couldn't reach the players anymore. Until Nathan turned, eyes burning. We're not done. His voice cut through the noise, raw and sharp. The next goal is ours. You hear me? Ours. 80th minute. United pushed. No time to calculate. Just instinct. Passion. Bruno found Nathan between the lines. A pass zipped into his feet. Nathan turned, quick, fluid. Defender in front. He didn't care. Huh. Boom. A thunderous strike from 25 meters. The keeper dove, thwack. Parried. Gasps, groans. The rebound was cleared. But Nathan didn't curse. He didn't scream. He jogged back, eyes locked ahead. Still chasing. 84th minute. Corner. Valverde jogged over to take it. Nathan moved short. A glance between them. Back to you, Nathan said. Valverde nodded. Quick touch. Return ball. Nathan gave it back. One touch. Valverde wound up. Whoosh. A wicked, whipped cross. Xerxes leaped. Higher than anyone. Thud. A powerful header, down, bouncing. The net rippled. Goal. 3-3. Old Trafford exploded. Arms raised. Scarves flung into the air. Xerxes pumped his fists, sprinting to the corner flag. Valverde let out a roar, shaking Nathan by the shoulders. You called it, you crazy bastard. Nathan was grinning, chest heaving. But his eyes weren't on the celebration. They were on the ball being returned to the center circle. 88th minute. Chaos. Tottenham countered again. Sun broke free, lightning down the left. He cut inside. Shot. Thwack. Onana. Flying save. One arm. Unreal. The ball spilled, clear by Verny. The stadium couldn't breathe. Valverde screamed instructions. Bruno was waving arms, organizing. Amarim paced the technical area like a general in a losing war. Nathan wiped sweat from his brow. Come on, come on. 90+1 SD minute. A long clearance from Onana. Nathan read it. Jumped. Chest control. Drop of the shoulder gone. A defender lunged late. Clatter. Foul. 21 meters out. Slightly to the left. Silence. Even the cameras seemed to hold their breath. Bruno placed a hand on Nathan's shoulder. You got this. Nathan just nodded. He looked at the ball, then the goal. Crowd behind him. Keeper ready. Wall set. He could win it here. He closed his eyes for a moment. He could feel the grass beneath his boots. Hear his heartbeat. Then breathe in. Breathe out. Huh. Step. Step. Curl. Boom. The ball sailed, bent, dipped. It's in. No. Thwack. A fingertip. The keeper pushed it over. Corner. The stadium groaned in unison. A symphony of frustration. Nathan stood there still, then slowly walked over to take the corner. No drama. No magic this time. The ref's whistle cut through the air. Full time, 3-3. Post-match, players collapsed to the turf. Some knelt, some clapped the fans. Chapter 47, Match Day, Group Stage, Match 2. 2 days after the draw against Tottenham, the headlines came fast, loud, and relentless. Nathan, the modern Beckham. In the theater of dreams, a new star paints in curves. Set-piece sorcery. Is Nathan Perry England's next maestro? Nathan didn't read them all, but he saw the image that went viral. His calm pose after the first free kick, one hand raised, Old Trafford behind him. Even in a draw, he had lit up the sky. He sat alone in the locker room after recovery training. The others had already gone. He stared at the wall, still in his compression gear. His legs burned, but his heart was calm. A draw, not the result he wanted, but the path was long, and he had only just started writing. He whispered it to himself, quietly, almost like a promise. I'll write my name into history, even if it starts with a draw. Match Day, Group Stage, Match 2. Manchester United versus PSV. Old Trafford, night kickoff. The wind cut through the air like ice, but the stand were full. Flares and chants from the away fans colored the corner of the stadium red and white. But this was Old Trafford. This was his stage. Inside the locker room, the tension hummed, quiet, focused. Players went through their routines. Nathan was already stretching, headphones in, calm. Ding. Viel unlocked. Johan Cruyff dribbling. He blinked, then slowly smiled. Tonight, I'll dance with the ball, just like the master Cruyff used to. Valverde, lacing his boots nearby, gave him a look. You say the creepiest things before games, you know that? The coach, Amram, stepped into the center of the room. All right, listen up, he said. His voice was firm, low. Red Star Belgrade and Milan drew earlier. If we win tonight, we go top of the group. And I want us to finish this stage with strength. He looked around, meeting every eye. Nathan, you're free to float tonight. I want chaos from your boots. Nathan nodded once. Old Trafford, kickoff. The whistle blew, tweet. Before the sound had fully vanished from the air, Manchester United exploded forward. No waiting. No settling in. This wasn't a feel-out period. Nathan drifted into the left half space, reading the field like a conductor scanning a score. He dropped a shoulder. Snap. Received Valverde's pass on the turn. 2 defenders pressed in. TCH. Cruyff. The spin was tight. Fluid. Timed to perfection. He dropped one, then slid between them like he'd walked through a door only he could see. Whoa, Nathan! The crowd erupted. He didn't even glance at the stands, just burst forward with the ball glued to his feet, eyes up. 12th minute. It came from the left. Luke Shaw overlapped on the run, tap, took it in stride, and whipped in a low cross. Nathan read it early. He adjusted, slowed his step, let the ball kiss his boot before anyone else could reach it. One touch, sharp. The defender closed, too late. Boom! Low rocket, near post. No time to react. Goal. 1-0. Old Trafford exploded. Fans punched the air. Some just stood in disbelief. Nathan didn't sprint off in celebration. He just turned, calm, and pointed to Shaw. Class cross, he said with a grin. 22nd minute. PSV tried to push forward. Onana caught a hopeful cross and threw out fast. Bueno, Mount. Then Valverde, sprinting through the middle. Nathan cut inside. Space. Energy. Timing. Top. He caught the pass with his heel, backwards. A backheel assist? Yes. Valverde took it in stride and didn't hesitate. Crack. Goal. 2-0. The away fans fell silent. Valverde wheeled away, roaring. Nathan jogged after him. Calm again, the ghost in the storm. From the touchline, Amram just nodded. They were playing his football now. 31st minute. The ball came to Nathan near the sideline. He was boxed in, one in front, one behind. He paused. The defenders braced. Cruyff. Again. Cruyff. The other way. The defender lunged. Cruyff again. 3 in a row. The crowd didn't cheer. They screamed. Nathan, what is happening? He escaped the triple cage, burst into space, and flicked it to Mount for a shot. Blocked. But it didn't matter. The theater had come alive. 36th minute. PSV were shaken. They chased shadows. And Nathan? He was painting with the ball. He took it from Bruno, drove into the box. The right back stepped up. Nathan slowed, body low. Then, a sudden feint. The defender bit. TCH. Gone. The defender fell. Dropped by a mover. Nathan curled the cross with his left. Xerxes rose like a tower. Boom. Goal. 3-0. Camera zoomed in. Nathan stood at the edge of the box, arms slightly raised, sweat glistening. 42nd minute. The team huddled after a brief stoppage. Bruno Lindin. Don't let up. Next one ends it. Nathan nodded, eyes on the ball being placed for a goal kick. Valverde added, they're dizzy. Let's make them sink. But something shifted. PSV adjusted. They were trying to breathe again. And then, right before halftime, 45th minute, corner kick for PSV. Nothing special. Just a routine ball floated into the box. But Xerxes lost his man. The header came clean. Thud. Back post. Goal. 3-1. Old Trafford quieted. Just for a moment. Nathan stared at the net, jaw tight. That was too easy. Valverde cursed under his breath. Damn it. Bruno klapped. Reset. No heads down. Second half. Old Trafford Manchester United 3-1 PSV. The air was heavy with sweat, noise, and possibility. Nathan stood near the center circle, bouncing on his toes as the second half kicked off. His breath was steady. The stadium roared behind him. He rolled his shoulders, glanced at Valverde, then at Bruno. Both gave small nods. It was time to end this. 54th minute. It started like so many moves before it. Nothing flashy, just rhythm. Valverde pinged a pass into space. Nathan checked over his shoulder, drifted into midfield. The ball met him like an old friend. Top. One touch to settle, another to invite pressure. PSV bit, too eager. Nathan turned, pulse sharp, and slipped it into Valverde. Valverde, he called, already spinning off his marker. Valverde caught the pass and sent it back, perfectly weighted. Nathan didn't hesitate. One defender closed. Late. Nathan dipped his body, left foot fake. The defender lunged. TCH. Wrong way. Gone. He slipped by clean, smooth as silk. A gasp swept through the crowd. Now space. Edge of the box. Curved angle. Nathan glanced once. Keeper off his line, slightly leaning near post. He curled it. Inside of his foot. Balanced. Measured. Swoosh crack. The ball arced like it had been drawn with a compass. The net snapped. Goal. 4-1. Old Trafford exploded. 1,000 red shirts bouncing, flares lighting in the away end. Arms raised, fist pumping. The camera zoomed in on Nathan. 60th minute. PSV tried strike back. They pushed higher. Switched to a 3-4-3. Pressed United's midfield. And they nearly had their moment. A sudden break. A chip pass over the top. Their striker. One-on-one. He took a touch. Set himself. Shot. Bang. But there he was, Onana. Exploding off his line. Thud. The ball slammed into his chest, ricocheted away. Groans from the away fans. Cheers from the Stretford end. Onana stood, roaring, not today. 70th to 80th minute. The pace slowed. But Nathan, he danced past tired legs. Drew fouls. Kept possession. Every touch, every movement, measured. Even Amarim stood back, arms folded, a quiet smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. 80th minute. The board went up. He jogged to the sideline. And then, Old Trafford rose. All of it. A wall of sound. Na Thayan. Na Thayan. The chant rolled down like thunder. From the Stretford end to the Sir Alex stand. He slowed just for a second. Looked up. So many faces. So much noise. For him, he raised a hand. Not a wave. Just a quiet gesture of thanks. Full-time Manchester United 4-1 PSV. The whistle blew. Tweet. The group stage was over. United were top. Nathan stood in line during the handshakes, quiet but burning inside. PSV's captain gave him a nod and a muttered, "You were untouchable tonight." Nathan didn't reply, just smiled politely. Later that night, hotel room. The team had flown back to Carrington after media duties, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. Nathan sat alone, lights dimmed, hotel room window cracked open. The city hummed outside, just a whisper beneath the glass. His phone buzzed. The usual. Agents. Coaches. Clips of his goal already floating around. Chapter 48. Manchester United versus Manchester City. Old Trafford was on fire. Not in flames, but in soul and sound. A cauldron of red. Every seat packed. Scar spinning. Flags waving. It was Derby Day. Manchester United versus Manchester City. The kind of match that carved legacies in stone and erased names just as quickly. One mistake could haunt you. One moment of brilliance could define you. Nathan stood on the touchline as the teams prepared for kickoff, his boots sinking ever so slightly into the pristine grass. He took it all in, the floodlights burning white above, the vibration of the crowd rumbling through his chest. Then, ding, skill unlocked. Cristiano long shots. His eyes widened slightly. And then he looked up. The night sky above Old Trafford was clear, stars tucked behind the glare of stadium lights. He exhaled slowly and whispered to the heavens, "Cristiano, tonight I'll shoot like you used to." The whistle blew. Tweet. And just like that, the war began. First minute, fifth minute. City didn't wait. They never did. Pep's machine came out roaring, blue shirts buzzing across the pitch like hornets. Quick triangles. One-touch sequences. Bernardo Silva, De Bruyne, Rodri, all operating in perfect sync. Nathan tracked back instinctively, heart steady but senses flaring. Every pass from City cut through the midfield like a scalpel. Sixth minute. It happened fast. Too fast. Bruno slipped for half a second pressing high. Case Moreau was a beat late covering De Bruyne. Clack. The Belgian took one touch into space. Nathan saw the run before anyone else. Holland. Like a missile. Varane chased, but it was too late. The pass was weighted perfectly. De Bruyne's through ball split the line. TCH. Holland struck it first time. Boom. A cannonball with laces. It ripped past Onana before he could fully set his feet. Goal. 1-0. City. Old Trafford froze. For a breath. Then came the silence. A cruel silence. Nathan didn't flinch. He just stood there, hands on his hips, staring at the net that still rippled with the aftershock of the goal. Bruno came up beside him. "We're fine." One back at them. Valverde clenched his fists. "Let's wake up." Nathan didn't say anything. But inside him, something had shifted. This wasn't the PSV game. 18th minute. Old Trafford. A storm of blue shirts swarmed the midfield. City's machine pulsed in rhythm. One touch, two touch, triangles slicing through pressure. Rodri swept in to control tempo, dropping between lines to link with De Bruyne and Silva. But just as he turned to play his next pass, TCH, Valverde struck like a blade through armor. Snap! He stole the ball with a sharp jab of his boot and immediately turned with purpose. A flash of red darted ahead. Nathan. Valverde didn't hesitate. One touch, then a clean feed into space. Nathan caught it in stride, just past the halfway line. For a moment, everything slowed. The City defenders were retreating, trying to recover their shape. Ederson stood far off his line, arms loose, ready but unbothered. Nathan didn't dribble, didn't hesitate. He just looked up, and in that heartbeat of awareness, he pulled the trigger. Boom! A roar of leather against ball. The strike was unreal. Clean, low, and rising with an unnatural swerve. A missile from 40 yards. The ball ripped through the night air, bending mid-flight like it had a mind of its own. "No way!" Bruno gasped. The stadium held its breath. Ederson leapt. Too late. Wham! Goal! The ball crashed into the top left corner like a meteor tearing through space. 1-1. Old Trafford exploded. The sound wasn't just cheering, it was disbelief. Awe. Pure electricity. From a commentary box, the announcer screamed, "Did you see that?" Nathan stood still. No celebration. Just a slow turn, face calm, as if he knew. As if the shot had only confirmed what he already believed. His teammates mobbed him, slapping his back, shouting. Bruno grabbed his head. That wasn't human. That was a Marvel origin story. Valverde laughed breathlessly. "You just broke physics." 23rd to 29th minute. City tried to restore order. Rodri, red-faced with frustration, began barking orders. De Bruyne dropped deeper. Holland hovered like a storm cloud, waiting. But United smelled blood. Mount pressed high. Case Moreau patrolled. Anthony started dancing down the right, drawing fouls and dragging City wide. The crowd had found its voice again. And it didn't whisper, it sang. 30th minute. United surged forward. Anthony isolated his man on the wing. Step over, shimmy burst of pace. He glanced once. Xerxes made the run. Whip. The cross came in, bending outward, just beyond the center back's reach. Xerxes soared. Thud. Goal. A bullet header. 2-1. The striker roared. Fists clenched, sprinting toward the corner flag. But City wasn't done. 36th minute. It started innocently. A back pass. Slight miscommunication between Shaw and Martinez. De Bruyne pounced, slid it forward. And suddenly, Holland. A blue blur. Long strides. Power. Precision. Varane chased. Not enough. Onana rushed out. Too late. Crack. Low and ruthless. A Predator's finish. Goal. 2-2. The away interrupted. Blue smoke flared in the corner. Holland didn't celebrate wildly. He just turned to the crowd, arms wide. 39th minute. United reset. Quick tempo. One touch. They weren't shell-shocked. They were simmering. The ball moved through Casemiro, then to Bruno. He spotted Nathan drifting wide into space. The pass came. Nathan didn't wait. He took one touch, shifted the ball inside. From 30 yards. Boom. Another thunderbolt. The crowd rose with the shot. Ederson Dove stretching. Clang. Post. Oh. The sound from the fans was a wave. Part agony, part thrill. The ball rebounded out. Xerxes tried to chase, but Stones cleared it. On the sideline, Amram clapped hard. Yes. Keep going. That's it. Nathan stood there, eyes following the spinning ball as it ricocheted toward the sideline. He clenched his jaw. That should have been his second. Second half, Old Trafford. 54th minute. Casemiro stabbed a toe in. Ball popped loose. Nathan was there, first touch clean, shoulders low, head scanning. Rodri closed in. TCH. Nathan dropped a feint, shifted left, then snapped right with a half step. Oop. Rodri lunged. Too late. Gone. De Bruyne tried to recover, angling across. Nathan didn't slow. He ghosted past with a dip of his shoulder, dragging the ball tight underfoot. One defender left. Then none. Space. Huh. He struck. Boom. A violent crack of boot on ball. The strike echoed like cannon fire, rising from the turf like it had a destiny of its own. The ball swerved through the air, left, then right, unpredictable. Ederson stretched. No chance. Wham. Top corner. Goal. 3-2. The Stretford Inn detonated. Nathan. 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 Fans screamed, fists in the air. Scarves flew. Children burst into tears, clutching their fathers, eyes wide in wonder. Bruno sprinted toward him. You mad little bastard. Xerxes tackled him from behind. You broke the F********* ANG net. Nathan stumbled in the huddle of bodies, laughing breathlessly, chest pounding. But inside he was calm. That shot wasn't luck. It wasn't magic. From the sidelines, Amram's expression didn't change, but his eyes gleamed. 60th to 66th minute. City pushed back, like a wounded animal still lashing out. Foden drifted central, but United's press was relentless. Valverde snapped into tackles. Mount chased like a man possessed. Even Xerxes dropped deep to block passing lanes. And then, 67th minute, a through ball toward Holland. Martinez stepped across. Holland tumbled. The whistle blew. No F***ing way. Varney threw up his hands. The ref pointed to the spot. Penalty. Boos poured from the stands. The replay showed light contact, minimal at best. But the call stood. Holland stepped up. Onana bounced on the line, arms wide. Thud. A ruthless strike. Low. Corner. Goal. 3-3. The away end exploded. Blue smoke rose in the corner again, a taunt against the Red Sea. 73rd minute. Onana caught a high ball. No delay. He saw Nathan calling, demanding, with a hand raised at midfield. Nathan caught on the bounce, turned with momentum. He took off. Thud, thud, thud. Boots pounding. Wind in his ears. The pitch opening up before him. A blue shirt came in, skipped past. Another, sidestep shoulder roll. De Bruyne again. Nathan danced around him like light around a shadow. Now the crowd rose. Go Nathan. He neared the edge of the final third. Still no pass. He didn't look up. He didn't need to. Boom. Another rocket. Clean. Vicious. Direct. Ederson Dove. Full stretch. Thwack. Goal. 4-3. Hot trick. Old Trafford shook. People wept. Chants rained down like thunder. N.A. then PRRY. N.A. then PRRY. Nathan jogged to the corner, arms out. Chapter 49. The greatest derby of the decade. 80th minute. Old Trafford. The match had become something else now. No longer tactics or shape or possession charts. City came in waves, relentless, surgical, furious. Foden. Hup. He curled it, aiming for the far post. Thwack. Onana. A full stretch dive. Palm stung. Ball deflected wide. Corner. The crowd roared. But it wasn't just applause. Nathan turned and clapped toward the keeper. Big hands, man. Onana just nodded, chest heaving. Not done yet. 82nd minute. Cancelo tried to play clever on the flank. A soft touch inside. Bad idea. TCH. Nathan pounced like a predator. Snatched it clean, body tight to the ball. Mine. He didn't look up. He knew Valverde was nearby. One touch. Return pass. Boom. Nathan took it back, rolled forward, then crack. A missile from 35 meters. The ball soared, bending, dipping, clang, crossbar. OHHHHHHHHHH. The crowd shrieked, hands in their hair. 85th to 88th minute. City went full throttle. Pep screamed on the touchline, windmilling arms like a man possessed. Diaz pushed forward. Rodri left his post. Even Ederson crept higher. United sat deeper, coiled like a spring. Waiting. Bruno shouted, "Hold the line. Break when we get it." Nathan kept drifting, watching, reading. Then, 89th minute. Loose touch in midfield. Nathan sensed it. Now, he broke from the line, intercepted a panic pass, and took off like lightning. The ball stuck to his boots as he blew past 1, 2, 3 defenders. The stadium stood. Only Ederson left. Nathan cut right. Ederson lunged. Crash. Legs tangled. Nathan rolled. Grass flew. Whistle. Red card. Old Trafford erupted. Ederson was gone. City down to 10. Free kick just outside the box. Nathan got up slowly, dirt on his arm, breathing heavy. He picked up the ball, walked to the spot, and placed it down himself. Valverde jogged up behind him, panting. "You want this?" 91st minute. No wall. A standing keeper in gloves too big for his hands. The crowd fell into silence. Like the world had paused. Nathan stepped back, breathed. 1, 2, 3. Then boom. A crack of power. The ball tore into the top right, like it had been fired from a cannon. Goal. 5-3. And the stadium exploded. A wave of sound, of light, of limbs and flags and voices breaking together in raw ecstasy. Cameras panned. People screaming. Grown men crying. Kids with signs collapsing in joy. 4 goals. 3 outside the box. Nathan turned toward the sky, fists clenched, chest heaving. This time he celebrated. He sprinted to the corner flag, slid on his knees, fists raised. Teammates piled in. Xerxes screamed, 4, 4. Are you freaking real? Full time. WHHHHHHRRR. The whistle was swallowed by the roar of history being made. Manchester United 5-3 Manchester City. The greatest derby of the decade. The cameras swarmed Nathan. He stood in the middle of the pitch, soaked in sweat and light. NA then PRRY. NA then PRRY. Valverde wrapped his arms around Nathan, still breathless. "I swear, you're insane, kid." Nathan just stared ahead. Bruno came by, gave him a soft punch on the shoulder. "They're gonna build a shrine for you in the youth academy." Midnight, Old Trafford. The stadium was empty now, silent. Lights dimmed, crew gone. Only the echo of history remained. Nathan sat on the pitch, alone, cross-legged, boots off. He grabbed a handful of grass, clenched it in his hand, looked out toward the stands. Thousands had chanted his name. He was the storm tonight. But now it was quiet. And in that silence, a thought surfaced. Simple, quiet, true. "Tonight," he whispered, "I wrote my name into Manchester's history." Morning after the derby, Carrington training ground. The headlines were absurd. Perry paints Old Trafford red. 4 goals in derby masterclass. New king of Manchester. Cristiano's boots. Rooney's fire. Cruyff's soul. Is Nathan Perry the hybrid we've been waiting for? Nathan chuckled, scrolling through the articles on his phone as he tied his laces. His fingers moved fast, muscle memory. But his eyes lingered on every word. It felt surreal, like watching someone else live his dream. Across the room, Bruno leaned over with a grin. "You've gone viral in 10 countries, mate. They're calling you a goddamn cheat code." Xerxes snorted. "Check your DMs. Pretty sure Marvel wants to cast you in their next movie." Amram stepped in. The mood snapped. The coach stood in front of the squad with his hands behind his back, voice calm, but lined with steel. "Enjoy the praise," he began. "You've earned it. But listen carefully." The room quieted. Bournemouth isn't a small team. Several players blinked. Some tilted their heads. Amram's eyes swept across the locker room. They took down Chelsea, took a point from City, and they play like they've got nothing to lose. You get careless, you get punished. Got it. A few murmurs of yeah and nods. Nathan gave a single nod too, but his mind was elsewhere. Ding. A glowing blue prompt flickered into his vision. Skill unlocked. Jamal Musiala dribbling. Match day, Old Trafford. The crowd was still buzzing from the derby. And Nathan could hear it before he stepped onto the pitch. Nathan, Nathan, Nathan. He breathed it in, let it settle in his chest. First minute B, they didn't sit back. They attacked, pressed. The red shirts were chasing shadows. United's midfield couldn't settle. Every time Casemiro or Mount touched the ball, Bournemouth snapped. TCH. Loose touch. Another steal. By the 15th minute, the inevitable struck. Quick diagonal ball. Switch of play. A red shirt lunged, missed. Whoosh. The cross came in. Thump. The finish was clean. No chance for Onana. 0-1. Old Trafford froze. The away fans erupted. And United stood still, as if someone had pressed pause. Nathan's eyes narrowed. Time to answer. 21st minute. Nathan drifted wide. Took a short pass from Shaw and faced a pressing midfielder. His heartbeat slowed. Then he moved. Tap. Flick. Step over. A blur of red weaving through bodies like a ribbon in the wind. One defender lunged. Missed. Another reached. TCH. Wrong-footed. Huh. Nathan spun, slipped between two markers, and backheeled it into space. Valverde caught it in stride. Crack. Saved. The keeper got just enough glove. The crowd gasped. Even a Bournemouth bench looked stunned. Nathan turned slowly, eyes scanning. It felt different. His boots kissed the grass with a rhythm that wasn't taught. It was felt. The Musiala skill wasn't just speed or control. 32nd minute. Bournemouth pushed again. But this time, Casemiro read the pass early and sent a driven ball into midfield. Nathan pounced. Two defenders ahead. Tap. Tap. The ball stayed, glued to his feet. TCH. He dipped his shoulder left, then slid right, tight dribble. One defender gone. The next one stretched to intercept. Flick. Gone again. Boom. A sudden low shot. Edge of the box. No warning. No wind-up. The net snapped as the ball flew past the keeper. Goal. 1-1. Old Trafford erupted. The commentator screamed. This isn't dribbling. Nathan turned to the crowd, arms half raised, but his eyes remained fixed. He wasn't celebrating. But Bournemouth didn't blink. Their manager clapped from the sideline, urging them on, and they kept going. 41st minute. Left wing overload. Shaw was caught in two minds. The wingers slipped by. Whip. Another cross, driven low, and a striker ghosted in front of Varane. Thud. Goal. 1-2. The air was sucked out of Old Trafford. Nathan turned slowly, his jaw locked. Even Valverde's eyes widened. No way. Chapter 50, Champions League night. The second half kicked off with a sense of urgency in the air, the kind of electricity that could spark the fiercest of comebacks. Nathan felt it too. The tingling pulse of every United fan in Old Trafford, the hum of expectations buzzing. He could already hear their cheers, see their faces, every pair of eyes locked on him. He was their hope, their dream, and he wasn't about to disappoint. 51st minute. The ball was at his feet within the first 30 seconds of the second half. Bournemouth was trying to press, but their defense was scrambling, too wide, too unsure. They had forgotten who they were dealing with. Nathan's touch was precise, his body a fluid extension of his mind. With a soft flick of his right foot, he spun past the defender, a move that had become so natural it felt like breathing. Spin. The first Bournemouth player was beaten, but another closed in. No matter. Nathan's mind was already 2 steps ahead. With a brilliant flick of his heel, pop, he sent the ball into the path of the next defender, pulling off a double back heel flick. The midfielder lunged for the ball, but Nathan was already moving past him, a blur of red. The crowd held its breath as he opened up space, curling his foot back, preparing for the shot. Crack! The ball surged toward the far post, a rocket of precision. Thwack! It hit the post. The sound echoed through Old Trafford, an agonizing thud that made every fan groan. A goal that could have been but wasn't. Nathan stood there for a split second, staring at the ball as it ricocheted back into play. He clenched his jaw, but there was no time to dwell on it. Not yet. 60th minute. As the game wore on, the cracks in United's defense grew wider. Bournemouth, hungry for a shock victory, took advantage of every opening. A long pass came down the right flank, and with a quick, well-timed cross, the ball found the feet of a Bournemouth striker in the box. The defense was too slow to react, too disorganized. Boom! The shot came in low and fast, cutting through the chaos. Onana had no chance. It was a clean strike, perfectly placed. 1-3. A collective groan rippled through the stands. The players on the pitch felt it too, every last ounce of their confidence from the Derby victory slipping through their fingers like sand. The scoreline felt like a gut punch. Amram reacted quickly, standing up from the bench, his expression sharp and composed. He called for a substitution. Anthony. Xerxes off. His voice rang out, determined, but a trace of frustration lingered. Nathan's heart beat faster. Now, he was to play as a central striker, more pressure, more responsibility. He could feel the weight settle on his shoulders. But that wasn't a problem. The problem was that they were running out of time. 72nd minute. A few minutes later, the ball was with Nathan again, this time in the middle of the park. Valverde sent a brilliant ball into space, and Nathan surged forward, pushing past a tired defender. One-on-one with the last man. The defender leaned in, his body weight shifting, trying to read Nathan's next move. The shadow feint was clean. TCH. The defender bit. Nathan surged forward with a flash of pace, but as he entered the box, a sharp tug at his ankle sent him tumbling to the ground. Whistle. The referee's arms stayed crossed. No penalty. The crowd roared in protest. How was that not a foul? Nathan stayed down for a moment longer than necessary. A quick glance upward told him everything he needed to know. No one else could see what he had felt. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that the play continued without him. The confusion, the doubt creeping in. Had the referee missed it? Or was it just a moment where everything that had worked in the derby suddenly fell apart? 80th minute. But Nathan wasn't done. Not yet. On a counter, United's attack began to build. A quick pass from Bruno to Nathan, who was now on the left side of the pitch. With space in front of him, he whipped the ball into the center, right to Antony, making a near-post run. Bam! Antony's head connected. A clean, powerful finish. 2-3. The crowd exploded. A small spark of hope, enough to remind the team they were still alive. The players rallied together, slapping backs and shouting encouragement. But with every minute that ticked away, the weight of their mistakes bore heavier. Bournemouth hadn't given an inch. 86th minute. The minutes ran down, the clock ticking relentlessly toward their defeat. But United kept pushing. High ball into Bournemouth's box. The chaos was inevitable. Bournemouth's defense scrambled to clear, but the ball dropped from the air, right at Nathan's feet. A moment of stillness. His mind flashed through 1,000 thoughts. He didn't even hesitate. His left foot connected with the ball, a vicious strike that sent it flying toward the top corner. Crack! The keeper was already airborne, arms stretched wide. Whoosh! The ball sailed through the air like a comet. But the keeper was there. A fingertip save. The crowd exhaled in disbelief. A world-class save, and just like that, the chance was gone. The final whistle blew. The players trudged off the pitch, heads hung low. The scoreboard flashed, 3-2 to Bournemouth. The game was over, and so was their hope for redemption. Nathan sank to his knees, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving with each breath. His mind raced with 1,000 questions, doubts, and what-ifs. His body burned, but there was no joy, no elation this time. Only the sting of a loss that felt too cruel, too close. But as he sat there on the grass, in the silence of the stadium, a teammate approached. It was Valverde. His face was grim. Even in defeat, Valverde said, a slight smile curling his lips, "You were the best on the pitch." Nathan blinked, and for a brief moment, the crushing weight of defeat lifted. The headlines would come, of course. The dancer may have lost, but the show never dimmed. Old Trafford, night game under the floodlights. A month had blurred by in a haze of draws, narrow wins, and painful defeats. The press didn't hold back. Manchester United, a titanic name in turbulent waters. From Derby Kings to mid-table mediocrity, where's the fire gone? Nathan Perry, bright spark in a sputtering engine. The fans were restless. Banners waved in the Stretford end, some in support, many in frustration. Now, as the players gathered in the locker room before their final group stage match in Europe, the air was heavy. The table loomed on the whiteboard like a judgment. Milan, 13. United, 11. PSV, 7. A draw would guarantee qualification. A win would win the group. Silence. Then Valverde broke it. His voice was calm, but steel edged every word. We're not just an English team. We are Manchester United. And if we're going to top this group, let's do it. His eyes met Nathan's. Nathan, seated in silence, was staring at his boots, his laces perfectly tied, his mind even tighter. Suddenly, ding! A notification blinked in the corner of his vision. Skill activated. Ronaldo Nazario dribbling. His heart skipped. He smiled faintly. Kickoff, Champions League night. The pitch glistened under floodlights. Rain had touched it lightly earlier, leaving a slick sheen. Old Trafford roared. Scars whipped. Songs echoed from the terraces. But dreams can shatter fast. 4th minute. Milan Sprue Motrep. A turnover on the right. A fast outlet to Leao. One touch, then a switch. Theo Hernandez surged up the flank. He whipped in a cross with vicious whip. Thump. Goal. Giroud rose like a ghost between defenders and nodded it home past Onana. 0-1. The Italian bench erupted. Their manager pumped a fist, coat flapping in the cold. The commentator bellowed. An Italian slap on the English stage. Milan strike early. Amorim paced furiously on the touchline, barking, "Focus. The big guns are watching us tonight." But Nathan, he stayed still. He took it in. He let the disappointment pass through him. And then he locked in. Chapter 51. A name in the firelight. 29th minute. Old Trafford under the lights. Wet turf, heavy air, and hearts pounding in sync with every pass. Valverde saw it before anyone else. A sliver of space. A split-second opening. The kind of window you don't ask for twice. TCH. A deft-through ball pierced Milan's midfield line. Clean. Rolling at the perfect pace. Nathan was already on the move. He surged into the channel, the rain slicking his boots, defenders snapping at his heels. One touch to control, another to set. The center-back lunged. Too slow. Nathan dipped his shoulder, whoosh, then glided past him with a sway, so smooth it drew a gasp from the Stretford end. The second defender closed in. This one was smarter, patient. Nathan slowed, drawing him in like a matador. Then, talp, a disguised feint. Left foot over right. The defender blinked, and Nathan was gone, sliding past on the outside. The box opened before him. Only the keeper to beat. He didn't blast it. No need. A soft caress from his left foot, curling it toward the far post like a painter brushing the final stroke of a masterpiece. Thump. Goal. 1-1. The stadium detonated. Flags waving, fans screaming, limbs flying. The commentator's voice cracked with disbelief. This isn't just Nathan. Nathan sprinted toward the corner flag, his chest heaving, his arms wide. He kissed the armband once. Then again. "We're here!" He roared to the crowd, fists clenched, eyes burning. In that moment, he was Manchester United. But the game wasn't over. 32nd minute. A flick ball from Pulisic. A driving run from Theo Hernandez. But United's back line, led by a snarling Lisandro Martinez, stood their ground. Clang. Martinez slid in with perfect timing, clearing the danger. "Not today," he muttered, dusting himself off. Amorim clapped on the sideline, shouting in Portuguese, orders, corrections, praise. The tempo was rising. By the time the halftime whistle blew, the scoreboard still read 1-1. Second half, the pitch glistened now. The rain had stopped. 57th minute. A Milan corner. Valverde pounced, launching a long ball over the top. Boom. Nathan was off like a bullet, chasing it down. The fullback tried to match him stride for stride, but Nathan had that extra gear. That ruthless, silent acceleration that belonged to the greats. He chopped the ball inside. The fullback stumbled, eating grass. Now, just the keeper. Nathan slowed, then flicked the ball with the outside of his boot, right around the diving arms. Roll, roll. Wide. By inches. The ball kissed the post as it rolled past. "Oh!" groaned the crowd, their anguish echoing through the stands. Nathan knelt on the grass, gripping his head. So close. So damn close. Then, laughter. Valverde jogged over, hands on hips, smirking. Even the phenomenon missed sometimes, he quipped, tapping Nathan's back. Nathan let out a breath, and cracked a tired grin. "Yeah, but I don't want to be like him," he said quietly. "I want to be better." Valverde's smirk faded into something deeper. He nodded once, then walked off, clapping twice toward the bench. Nathan stood, the grin gone. His eyes sharpened. No more close calls. 68th minute. A corner for Milan. A mix-up. Shouts. Pointing. Too many red shirts in the wrong places. Thud. A header. Not cleared. Tap. Boom. A low finish through legs and shadows. Goal. 2-1. Milan celebrated near the dugout. Giroud raised his arms to the sky. Theo kissed the badge. Martinez slammed the turf, furious. Nathan stared at the net, then at the stands, then at the pitch. The weight came back. That crushing sense of chasing something that just won't give. But something had changed in him tonight. 74th minute. Valverde dropped deep, demanding the ball more often. Bruno, grim-faced, called for runners. Martinez barked at the back line. Nathan drifted into spaces. Left, then right, then center. Amorim adjusted tactics from the sideline, signaling for Malaysia to push higher. Shot to invert. 78th minute. Free kick. Bruno stood over it. Nathan moved near the wall, unnoticed. The ref blew the whistle. Bruno chipped it instead of blasting. Nathan darted forward, splitting through defenders like smoke. Boom! He volleyed it first time, but it struck a shoulder and deflected wide. TCH. He clenched his fists. So close again. But as he turned, the fans stood up. They clapped. 82nd minute. Not from fire. Not from smoke. From hope. From the sound of 70,000 voices rising as one, screaming for more. And in the center of it all, Nathan Perry. Boots scraping turf. Legs pumping. The ball arrived at his feet like it was pulled by gravity. Milan's backline began to stretch. Panic had seeped in. Nathan turned. A wall of white shirts surged forward. Now. Thud. Thud. Left foot forward, right foot over. The first feint snapped a defender sideways. Whoosh. The second came instantly. He rolled the ball with the outside of his foot, faking a pass. The second defender lunged. Too soon. Too desperate. Nathan slid past. Crack. The third was closing fast. But Nathan didn't stop. He sold the third feint with his body, shifting his center of gravity so sharp it almost looked like he stumbled, then slipped between them. The entire backline buckled. Huh. Nathan exhaled as the box opened before him. He could have shot. He wanted to shoot. But just for a second, he remembered Amram's voice in training. Great players create. Legends trust the moment. He saw the run out of the corner of his eye. Anthony. Fresh legs. Hungry. No one marking him. Nathan slid the pass sideways. Perfect weight, perfect timing. Anthony didn't break stride. Boom. A rocket into the top corner. Goal. 2-2. The stadium erupted. There were no words, only noise. Screams. Applause. Anthony sprinted to the corner flag, leaping into the air, fists pumping. Nathan just stood there, arms wide, eyes scanning the crowd like he wanted to drink it in. All of it. He turned toward the bench. Bruno clapped. Valverde raised both fists. Even Amram, normally stoic, allowed himself a yell of pure release. 88th minute. Every possession was a punch. Every clearance a gasp. Lisandro barked at Shaw. Valverde pressed. Anthony was electric down the right, dragging two defenders every time. But Nathan was possessed. His lungs were burning, legs trembling, but his mind was clear. We're not done. 90th minute passed. +2. Last chance. Martinez intercepted a loose ball and immediately launched it forward. Boom. Nathan saw it coming and took off. The last defender tried to block him off. Didn't matter. Nathan shoved through the gap. Pure will. He controlled the ball mid-stride. Asterisk. Tap, tap, tap. 1 touch. 2, 3. Now. Crack. He let it fly. Power. Rage. The ball tore through the air, headed for the top right corner. But, smack. Mike mine in. He flew. He flew. A fingertip save. Maybe even half a finger. It didn't make sense. The ball curled wide. The stadium froze. Nathan stood there, stunned, breathing like a man who'd just come back from war. Whistle. Full time. 2-2. Some groaned. Others cheered. Milan had done enough to top the group. United were second. But as Nathan walked slowly toward the halfway line, something strange happened. Old Trafford stood. Not to leave. To applaud. For him. They clapped. Chanted his name. Nah then. Nah then. Nah then. He didn't smile. Not yet. Post-match. The tunnel buzzed with noise. Reporters jostled for position. Cameras flashed. Players moved through, some celebrating, some cursing. Nathan peeled off a shirt in the locker room, sweat still dripping. His muscles ached in every fiber. He was bruised, blistered, and utterly spent. Valverde flopped down next to him, grinning ear to ear. So, he said, do we call you O Fenomeno now? Nathan chuckled, then winced. If I'm that, I need to finish next time. Valverde raised a brow. You gave us the goal. You brought us back. Later, the locker room had emptied. Nathan pulled on his jacket, still sore, still tired, but lighter. He stepped out into the corridor. Cameras swiveled toward him instantly. Nathan, one question. How did it feel to... Nathan, do you feel like the pressure is... Nathan, do you think you're the next Ronaldo? He kept walking, then stopped, turned slightly, and smirked. Sorry, he said. I have a more important date tonight. He slipped past the cordon, ignoring the murmurs and raised eyebrows. Outside, the night was quiet. The rain had stopped. His car beeped as he approached. Inside, silence, just the soft hum of the engine. He pulled out his phone. One message. Do you still remember what I look like? Lauren, he stared at it for a long second, then typed back, thumb pausing just before the last word. I'll see you tonight. I promise. Send. He set the phone down, leaned back, closed his eyes, and for just a moment, he wasn't chasing defenders or goals or legacy. He was just Nathan. Chapter 52, A Moment Without Noise. The streets of Manchester were still damp, glistening under the orange glow of the old street lamps. Rain had come and gone, leaving behind a chilled hush. No crowds now, no chants, no booming stadiums, just the soft hum of traffic and the occasional rustle of wind through bare branches. Nathan parked on the corner and stepped out of the car. He wore a simple black hoodie, no branding, no attention-grabbing details, just enough to disappear. For once, he didn't want to be seen. Not by fans, not by reporters, not by anyone chasing the next headline. Just by her. He looked across the street. The cafe was quiet, tucked into the corner. Warm light spilled through the windows, painting the pavement with gold. The kind of place you'd miss if you weren't looking for it. But he was. He always had been. She was already there. Lauren. She sat near the window, one hand curled around a mug, the other resting on the edge of the table. Her coat was a deep brown, simple, warm. Like her. Her hair fell softly around her face. No makeup, no pretense. Just her. And when she saw him, she smiled. The kind of smile that made the cold air disappear. Finally, she called out through the glass as he stepped inside, voice teasing, but gentle. The big star remembered us. TCH, Nathan chuckled, slipping off his hoodie as he walked to her. I never forgot you, he said, leaning down to kiss her cheek, just lightly, like they hadn't seen each other in weeks, not years. But the pressure's been crazy. She stood and took his hand. It was warm in hers. I know, she murmured, eyes scanning his face like she was studying him for the first time again. You look older. Do I? He said, sliding into the seat across from her. Yeah, she said, settling back in her chair. Not just older, heavier. Not physically. Just something in your eyes. Like you've been carrying too much. Nathan didn't respond at first. He looked around instead. The cafe was quiet. Just a couple in the back whispering over shared dessert, and an old man reading a newspaper near the counter. A soft jazz tune played overhead, warm and loose like a memory in motion. It's weird, Nathan finally said, voice lower. There's always noise around me now. Even when it's quiet, it's still loud. Does that make sense? Lauren nodded. She didn't rush him. Yeah, she said softly. It does. A waitress came by and poured him coffee. He hadn't asked for it, but Lauren had. Still black? She asked with a grin. Always. They sipped in silence for a moment. It wasn't awkward. It was familiar. You remember, he said finally. Of course I do. I remember a lot of things. Nathan laughed under his breath. Like what? Like you always drank coffee at halftime, even though the coaches told you not to. Said it made your legs jittery. It did, Nathan grinned. But it made my brain sharper. He looked down at his cup, swirling the liquid slowly. Now I'm here, he said. And it's everything, but also not what I thought. Lauren tilted her head. What do you mean? Nathan leaned back in his chair, eyes drifting to the window. The reflection of the city moved like a painting in the glass. I feel like I'm flying sometimes, he said. The cheers, the lights, scoring goals that kids will watch on highlight reels forever. That goal tonight, it felt like the world stopped. The image of the ball leaving his foot flashed in his mind. The triple feint, the crowd roaring, the pass to Anthony, the stadium shaking. But other times, he said, softer now. I feel lost. Everyone wants something. The media want a soundbite. The fans want a miracle. The coaches want perfection. And he paused. Lauren was listening, really listening. I don't know what I want half the time, he admitted. But when I'm with you, his voice caught just for a beat. I feel normal. Lauren didn't flinch. She reached across the table, fingers threading through his. I was afraid, she whispered, that you'd get lost in all this. The glory, the lights, that you'd forget who you were, that you'd forget you're still human. Her eyes were steady, warm, but never fragile. But you haven't, she added. Not really. Nathan met her gaze. There was again, that grounding force, that invisible thread pulling him back from the edge. Are you happy? She asked then. No hositashchen. No smile this time. Not as a player, she clarified. As Nathan. He didn't answer immediately. He looked away. Outside, a car passed, headlights washing over the glass. Time moved, the world spun, but here in this cafe, everything was still. I'm learning to be, he said quietly. I thought happiness would come with a contract, with the armband, with the goals. But they're just moments. He tightened his grip on her hand. You're not a moment. You're real. Lauren smiled again. If you ever feel lost again, she said, voice barely above a whisper, I'm here. Always. Nathan's heart thudded once. Deep. Slow. Thud. I'm lucky, he said, leaning in, forehead nearly touching hers across the table. Luckier than any goal I ever scored. The rain came slow at first, soft, almost hesitant, like it was waiting for permission to fall. The city shimmered under the amber glow of streetlights, reflections rippling in puddles along the pavement. Distant headlights cut through the drizzle. Manchester after dark. Quiet, moody, beautiful. Nathan stepped out of the cafe and turned his collar up. The scent of rain mixed with the warmth of roasted coffee still clinging to his jacket. Beside him, Lauren pulled her brown coat tighter around her and laughed softly as a droplet landed squarely on her nose. You're cursed, she teased, brushing the rain from her cheeks. Every time you finally get free time, the weather files a complaint. Nathan looked at her, eyes bright beneath the shadows of the falling rain. Guess we'll have to make the complaint irrelevant. They walked. No destination. Just a moment. The streets of Manchester stretched quiet in front of them. Wet cobblestones, the distant hum of a tram, the occasional flicker of a late-night pub, still clinging to its final customers. But for them, the world had folded in. Just two people. One night, Lauren swung her arms gently, shoes clicking on the wet path. I missed this, she said, her voice mellow. Not just you. This. Walking nowhere. Talking nonsense. Feeling normal. Nathan smiled at that word. Normal. There are nights now, under stadium lights, when he felt like he was floating above the pitch. Unreal. A name more than a person. But here, walking under soft rain with her, his feet touched the ground again. I saw the highlight clip today, she said suddenly, nudging his shoulder. The back heel assist. The commentators went insane. Nathan chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, one of them called me Ronaldo back from the dead. She rolled her eyes, laughing. You always love the drama. TCH. Come on, he grinned. If I don't make it cinematic, what's the point? A pause. Then she added, slyly, if you keep playing every 3 days like this, I'll have to move next to the stadium. Oh, absolutely, Nathan shot back. They both laughed, their voices echoing softly through the damp night air. The conversation flowed with ease. Lauren talked about her university life, how her flatmate talked in her sleep, how she once submitted the wrong essay to the wrong professor and somehow still passed. Nathan listened. Every laugh felt earned. Every silence between them warm. But then, as they reached a quiet intersection, the mood shifted, gentle, not jarring. Lauren looked at him, eyes steady. Are you happy? Nathan blinked. He looked up toward the cloudy sky, rain tapping softly against his cheeks. I don't know, he admitted. Sometimes I feel like I'm flying. Other times, I feel like I'm just falling slowly. Lauren smiled, eyes misty but clear. If you ever feel lost again, she said, her voice barely louder than the rain, I'm here. Always. Nathan didn't speak. He didn't have to. Instead, he reached out and held her hand, firm, warm, grounding. The windows were slightly fogged. The rain kept falling. Lauren leaned against the door and looked at him, arms folded. You've got a long road ahead, huh? League. Champions League. Cups. And now you've got a million eyes on you. I'm ready, he said. And I won't let anything pull me away from you again. If you ever feel like I've forgotten you, even for a second, just say something. Even if I'm in the middle of a match. I love you, he whispered in her ear. The moment lingered. Then the car door opened with a soft click, breaking the spell gently. Lauren slid inside, the interior light catching the small smile on her face before the door closed again, slowly. Nathan stood still. The car's taillights glowed faint red through the mist. A soft wave from a driver's side window. Then she was gone. Nathan stood beneath the clouds, soaked but unmoved. His breath came slow, steady. He tilted his head up, let the rain fall freely against his skin, eyes closed. Chapter 53. Time for speed and composure. Carrington's training ground was unusually quiet that morning. No music, no banter, just the thud of boots on grass and the sharp, clean crack of footballs being struck in rhythm. A week of mental rest had passed, a rare reprieve in a season that offered none. Coach Amram stood at the center circle, clipboard in hand. His eyes scanned the squad, next opponent. FA Cup. He began, voice calm but loaded with weight. Liverpool. The word landed like a cold gust of wind. Silence followed. Even the rookies stopped fidgeting. Even Bruno lowered his head slightly. They all understood. This wasn't just another fixture. This was the match. Nathan stood still, arms folded, eyes narrowed. This one's different. Valverde, leaning against a cone, gave a small snort. If you score, kid, he said, raising an eyebrow. How much will you ask for in your renewal? Nathan smirked without looking at him. I won't ask, he replied coolly. I'll let them make the offer, and I'll choose. Laughter rippled through the squad. Respectful. Nathan Perry had stopped being the boy with potential. Now, he was the one who showed up in big moments. That night, Nathan sat alone in his room at the Lowry Hotel, lights dim, headphones on, but no music playing. Outside the window, Manchester was quiet, wet streets glowing under the lamplight, city breath humming beneath the clouds. He stared at his phone. Lauren, big game tomorrow. Be the star you always are, he smiled. Nathan, and if I score, the first celebrations for you. He leaned back, hand behind his head, eyes drifting to the ceiling. He felt something else. Stillness. That calm before the starting whistle. The calm before the lightning. Match day. Old Trafford. Red smoke curled into the sky. Chants echoed. Flags waved. The clash with Liverpool wasn't just about points. And somewhere between all that, Nathan Perry. The tunnel was cramped, the lights sterile. Sulla stood a few steps ahead, tying his laces, focused. His presence was quiet. Bruno clapped Nathan's back. Eyes up, star boy. Nathan nodded. Always. Then came a sound. Random skill activated. Kylian Mbappe's finishing. Nathan let out a soft laugh. TC. Time for speed and composure. Boom. The stadium erupted. A blur of red streaked across the left wing. Sulla. One touch, two touches, then a cruel feint that sent Shaw lunging the wrong way. Before anyone could recover, the ball was already rifling toward goal. Crack. The shot bent, dipped, and danced its way past Onana's outstretched fingertips. 1-0. The cop roared, even here at Old Trafford, its noise slicing through the sea of home supporters. In the dugout, Amorim crossed his arms, unreadable, on the touchline. But Nathan Perry? He stood at the halfway line, staring at the net, unmoved. No slumped shoulders. No scream of frustration. Inside, he felt the flicker. That little electric sting. TCH, so that's how it is. He rolled his shoulders, turned back toward the center circle, and met Sulla's passing glance. Time ticked. 23rd minute. 24th, 25th. Then, opportunity. Case Moreau intercepted a loose pass. One touch to Bruno. Quick release to Valverde. Nathan was already moving. Now, he shouted, voice sharp, slicing through the noise. Valverde didn't hesitate. Whoosh. The pass zipped forward. Nathan sprinted past the first marker, Konate, leaving only a wisp of air behind. Second defender, Robertson. He reached for the tackle. Too slow. Nathan feinted right, cut left, the ball dancing at his feet. One final stride. The goal opened before him like a stage, and Nathan didn't blink. He remembered the flicker. Random skill active. Kylian Mbappe's finishing. The angle was narrow, a listen massive in goal. But Nathan didn't aim for power. He aimed for the far post. A flash of composure in chaos. Thud. The ball rocketed low and clean. A laser. Past Alisson's gloves. Goal. 1-1. The Stretford end exploded. Perry. Fans surged from their seats, fists in the air. From the bench, Amorim gave a slight nod. Approval quiet. The tempo turned feral. Liverpool answered. High press. Fust count us. Long balls down the channels. United responded in kind. Bruno's vision. Casemiro's tackles. Rashford hunting space. It was no longer football. 41st minute. A throw-in for Liverpool. Quick exchange between McAllister and Szoboszlai. The ball shifted wide. Arnold. He wasn't in range. Or so they thought. One touch to steady. The second. Boom. The shot flew, spinning, rising, swerving. Crowd gasped. Onana's eyes widened. He dived. Whap. Fingertips met leather. The ball ricocheted upward and slapped the crossbar. Clang. Gasps turned to roars as the rebound was cleared. Bruno turned to Onana, heart in his mouth. You mad bastard. Onana grinned. You love me. Nathan exhaled sharply. Halftime. The dressing room buzzed with half-shouted sentences. Water bottles thudding against the floor, breathless gasps. Bruno was the first to speak. They're coming fast down the flanks. We need to force them central. Case Moreau nodded, hands on hips. And Valverde, pull back 5 meters. They're slipping behind you. Valverde wiped sweat from his brow. Tell that to Sulla. He's got afterburners, man. Nathan sat on the bench, jersey clinging to his skin, chest rising and falling in rhythm. That Mbappe finish? It had felt natural. And now, he wanted more. Coach, he said suddenly, voice steady. Amram looked up from his notes. If they're double-marking me in the second half, let me drag them. Have Rashford cut into that space. A pause. Bruno looked over. You sure? Then Amram nodded. Good. Thud, thud, thud. Boots struck turf as the second half began. The tempo was different now, sharper. United came out pressing, chasing every loose ball, forcing Liverpool back on their heels. Bruno roared for the press. Valverde slid into tackles. Casemiro hunted passing lanes. Nathan floated between the lines, alert, waiting for the moment when everything would break open. But football was cruel. 58th minute. Corner to Liverpool. Arnold whipped it in, fast curling. Boom. Van Dijk rose, crashed into the ball with his head. Dalot had leapt too, but it was like trying to jump against a wrecking ball. Wham! The net rippled. 2-1. The red side of the stadium exploded in song, but Old Trafford responded with stunned silence. Nathan stood rooted near the top of the box, lips pressed into a thin line. His eyes followed the Dutch defender's celebration with cold precision. TCH, again with the set pieces. He turned away, jaw tightening, breath fogging as he jogged back toward the center circle. But there was no panic in his steps. Chapter 54, a wild extra time. 61st minute. Bruno slipped a pass into the box. Nathan was there, sharp movement, magnetic control. He dropped a shoulder, faked left, and brought it to his right. Top, dude. A snapshot finish. Clang. The post screamed. Nathan staggered slightly with emotion, then turned, fists clenched. So close. Next one, he murmured. I'll bury the next one. 74th minute. A turnover in midfield. Casemiro fed it wide to Bruno. Bruno flicked it forward. Nathan peeled off his marker and slid into the pocket between the lines, just as he'd practiced. Valverde saw it, screamed, Go, Nathan! Nathan caught the pass in stride. 1 touch. 2. He glanced up. Xerxes was making the run, shoulder to shoulder with Matip, carving a path. Slip. The pass threaded through. Xerxes didn't hesitate. Boom. Low. Left. Pass to listen. Goal. 2-2. The stadium lost its mind. Roars thundered down from every section. Fans surged, scarves twirling, voices cracking. Nathan stood at the edge of the box, arms wide, not for himself, but for Xerxes, who wheeled toward the corner flag in wild celebration. Valverde tackled Nathan from behind in a joyous heap. You magician. 76th minute. Liverpool struck back fast, Sulla, with that blistering pace. Diaz joined him the break. But this time Nathan chased. A full-speed burst. He caught Sulla just outside the box and lunged. Crack. Clean. Ball only. Salah stumblet. Surpreset. Old Trafford roared. Nathan. 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 He got up, face flushed, heart pounding. 83rd minute. Valverde struck from range. Boom. It looked good. The crowd held its breath. But a listen wasn't just good. Smack. One hand. Full stretch. He tipped it over the bar. 90+3 RD minute. Final push. Liverpool weren't done. Sulla danced through 2 players, then curled one from the corner of the box. Whoosh. It looked perfect. Nathan watched helplessly from midfield. Wide. By inches. The entire stadium exhaled as one. Onana turned and slammed the post with both hands. Thud. Too close. Full time. Whistle. End of regulation. 2-2. The commentator's voice rang out across TVs and live streams around the world. What a crazy derby. We're heading into extra time. Nathan doubled over, hands on his knees, lungs burning. Sweat dripped off his chin. His legs felt like lead. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. And yet, he looked up at the sky. The stadium lights burned down like stars. Still got time, he whispered. This was his chance. Touchline. Amram paced. Water bottles were passed around. Bruno stretched his calves. Xerxes was still riding the adrenaline, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Fweet. The referee's whistle cut through the roar of Old Trafford. Extra time had begun. It was no longer about tactics or formations. Legs burned. Chests heaved. Jerseys clung to sweat-soaked bodies. What remained now wasn't fitness. It was will. Valverde threw his arm up and roared. Voice hoarse but burning with defiance. Come on. We fight till the end. The crowd responded instantly. One giant, pulsing heartbeat rising from the stands. Thud. The ball rolled to Nathan near the halfway line. A flick of his right foot. Then another. Top. Top. Escuadarte. He danced past McAllister, then twisted through Jones. The stadium leaned forward as one. Nathan didn't hesitate. He slipped the ball to Xerxes, cutting in from the left. Boom! Xerxes struck it low and clean toward the bottom corner. But listen. Smack! Diving full stretch, hand outstretched like a steel trap. The Brazilian keeper had no business getting to that ball. Groans echoed across the stadium. Nathan didn't groan. He clapped. That's it. That's the tempo. 92nd minute. Liverpool hit back instantly. Sulla raced up the flank. Nathan saw the line breaking and turned to chase, lungs already burning. Whoosh! Sulla cut inside and let loose. Boom! A rocket toward the top, right. But Onana, crack! A fingertip save, deflecting it just over. The fans exploded. The camera zoomed in on Onana's fierce expression, sweat dripping from his brow. Valverde ran over, slapped the keeper's gloves. Onana just nodded. Keep the line. I've got the rest. Minute 97. Nathan again, this time further out. No hesitation. He took the pass, took 2 touches, and curled it with intent. Swoosh! It beat a listen, but curled inches wide of the post. Gasps filled the air. The commentator screamed through the feed. So close. The woodwork's shaking, and so are we. This is a wild extra time. Will someone break through, or are we headed to penalties? Nathan jogged back slowly, arms swinging at his sides. He'd never felt more alive. Minute 102. Ball at Nathan's feet again, midfield. Arnold stepped in. Nathan feinted left, then darted right, SKRRT. He beat him, but then a shove. Contact. He stumbled, thud, hit the ground, rolled, bounced up without a pause. Keep moving. Keep going. He spotted Valverde cutting inside. Pass whip. The Uruguayan one-touched it back into space. Nathan had already begun his run. Boom! He met the ball at full sprint and laced it. It was a missile. Clang! The crossbar rattled like thunder had struck it. AGHH. Nathan gritted his teeth, tried to stay on his feet. But Robertson collided with him midair. Crash! Both players hit the turf hard. Nathan's back slammed grass. He groaned, teeth bared, vision blinking. No wheezed. Play continued. Nathan rolled, sat up, forcing air back into his lungs. Keep going, he muttered. Minute 104. Hoda received it in stride, turned, and let fly. Crack! The shot screamed through the air. But Onana again, slap. With his foot. Madness. He's saving everything, someone shouted from a bench. The tension had peaked. 1:05 plus 1 SD minute. The whistle blew again. Halftime and extra time. 2-2. Players dropped to the ground, some clutching thighs, others stretching calves. A few just lay there, arms spread. 1 goal. That's it. Minute 111. Time wasn't just ticking. It was bleeding away, and everyone on the pitch could feel it. Every second, every touch, every breath. Nathan's lungs burned as he cut inside, eyes locked on Valverde. Here, he barked, voice raspy but sharp. Valverde spotted him, flicked the pass. Top! Thud! Top! Escuadarte! Nathan controlled it in one swift movement, skipped past Endo, then ghosted between Konate and McAllister. The crowd surged, roaring to their feet. Boom! He let it fly. But thunk! The ball slammed into Van Dijk's thigh and deflected out. Corner. Nathan let out a long, frustrated "Tsich" and jogged over, sweat pouring down his neck. He didn't let the moment linger. The corner came in short. Bruno flicked it to the edge of the box. Nathan was already there. He adjusted his body, let it drop. Crack. Apure, sweet volley. Caught perfectly on the laces. Whoosh. The ball whistled past the far post, grazing the outside netting. Ag. A collective gasp tore through Old Trafford. So close. Again. Nathan hunched forward, hands on his knees. Every shot tonight felt like destiny brushing past his fingertips and pulling away at the last second. Minute 115. Sulla broke through. A through ball from Alexander-Arnold sliced the defense wide open. Just Sulla and Onana. Time slowed. Boom! 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 Nathan's heartbeat echoed in his ears as he turned and chased, powerless. Sulla shaped to shoot. But Onana dialed in. Thud! He pounced forward, body wide, arms spread. Smack! Ball blocked. Clear by Martinez. The crowd erupted. Onana! Onana! They chanted, bouncing in rhythm. A wall of noise. Valverde clapped fiercely. He's not human. Nathan jogged back, nodding, lips pressed tight. They were still alive. Minute 119. Nathan drifted wide left this time. Fatigue was brutal now. muscles trembling, vision blurring around the edges. But his focus had never been sharper. Bruno passed it wide. Nathan took it in stride. A flick, then a quick shuffle. Robertson lunged. Top, escuadrete. Gone. Nathan looked up, scanned. Xerxes. Middle. Ready. Whip. He delivered a curling cross. Thud. Xerxes rose, smashed the header clean. But a listen. Slap. Another fingertip miracle. No way. Someone shouted from the bench. Nathan. Just one to go in. Final minute. Everything else faded. The noise. The fatigue. It was just him, the ball, and the pitch. It came to him near midfield. A loose pass from Case Moreau after a half clearance. Nathan. Nathan, the crowd screamed. He turned, face blank, body burning. He took off. Thud. Top. SKRRT. Top. One player beaten. Then another. Green space ahead. The edge of the box looming. He shaped to shoot. A sudden lunge from Kone, deflection. Whip. The ball spun wide, just past the post. Grah! The agony from the crowd felt almost physical. Nathan bit down on his tongue, trying to stay calm. He looked up. The fourth official was already holding the board. No time left. One last corner. Bruno rushed to take it. Nathan moved to the far post. The ball came in. Crack. Cleared. By Van Dijk. Of course. Fuiti. The whistle blew. End of extra time. Score. 2-2. The energy drained from the stadium. Some fans slumped in their seats. Others stood motionless, hands on heads. Penalty shootout. Nathan bent down, hands on his knees, sweat dripping from his chin. He closed his eyes. Inhaled. Chapter 58. The New Star. The players stood in a tight circle. No one said a word. Steam rose from their shoulders, sweat dripping, breaths ragged. The cold night wrapped around them, but the fire in their chests kept them standing. Coach Amram looked at them. His voice was low, steady. Who's in the first five? A beat of silence. Then, I'm third, Nathan said, stepping forward without hesitation. Eyes turned toward him. Bruno gave a slow nod. Xerxes smirked. Figured you'd want the pressure. Nathan's gaze didn't flinch. I want the responsibility. Amram clapped once. Let's do it. The team split and gathered near the halfway line. The referee and captains walked to the center, the coin tossed. Liverpool would shoot first to the Stretford end. Xerxes stepped forward for United's first. The crowd began to rumble. Thud, thud, thud. Each of his steps echoed as he approached the spot. Alisson stood tall, arms wide. Xerxes didn't blink. Whack. Bottom left. Alisson guessed wrong. Goal. The crowd exploded. Yeah. 1-1. Liverpool answered. Cold. Ruthless. Tucked away into the top corner. Valverde stepped up next. He jogged, bounced once, shoulders relaxed, but his eyes were steel. Crack. Low, near post. 2-1. Liverpool again. This time a stutter step run. Onana guessed right, but the ball kissed the net anyway. 2-2. Then came Nathan. The walk felt longer than it should have. Each step deliberate. Measured. His name began to build in the stands. Nathan. 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 He placed the ball down, pressed it gently with his hand, then stood back. Breathe. He stared straight at Alisson. No fear. Just stillness. Fweep. He stepped forward. One stride. 2. Shot. Boom. Top right corner. Unstoppable. 3-2. The net rippled. Old Trafford erupted. Nathan turned, arms out wide, face unreadable. The chant grew louder. Nathan. 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 He walked back calmly. Valverde meeting him with a low 5. Clean. Valverde muttered. Nathan just nodded. Fourth round. Liverpool's turn. A hush fell. The shooter stepped up. Crack. Off the post. OHHHHHH. The stadium roared. He missed. Bruno jumped. Amram clenched a fist. Nathan exhaled just once. Now it was in their hands. One kick. Smith stepped forward for the fifth. Not Bruno. Not Valverde. Not Case Moreau. Smith. The academy boy. The quiet one. Nathan turned to Valverde, confused for a moment. Valverde shrugged. Said he wanted it. Nathan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he smiled. Good. Smith walked. The crowd stilled. The stadium was silent. Not a single chant. Not a single shout. Just breath. The ref whistled. Smith took one look. Ran. Whap. Low. Bottom right. Goal. Yeah. The stadium detonated into pure, unfiltered chaos. United wins. They did it. They did it. Nathan didn't think. He moved. He sprinted toward the fans, arms out wide, face lifted toward the heavens. Then he dropped to his knees, sliding across the grass, fists clenched. H. The roar from the crowd washed over him. He raised his hands to the sky, then lowered them, pressing his palms into the pitch, forehead resting against it. Exhausted, overwhelmed, alive. This is it, he thought. This is what it means. Behind him, chaos erupted. Valverde tackled Xerxes. Onana leapt into Bruno's arms. Amorim ran toward the squad, fists flying through the air like he'd just won the Champions League himself. Nathan, the coach bellowed, voice hoarse. You were a beast. This match will be studied. Studied. Nathan let out a breathless laugh as Amorim grabbed him by the shoulders. You led, damn it. You showed heart, mind, blood. Cameras flashed around them. Reporters were shouting. Fans were chanting. Nathan, Nathan, Nathan. The noise was deafening. Joy, euphoria. Nathan stood there, hands raised again, then brought them to his heart and nodded toward the fans. Then his eyes scanned the stands and found her. Lauren, tears in her eyes, camera in hand, mouth open in the biggest, proudest smile he'd ever seen. She didn't say a word, just lifted the camera. Click. One perfect moment. Media swarmed the pitch. Microphones thrust forward. Tell us about the tackle on Sulla. How does it feel to carry your team? He answered calmly, smiling. Not carry, he said. We all fought tonight. More laughter, more noise. Everywhere Nathan went, players pulled him in for photos. Bruno, Case Moreau, even Amorim posed for one with a grin and thumbs up. It wasn't just respect now. Later, when the lights had dimmed and the celebrations spilled into the tunnel, Nathan found a quiet corner near the changing rooms. He sat alone for a moment, sipping water, letting everything settle. Bruno walked by, paused, then leaned against the wall beside him. Crazy night. Nathan nodded slowly. Yeah. Bruno gave him a look. You good? Nathan smiled faintly. I think I finally get it. Get what? He looked down at his boots, at the turf-stained socks, the sweat on his shirt. That it's not about proving I'm better than my past, or my dad, or anyone. He raised his eyes to the ceiling. It's about being ready when the moment comes. Nathan isn't a talent. He's a human beast. He was born a star, and now he's blazing in the sky. Closest thing to Ronaldo Nazario in the new generation? No doubt, it's Nathan. The media had exploded. Headlines flashed across every screen, dissecting his every move, his every glance, his every touch of the ball. He was a star, no longer a potential. Marca in Spain was quick to pick up on it. Nathan is everything Real Madrid needs. Skill, strength, character. Are we seeing another Vinicius story? Nathan shook his head, a small laugh escaping him as he scrolled through his phone. Real Madrid? They'd been quick to notice, sure, but that was the world of football. Every move, every moment, dissected like it was a mathematical formula. But he wasn't there yet. Not by a long shot. L'équipe in France. If he were French, we'd call him up instantly. A phenomenal player. Nathan chuckled to himself. A French national team call-up? He wasn't even thinking about national teams. The Athletic in the UK was more direct. Manchester United has finally found a star who can lead the next generation. The title echoed in his mind for a moment. Lead the next generation. And then there was Sky Sports with Harry Kane offering his analysis. He's not a winger, not a playmaker, not a striker. He's a blend of everything. A rare player. Nathan's lips quirked into a grin as he closed the phone. He'd seen these posts, heard these praises, but they didn't stick to him the way people thought they would. Sure, they filled the air like smoke, but in the end, it was all just noise. Chapter 56, The Transfer Market Report. The Transfer Market Report was up on every screen, splashed across the biggest sports outlets like wildfire. Nathan's name was everywhere, his price tag flashing in bold letters. 102 million euros. He had been trending for weeks, but this was different. This was his reality now. The most valuable players for November. Mbappe, 180 million euros. Haaland, 170 million euros. Bellingham, 150 million euros. And then Nathan Barry, 102 million euros. The highest value jump in the entire football world this year. The analysts couldn't stop talking about it. Nathan has surpassed players like Leao, Rashford, even Martinelli, and he's still in his first season with a top club. A commentator on a live broadcast got more passionate with every word. Mark my words, if this kid keeps his form, we'll be talking about him in the same breath as Zidane and Kaká. He's a generational talent. Nathan leaned back on his bed, staring at his phone as the notifications flooded in. It was hard to process. The screen was full of praise, but it all felt distant, like he was watching someone else live the life of superstar. Fans were in full celebration. We won an important match in the cup tonight, but more importantly, we gained a player who'll change our history. We're witnessing the birth of a legend. I want to say I lived in Nathan's era. He smiled faintly, but there was no pride in it. No satisfaction. Not yet. He'd seen all this before. The hype, the headlines, they were noise. His mind was elsewhere. The next challenge, the next level, the next game. Lauren's tweet caught his eye next. Always proud of you. Hashtag in 8-inch. His heart softened. He typed a quick reply, but then put the phone down, the weight of everything suddenly heavier. He ran his fingers through his hair, looking out the window at the darkening sky. His eyes were unfocused, drifting in the spaces between thoughts. In the distance, the floodlights of the training ground illuminated the night, a reminder that tomorrow would be just as demanding as the last. The press conference the next day was a circus. Nathan could barely hear the questions over the endless cameras flashing in his face. Reporters shouted out his name, his club, his future. But it was Coach Amram who stole the spotlight. Nathan, the coach, leaned forward, a proud grin creeping across his face. He's this club's next leader. Maybe younger than some, but he inspires them. I'm learning from him too. Nathan shifted uncomfortably, not used to the spotlight on him like that. He didn't like the attention, not the way others seemed to feed off of it. He just wanted to play. The questions didn't stop, but they all blurred into one. It was the same stuff, same praises, same comparisons to legends. But one caught his attention. Valverde, the reporter asked, you said that Nathan teaches you every day. What exactly does he teach you? Valverde's grin was infectious. He teaches me that football isn't just about feet, he said, tapping his chest. It's about heart. Nathan could feel the weight of those words settle over him. Heart. Not just speed, not just strength. Later that night, after the cameras had gone, after the interviews and social media posts, Nathan sat alone in his room. The hum of the city outside his window was distant, just like the world that had suddenly become so focused on him. The phone lay on the table, buzzing with new messages. He didn't touch it. Instead, he stood in front of the mirror, eyes tracing the lines of his face. The face that had been plastered across every major outlet. The face of a new star. But was he really a star? Or was he just a player doing his job? He pulled on his kit, his own personal ritual, something familiar, something grounding, and walked into the hallway. His eyes flickered to the locker room door, where Valverde, Bruno, Case Moreau, and the others had gathered. They were joking, laughing, the kind of chaos only teammates could create after a win. Nathan lingered for a moment, watching them. He could see it in their eyes, the pride, the camaraderie. They were the ones who had fought alongside him, who had pushed him to be better. They were family in the truest sense. But something inside him still felt distant. Not lonely, not empty, but hungry. Hungry for more than what was being offered. Hungry for the next challenge, the next step. He slid into his locker and grabbed his boots, slipping them on with the same ease he always did. His thoughts circled back to the game. The next one. The next challenge. The next morning, he was on the training ground before anyone else. Thud, thud, thud. His boots struck the ball with precision, each shot echoing through the stillness of the empty field. The ball flew past the net, landing just inches wide of the post. Nathan shook his head and lined up again. This wasn't about perfection, it was about rhythm, about feeling the game in his bones. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike felt like it echoed inside him. Not good enough. The voice was quiet but constant. It was the same voice that had pushed him through the academy, that had driven him to make that leap into the first team. It was the same voice that wouldn't let him rest. He kicked the ball again, harder this time. The ball smacked the net with a satisfying crack. Better. Nathan stood still for a moment, breathing hard, chest rising and falling. His heart pounded, but this time it was different. It was right. There was something in the air, something almost tangible about the feeling of the ball at his feet, the weight of the world slowly shifting in his favor. The locker room hummed with a strange energy. The buzz from the FA Cup triumph had settled into something deeper, quieter. There was no grand celebration, no fireworks. This was just the next game. The Premier League. The bread and butter of every season. The grind. Nathan stood in front of his locker, hands tightening around the laces of his boots. His phone sat on the bench, screen dark, notifications piling up, but he didn't care. He didn't need to care. Not now. His focus was sharper. The roar of Old Trafford. His mind was already on the pitch, already on the ball, already preparing for what came next. Coach Amram's voice broke through the tension, low and steady. "Listen up," he said, his eyes sweeping the room. "I don't care that they're bottom of the table. I don't care that Norwich is newly promoted. These teams play with nothing to lose. No pressure. That's what makes them dangerous. They've got nothing to lose, and they'll throw everything at us." He finished tying his boots, then glanced down at his phone. It was still silent. He pressed his lips together and shut it off completely. Focus. It was the only thing that mattered. Just before he stepped out of the locker room, something in his mind clicked. A thought so fleeting it almost slipped away. Random skill. Zinedine Zidane's shots. He whispered to himself, "Zidane? What timing? Zidane's right foot. A magician's touch. A feeling of confidence." A wisp of a smile tugged at Nathan's lips as he walked toward the tunnel. He was ready. Old Trafford roared with anticipation. The stadium had come alive again, the sound of the crowd reverberating through the air. The players lined up, eyes locked on the field, the tension building with each passing second. Chapter 57, Man United Match. Old Trafford roared with anticipation. The stadium had come alive again, the sound of the crowd reverberating through the air. The players lined up, eyes locked on the field, the tension building with each passing second. The whistle blew. The game began. Thud, thud, thud. United took control early, shifting the ball with ease. Valverde was everywhere, his energy lighting up the midfield as he intercepted Norwich's first attempt to attack. He quickly flicked the ball to Nathan, who was waiting at the edge of the box, poised. In the blink of an eye, Nathan took a quick glance at the keeper, then at the space ahead. He felt it. The perfect timing. He shifted his weight, his left foot pulling back. The ball flew. Crack. The sound of the ball hitting his boot rang out, a clean strike that felt almost too easy. The ball soared through the air. Norwich's keeper, the hapless Tim Krul, barely had time to react. Goal. The stadium erupted. A collective roar of disbelief filled the air as the ball slammed into the top corner of the net, far out of reach. The commentator screamed, "A goal from another planet. An impossible angle." Nathan didn't celebrate wildly. There was no need. He turned and jogged back to the midfield, the sound of the crowd buzzing in the back of his mind. His teammates were already high-fiving. 10 minutes later, Norwich made a mistake. A bad one. A cheap turnover in the middle of the pitch. Thud, thud, thud. Nathan was on it in an instant. A predator on the prowl. He pounced, skipping past two defenders with ease, cutting through them. One quick glance at the keeper, one more glance at the space. He was back in the same spot as before. He didn't need to think about it. The ball was his. The shot his. He pulled back his left foot again, everything lining up. The crowd held its breath. Crack. Another rocket, another perfect strike. Goal. The stadium exploded again, as loud as the first. "Nathan's done it again," the commentator shouted. Xerxes slapped him on the back, a grin splitting his face. "You're insane, mate." Nathan barely nodded. He was already looking ahead. There was no room for complacency. Not now. Halftime. Manchester United 2-0 Norwich. The team walked into the locker room, their faces glowing with the high of the first half. Xerxes was already teasing Nathan about his second goal, while Bruno and Casemiro were exchanging some banter over tactics. The coach entered, his expression serious but satisfied. "You're doing well," Amram said, nodding approvingly. "But don't get comfortable. There's a second half to play, and Norwich will come out fighting. They'll throw everything at us." Nathan just nodded, not really hearing Amram's words. He wasn't concerned about what Norwich could do. He wasn't concerned about anything but himself. He wanted more. Always more. The second half began with a shift in tempo. Norwich, already 3 goals down, made their first set of substitutions. The ball was rolling again, and the stadium's intensity amplified with each second. The crowd's energy was infectious, feeding into the rhythm of the game. 58th minute. Valverde, as always, was everywhere. He had become the heart of United's midfield. He had eyes everywhere, sensing the game's flow. And today, his vision was on Nathan. A precise pass, a through ball, a slice of genius that cut through Norwich's defense. The ball landed perfectly at Nathan's feet. Nathan didn't even break his stride. His mind was calm, eyes scanning the keeper, the angle. He took a single touch, just enough to get the ball past Norwich's keeper, who had rushed out, thinking he could close the gap. TCH, a Zidane-style touch. So delicate, so precise. Nathan slid the ball across his body, just like the great Frenchman. The keeper lunged, but it was too late. He could have smashed it. He could have gone for the spectacular. But instead, Nathan remained composed, a look of calm confidence as he stroked the ball into the empty net with an inside-foot finish. Goal! The noise was deafening. A new wave of energy surged through the stands as fans shouted, screamed. The kid from the academy, the one with the promise, had just scored his third goal of the game. The camera zoomed in on Jurgen Klopp, who sat in the stands, arms crossed, an unreadable expression on his face. Beside him, his assistant leaned in, but Klopp had already whispered the words, soft enough only for his closest confidants. This boy isn't normal. A historic signing for United. Klopp had seen countless talents in his time, players who were supposed to be the next big thing, the ones who promised greatness. 70th minute. A counterattack. It came fast, and with the kind of speed that only a few players could generate. Valverde, who had been everywhere on the pitch, picked his head up and looked forward. He saw it. Nathan, in open space. The through ball was perfectly weighted. Nathan, always aware, took one touch. His foot moved in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the game, and in one fluid motion, he sent a stunning reverse-angle cross into the box. It was delicate. It was deadly. Xerxes was there. The ball met him mid-flight, just a half-second before the Norwich defense could react. Wham! Goal! The stadium went wild. Xerxes had scored, and the stands were shaking with excitement. The scoreline stretched to 4-0. It was over. Norwich, though still fighting, had been buried under the weight of United's brilliance. 85th minute. Goal. The crowd erupted. The players celebrated with exuberance, but the scoreline had already spoken for itself. 5-0. United was on a rampage. Nathan stood at the edge of the box, watching. Five goals. The Man of the Match award was all but decided before the first ball was kicked. Nathan had taken it upon himself to redefine greatness once again. A hat-trick that all in one game. Impossible. Mesmerizing dribbles. The press box was abuzz with words that spoke louder than the stadium itself. Zidane hat-trick. Incredible. Is this Nathan's signature move? Fans on Twitter were in a frenzy, with posts flooding the timeline faster than the ball into Norwich's net. Hashtag Nathan bins it and hashtag Nathan hat-trick. League standings now. Manchester United sat in 5th place, just 7 points behind the leaders, with a game in hand. Nathan's eyes were glued to his phone in the locker room. The usual post-match madness was unfolding around him. Players joking, celebrating, preparing for the next fixture. But Nathan was lost in the silent world of his messages. A new one flashed up from Lauren. I saw every goal. You were amazing as always. A smile tugged at Nathan's lips. Simple. Sincere. Lauren always had a way of cutting through the chaos and seeing the real him. The stadium was nearly empty now, the echo of cheering still ringing in his ears as he stood outside, tying his boots. His gaze was fixed on the giant screen of Old Trafford, where the highlights of his hat trick were playing on loop. But Nathan's mind wasn't on the glory. No, today had been another step. Today, against Leeds, he thought. His thoughts were sharp, steady. They started all for me, and now I faced them. Leeds, his former club, the one that had nurtured him, shaped him. And now, the storm was coming to them. His heart beat faster, a new rhythm in his chest. They had built him, and now, he was going to show them the world they had missed. Random skill, Julian Alvarez finishing. Nathan's smile returned as he thought about the new skill he had unlocked. Julian Alvarez. I love Alvarez's style, Nathan whispered to himself, his gaze never leaving the screen. I'll use it wisely today. Chapter 58. No Mercy at Elland Road. The whistle blew. Elland Road crackled with energy. The tension wasn't heavy. This wasn't just any match. This was the match. A clash of memories and evolution. The past against the present. Nathan stepped forward, his boots sinking into the familiar grass beneath him. Leeds, the club that raised him. The stadium that once chanted his name as their own. Now they faced him, hands extended across the halfway line. United and Leeds players shook in respectful silence. Nothing forced, nothing fake. Just a mutual understanding that what was coming next would demand everything. And then he stood in front of him. Marco, captain, big brother, enforcer. Nathan's eyes lit up as he smiled wide. Marco, I missed you. Marco chuckled, that same gravelly laugh that used to echo through the youth locker rooms after every hard-earned win. We missed you more, Nathan. His expression shifted, tightening with a grin that held no warmth. But today, there'll be no mercy. Nathan's smile didn't fade. In fact, it deepened, calm. That's exactly what I want. Thud, thud. The ball dropped, and the rhythm of the game began. Passes flew across the turf, boots clashing, defenders biting, midfielders weaving their webs. 12th minute. United struck first. Valverde caught a loose touch near the halfway line and exploded forward. One quick layoff to Xerxes, who waited just outside the Leeds box. Eyes darting, pulse steady. Nathan. The pass came sharp and true. Nathan met it in stride. No wasted motion. Crack. A thunderous left-footed shot lashed toward the top corner. Pure. For a second, time slowed. And then, boom. A full stretch save. Gloved fingers grazing the edge. Leeds keeper, Benno Clark, the same shot stopper who once helped Nathan through shooting drills, had read it. Just barely. The crowd gasped, then erupted. Not just in celebration, but in recognition. From the Leeds stands, a chant rose through the noise. Disbelief. Now then, Perry. He heard it. Felt it in his chest. It shook him just a little. Still chanting my name? He muttered under his breath as he jogged back. Even now, 22nd minute. Leeds pushback. Tyler Brown bulldozed down the left, shrugging off Dallet and swinging it across that nearly grazed the head of their striker, Laurie Miles. United's keeper, Onana, had a punch clear with both fists. Boom! But United absorbed the pressure. Case Moreau barked orders. Bruno stitched passing lanes back together. And Valverde, he was a machine, tireless. Nathan waited. He felt the tide shifting again. 37th minute. Valverde glanced up. It was subtle, just a twitch of the eyes. But Nathan knew. The pass came quick, low, precise. Straight through the channel. Nathan took off like a phantom, gliding between defenders like they weren't even there. One touch. Another. The box opened wide. Benno Clark stepped forward again, bracing for the strike, expecting the cannon. But this time, Nathan didn't blast. He whispered, TCH, a feather-light touch with his instep. So smooth, it looked lazy. A cool, grounded finish. No ruse. No panique. Thud, roll, click. The net rippled, silent and sudden. A goal, clean as glass. Goal. The stadium howled, but Nathan didn't raise his arms. He didn't scream. He didn't jump. Instead, he turned slowly. Hands up, palms open, apologetic. He looked toward the Leeds stands, those who had cheered his rise, those who had cried when he left. He pointed gently and mouthed the words, I'm sorry. The camera caught it. Every viewer saw. A boy once theirs, now a man apart. Marco jogged past him on the way back to the center. He reached out, slapping Nathan's shoulder. Beautiful, Nathan. Your heart hasn't changed. Nathan exhaled through his nose, a quiet smile in his throat. Neither has yours. Marco es Nortez. Maybe. 61st minute. Thud. The ball arced in from the corner. Valverde's delivery, textbook, driven low with a wicked curl. It zipped through the crowded 6-yard box. Boom. Xerxes rose, his header slicing the air with pure violence. The Leeds goalkeeper lunged, but it was already past him. Goal. Old Trafford shook. A roar erupted. The scoreboard flicked to 2-0, and United's bench burst up in celebration. Nathan didn't cheer. He stood near the edge of the box, watching Xerxes sprint away, arms wide, chest out. Instead, Nathan exhaled slowly, letting the sound of the stadium pass over him. This might be the last time I faced them this season. Maybe the last time ever. He glanced across the field. The Leeds players had sagged. Fatigue etched into their movements. But their eyes, they still burned. Marco especially. Leeds' captain had fire in every step. 65th minute. Leeds tried to bite back. Their left winger, a pace merchant named Finn Doyle, sprinted down the flank, dancing past Allet with a filthy heel chop. Whoosh. Cross whipped in. Dangerous. But Martinez was already there. Thud. Cleared with a no-nonsense header, straight to Valverde. And just like that, the tempo flipped. Hood. United's midfield trio sprung into rhythm. Smooth. Relentless. Case Moreau switched it wide. Bruno punched a one-touch pass forward, and Nathan was off again. But this time, he didn't chase it. He turned back, looked to the bench, raised a hand. 75th minute. The fourth official lifted the board. Number 10 out. Number 39 in. Applause started slowly, then swelled. Not just from the home stands, but from the traveling Leeds supporters too. Nathan walked toward the sideline, drenched in sweat, jaw tight. The game wasn't over, but his part was. His boots scraped the turf with every step. He didn't look into the crowd until the very end. When he did, he saw it. A Leeds banner. Old, tattered, but still proud. Nathan Perry, Once ours, forever ours. It hit him like a punch to the chest. Then he looked to the sideline, and Marco was waiting. The Leeds captain stepped forward, arms open. Nathan embraced him without hesitation. Two brothers from different trenches. Marco's voice was low, rough from shouting all match. We'll never forget what you gave us. It's an honor. Nathan pulled back, locking eyes with him. Stay strong, Marco. Don't get relegated. A short nod. No more words. Nothing needed to be said. Nathan jogged the last few steps to the bench. The crowd still clapped. The noise hadn't died. Final whistle. Manchester United 2-0 Leeds United. Nathan sat on the bench, a towel over his head, eyes fixed on the field. Xerxes patted him on the back. Didn't think you'd come off early. Getting soft. Nathan gave a dry smile, giving the others a taste. Right. The king has to rest. Laughter. But Nathan's mind was already drifting. Post-match. Media room. The microphones clicked on. Flashes popped. Reporters buzzed. Nathan sat calmly in front of the BBC's camera, still in his sweat-stained kit. The reporter leaned forward, eyebrows raised. Nathan, a composed performance today. You scored a brilliant goal, but you didn't celebrate. Mind telling us why? A pause. Nathan looked down for a moment, then met the camera with steady eyes. Because I owe everything to that team. Silence. Then, another question. Was it difficult? Facing your old teammates. Emotionally, but football doesn't wait. I play for United now. I gave everything for Leeds, but today, I did my job. Tunnel. After the interviews, Marco was waiting again, already holding his shirt out. Nathan handed his over without a word. White for red. They exchanged kits. Chapter 59. Manchester United versus Arsenal. Arsenal? Again. Nathan's voice was quiet, but the words carried weight. He leaned back on the bench in the dressing room, eyes fixed on the screen mounted in the corner. The FA Cup semi-final draw had just concluded. The names were locked in. No way around it now. Manchester United versus Arsenal. At Wembley. A familiar script, one Nathan knew by heart. He chuckled under his breath, a dry sound with no real humor. The team that shattered his dreams with Leeds. The team he scored that goal against, curling it from the touchline like a dream. The moment the world noticed Nathan Perry. And now, time to finish the story. The newspapers were already eating it up. The boy London broke. Returns to take revenge with United. Nathan versus Arsenal once more. Time to settle the score. Even the fans on social media had gone into a frenzy. One video replayed his legendary goal on loop, the caption flashing, Olympico Perry is back, this time with Red Devils at his back. Random skill unlocked, Messi's shooting. Nathan blinked. The notification floated in his vision, fading quickly like mist. He didn't move for a long second, processing. Messi shooting? He smirked. Not just power, precision, brilliance, timing. I love that style. There were plenty of ways to beat a team. But this, Wembley Stadium, match day. The buzz was unreal. Neutral venue, they called it. But inside this fortress of history, there was nothing neutral about the atmosphere. Half the stadium bathed in United red, the other half a sea of Arsenal white and gold. Chants roared across the tiers. Flags waved, flares hissed, phones flashed. The FA Cup semi-final. All eyes on the pitch. Nathan jogged out with the team, his boots hitting the turf with rhythmic thuds. Boom, boom, boom. He looked up at the lights, breathing it in. Wembley always did something to his chest. Pressure? No. Possibility. Kickoff. The ball rolled. The air tightened. And Arsenal came out hungry. Saka hit the turbo down the right wing, dancing past Shaw with ease. Odegaard pulled strings through midfield like a puppeteer, every touch silky, every feint deceptive. 9th minute. Arsenal Luhitsant. Odegaard slipped a pass into the box, clean, surgical. TCH. Jesus lashed onto it and snapped a shot toward the bottom corner. HAA. Onana dove. Full stretch. Thud. Saved. The stadium roared. Both sides. Nathan exhaled, shaking off the tension creeping into his spine. They weren't holding back. Good. Neither would he. 18th minute. United flipped the script. Valverde intercepted a lazy switch pass from Partey and immediately drove forward. Nathan peeled off toward the right channel, dragging two defenders with him. Foul. One of them clipped his boot subtle. Nathan went down. The whistle blew. Free kick. Wide angle just outside the box. Most expected a cross. Arsenal lined up nervously. Bruno came over, glancing at Nathan. You taking it? Nathan's eyes didn't leave the ball. Yeah. Bruno raised a brow, then nodded and backed off. The wall was set. Ben White yelled instructions. Ramsdale bounced on his line, eyes locked. Nathan inhaled. Step back. Messi's shooting Olympic goals. Not just powerful. Clever. Spin, angle, deception. He spotted it. The tiniest sliver between the keeper and the near post. The kind of shot that made no sense until it was too late. One breath. Step. Swing. Thwack. The ball screamed off his left boot, curling viciously toward goal. Ramsdale dove late clang. The right post shuddered violently. Out. The stadium froze. The crowd's breath caught in a collective gasp. Then came the commentator's voice, nearly losing his mind. Oh, my word. Nathan nearly recreated his legendary Olympic goal. Inches from madness. Wembley Stadium buzzed under the heavy floodlights. Second half. Scoreline still frozen. 0-0. Every misplaced touch drew gasps. Every tackle sparked 1,000 roars or groans. The game had thickened. Nathan stood near the halfway line, chest heaving, eyes darting. Sweat clung to his neck. Valverde jogged past him, giving a quick slap to the shoulder. Next one's yours. Nathan didn't answer. He just nodded. 58th minute. Casemiro broke up Arsenal's rhythm with a crunching interception. Classic. One touch to Bruno. Bruno swept it wide to Valverde. Click, click, click. United's gears turned like clockwork. Valverde charged down the right. One glance. One pass. Nathan had already begun his run. He slipped behind Zinchenko, accelerating like a bullet leaving its chamber. Boom! Valverde's through ball cut the pitch in half. Nathan didn't slow. The crowd rose with him. One touch to control. One to set. Then, crack. A vicious left-footed rocket. It curved with venom, hissing through the air toward the top right. But Raya was ready. The Arsenal keeper flew. Arms stretched to the edge of belief. Thwop. Fingers to leather. The ball deflected just over the bar. What a save! The commentator screamed as the crowd exploded with noise. Nathan stood there, breathing hard, staring at the goal like it owed him something. That should have gone in. He turned away, slowly jogging back as the stadium buzzed. A murmur moved through the stands. Fans exchanged nervous glances. 65th minute. Arsenal responded. Odegaard began to stir, floating into spaces between the lines. Rice shielded. Saka poked and prodded down the right, but Shaw was holding firm. Boom! Tut! Teixeira! Midfield duels flared and fizzled. Valverde and Casemiro ran, chasing every loose ball. Still, neither side blinked. 70th minute. A foul. Casemiro had been hacked down near the right edge of the box after stealing the ball from Trossard. The referee blew sharply, pointing to the spot. Not a penalty. Nathan walked over slowly. Bruno picked up the ball, but didn't say anything. He just handed it to him and stepped away. Nathan placed it carefully. Turf slick beneath his boots. Crowd still. He exhaled. I'll do it just like Messi. He closed his eyes. The spin. The disguise. The deception. As Raya shouted instructions, Nathan opened his eyes. Sharp. Still. He took 2 steps. Then lifted the ball. Soft, too soft? No. Clever. It spun midair with impossible curl. Not toward the near post, but toward the far corner. Raya leapt left. Wrong side. The ball bent. Out, then in. Whoosh. It dipped just under the crossbar, curling straight into the side netting at the back post. Goo eel. Oh my God. Olympico. He's done it again. Nathan Perry. The crowd erupted. Wembley was shaking, literally trembling from the noise. Nathan sprinted toward the corner flag, that corner. The same one where, 1 year ago, he'd broken the internet with a wonder goal in a Leeds shirt. He dropped to his knees, spread his arms wide. Same celebration, same spot, but this time in red. A statement, a memory reborn. Cameras flashed wildly. Fans screamed his name. N.A. then P-R-R-Y. N.A. then P-R-R-Y. In that moment, he didn't smile. But Arsenal wouldn't lie down. They never did. 76th minute. Odegaard collected a loose pass outside the box. One feint sent Bruno flying past. The Norwegian captain squared up. Snap. He struck low and hard. It deflected, off Martinez's knee. Thud. Wrong-footed Onana. No chance. The ball bounced in. Goal. Arsenal. 1-1. The white half of Wembley exploded now. Chants echoing, arms flailing. Odegaard didn't celebrate much, just turned back and pointed at his badge. Amorim was on the touchline, lips pressed into a line, arms folded. The camera caught it. His jaw twitched. Nathan wiped his face. They weren't going to make this easy. Of course not. 82nd minute. Nathan found space again, this time on the left wing. Valverde spotted him and zipped a pass through traffic. Nathan let it roll across his body. Zinchenko closed in. Step over. Top. Drag. Gone. He ghosted past the first. Cut inside. Gabriel lunged. TCH. Nathan skipped him, too. Space opened. He drew his leg back. But thwack. Contact. He stumbled. Boot clipped from behind. He hit the turf hard. Aya. The stadium roared. Fans leapt up. Arms thrown. Penalty. Ref. Come on. But no whistle. The ref waved play on. Nathan sat up, stunned. That was a foul. He turned, furious. But Arsenal had already launched the counter. Saka. Odegaard. Jesus. Sprinting. Nathan forced himself up, breath ragged, legs aching. Back. Get back. But it was too fast. Odegaard slipped it into the channel. Jesus broke through. One-on-one. The entire stadium held its breath. No. But Onana was a wall. Boom. He charged out. Smothered the shot with his chest. Saved. The ball spilled. Martinez hacked it clear. Groans from the Arsenal end. Relief from the United side. Chapter 60, From Boy to Star. 89th minute. The scoreboard still read 1-1, but it felt like the air was trembling under the pressure. One more chance. Just one. Wembley had gone from chaotic to breathless. Manchester United pushed forward with every ounce of urgency they had left in their legs. Valverde surged through the middle like a man possessed. A thud of boots against turf, a flick past Rice. Then the ball zipped toward Bruno. Turn, shouted Ten Hag from the touchline. Bruno didn't need to be told. He spun off Odegaard with a sharp feint. TCH. And saw it. Nathan. Edge of the box. Space. Click. The pass fired through. Nathan's eyes locked onto the ball mid-roll, out of breath. A step. The goal widening in front of him. He shifted his weight. Now. Crack. The crowd rose as one. The keeper stretched. Not this again, but he wasn't needed. Whoosh. Just wide. By inches. The ball grazed the outside of the post and skipped out of play, leaving nothing but a ghost trail in the cold Wembley air. Nathan stood frozen, his hands on his head. Eyes wide. Whistle. Pwee. The full-time whistle pierced through the fog of exhaustion. 1-1. A wave of sound crashed over the stadium. 90 minutes of war. And now, extra time. Players slumped to the grass. Some on their backs. Some bent at the waist, gasping for air like they'd come up from deep water. Onana pointed at his temple. Still us. Still focused. Valverde punched the air, eyes still burning. Nathan? He just sat on the Wembley grass. Head tilted back, eyes closed. Inside his head, stillness. But beneath that calm, heat. Images flickered. His old goal against Arsenal in a Leeds shirt. That ball from outside the box, that beautiful bend, that brief moment of belief. Then the final whistle back then. The scoreboard point 4-1, Arsenal. And kneeling on the grass, tears falling, the cameras catching every second of it. He cried that night. Not just because they lost, but because he believed that goal had changed everything. But belief wasn't enough. Not then. Amram pulled them into a tight circle. Eyes sharp, voice low. I don't want your heads right now, he said. I want your hearts. The players looked at each other, faces pale with exhaustion, drenched in sweat. But they leaned in. No more overthinking, the manager continued. No more fear. Play with feeling, with truth. The game will reward the ones who aren't afraid to lose. Nathan smiled. It's time. The scoreboard still read 1-1. Extra time ticked on. Nervous, breathless minutes filled with cautious passes and silent calculations. Both sides wary. Both sides knowing. One wrong move, and this match would be lost. United held the ball. Bruno Fernandes dropped deep to collect, scanning the field. Nathan stood near the halfway line, his body still waiting. TCH, it's coming. Bruno didn't hesitate. He launched it. Whoosh. The ball soared high, curling over the midfield press, slicing through Arsenal's defensive line. Nathan's boots pounded forward. Thud. Chest control. Clean. The ball dropped at his feet, and in one flowing motion, he brushed past Tomiyasu. A ghost step to the right, a flick of the ankle. Gone. The keeper was off his line, too eager, too exposed. Nathan's eyes narrowed. Time slowed. He saw the space, felt the curve, imagined the flight. And then, TCHK, a soft, perfect chip, delicate as lace, cruel as fate. Whoosh. Pluck. It dropped under the crossbar with a whisper, tucking just behind the fingertips of a desperate dive. The net bulged. Ghoul. Wembley erupted. Red thunder roared from the stands, fans leaping, fists raised to the sky. It wasn't just celebration. It was release. Explosion. A scream years in the making. Nathan sprinted toward the corner, arms wide, breath burning in his chest. His face was alight with something more than joy. Vindication. He turned sharply toward the Arsenal end. Now, he pointed to his heart. "This is for you," he mouthed. His voice didn't carry over the noise, but they heard it anyway. Back in the center circle, Arsenal regrouped, stunned but not broken. "Focus," Odegaard barked. "We're not done." 104th minute. Saka surged forward on the right wing, skipping past Shaw with a nasty fake. He squared up Dalot, dropped a shoulder, and burst inside. 1-2 with Havertz. Thud, thud. And suddenly, the opening was there. Saka cut loose. Boom. Onana dove. A blur of gloves, limbs, and pure instinct. Wham! Saved. A thunderous slap echoed off the keeper's palms, and the ball rebounded high into the air before Casemiro booted it clear. The Emirates groaned. The United bench leapt up, shouting, fists clenched. Amorim remained still, but his fingers tapped once on his thigh. Even he felt it now. It was Nathan's night. 108th minute. Arsenal pushed too high. Valverde intercepted, toe poked it ahead, and Nathan was gone. He ran. Boom, boom, boom. Each stride like a drumbeat of fate. The turf bent beneath him. Wembley gasped behind him. One defender came. Nathan feinted left, then slashed right. Another. He slowed, waited, then burst through a gap. A third tried to press, too late. He slipped past, a red blur in motion. Edge of the box. A shooting lane. Eyes locked on the far corner. Crack. He unleashed it. Low, fast, curling around the trailing defender and swerving away from Raya's outstretched hand. Boom. The net rippled with violent force. The third goal. His third. A hat-trick at Wembley. Against Arsenal. Against his past. The entire stadium exploded into sound. Voices cracked. Flares flared. The crowd was a living sea of chaos and awe. But Nathan didn't race this time. No shouting. No fist pumping. He dropped to his knees. Kissed the ground. A whisper against the earth that raised him. A prayer of thanks to the game that gave him purpose. The camera zoomed in. Xerxes came over, slapping his back hard. Hat trick at Wembley? Casemiro jogged past, stone-faced as ever. One more goal, and you're not allowed to train for a week. Valverde grinned, wild-eyed. Let's bury them. The final minutes of the first half of extra time bled away. Arsenal was stunned. Their press softened. United smelled blood. But they didn't rush. They didn't need to, because the tide had turned. Wembley was theirs now. The red banners, the songs, the rhythm of the crowd. It all pulsed with one name. Nathan Perry. From boy to star. From heartbreak to hat-trick. The whistle blew for the break. Halftime, in extra time. Nathan walked toward the bench, not tired, alive. He glanced up at the scoreboard. Manchester United 3-1 Arsenal. Chapter 61, UEFA's Champions League. Nathan, Nathan, Nathan. The chant echoed, rolling from the terraces in waves, shaking the steel bones of the stadium. Manchester United fans were delirious. Arsenal fans, bitterly silent moments before, now joined the ovation. Even rivals knew when they had witnessed something transcendent. Nathan stood near the halfway line, chest heaving, hair damp with sweat. His pulse thundered through his ears louder than the crowd. Yet he was calm. He glanced at the fourth official holding up the board. 10. Nathan Perry left arrow 39, McTominay right arrow. Amorim gestured toward him. Nathan jogged off slowly, his strides heavy with fatigue, but his head held high. As he crossed the touchline, a standing ovation. Arms raised. Fans waving scarves, phones lighting up like stars. Some even wiping away tears. And then, Amorim embraced him. Not the cold, professional handshake most managers gave. You rewrote history tonight. Nathan didn't say anything. He just nodded, eyes glistening. He sat down on the bench, wrapped in a heavy coat. Bruno leaned over. A bloody hat trick in extra time? Against Arsenal? You really are the drama. Nathan chuckled weakly. I was tired of rewatching the old tapes. The final whistle pierced the air. Full time. Manchester United 3, Arsenal 1. Wembley roared again. This time, the collective cry wasn't just for victory. It was for a night that would be told and retold. A night when a boy stepped into his past and came out man. Onana dropped to his knees, fists clenched in triumph. Martinez pumped his chest. Casemiro calmly nodded to the bench. Another war won. And Nathan, slouched with his coat wrapped tight, simply exhaled. PFFFHH. It was over. The commentator's voice blared through television screens across the globe. Nathan's hat trick, against the team where his dream began. What a cinematic moment. Wembley is witnessing a football fairy tale. Social media exploded. Clips of Nathan's chip shot in the 97th minute were being reposted with slow-motion edits. Dramatic piano music overlaid with commentary. Nathoea weigh-in. Memes. Reaction videos. Fan edits. And the headlines? Nathan's gentle revenge. The boy who left the cup in tears returns to control its destiny. Nathan Perry arrives. Post-match interview. A reporter leaned in, wide-eyed. Nathan, that was breathtaking. 3 goals, 2 of them from outside the box. 1 of them, an Olympic chip. What's going through your head right now? Nathan's smile was tired. His humility disarmed even the most cynical pundits. FIFA rating upgraded. 86 market value. 110 million euro global rank. 19th best player in the world. The rise was no longer a rumor. It was happening. In the dressing room, the atmosphere was electric. Amram clapped once. Enjoy this, he said. We've got Europe calling. Nathan sat on the bench, unwrapping his boots. Bruno slouched next to him, still laughing. Rashford passed out drinks. Martinez walked by, nodding. You killed him, he muttered. Nathan didn't reply. He just stared down at the ball he'd tucked into his kit bag. The match ball. His hat-trick prize. But the next moment stole the spotlight. On the locker room screen, UEFA's Champions League round of 16 draw lit up. The announcer's voice rang out in multiple languages. The graphics rolled across. Real Madrid vs button Arsenal, Bayern Munich vs button Barcelona Paris, Saint-Germain vs button Milan Manchester City vs button Borussia Dortmund, Atletico Madrid vs button Inter Milan Manchester, United vs button Napoli Juventus vs button RB Leipzig Benfica vs button Porto. The room hushed as the United matchup appeared. Napoli, muttered Valverde, arms crossed. Bruno raised an eyebrow. They press high. Kvaratskhelia and Osimhen are no joke. Amram turned to face them. They're dangerous, he said. Nathan leaned forward, gaze fixed on the screen. Napoli. A tactical puzzle. He took a deep breath. No time to rest. Later that night, alone in his hotel room, Nathan stood by the window. Wembley loomed in the distance, quiet now, bathed in silver light. The noise was gone, the stadium empty, but he could still hear it in his bones. Nathan, Nathan, Nathan. He closed his eyes. The lights at Old Trafford burned like stars pulled down from the sky. Beneath them, a storm waited. The Champions Leagues. The players stood shoulder to shoulder in the tunnel, boots shifting, jaws clenched, hearts pacing. Beyond the archway, a global audience, cameras rolling. The media had already crowned the duel. Nathan versus Osimhen. But in the dressing room, the tension was quiet. Amram stood in the center. This is where the Real journey begins, he said softly. No shouting. Nathan sat in silence, unwrapping his tape. Around him, the room buzzed, boots thudding on tile, gloves being slapped on, Bruno cracking his knuckles. Valverde leaned against the wall, eyes locked ahead. Nathan's fingers paused. He murmured under his breath, barely audible over the tension. This is my night. Nathan's random skill. Tony Cruz-style long-range thunderbolts. Kickoff. Napoli came out swinging. In the opening minutes, their high press was suffocating. Di Lorenzo and Anguissa hunted in packs. Zielinski cut off every channel through the center, forcing United wide. And on the flank, Kvaratskhelia. Minute 6. Thud. Malaysia's clearance was smothered. Kvaratskhelia surged down the right, hips swaying, toes dancing. Whoosh! He cut in, slipped past Wan-Bissaka, and rolled a pass across the face of goal. Osimhen arrived. But wham! Onana flew out, gloves slamming against the shot. A save. Let's go, he bellowed, fist clenched. The Stretford end roar back. Minute 11. Another Napoli break. Minute 17. A long-range shot. Minute 19. Osimhen's header barely scraped over the bar. United staggered but never broke. Bruno Barquet d'instruction. Martinez threw himself into every duel. And Valverde ran. He pressed. He shielded. He scanned. Minute 22. Zambo Anguissa received the ball in midfield. Looked left. Valverde was already there. Fuck. The pass was loose. A mistake. Valverde pounced like a hawk, swept the ball into his stride, and turned on a half-spin. Then saw it. Nathan. Dropping into space. Left channel. A flash of red. Nate. Valverde didn't hesitate. Zip! A grounded pass tore through the Napoli midfield. Nathan met it with a feathered touch, deadening the ball with his instep. He turned. One step, then another. 30 meters out. Napoli's defense was retreating, but the line hadn't recovered. No pressure. Just grass. Just silence. Just. Boom. Nathan struck it clean. No wind-up. No wasted motion. The ball screamed through the air. It didn't dip. It didn't swerve. Crack. The crossbar shuddered. The stadium held its breath. For a moment, even the noise seemed stunned. Thud, thud. The rebound dropped back into play, scrambled away by Romani. But the shot lingered. Whoa, that could have been the goal of the tournament. 30 meters. He almost snapped the bar in two. Minute 33. The space was tight, but Napoli didn't hesitate. Kvaratskhelia danced on the ball like it was tethered to his boots, drawing two defenders, Malaysia and Case Moreau, into his orbit. He feinted once, shifted his weight, and slipped the ball through the gap before they could adjust. TCH. Osimhen exploded into motion. One touch. A second. Then, bang! The shot ripped low and hard across Onana's outstretched gloves. Goal. Old Trafford fell silent for a heartbeat. Then came the explosion from the away end, from Napoli's bench, from the thousands watching around the world. Osimhen strikes. Kvaratskhelia, pure chaos on the flank. What a duo! Nathan stood near the center circle, hands on his hips, lips pressed into a line. He watched the Napoli players celebrate with clenched fists and pointed fingers. Osimhen caught his gaze. A smirk. Nathan didn't blink. He simply turned, walked to the center spot, and waited for the ball to roll. Minute 40. Bruno glanced up. Just a second. Just a sliver of space behind Napoli's backline. Nathan was already making the run. Thump. A long diagonal from deep, spinning, curling toward the box. Nathan tracked it in the air, letting it drop over his shoulder. Chest. Down. The defender lunged, slide. Nathan spun off him, dragged the ball back with the sole of his boot. CHK. Space opened. No hositation. He pulled back his right foot. Boom. The strike came off. It whistled through the air, fast, perfect. It didn't curl. It didn't dip. It detonated into the back of the net. Gah! The crowd rose as one. An earthquake of sound swallowing the stadium whole. Athen fires back. What a star lighting up the European stage. The commentator screamed, voice cracking. He didn't sprint to celebrate. He didn't knee slide. He just turned toward the bench and raised a fist. Bruno came flying in with a grin. Oi, you trying to tear down the stadium? Amram was already at the edge of the technical area. We attack, he roared. We go for the win. The message was clear. Minute 58. Corner to United. Bruno set on the arc. The crowd leaned forward, thousands of voices holding their breath. Whoosh. The delivery was perfect, whipped, dipping toward the back post. Nathan sprinted from the edge of the box, his marker a step behind. He rose. Time slowed. He met the ball with every ounce of force he had. Thud. A bullet header, but merit. Flash. A reflex save from another universe. Slap. The keeper's hand smacked the ball off the line. Valverde almost got to the rebound, but Napoli cleared. Cheers. Gasps. Hands on heads. Nathan crouched low, hands on his knees, chest rising. Murder. He muttered, breath ragged. Valverde jogged by, panting. I thought that was it. Nathan nodded once. So did I. Minute 70. Napoli pushed again. Kvaratskhelia drove in from the left. A low cross zipped across the box. The ball bounced to Osimhen. He turned. Shot. Whack. Onana was beaten, but Case Moreau, out of nowhere, lunged across the goal line. Slam. The block was brutal. Desperate. Gasps rang out across the stadium. Case Moreau, Bruno whispered, a mix of awe and relief. The Brazilian just nodded, lips tight, already walking away. Minute 78. Fatigue was everywhere now. Legs heavy, shirts drenched. But the fight hadn't faded. United regained possession. Valverde swept it to Bruno. Bruno looked up. Nate's on. He chipped it forward. Nathan let it bounce once, then drove forward, two defenders collapsing on him. Swipe. He split them with a cut, shifting to his left, then snapped off a shot from distance. BM. It took a deflection. Off Di Lorenzo's thigh. Whoosh. The ball curve kissed the outside of the post and spun out. Inches. Just inches. Nathan dropped to a knee, biting his lower lip, the sting of what could be burning in his chest. Huh. Old Trafford pulsed. The crowd sang in waves, the tension like a drumbeat behind every pass, every sprint, every tackle. Nathan looked around. Everywhere, exhaustion. This was Europe. Bruno clapped his hands. We keep going. Valverde nodded, sweat rolling down his jaw. They're opening up. It wasn't over. Not yet. Boom! The net rippled, the ball kissing the bottom corner like it belonged there. Minute 86. Nathan Perry wheeled away, arms outstretched, a grin stretched wide across his face. Old Trafford exploded into chaos behind him. Goal! Valverde's pass had cut through Napoli's midfield, a low zip that demanded one thing: decisiveness. Nathan delivered. First time, left foot, a low, curling shot that bent away from Merritt's outstretched fingertips and buried itself into the far post. 2-1, the kind of strike that lived in slow motion. From the dugout, Amram punched the air. The coaching staff roared. But inside Nathan? His heart pounded from the fire. From a moment. From everything that had led him to this. He slid on his knees to the corner flag, teammates pouring toward him. Rashford, Bruno, Martinez, even Onana from his own box. Oi! Bruno yelled, grabbing Nathan in a headlock. Who taught you that? Nathan just laughed. That was me. All me. The crowd chanted his name again. Nathan! 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 Minute 91. The cruel silence before the storm. A corner. Napoli's last push. One last gasp to claw something back. Kvaratskhelia raised his arm. The delivery was vicious, in-swinging, sharp, darting toward the 6-yard box. Thud! Osimhen rose, slicing through the pack of bodies. Case Moreau lost his footing for half a second. Too long. Thump! The header was perfect. Onana's reaction came late. The ball hit the underside of the bar and bounced in. 2-2. A dagger. Old Trafford went from roaring to stunned in seconds. T.H. Nathan stood frozen near the halfway line, hands on his hips, staring at the ball lying idle in the goal. The Napoli bench erupted. Spalletti sprinted toward the fourth official, screaming in elation. Osimhen pointed to the crowd, defiant, chest heaving. Full time. Manchester United 2. Napoli 2. A Champions League clash that delivered everything. The players walked off drenched in sweat, jerseys clinging to their bodies like second skins. Fans stood and clapped, some for the fight, some for the drama, some just unsure what they'd witnessed. A classic? Maybe. Nathan. He moved toward Osimhen during the post-match protocol. The Nigerian striker grinned and held out a hand. That was a bullet, bro, he said. I felt the wind from that strike. Nathan shook his hand, eyes steady. You got up there like an elevator. Osimhen raised an eyebrow, impressed. All right then. Cameras caught the handshake. Nathan versus Osimhen. Round 1 ends in a draw. In the dressing room. Bloody hell, Bruno muttered, collapsing onto the bench. I think my heart broke twice in that match. Valverde leaned back against the wall, eyes half closed. We had the chance. Amram entered quietly, looking around at his players. We showed character, he said, but this is the Champions League. He glanced at Nathan, who was sitting silently, still in his kit, staring at the floor. And we'll make sure we fix it next time. Nathan nodded. Martinez tossed a water bottle onto the bench. They got lucky, he said. Let's tear them apart in Naples. That night, the world didn't sleep either. Twitter? Hashtag UNITVSNAPOLI hit number 1 worldwide. UEFA match rating, 9.1. Nathan Perry, 1 goal, 4 shots, 89% pass accuracy, 3 key passes, 1 dribble completed, 1 duel won. Next leg, Napoli versus Manchester United, Stadio Diego Armando Maradona. Chapter 63, Tired of being the golden boy. Carrington, the day after Napoli. Rain swept sideways across the windows. The glass rattled softly with every gust, as if the building were sighing. Inside, the dressing room smelled of muscle rub, turf, and that faint bitterness of tired bodies. Nathan sat on the bench, elbows on his knees, head bowed. His quads felt like stone, and there was a deep, lingering tension in his lower back. And yet, even as his body protested, his mind refused to slow down. The goal, the silence that followed. Osimhen's smirk. Amram's voice cut through the fog. We're in 6th. The players turned. The manager stood by the whiteboard, his arms crossed. Forrest is right behind us. 1 point. No one said a word. He stepped closer. You all saw what we did against Napoli. But if we lose sight of the league, none of it will matter. No top 4. No Champions League. This next match isn't a breather. It's a F***king trap. Bruno exhaled hard through his nose. Forrest's not a trap anymore, he muttered. They've beaten Arsenal and Spurs already. Exactly. Amram's tone sharpened. They'll smell blood. And the headlines. He gestured to the tablet in his hand. They're asking if I'll rest Nathan before Napoli. Nathan's eyes lifted. I'm not. Amram said, gaze locking with his. You play. A ripple of surprise ran through the room. Even Bruno looked sideways at Nathan. You sure? Nathan's voice came low, almost cautious. We need you even if you're tired, Amram said simply. You're the difference. That should have lit a fire. But all Nathan felt was the weight in his bones. That night, Carrington's canteen was quiet. Only a few players lingered. Valverde with a protein shake, Dalit on a FaceTime call. Nathan sat across from Lauren, a half-finished plate of grilled chicken and sweet potatoes in front of him. He hadn't touched it in 10 minutes. I'm lost, Lauren, he said finally, eyes distant. Like I'm running with no direction. Like I'm sprinting through fog. Lauren didn't flinch. She watched him calm, thoughtful. You're not lost, she said. You're tired. And maybe you just need silence. To stop chasing everything for a second and let your mind catch up. Nathan leaned back, closing his eyes. The warmth of the room, the murmur of the rain, Lauren's voice, it all pressed into him like a blanket. He didn't reply. Nathan scrolled through the headlines in the dressing room the next morning, earbuds in, hoodie up. He wasn't angry. He just didn't have the energy for it. A voice behind him. Oi. It was Rashford. You all right? Nathan nodded slowly. Yeah. Rashford sat beside him, peeling tape off his wrist. Don't let the noise crawl in. You're not a machine, but you're also not alone. Nathan offered a small, tired smile. Anyway, Rashford grinned. If you're going to collapse, do it after the Forest match, yeah? Match day. Manchester United versus Nottingham Forest. Old Trafford shimmered under the floodlights. Rain had passed, but the wind remained. Forest arrived confident. Random skill. Raheem, Sterling-style headers. The air inside Old Trafford was alive. Flares had painted the sky red as the teams emerged. The banners waved. Natha Ayan! Natha Ayan! The sound thundered down from the Stretford end. But Nathan didn't hear it. His head was down, eyes fixed on his boots as he walked to the center circle. He could feel the echo of his name all around him, pounding in his chest. One more league match before Naples. But it didn't feel like just anything. His body felt disconnected, as if someone had sewn his limbs together in the wrong order. Each breath tasted metallic. The whistle blew. Kickoff. Minute 5. Forest came out swinging. They weren't sitting deep. They weren't playing scared. They pressed, 2, sometimes 3 men snapping at the ball every time United tried to build. Dalit hesitated near the sideline. Snatched. Forest countered. Quick pass. 1-2. Then wham! A shot rifled just over the bar. The crowd gasped. Even the Forest fans rose from their seats. Nathan stood still, barely 20 yards away, watching as Onana barked orders and clapped his gloves. TCH, wake up. He jogged forward, but his legs still felt wrong. Heavy. Minute 10. Bruno dropped deep and found Nathan in the half space. Turn, the captain shouted. Nathan did, sluggishly, lifted his head, looked for Rashford, making a diagonal run. There. He played it forward, but it was too soft, too central. Forrest pounced. Crack. One pass. Another. Suddenly, they were flying. Nathan chased, but the gap was already too wide. Onana came out strong, diving, arms wide, slap. A brilliant save to his right. The crowd roared. But Amram? What's wrong with you, Nathan? The coach's voice sliced across the pitch. Nathan didn't look over. He just turned, head low again, and jogged back into position. Minute 20. Finally, space. A ball over the top. Nathan broke the line, outpacing the center back. He saw it early. The keeper coming. The ball hanging. Try it. The random skill. Just once. He leapt. Thump. Forehead met ball, but the contact was wrong. Skewed. The ball ballooned over the bar and spun out of play. Silence. Just for a second. Then the size. Nathan landed awkwardly and didn't move for a second. He just stared at the corner flag. Valverde approached, clapping. Next one, mate. Next one. Minute 27. Every pass Nathan made was an apology, hesitant, cautious. Dribbles that usually snapped through tight lines now bounced off legs. His rhythm was gone. The pulse of the game, the internal clock all great players have, felt scrambled. He looked up. Forest's shape was tight. Another touch. Another giveaway. The Forest fans caught on. They started chanting. Where's Manchester's star? Where's your Nathan? It was mocking. Cruel. But deserved. Nathan gritted his teeth. He wanted to bark back. To answer them. but there was nothing to draw from. Only smoke. Minute 33. Nathan dropped into midfield to help. Received from Bruno. Turned inside, and lost the ball again. Clean. Forrest swarmed. Rashford screamed, "Nate, come on." Nathan didn't reply. He jogged. Not sprinted. Not fought. Just jogged. Minute 37. It came. Inevitable. Forrest moved, left to center, back to left again. Their fullback made an overlapping run, dragging Dallet. A back heel opened the gap. The pass sliced through it. Close offside, but no flag. The ball rolled into the feet of Chris Wood. He didn't panic. He didn't blast it. Just opened his body. Thud. A cool, elegant finish into the far corner. 1-0. Nottingham Forest. Old Trafford fell into a stunned hush. A few groans. Some scattered claps from the Forest away section. But the silence in the home end was louder than any cheer. Onana punched the turf in frustration. "We told you to watch the line," he shouted. Case Moreau threw his arms up. Martinez gestured in disbelief. Bruno just stared ahead, jaw tight. Amorim turned to his assistant. Said nothing. Just shook his head. Nathan stood near the halfway line again. Right where he'd been before the Napoli equalizer. Same posture. Same silence. Only this time, he wasn't angry. He was tired. Tired of being the golden boy. Tired of being the one they always expect magic from. Tired of pretending like he was okay when he wasn't. He looked up at the scoreboard. Man United 0-1 Forest. His reflection stared back at him in the glass of the broadcast camera. Chapter 64. The Edge of Collapse. 44th minute. The cross came from Dallet, deep looping. Nathan rose to meet it. His timing was off, but he leapt anyway. He twisted midair and craned his neck. Thunk. The ball struck his forehead and veered, not toward goal, but somewhere between row Z and the moon. The crowd groaned in unison. Bloody hell, someone muttered behind the dugout. Nathan landed and staggered a step, half expecting applause, half hoping for a hole to swallow him whole. That was it. That was your answer? He didn't even glance at Amorim this time. The referee blew the whistle a few seconds later. Halftime. Score. Nottingham Forest 1, Manchester United 0. The tunnel felt colder than it should have. Gray walls, gray floor, a flickering overhead light. It all blurred into one long, silent trudge. Nathan walked at the back of the pack, alone in a crowd. His lips moved, barely audible. What's happening to me? This isn't me. His voice sounded distant in his own ears, like someone else was saying it. Some other player. Some other kid who'd forgotten how to breathe with the ball at his feet. The dressing room was a tomb. No one shouted. Even Bruno sat in silence, shirt half off, head down. Onana leaned against the locker, staring at the floor like it might offer answers. Valverde rubbed his temples. The smell of sweat, grass, and regret hung thick in the air. Second half. The crowd didn't cheer. Nathan stepped onto the pitch, blinking up at the lights. His heart beat too fast. His hands were cold. Just run. Run, and maybe you'll remember how to be yourself again. 49th minute. Bruno dropped deep, pressed hard, then slipped the ball to Nathan at the halfway line. He had time. Just a second. Enough to look up, survey. Rashford was peeling wide. Garnacho starting his sprint down the left. The right choice was clear. Nathan hesitated. A single heartbeat too long. Then he passed. Too slow. No. Rashford barked, just as Forest midfielder jumped the lane. Snatch. The counter was instant. Forest broke like a dam burst. 4 red shirts streaming forward. Valverde tracked back. Case Moreau lunged, check. A slide tackle missed. The ball found Forest number 9. One touch. Then bang. Low. Near post. Unstoppable. Goal. 2-0. Forest. Old Trafford fell deathly still. Again. Nathan stood frozen at the halfway line. Again. His lungs felt shallow, like he couldn't get air, even though he was breathing. Amorim turned and booted a water bottle. Crack. It exploded against the bench. Wake up, he roared. This is not Manchester United. The rage in his voice cracked the silence. Onana pounded his gloves. Martinez slapped his thigh. Valverde swore in Spanish under his breath, turning to Nathan. You have to be faster. That was you. Nathan nodded once, but his expression didn't change. 57th minute. The ball was at Nathan's feet. He pushed it forward, leaned into the run. Come on, just go. Drive. Drive. But the moment never came. Slash. A Forest midfielder. Sharp sliced across and took the ball cleanly. Too slow, came a voice from behind. Maybe Valverde. Maybe his own thoughts. Nathan stumbled a half step, then stopped. Watch Forest swing into their next attack. TCH, I can't even get past one man. 61st minute. Forest smell blood. The game was already theirs, but they weren't satisfied. They pressed. Case Moreau tried to hold the midfield line. Martinez barked orders at the back, but the gaps kept appearing. Then, ZHHHD, a laser pass through the middle. Perfect weight. Perfect angle. The Forest striker didn't hesitate. One touch to control. Boom. Another to bury it past Onana. Low. Goal. Nottingham Forest 3, Manchester United 0. The away interrupted a deafening, joyous riot. The home sections? Seats folded. Jackets zipped. Boots echoed up the concrete stairs. Old Trafford was bleeding fans. On the pitch, Nathan stood motionless. Not panting, not clenching his fists. Just still, as if reality hadn't reached him yet. As if he hadn't fully grasped that it was him, Nathan Perry, the ghost wearing the number 10 shirt. 65th minute. He didn't hear his name called, only noticed when Mount jogged past him, glancing sideways. "Nate," he said, not unkindly, "you're coming off?" Nathan blinked. "What?" He turned. The fourth official had already lifted the board. 10 left arrow. 7 right arrow. Amarim stood by the touchline, arms crossed, lips a tight line. No eye contact, just a nod. The kind of nod that said enough. Nathan's legs moved, but the rest of him felt stuck. He walked across the pitch. Didn't jog. Didn't wave. Forest fans jeered, a sarcastic round of applause following his every step. Clap, clap, clap. Thanks for the help, superstar. Enjoy the bench. A beer cup bounced near his boots. He didn't flinch. He sat down, third seat from the left, next to Dalit. Didn't untie his boots. Didn't speak. The final whistle blew. The score didn't change. 3-0. In the tunnel, the air reeked of sweat and disbelief. Showers hissed in the background. Someone kicked a locker, bang. Nathan sat still in full kit. He didn't look at the others. Didn't have the strength. BBC commentary, minutes later. A disastrous performance, no passion, no fight, and Nathan Perry, the team star, looked like a ghost. Headlines. United crumbles in Nottingham. Nathan out of service. Will he lose his spot before Napoli? Press room. The lights were blinding white. Reporters swarmed. First question, is Nathan Perry still starting against Napoli? A pause. Amarim exhaled slowly. Every player has a bad day, he said. But now, we need real men. Click, click, click. The cameras ate it up. He leaned forward. The Napoli match isn't far. We'll see who's ready. Later that night, Nathan sat in his room at Carrington. Alone. The rain tapped gently against the window. His phone buzzed. "Lauren, call me if you want, even if you don't want to talk." He stared at the message. Didn't reply. He got up slowly, walked to the mirror, stared at himself. His hair matted with sweat. Face pale under the fluorescent lights. His eyes looked empty. What happened to the kid who couldn't wait to prove everyone wrong? Where did he go? Knock. A soft one. The door creaked open. Bruno peeked in, towel slung around his shoulders. "You all right?" Nathan nodded. Bruno stepped inside, sat across from him. "I've seen bad games," he said. "Hell, I've played worse." Nathan didn't respond. "You think this one defines you?" Bruno asked. Silence. "People forget," Bruno said, leaning forward, "that even stars flicker. Find a way to come back brighter." A long silence passed between them. Bruno stood up, gave a soft pat to Nathan's shoulder. "Napoli's coming. Decide who you want to be before then." And then he left. Nathan lay back on the bed. The hum of Carrington's lights. The distant sound of rain. Chapter 65. Let's see what this skill can do. The Carrington meeting room was still, too still. Ruben Amarim stood at the front, arms folded. "You know what I hate the most about football?" he asked. No one answered. "It doesn't wait." He stepped forward. 3 days ago, we were embarrassed. Nottingham didn't just beat us, they walked over us. But we're not here to mourn that. A pause. He clicked the remote in his hand. The screen behind him lit up, the Champions League logo swirling in gold and blue. Because now, we face a historic opportunity. Amarim's voice lowered, becoming something heavier. Champions League, round of 16, Tuesday night, Napoli. The screen flashed to footage. Nathan's thunderous strike from the first leg. The eruption at Old Trafford. Onana's desperate, fingertip save. The final whistle. 2-2. Still alive. Amarim let the clip run a moment longer, then killed the screen. This is our chance. Everything we want, respect, glory, it's right there. But you have to want it more than they do. You have to fight like your future depends on it. Then his eyes landed on Nathan. Are you ready to prove who you are? He just nodded. Once. Slow. And Amram nodded back. Later that day, Valverde sat beside Nathan in the players' lounge, kicking his boots off lazily, one leg over the other. You know what the worst part of being good is? He said. Everyone forgets the months you built something. One bad game. He snapped his fingers. Snap. Suddenly you're a fraud. Nathan chuckled under his breath. Valverde turned his head toward him. But you've built a lot, Nathan. And people forget things fast, yeah, but they also remember fast if you remind them. Nathan looked down at the floor. I felt useless. You looked useless, Valverde added bluntly, then grinned. But that's not who you are. Don't tear it down yourself. 3 p.m., Carrington Film Room. The lights dimmed. The screen flared to life again. It wasn't a match analysis. It wasn't tactics or positioning. A video. Music. Highlights. Nathan's goal against Napoli, boom. Rattling the top of the net. The crowd roaring. Rashford screamed as he hugged him. Cut to Onana, flying through the air, full stretch, palms just enough to tip the ball over the bar. Clang. The post shook, and he rolled up, thumping his chest. Nathan watched it all in silence. Training. Just boots on grass. The pounding of lungs. Shouts cutting through the air. Thud. Nathan's first pass. Crisp. Right through the lines. Huh. He sprinted into space, received it again, fired a shot. Crack. Off the inside of the post. Next drill. Rondo. Nathan darted in, caught Bruno off guard, tapped it clean, and sent it back to Martinez. Oi. Bruno looked. You're trying to win the Ballon d'Or in training or what? Valverde smirked on the sideline, hands on hips. Guess the ghost woke up. One drill bled into another. Possession games. Finishing. Sprints. Huff, huff. Thump. Crack. Over and over. Nathan pushed like something inside him had snapped and begun burning. Tuesday against Napoli, we fight. We all fight. Until the final whistle. Until there's nothing left. The Diego Armando Maradona stadium pulsed like a living, breathing beast. Blue flares lit the stands. Thunderous chants shook the night sky. Napoli, Napoli, Napoli. The noise was heavy, and somewhere beneath it all, standing on the edge of the center circle, Nathan Perry stared up into the darkness above. A flicker. Skill unlocked. Jude Bellingham's passing. His eyes narrowed. Passing. Now. He kicked at the turf hard. Why now? Passing. At a time when we need finishing and decisiveness. Is this my punishment for Nottingham? The images hadn't stopped haunting him. The misplaced pass, the hollow stare, the sarcastic applause as he walked off. His lowest moment. He had thought the fire would return with a clean slate. Huh. Fine. Let's see what this skill can do. The whistle blew. Kickoff. The game exploded from the first second. Napoli surged. Quick touches, overlapping runs, wide switches. Kvaratskhelia was a blur on the left, pulling Dallet into chaos. Osimhen prowled the final third, ready to pounce on any mistake. 7th minute. Thud. Valverde won a midfield duel and flicked it forward. Nathan didn't wait. He took a glance, saw the run, and let instinct take over. Top. A disguised ball slid through the tiniest of lanes between two Napoli shirts. CHK. Valverde burst onto it inside the box. Shot. Bam. A brilliant save. Merritt launched himself low and stretched just enough to get his gloves on it. Oof, the crowd groaned. Nathan clenched his jaw, already turning back. No time to dwell. The pass had been right. Everything else? Out of his hands. Minute 12. Donji. Kvaratskhelia cut inside, feting Wissa. One touch, then a reverse pass to Osimhen. Whack. Onana exploded off his line. Slam. Palmed it wide. The ball cannonied into the advertising boards. Gassed from all corners. Onana. Martinez barked, slapping palms with the keeper. Minute 14. The tempo kept rising. No time to breathe. It was move, pass, receive, release, over and over again. Nathan's vision felt different. Sharper. Minute 19. Napoli pressed high. Bruno dropped deep. Nathan drifted to the right channel, back to goal. One touch, then he pivoted, saw it. Boom. A long ball, spinning, curling, ripped through midfield. Xerxes sprinted, leapt. Thud. Header just over. The crowd groaned again, louder this time. Valverde pointed at Nathan. What a ball. Amram was clapping on the touchline. Well done, Nathan. Keep going. Nathan didn't respond. Inside, he was starting to understand. Bellingham's passing, it's not about assists. It's about control. Dictating tempo. 25th minute. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm of Nathan's boots on the turf matched the pounding in his chest. The ball stuck to his foot like a magnet as he surged through the heart of Napoli's midfield. One touch to drag past Zielinski, a feint to freeze Anguissa. Then, tap, he slipped through the gap between them. Come on, go, he hissed, eyes darting ahead. He spotted Valverde, making the inside run, just a step behind Romani. Nathan didn't think he saw it. A no-look pass. Waited. Curved. CHK. Valverde broke through. One touch to settle. Then boom. The shot rocketed toward goal. Clang. The crossbar shook violently as the ball crashed against it and ricocheted high into the air. The crowd screamed, half in despair, half in relief. Arg! Valverde slammed his fist into the turf, teeth clenched. Nathan stood still, eyes on the bar, jaw tight, so close. He turned away before the ball even landed. Next time, he muttered. United were growing. The flow was shifting. The ball was starting to obey him. And yet, the goal hadn't come. Not yet. Chapter 66. Nathan passes, but no one receives. 30th minute. Nathan tracked back as Napoli recycled possession. Lobotka shaped to turn, no time. Nathan pounced. Snap. He intercepted clean, sliding in and rising with the ball in the same motion. A flick of the ankle, and suddenly the space ahead burst open. Go, he barked, eyes already scanning the field. Xerxes peeled left. Rashford darted wide. Nathan drove straight down the center, dragging defenders with him. He shifted the ball with the outside of his boot, then dropped it off to Bruno and kept sprinting. The crowd roared behind him. Voices rose across the stands in Italian. Chi è questo ragazzo? Non era così nella prima partita. È lui il 10. Nathan heard it even through the rush of blood in his ears. Let them talk. This was a different Nathan now. 34th minute. Corner to Napoli. The Maradona erupted again. Blue smoke rolled from the cava as Politano jogged overtake it. Nathan stood near the edge of the box, next to Bruno, eyes locked on the swarm inside. Kvaratskhelia short, Osimhen back post, Bruno warned. Nathan nodded. The whistle blew. Politano whipped it in, fast, low. Whoosh thud. Osimhen rose. Soaring. The header crack. Just wide. Gasps everywhere. Nathan's lungs emptied with the sigh. That could have been it. Too close. 38th minute. United passed around the back. Martinez to Dalot. Dalot to Bruno. Bruno turned and found Nathan dropping in. Then, flick. A back heel in his space. Gassed again. The ball spun just behind Lobotka's reach. Xerxes saw it. He threaded the return ball first time, CHK, into the channel. Nathan burst through. Right foot. One touch. He didn't look. He knew where Roque was. A cutting pass, sharp and unexpected, just like Bellingham would play it. Boom. Roque struck it. Low. Slam. Merritt launched to his right. Full stretch. Fingertips. Top. The save of the match. Maybe of the round. Ah! Roque yelled in frustration, hands on his head. The ball rolled away to the sideline. A throw-in. Nathan stayed down on one knee, staring at the spot the ball had left his foot. How did he save that? 44th minute. Napoli pressed high again. Osimhen received a slick pass just outside the box. Quick turn, low shot. Whack. Onana exploded off his line, stretching every inch of his limbs. Snap. Fingertips. The ball flew wide. The crowd roared. Nathan exhaled, chest rising and falling. That save was a lifeline. One more near miss, and the balance might tip. 45+1. The clock ticked toward halftime. Nathan received the ball near the sideline, squeezed tight by Napoli's pressure. No space. His eyes scanned, the only opening between three defenders converging. No way. But he saw it. A thread. A chance. With a flick of his boot, the ball sliced through that impossible gap. Zing. The pass curved inside the box. Valverde, sprinting, reached out instinctively. Thud. He volleyed. SHHHH. The keeper stretched, barely, and tipped the ball over the bar. The crowd erupted in gasps and groans. Arg. So close. Valverde yelled, pounding his chest. Then, blow. The referee's whistle. Halftime. The commentator's voice filled the stadium speakers. Nathan Perry, silencing all doubters tonight. Genius passes from a young man born for big games. On the screen, replay after replay showed Nathan's impossible angle. Scoreline, 0-0. Aggregate, 2-2. The air was thick with tension. In the tunnel, players shuffled off the pitch, faces slick with sweat. The stadium lights cast long shadows as the teams retreated. Nathan's legs felt heavy. Coach Amram's voice cut through the locker room. "We need a goal. We need focus." Nathan caught the look in Amram's eyes. "We're not done." The second half began, but the spark had dimmed. United's passes hesitated. Pressing slowed. The crowd sensed it. Napoli smelled blood. 52nd minute. Napoli surged forward. Insigne danced on the edge of the box, twisting. He fired. Whack. The shot flew just wide. Nathan watched. He controlled the ball, waiting, seeking. Top, top, top. But teammates moved like ghosts, slow, hesitant, absent. The energy bled away. Am I the only one still trying? Where's the team? His fingers curled around the ball as if it might give him answers. On the sidelines, the traveling English fans had fallen silent. Their cheers faded. This isn't the fight we wanted. Nathan felt the weight of it all, the silence. 60th minute. The ball clung to Nathan's boot like it was tethered by string. One glance. A breath. He threaded the needle. SHHHHB. The pass sliced behind Napoli's high line. "Go, Roque!" Nathan roared. Roque sprinted, shoulders tilting, feet pounding the grass. He reached it in stride, broke free. BWOP. The flag went up. Offside. Again. Nathan slowed to a jog, hands on his hips, heart thudding. He looked toward the assistant referee with a blank expression. No anger, just a quiet ache. So close. The screen above flashed the replay. Roque was half a boot length ahead. TC. Nathan wiped sweat from his brow as the Maradona crowd jeered, blue smoke curling around the stands like a storm cloud. Above it all, the commentator's voice cut sharp. Nathan Perry is painting with gold brushes, but no one is finishing the picture. 63rd minute. Nathan dropped deeper, dragging his mark with him. Dalot sent it in flat. Nathan trapped it, turned, and saw Valverde's run cutting across the edge of the box. There. Timing was tight, but the line held. A grounded pass, precise. Zing. Straight into stride. Valverde struck it without taking a touch. Thunk. Wide. Goal kick. Nathan clenched his jaw, hands briefly in his hair. Not again. The ball had been perfect. From the sidelines, Amram erupted. "Move! Move!" he screamed, veins in his neck bulging. "Where's the hunger? You want to go home?" Nathan glanced over. Amram's voice cracked like a whip, snapping players out of their trance. But something was missing. Not from Amram. From the team. From them. 70th minute. Time dripped away like cold sweat. Napoli pushed higher, faster. Their midfield buzzed like hornets, Zamboanguissa pressing, Zielinski weaving, Lobotka marshalling the tempo. United stumbled, a half-step too slow, a half-pass too heavy. The stands vibrated. Nathan tracked back, chest burning. He turned, boom. A misplaced touch by Martinez. Lobotka pounced. Counterattack. The air changed. Suddenly, it was all blue. Zamboanguissa sprayed it wide, Politano. One touch, then a curling switch. Nathan sprinted across to help, lungs burning, but he was too far. Kvaratskhelia caught it on the run. Cut and whip. Whoosh. The cross bent cruelly behind United's retreating line. Osimhen rose, a monster among mortals. Time slowed. Nathan's eyes locked on the moment. Helpless. Crack. The header thundered past Onana before he could react. Goal. The Maradona exploded. Roars. Firecrackers. Smoke. Chants that shook the steel beams of the stadium. Blue flares lit up. Napoli 1-0 Manchester United, 3-2 aggregate. Onana fell to his knees, staring blankly as if he'd just been struck. Valverde slammed both fists into the turf. BM. Nathan stood frozen, breath caught in his throat. His eyes dropped to the grass. That final blade of green where Osimhen had risen. The pass. The moment. The break. That's all it took. A single breath too late. Is this it? After everything? Chapter 67, Spirit of a Legend. The whistle still rang in Nathan's ears. Final. Done. Over. The scoreline on the giant screen refused to budge. Napoli 1-0 United, 3-2 aggregate. He swallowed, blinking through the sting behind his eyes. Then, ding! A familiar chime echoed in his head like a spark lighting dry grass. Congratulations! The requirements to unlock a random legendary spirit have been fulfilled. His breath caught. His head snapped up. You have 200 points. Would you like to unlock a random legendary spirit? Unlocking. Skill unlocked. Congratulations. You've acquired Spirit of Roberto Carlos. His pupils dilated. The world around him blurred as the interface shimmered before his eyes, golden. Roberto Carlos. Nathan's lips parted into a slow, disbelieving grin. Ha! His hands curled into fists, trembled, then steadied. The same skill I had against Arsenal back then. Memories surged. The roar at Old Trafford, the swerve, the impossible goal that silenced doubters. The strike that made his name echo. Now I'll show you who I am. The final seconds hadn't ticked away yet. 90+1 SD. United pushed one last time, desperate clawing. Valverde passing the ball just outside the box. Nathan, he called. Hit it. Nathan didn't answer. He didn't need to. He took a breath and stepped forward. The ball spun under his feet. He planted, twisted his torso, then, boom. He struck it with the outside of his foot, violently. The technique was absurd. Crack. The ball tore through the air like a missile, curved unnaturally. Bang. It slammed the crossbar with such force the post shook. The crowd gasped. The Napoli fans screamed. Amorim threw his hands up in the air, mouth open in disbelief. Over the goal. But not over yet. Corner kick. Nathan jogged to take it. He could feel the stares. From fans. From teammates. From the coaching staff. Nobody expected anything now. Another wasted cross, someone muttered behind him. Valverde stood outside the box, hands on hips. Roque wiped sweat off his face and shook his head. What's the point? Nathan set the ball on the arc. The wind tugged at his shirt. The crowd murmured. He stared at the ball, his heart now calm. The golden interface shimmered again before him. Active skill. Spirit of Roberto Carlos. Curve shot. Elving. Roberto Carlos. Show me your power now. He took 3 steps back. The stadium held its breath. He ran up. WHHHHD. His left foot crashed in the ball. Not like a cross. Not like a pass. But like a strike. Whoosh. The ball exploded off his boot with an impossible spin, a wicked curve that defied physics. It didn't float. It swerved. It screamed through the air like a comet. The Napoli keeper leapt, hands raised, too late. Flop. Goal. The net rippled like a flag in storm. An Olympic goal. From a corner. Straight into the goal. Stunned silence. Then chaos. The stadium erupted, but this time in shock. Half the crowd couldn't even comprehend what just happened. Valverde's eyes went wide. His mouth moved, but no words came. Onana sprinted the length of the field, screaming. Rashford fell to his knees, laughing like a madman. Roque just stood there, jaw dropped. Amorim clutched his head. What? On the sidelines, a Napoli assistant coach kicked the advertising board in frustration. The scoreboard changed. Manchester United 1-1 Napoli aggregate, 3-3. Nathan didn't celebrate right away. He just stared at the net, at the goal, at the silence now falling like ash across the stadium. Then he turned, lifted a fist into the air, and screamed, "Come on!" The away fans exploded. A chant began, shaky at first, then louder, stronger. NA then PRRY. NA then PRRY. The referee blew the whistle moments later. What a match! The commentator's voice echoed through the speakers. We're heading to extra time. Nathan turned back to the center circle, breath heavy, but gaze locked in. His teammates jogged toward him, slapping his back, shaking him, hugging him like he'd come back from the dead. Valverde leaned in wide-eyed. That wasn't normal, bro. What was that? Nathan just grinned. I told you. I'm not done. Roque clapped his shoulder. You freak. Legendary freak. Bruno muttered behind them, grinning despite himself. They returned to the sideline. Amorim walked over, still stunned. He looked at Nathan, really looked, then let out a dry chuckle. You little punk. Nathan smirked. You still want to sub me off, coach? Amorim didn't answer, just pointed to the pitch. Give me 30 more minutes. Give me the win. Nathan nodded once, jaw set. I will. He sat on the grass for a moment, chest still heaving. Above them, the night sky was thick with tension. Extra time awaited. But in that small pocket of calm, between the miracle and the next war, Nathan closed his eyes. The system still hovered in his vision. Active spirit. Roberto Carlos. 19 minutes remaining. He smiled. Let's see what else you've got, legend. The locker room door slammed shut. For a moment, there was only silence. Raw, ringing silence. Heavy breaths. Damp jerseys. The faint echo of the crowd, still roaring above. Then, clap, 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 clap. Did you see that? Did you all see what Nathan just did? He jabbed a finger toward Nathan, eyes gleaming. From the corner flag, Are you joking? Laughter burst out around the room. Onana leaned back against the wall, hands on his knees, shaking with disbelief. An Olympic goal? He huffed between laughs. In the Champions League? That's insane. Roque threw a towel at Nathan's chest. You're not even human, bro, admit it now. Nathan didn't say much. He just sat there, chest rising and falling, eyes locked on the floor like he could still see the shot, still feel it leave his foot. His heartbeat hadn't slowed. His body still buzzed with that pulse, that weightless second when the ball had defied reason. Valverde crossed the room and clapped him on the shoulder. You used to say that was an outdated skill, he said, grinning. I think it just saved our asses. A few chuckles followed, but not from everyone. Thud. The door opened again. Ruben Amorim stepped in. He didn't speak right away. His eyes swept over them, every player. The joy on their faces, the sweat on their brows, the flicker of fire in their eyes. Then his jaw tightened. When we're out there celebrating, he said, voice quiet, too quiet. Do you know what Napoli are doing? Silence. They're getting ready to kill us. The room shifted. Shoulders straightened. Smiles faded. Celebration is over. Amorim snapped. You've got 2 more halves to play. Napoli won't stay silent. If you think they're finished after that goal, wake up. He stepped into the center of the room, pace slow, deliberate. They'll come at us with everything. You've tasted their bite. You felt that stadium shake. You want to go through? You want to survive? His eyes flared. Then suffer for it. He turned and walked out. No grand speech. No rallying cry. Just truth. Nathan looked around. Valverde was still breathing heavy, tapping his boots against the floor. Roque had gone quiet, arms folded. Rashford sat back, hands steepled under his chin, eyes distant. Nathan stood. We didn't come here to get knocked out, he said, loud enough to echo. Everyone looked up. He clenched his fists. Let's finish the miracle. The clock struck 91:00. Whistle. The second half of extra time began, and Napoli came out like demons released. Boom, boom. The first tackle came fast on Bruno, then a second on Dalot, and then came the storm. 3 substitutions. Fresh legs, fresh fury. Napoli pressed like a pack of wolves, hungry for blood. Every pass from United was hunted. Every dribble was contested. 92nd minute. Kvaratskhelia. Of course. He picked up the ball on the left wing. Valverde lunged. Swish. Gone. Dalot stepped up. Tap tap. Passed. And then, 30 yards from goal, Kvaratskhelia shifted the ball to his right foot. Wound up, and boom. A rocket. No backlift. No warning. Just raw violence. The ball screamed into the top left corner like it had been fired from a cannon. Slam. Goal. Napoli 2-1 United, 4-3 aggregate. The stadium exploded. Chapter 68. No, it's not over yet. Napoli 2-1 Manchester United. Aggregate, 4-3. Extra time, 105th minute. The whistle blew for the break in extra time. And yet, no one moved. It was as if the air had thickened, turned heavy. Nathan sat down slowly, legs folded beneath him, blades of grass brushing his fingertips. His chest rose and fell in long, strained exhales. Around him, teammates lowered their heads, some rubbing their faces, others just staring into space. Silence, except for the constant roar of 60,000 Neapolitan voices echoing across the night. His throat was dry. Sweat dripped off his chin. He could still hear Kvaratskelia's shot in his head. Boom. Still see the ball slicing into the top corner like it was scripted. He clenched his jaw. Is this the end? He wondered. A shadow moved beside him. Then a hand landed on his shoulder. Valverde. His face was red with effort, sweat trickling into his eyes, but his stare burned. No, Valverde said quietly. It's not. Nathan looked up. The midfielder's voice wasn't loud, but it didn't need to be. I'll win it back for you, he said. Trust me. Nathan nodded slowly. Then I'll finish it. Across the sideline, Amorim turned, barking orders at the 4th official. Xerxes, warm up, he shouted. This is the last chance. Make it count. The forward jogged down the line, rolling his shoulders, shaking out the stiffness in his legs. And then it began again. The final 15. Second half of extra time. 110th minute. Napoli pressed, snapping at ankles, doubling every run. Their bodies screamed with fatigue, but they refused to give an inch. The crowd was ravenous. Every tackle, every clearance a celebration. Nathan drifted between lines, scanning, searching, but the passing lanes were gone. Valverde and Thuram were marked tight. Roque couldn't shake off Romani. United's midfield pulsed with desperation. The ball zipped back and forth with urgency, but every forward surge felt like sprinting uphill. Is this all we have left? Then, 113th minute. Kvaratskhelia received the ball again, near the left touchline. He squared up to Wan-Bissaka. Faked inside, then out, then inside again, boom. He darted past Valverde, surging toward the box. But, crack. Valverde lunged in with a tackle. Grass exploded off his boots as he slid in, body low, timing perfect. Clean. Kvara stumbled, ball gone. Valverde popped up instantly, eyes locked forward. He didn't hesitate. He ran. One touch to control. Then he burst past the halfway line, driving through the center with raw, explosive power. Nathan chased alongside him, heart pounding, legs burning. 1. Valverde shouted. A Napoli defender closed in. Valverde chopped left, beat him. 2. Another came. He faked a pass, slid right, gone again. Then tap. A half-foot pass. Delicate. Right into Nathan's path. Nathan didn't slow. He caught it mid-stride, the touch feather-light, and lifted his head. 2 defenders scrambled to recover. Too late. He saw Xerxes, and in that instant, Nathan felt it. The angle, the speed, the pressure. The pass came not from thought, but from instinct. TCHK, outside of the boot, curling, slicing the defense in half. Xerxes didn't even break stride. One-on-one with the keeper. Silence fell. Then, boom, the net bulged. Goal. Manchester United 2-2 Napoli. Aggregate, 4-4. Nathan screamed. Yeses. He raced toward the corner flag, arms wide, mouth open in an explosion of emotion. Xerxes sprinted after him. Valverde followed last, chest heaving. They all collided, shoulders slamming, arms wrapping, voices screaming. The red shirts poured in, a flood of energy, fists pumping, hearts surging. Behind them, Amram leapt with both fists in the air, finally showing something beyond stoic focus. He turned to his assistant, face flushed. That's the one. That's the one. Even the traveling fans, who had been buried in silence for most of extra time, erupted now. Flags waved. Drums pounded. Their chant broke the wall of Napoli's home. United. 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 Back in position, the Napoli players stood stunned. Kvaratskhelia bent over, hands on knees. Di Lorenzo muttered curses into the grass. Merritt pounded the turf with his glove. Nathan, breathing hard, took his place near midfield. Valverde came to stand beside him. Neither said a word. They didn't need to. We came back. Again. We're still here. The whistle's echo hadn't even faded before it was swallowed whole by the sound. A detonation of red and white in the corner stands, flags waving. Flares burning. United. 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 The English fans had found their voice again. Meanwhile, the rest of the stadium stood in stunned disbelief. Napoli supporters were statues. Heads and hands. Eyes wide, mouths ajar. The scoreboard didn't lie. Napoli 2-2 Manchester United. Aggregate, 4-4. The referee raised his arms. Penalty shootout. Silence. United's players gathered around Amram near the sideline. Some with hands on hips. Others with eyes low. Their bodies screamed fatigue. Nathan stood at the edge of the circle, hands on his knees. He could taste blood and sweat in his mouth. The air stung. The grass felt hot under his boots. Valverde grinned, wiped sweat from his brow, and nudged him. We hit them back hard, he said. Now let's finish the job. Nathan managed a nod. His breath came in short bursts. Ha. He didn't need to answer. This was it. Fate, standing on a penalty spot. On the pitch, the referee and officials began organizing the shootout. Goalkeepers were checked. Penalty spot cleaned. Coaches handed the final list to the fourth official. Amram stepped away from the huddle and walked down the line of players. You came here to make history, he said calmly. Now, it's the moment of truth. He looked each player in the eye. Xerxes, Valverde, Nathan, Thuram, Wan-Bissaka, then finally Onana. Luke Shaw too, just in case. Nathan felt his chest tighten. Not from fear. Not anymore, from weight. The weight of history. The shootout would be taken at the end nearest the traveling United fans. Onana stood at the goal, alone for now. He bounced on his toes, muttering to himself, hands flinching in the air like a boxer. 1 or 2. He whispered, I'll save them. Just need timing. He clapped his gloves once. Thwack. The penalty list flashed on the screen above the pitch. Xerxes Nathan Thuram Wan-Bissaka Onana, if needed, Luke Shaw. Chapter 69. Everyone on the brink. The stadium trembled beneath them. 60,000 voices buzzed like electricity in air, rising and falling with each step, each breath, each heartbeat. Penalty shootout, sudden death inches away. Napoli stepped up first. First, Victor Osimhen. Osimhen was pure power, fury wrapped in speed, the kind of striker who didn't ask questions. He placed the ball down and backed away, bouncing lightly, gaze burning. Onana crouched low, fingers twitching. Whistle. Osimhen ran, boom. Shot low and hard to the left. Onana lunged, fingertip on it. But the ball still snapped the net. Goal. 1-0 Napoli. The Neapolitan interrupted. A wave of noise, flags, fists. Onana slammed the turf once and stood up, nodding. Noblam. First, Xerxes. Coolness under fire. That was Xerxes' gift. He strolled to the spot, like he was about to take a Sunday stroll through the park. Placed the ball. Stepped back. One glance. One breath. Whistle. TCH. He rolled it gently to the right. The keeper dove the other way. Goal. 1-1. Xerxes turned calmly, tapped his chest twice, and walked back without a word. Second, Elmas. No big steps. No flas. Onana stood still, tracking every twitch. The whistle blew. Huh. Elmas stepped top. A tricky ground shot to the bottom left. Onana dove early. Wrong guess. Goal. 2-1 Napoli. The Italian crowd roared again. But it wasn't the same. The thunder now had cracks. Doubt, maybe. Second, Valverde. If there was one man who didn't know the meaning of pressure, it was Valverde. He placed the ball, hands relaxed. Then he looked at the keeper like he was daring him to move. Whistle. He blasted it straight down the middle. The keeper jumped out of the way. Goal. 2-2. Yes. Valverde pumped a fist and marched back. Nathan smiled faintly. Third, Kvaratskhelia. Kvara was a ghost again. Silent. Dangerous. He walked like he didn't feel his legs. But Nathan knew better. This man was lethal. He stepped up. Whistle. Kvara ran, twisted. Fire high to the top. Right. Crack. Onana launched, gloved it. Save. Yes. Valverde roared. The red end of the stadium detonated. Onana shot to his feet, pumping both fists. Let's go, he barked. Nathan felt a rush of adrenaline hit him like a tidal wave. They had the edge. It was right there. Now him. Third, Nathan. He walked slowly, each step heavier than the last. The ball waited at the spot. Nathan bent down, placed it carefully. The leather felt slick against his fingers. His heart pounded in his ears. He backed up. 1, 2, 3 steps. The whistle came. He ran forward, struck with the instep, clean hit. Straight path. Then, tang! The crossbar rang like a bell. The ball ricocheted off and bounced out. Nathan froze. Time stopped. He dropped to his knees. No, not again. The sound of the crowd blurred around him. No cheers. Just silence. The cruelest kind. Valverde ran over, grabbed his arm. Get up, he said firmly. Nathan hesitated. You're still in this, Valverde snapped. We all are. Fourth, Lozano. Napoli needed this. Whistle. Boom. Hard shot to the right. Onana dove the right way. Fingers brushed it, but squeezed in. Goal. 3-2 Napoli. The tension twisted tighter. Fourth, Thuram. Nathan watched him step forward calm. Thuram was all precision. No flair. Just cold calculation. He placed the ball. Exhaled. Ran. Top. Bottom right. Kissed the corner. Goal. 3-3. Thuram turned, face blank, and nodded once at the bench. Fifth, Romani. Napoli's last man. A center back. Big frame. Nervous steps. He placed it down. Onana bounced lightly. The whistle blew. Boom. High shot, straight line. Onana got his fingertips to it. The ball deflected, but still went in. Goal. 4-3. Fifth, Wan-Bissaka. He wasn't a penalty taker. Everyone knew it, but he was next. Wan-Bissaka stepped forward slowly. Just him and the ball. He placed it, paused, then backed up. Whistle. One breath. Hesitation. Shot. It hit the post, Chang. Then bounced in. Goal. Boom. The stadium froze. Then exploded. 4-4 after 5 kicks each. Sudden death now. Nathan exhaled sharply, the weight of everything crashing down on his shoulders. He looked across the pitch. Onana nodded to himself. Valverde cracked his knuckles. Thuram stood silent. Wan-Bissaka just stared at the ground, barely blinking. The 6th round began under a heavy sky, not in the clouds. Those were clear, midnight black and blanketing Naples, but in the breathless, invisible tension that gripped the stadium like a vice. No one moved. 60,000 eyes locked on the penalty spot. Ndombele stepped forward for Napoli, face grim, jaw clenched. He didn't look left or right, just down at the ball. Then at Onana. The keeper stood tall, waiting. TC8. The whistle pierced the air. Ndombele ran up, inside of the foot, aimed low and clean to the right flump. Onana launched. Thwack. Gloved. Blocked. Saved. The ball skidded wide. Stunned silence. Then, let's go. Onana roared, arms flung wide as he dropped to his knees. The crowd exploded. Valverde spun, fists raised. Thuram slapped the air. Nathan's heart leapt but didn't soar. Not yet. It wasn't over. Still want to take. Luke Shaw walked slowly to the spot. One hand on his hip, the other dragging across his face, wiping sweat. He'd taken penalties before, but not like this. Not with the world watching from a knife's edge. He placed the ball, looked at the keeper. Napoli's goalkeeper, Merritt, who had looked shaky all night, now stood tall, eyes blazing. Whistle. Shaw ran. Shot left, sharp low. Crack. Saved. Merritt dove full stretch and smothered it. Gasps. Groans. Screams. The Napoli interrupted. Merritt bellowed, veins bulging, fists pounding his chest like a warrior reborn. Shaw stood frozen, hands on hips, lips tight. No one spoke. Valverde blinked in disbelief. Nathan rubbed his hands over his face. Now it was Napoli's turn again. Seventh kick, Anguissa. A midfielder. He marched to the spot. Ball placed. Whistle. Boom. He struck with violence, straight, fast, chest height. Onana read it. He dove. Chack. Gloves on it. But the ball slipped under him and trickled in. Goal. 5-4 Napoli. Nathan. No, not like this. Onana stayed on the ground, staring at the grass. The ball had brushed him. Inches away. He'd done everything except stop it. Anguissa didn't celebrate. He just turned and walked back. Now, Dalit. No instructions. No hesitation. Just a quiet voice behind him. Go. Take it. Nathan turned to see Amorim, eyes locked on the fullback. Dalit nodded once and stepped forward. Not the flashiest. Not the loudest. Nathan held his breath. The stadium had gone dead silent. Dalit placed the ball. Backed up. One deep inhale. Eyes closed. Then open. The whistle. He charged. Thump. Outside of the foot. Rocket. Boom. Top right corner. Goal. 5-5. The Manchester United corner erupted. Flares. Screams. Arms raised to the heavens. Valverde tackled Dalit from the side, shouting in his ear. Xerxes threw his arms around them both. Thuram stomped toward the bench, pumping both fists. Nathan didn't cheer. He stared at the referee. Something was off. He wasn't calling for the eighth kick. Instead, he jogged toward the center circle. A brief huddle with the VAR official on the sideline. More glances. Gestures. Then, the referee turned to face the pitch, raised his arm, and declared. Penalty shootout ends. Manchester United wins. 5-4 after 7 kicks each. More saves. The world paused. Nathan blinked. Valverde tilted his head. Wait, what? Onana sat up, confused. More saves, the assistant coach echoed. 3 from us. 2 from them. It sunk in. It was over. They had won. Yes, we won. Come on. Pandemonium. Xerxes leapt into the air, screaming. Valverde dropped to the grass and punched it. Nathan fell back, hands over his face, chest heaving. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes before he could even stop them. They did it. He looked up to the night sky, blinking away the blur of emotion. A single tear slipped down his cheek. Thank you. All around him, chaos. Thuram tackled Wan-Bissaka. Dalit was mobbed by the bench. Amorim lifted both arms to the crowd, then turned to his staff and shouted something lost in joy. And in the center of it all, Andre Onana, lifted high by 3 teammates, arms wide, laughing through tears. He had saved them again and again. Nathan pushed himself up, walked slowly toward the keeper. They met near the penalty spot, where it had all begun. No words, just a hug, a long, tight, exhausted embrace. You saved us, Nathan said quietly. Onana smirked. About time I earned my paycheck. Nathan laughed. It wasn't loud. It wasn't proud. Just relief. The match had stripped them bare. Every emotion, every mistake, every burst of fire inside them had spilled onto the pitch. And now all that was left was silence and victory. The players regrouped. Some knelt, heads in hands. Others danced with fans in the far corner. The Napoli players collapsed where they stood. Di Lorenzo cried. Kvaratskhelia sat, numb. But on the other side, Manchester United had done the impossible. Chapter 70, City of Champions. Huh. The breath left Nathan's chest. He leaned back in his seat as the bus pulled into Carrington, eyes flickering with exhaustion. Manchester United wins, 5-4 after 7 kicks each. It echoed still. Outside the training center, a crowd had formed despite the hour, late night. Nathan, never give up. Dallet. The bus doors hissed open, PSHHK, and the players stepped out into the cool Manchester dawn. Clap, 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 then more. The staff waiting outside were applauding. Assistant coaches, physios, kitchen staff, they'd all come out to welcome them back. Clap, clap, clap. Someone let out a loud cheer. Valverde. Another. Onana. A third. Nathan, that miss didn't matter. We saw your game. Nathan stepped down and blinked at the crowd. And yet, the echo of the crossbar still rang faintly in his ears. Tang! He shook it off. Valverde gave him a nudge. Told you we'd be kings when we got back. Nathan smiled, but it was thin. You did. Cheer up. Onana's buying everyone breakfast. Wait, what? Crack. Valverde gave him a light slap on the back. Let's go. Amarim's probably cooking up a speech. The press room at Carrington was packed tighter than usual. Reporters from BBC, The Guardian, even Lequipe and Marcus sat elbow to elbow, laptops open. Amarim sat at the table, calm. His black training hoodie bore the faintest specks of bus dust, and his voice, when it came, was low. I'm not just proud of the win, but of how we fought. It was never about one man. Everyone battled. Flashbulbs popped. Across social media, the world was roaring. The Guardian, United's quiet rise ends in epic fashion. Player ratings. Onana, 9.5. Nathan, 9.0. Thuram, 8.0. Wan-Bissaka, 8.5. And then came the analyst takes. United comes from afar, proving they're not easily defeated. Watch this squad. It's not just talent. Nathan scrolled through the headlines quietly in the locker room. The others were laughing, throwing tape rolls at each other, arguing over who had the better celebration. But his mind was somewhere between Naples and home. He clicked on one article. Nathan Perry, star in the making, but cracks still show under pressure. He read it twice, then locked his phone and stood. Onana noticed. You all right? Nathan turned. Yeah. Want to talk about it? No. Want to go train? Nathan blinked. What? Onana grinned. You hurt me. Nathan hesitated, then. Give me 5. Outside, Carrington was calm again. The reporters had left. The fans had gone home. But on the far end of the training pitch, 2 figures moved under the morning sun. Boom. A shot from Onana's boot flew toward the goal. Nathan leapt, crack, caught it clean with his instep, and killed the bounce. Then again, whoosh. He dribbled around the edge of the box, feinted left, stepped right, and shot low chack. It slammed the bottom corner. Onana raised a hand. There he is. The buzz began early. Phone screens lit up like wildfire across Manchester. At the gym, in cafes, in offices, on buses. One single tweet from the official club account set everything ablaze. Manchester United is delighted to announce the signing of 19-year-old Turkish star Emre Demir from Galatasaray for €9 million. Underneath it, a short video, a sharp cut to Emre weaving through defenders, crack, burying the ball in the top corner. A slow-mo shot of him raising 3 fingers to the sky. And finally, Emre, standing in the sleek red and black of United, holding up the number 19 shirt. Let's go, United! Hashtag Emre Demir trended in under 5 minutes. In a locker room group chat, it took even less time for the banter to begin. Valverde sent a fire emoji. Xerxes dropped a meme of a dragon waking up from its slumber. Nathan watched the video again. Emre was good. Quick feet. Agile. Sharp instincts. He had that wildness to him that couldn't be coached. That unpredictability. The kind of player who didn't ask if he could beat you. He knew he would. And now he was here, at Carrington, wearing 19. Nathan cracked a grin and posted on Instagram. Welcome to your new home, Emre. I need someone to challenge me with those skills. The comments were instant. Valverde. The competition has begun, Nathan. Bruno. Finally some real heat on the wings. The city peeled away behind him. Brick walls turned to tree lines. Nathan had always found Manchester's edges soothing, where steel and stone gave way to quiet air and soft roads. And now he stood in a place of glass and chrome. A car showroom, tucked into an upscale corner of the city. Sleek, spotless, the kind of place where everything smelled like polish and money. The salesman, suited and smiling, gestured toward the beast parked under the spotlight. A black Lamborghini Urus. Matte finish, red accents slicing through the side like lightning. The one you asked about, Mr. Nathan, the salesman said smoothly. A special edition. Only 5 in the country. Nathan didn't respond right away. He walked up to the car, ran his hand along the hood. The surface was cold, perfect. Beneath it, over 600 horses waited. He remembered the first time he saw a Lamborghini as a kid. On his cracked tablet screen, hiding under his duvet at 1 a.m., watching some YouTuber from Dubai rev it on empty streets. That sound, VROM, made his little heart race. And now, the salesman handed him the pen. Shall I get the final papers? Nathan nodded. He took his time signing them, letter by letter. His first car, bought with his own money. Not his father's. Not some sponsors. Not a loan. This was from Leeds to here. From early mornings in the academy, vomiting on the side of the pitch after double sessions, to stepping out under the lights of Old Trafford. Congratulations, Mr. Nathan. He smiled. Thank you. The doors closed with a thunk as he slid into the driver's seat. Black leather. Carbon fiber. He tapped the screen. The stereo blinked awake. He scrolled through the Bluetooth list and found it. An old song. A bit of grime, a bit of soul. Something he used to listen to on the bus to match his back in Leeds. Boom, CH. Boom, boom, CH. The beat rolled in. His hand gripped the wheel. From Leeds to here, Nathan whispered. Chapter 71, Back to Battle. The gates of Carrington swung open under the cold kiss of a Manchester morning. Mist clung low over, but inside the training ground, there was warmth. Laughter echoed off the walls, boots squeaked against polished floors, and the thudding rhythm of a ball being juggled filled the indoor dome. They were back. The euphoria of the dramatic qualification night still lingered faintly. Smiles, banter, tired high fives. But it wouldn't last long. Amram didn't believe in standing ovations after battle. Not for long. All right. His voice cracked like a whip, sharp and direct. Celebration's over. We face Wolves in 5 days. Everyone's playing. Just like that, the mood changed. Smirks were replaced by furrowed brows. Casual touches became sharper, faster. Conversations turned to tactics, matchups, spacing. The shift was smooth. Emre Demir's first full session began in a tight rondo square. 7 players, 2 in the middle. The ball zipped, tack-tack, duck-duck-duck. But then, thud. Emre stopped it with the sole of his foot, flicked it up casually, and spun it through Wan-Bissaka's legs with an audacious no-look pass. Oi. Aaron blinked, stunned. Laughter erupted. Nathan couldn't help but clap. All right then, Turkish star. You got flair. Now show me what you've really got. Emre just winked. You'll see soon. That wasn't arrogance. It was confidence. Nathan recognized it instantly. He'd felt the same thing once, walking into Carrington as the new kid. And maybe, deep down, he knew this wasn't just about teammates anymore. Manchester United entered the match day sitting 5th in the table. The league had been unforgiving. And today, under the Old Trafford lights against a resilient, counter-attacking Wolves side, Amram's message was clear. Today's match isn't about the opponent, he told the squad in the tactical meeting. His voice was low but firm. It's about us. About getting our rhythm back. Our confidence. Stop thinking like you're recovering from something. Start playing like you're chasing the top. The room was silent. Nathan sat at the back, earbuds dangling around his neck. He stared at the digital board showing Wolves' setup. He wasn't worried about them. In the locker room, just minutes before kickoff, ding, Nathan blinked. A small icon hovered in the top right of his vision like a HUD flickering in a video game. Random skill unlocked. Kingsley Coman's dribbling, status, activated. His heart skipped. Nathan stood up and bounced lightly on his toes. Oh, quick close dribbling. He grinned to himself. I love this style. The whistle blew, and the match began. United controlled possession, passed with poise. Wolves sat deep, 5 at the back, 2 midfielders scrambling like guard dogs in front of them. And Nathan? He glided. TCHDCHDCH. Short touches, flick left. Glide right, cut inside, whoosh. A defender lunged and missed. Nathan skated through gaps. The ball was stitched to his feet. Even a crowd could feel it. Oh, he danced past 1, then 2, crack. A third defender barely got a foot in. But the final ball didn't come. No shot, no through pass. It's like I'm painting, but not finishing the canvas. Up in the commentary booth, it didn't go unnoticed. Nathan's playing a tune with his skills, but the rhythms missing the goal. United moved forward again. Valverde threaded a needle pass. Xerxes held up the ball, spun, laid it off. Bang! Bruno's shot whistled over. Still nothing. Then came Wolves' sting. The 37th minute. A long ball broke past Dalit's line. Pedro Neto tore down the left, blazing with speed. The stadium held its breath. Boom! 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 His boots hammered the turf. He squared it to Cunha at the penalty spot. Bang! Saved by Onana. A full stretch stop. One hand. Old Trafford. Amorim slapped his clipboard on the bench. We need someone to change the pace. Minute 50. The LED board flashed red under the drizzle soft light. Number 7 off. Number 19 on. Ruben Amorim turned his head slightly and called out, "Come. Nathan, come closer." Emre's coming on from out. Nathan jogged toward the touchline, slowing just before Emre stepped onto the pitch. The Turkish midfielder looked calm, serene, even, as if he'd been here 100 times before. Nathan patted his shoulder. "Show them why you're here." Emre nodded. "I will." Then he crossed the white line. Minute 52. The first touch. Wan-Bissaka intercepted a loose pass and sent the ball down the right with a crisp, rising ball. Thud. Emre brought it down with a silken touch, his first in a United shirt. The Wolves defender lunged. TCH. A quick flick through the legs. Gone. Second man stepped in, strong, fast. Crack. Another touch, this time behind his heel. He spun out like a dancer. Old Trafford gasped. Emre raced to the edge of the box, barely breaking stride. With his left foot, he wrapped the ball low whip, bending just outside the keeper's reach. Thud. Bottom corner. Goal. Emre Demir. The commentator shouted, voice trembling with disbelief. What a moment, kid. First touch, first goal. Nathan, still catching his breath near the halfway line, stood frozen for a heartbeat, then burst into a run, laughing. Are you serious? He caught Emre near the corner flag, pulled him into a hug, and yelled into his ear. You've got fireworks in your boots, man. Emre smiled, humble but glowing. That one was for the start. United came alive. The stadium surged with belief. Every pass fell sharper. Every duel more intense. Nathan, with adrenaline coursing through him, dropped into space on the left flank, demanding the ball. Bruno found him, boom, switching play with a looping pass that cut through Wolves' pressing line. Nathan controlled it near the sideline. 2 quick touches to stabilize, 1 to push forward. He feinted right, dragging the fullback out, then powered forward into the channel. His boots sliced through the turf. Then came a moment. Emre sprinted into the half space between midfield and defense, waving a single hand. Nathan saw him, sent it across. TCH. 1 touch to control. A twist of his hips. A drag past his marker. And then, boom, a dazzling back heel into space. Perfect weight. Nathan ran onto it, alone, keeper charging out. Time slowed. Pick your spot. Don't rush, just breathe. He took 1 steadying touch. Eyes on the corner. Then crack. He rolled it calmly past the keeper's outstretched leg. 2-0. Nathan didn't raise his hands. He just sprinted to Emre again, arms open wide, laughing like a kid in the rain. I needed that goal. Emre, breathing heavily, smirked. You needed the pass. Fair. Chapter 72, on the way to Madrid. The scent of sweat, victory, and fresh tape lingered in the dressing room like an afterglow. Laughter bubbled from one corner, where Dalit and Xerxes argued playfully over who misplaced a pass in the final minute. Emre sat on the bench, legs swinging, his face caught in that rare, pure smile only a debut goal could conjure. His shirt stuck to his chest, grass-stained and damp, the collar slightly stretched from a tug during the celebration. Across the room, Amorim stood with arms folded, a faint smile playing on his lips. He looked at Emre, then at Nathan, then back again. This, he said, stepping forward and resting a hand on each of their shoulders, is the energy we need. Nathan grinned. He turned to Emre, ruffled his hair. First match, first goal, and assist, he scoffed dramatically. What the hell, kid? Now I'm the one who should watch out. Emre chuckled, shaking his head. I only followed your run. Liar. That pass had arrogance. The room laughed. It had been a while since he'd felt this kind of rhythm. Not just the speed, not just the dribbles, but that flow. The unspoken timing. A teammate who could read him in motion and return it without hesitation. He knew what it was. Connection. The media frenzy began before they even left Old Trafford. A new duo. United's future is forming now. Demir and Perry. Young. and playing like they've known each other for years. United back on track, just in time for the title run-in. The praise was loud, but the challenge whispered beneath it. There was still a long road ahead. 5th in the table, just 3 points behind Villa, but 15 behind City. The league leaders were relentless. And then there was the race for the Golden Boot. Nathan stared at the updated table the next morning. Position team points. 1 Manchester City /72. 2 Liverpool /Helfias. 3 Arsenal /3. 4 Aston Villa /60. 5 Manchester United /57. 6 Tottenham /53. Top scorers. Haaland 21. Salah 17. Isaac 16. Nathan Perry 15. Saka 14. Nunez 13. Tisic 6 goals behind. He sipped his coffee, then tapped the screen with his thumb. But not impossible. Real Madrid versus Manchester United, UEFA Champions League quarterfinal. The lights were dim in the video room, but the tension was unmistakable. A single pause. Then, click, the footage rolled. Rodrigo danced through a defense, striking low past the keeper. Boom! The next clip, Vinicius Jr. outside the boot, bending a curling effort from the edge of the box. A goal painted with audacity. Crack! The projector light flickered against the focused faces of Manchester United squad. No one dared speak. Amram stood at the front, his arms crossed. "You've been putting in strong performances," he said slowly. "But the Madrid game isn't like a league match." The silence was absolute. This is a different kind of battle. The final clip froze on Jude Bellingham's celebration, arms spread under the floodlights of the Bernabeu. The crown prince of Madrid. Nathan exhaled through his nose. TCH. Next to him, Valverde leaned in slightly and whispered, his voice touched with awe, "Do you realize we're going back to the Bernabeu?" He didn't need to explain. Nathan knew. Across Europe, the media fed the flame. Marca. United step into the lion's den. Can Perry silence the Bernabeu? L'Equipe. Demir versus Bellingham. The new crown at stake? Clips of United's past matches flooded YouTube, social media, TV. Every touch Nathan made was dissected. Every flick Emre Demir pulled was slowed down to the frame. Nathan watched when the pundits say, "They got flair, yes. But against Madrid? That's when boys become men." He turned off the screen. At Carrington, preparations shifted into overdrive. 2 training sessions a day. Tactical walk-throughs. Recovery ice baths. Nutrition dialed to the gram. Inside the gym, Emre juggled a ball while squatting on a balance board. Wan-Bissaka passed by, smirking. "Oi, Turkish Messi, don't pull a hammy showing off." Emre laughed. "Tell that to your ankles in the next rondo." Nathan entered just as Xerxes clapped Emre on the back. "Hey, Wonder Kid, you nervous yet?" Nathan spoke before Emre could answer. "He'll be fine. He doesn't know fear yet." Emre looked over and grinned. "But you do." Nathan smirked, walking past him to the weights. "I've just learned to make it my fuel." Press day. Cameras flashing. Microphones everywhere. Nathan's turn. Flashes. Buzz. He sat down, clean-shaven in his black club jacket. There was a small cut near his lip from a training collision, but somehow it only made him look more ready. "Nathan," one journalist asked, "do you think this is the biggest match of your career so far?" He looked down for a second, then raised his gaze. "I think I've had a few big moments. But yeah, this one's special." Another fired. "You're facing Madrid. Their stadium. Their fans. Are you intimidated?" Nathan gave a slight smile. "I know they're a great team. I've watched them since I was a kid. But I've dreamed of nights like this since I was a kid, too." A pause. He added quietly, "And I'm not the only one in that dressing room who's ready to make those dreams real." Thud. Clap. Whir. Boots snapped against turf. Bibs were thrown over shoulders. But no one was smiling now. Carrington's training ground had never felt so heavy. Nathan stood at the edge of the final third, watching as Emre danced between 2 dummies and fired a shot that beat the keeper at the near post. Thump. The net rippled. Across the pitch, Valverde and Bruno worked tight sequences in midfield, barely exchanging words, breathing in sync. Further down, Shaw barked instructions. The intensity was suffocating. The assistant coach blew his whistle and gathered the squad around the digital board. "We're preparing for this match like it's a final," he said. "Because it is." He tapped twice on the board. Madrid's 4-3-1-2 shape appeared. Overloads. Isolated fullbacks. Rodrigo sprinting in behind. Vinicius waiting for the mistake. "If we don't control the tempo," the assistant warned, They'll bury us before we realize we've blinked. Nathan stayed quiet, chewing the inside of his cheek. He'd seen this same footage last night on his phone, over and over until the room blurred. Vinicius cutbacks. Modric's disguise passes. Champions don't wait for the perfect moment. They make it. Chapter 73. The Bernabeu burns bright. The champions. The anthem rolled like thunder through the Santiago Bernabeu, each note crashing against the walls of history. Flags waved in synchronized defiance. The pitch shimmered under 1,000 spotlights. On the Jumbotron, flashes of Zidane's volley, Ronaldo's hat-trick, Ramos' header in Lisbon played like sacred scripture. In the tunnel, the sound bled in through the walls. Nathan stood tall. He shifted slightly on his toes, breathing in slow, deep pulls. The concrete beneath his boots, the leather of his gloves, the subtle musk of liniment cream on his wrists, it all felt hyper-real. To his left, Bruno Fernandes tightened his armband. Stoic. To his right, Emre Demir. The kid's eyes were wide, mouth slightly open, like someone watching their favorite film unfold in real time. Nathan leaned in. You ready? Emre blinked, then nodded once. Ready? He doesn't even realize it yet, Nathan thought. But this is how legends are born. The tunnel light turned green. The officials moved. The roar hit the boom. The stadium erupted. Flares flared. Chants soared. Every footstep out of the tunnel felt like walking into a storm. Real Madrid. Manchester United. Quarterfinals. Bernabeu. And somewhere inside that hurricane of noise and history, Nathan Perry found stillness. 30 minutes earlier, inside the United dressing room, Amram's voice was sharp, but not rushed. This isn't just the round of 16. He looked each player in the eye, one by one. Forget the badge on their chest. Forget the noise. Tonight, you play with no chains. His gaze fell on Emre. Demir, you're starting on the right wing. Emre jolted. Me? You? A pause. I want you. Emre swallowed hard, then nodded. I'll give it everything, coach. From the other side of the room, Nathan stood up and stepped forward. His voice was low. I've dreamed of this night all my life. He looked at each of his teammates. Now it's time to shine. No speech. Just truth. Amram didn't reply, just gave a subtle nod and turned back to the tactics board. The Santiago Bernabeu wasn't just full. Drums pounded. Flags whipped. Real Madrid in white. Regal. Manchester United in black. Steeled. Nathan stepped onto the pitch and squinted up into the lights. They didn't blink. Neither did the thousands of cameras tracking his every move. Mbappe to my right. Vinicius to my left. Is this the match I've been waiting for? He felt a firm pad on his shoulder. Case Moreau. The veteran's eyes weren't smiling, but his voice was calm. Stay calm, he said. Fight like I did when I played here. Nathan nodded. Bruno's voice rang out next. Let's go, boys. Play like true Red Devils. The huddle tightened. 11 shadows under Madrid's lights. The whistle was at the referee's lips. Then, suddenly, everything froze. Nathan blinked. What? A blue screen flickered in his vision. No one else reacted. Only him. Ding. Congratulations. You've met the requirements to unlock a random legendary spirit. You have 200 points. Would you like to unlock a random legendary spirit? Yes. What is this? Not now. But his body moved without resistance. His vision narrowed. The stadium, the players, the very air shifted. Unlocking. Congratulations. You've acquired Spirit of Thierry Henry. Thierry Henry? The whistle blew, and Madrid came. The white shirts surged forward. First minute. Vinicius exploded down the left, skipping past Dalot with a stutter step. Damn it, Dalot growled, trying to recover. Vinicius cut inside, crack. Blocked by Martinez. Corner. Second minute. They went again. This time, Brahim Diaz drifted centrally, tugging Valverde and Case Moreau with him. Mbappe, lurking like a shadow, darted wide into the gap. Zip. Diaz slid the ball through. Mbappe curled across. Too deep. Goal kick. But the rhythm didn't stop. Fourth minute. Tchouaméni surged forward, toe poking it into Bellingham's feet. Bellingham turned. Boom. A no-look pass wide to Vinicius. Dalot was already beaten again. Cross. Near post. Martinez hurled his body across. Thud. Cleared. Nathan. Amram roared from the sideline. Track the overlap. I see it. Nathan snapped, sprinting back into shape. His lungs burned, but his mind was eerily clear. Too clear. Every Madrid movement was fast. Fluid. But inside, Nathan felt time stretch. The moment he locked eyes with the ball, the noise dulled. His breathing synced with the rhythm of the game. Cold-blooded composure. This must be what it means. But even composure couldn't stop what was coming. 14th minute. Casemiro received the ball near the defensive line and tried a blind turn to Valverde. TCH. Too slow. Tchouaméni read it. Intercepted clean. No. Casemiro barked, chasing, but too late. Madrid was already off. Tchouaméni, one touch. Mbappé received it with space at the edge of the box. No hesitation. Boom. A rocket flew off his left foot. Onana dove. Slap. Fingers to it. But the ball still ripped past and slammed into the net. Goal. Real Madrid 1-0 Manchester United. The stadium exploded. Kylian. 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 The chant echoed. White shirts flooded toward the corner flag, and Mbappé raised his arms. Onana slammed the turf in frustration. Varane clapped twice, barking at the backline. Nathan stood still. A hush fell over his thoughts. He jogged back to the center circle, his gaze cutting toward Mbappé. The Frenchman glanced over. Not a smirk, just confidence. He's not playing for highlights, Nathan realized. He's playing for legacy. Bruno clapped his hands. Hey, he shouted to the squad. We're still here. We fight ya. Casemiro looked apologetic, but nodded grimly. Demir looked to Nathan. You okay? Nathan exhaled once. Then he smirked. Yeah, I just woke up. The ball spun toward Nathan on the left wing. It came skipping across the turf from Bruno's angled touch, a laser-guided pass from midfield. The Bernabeu glistened under the floodlights, 1,000 camera flashes catching every movement. And there Nathan stood, one-on-one with Dani Carvajal. Now, he slowed. Carvajal readied himself, crouched low, boot edges slicing the turf. Nathan flicked the ball with the outside of his left boot. Whoosh! A lightning-quick feint to the inside, then boom. He snapped right. Carvajal bit. Wrong move. Nathan blew past him with a shoulder drop and turned on the afterburners. Camavinga closed, fast. Bellingham tracked him diagonally. But Nathan had already calculated the route. Top, a double feint into a drag back. Bellingham committed. Nathan burst forward. The crowd held its breath. He was flying now, boots slamming the grass with rapid-fire speed. The white line of the box looming ahead. This is it. I just need to. But just as he tried to cut the ball across, TCH. It skipped too far ahead. A fraction too heavy. No. The ball rolled over the byline. Out of play. GHHK. Nathan clenched his fists, his breath ragged. The roar of the crowd returned like a crashing wave. Too much. He hissed under his breath, pacing back. His heart thundered in his ears. The energy, the feeling, it was all there. But the execution? Off. Just barely. He could still feel Henry's presence humming inside him. But Thierry Henry hadn't scored on raw emotion. He had killed games with poise. Calm. I have to be more clinical, Nathan muttered to himself. Chapter 74. Halftime at the Bernabeu. From the sideline, Amorim shouted, Reset. Wake up. The next few minutes shifted. Real Madrid, momentarily stunned by Nathan's pace, began to sit deeper. They'd tasted the threat, and Manchester United started to bite back. Casemiro, the general in red, stormed forward after a heavy Vinicius touch. Clack. Clean tackle. Let's go, he barked, picking out Valverde instantly. The Uruguayan didn't hesitate. One touch, then a low fizz toward Bruno Fernandes between the lines. Bruno turned, letting the ball roll across his body before dinking it wide toward Demir. Demir, he yelled. 1v1. He sized up Mendy and danced left. Then right, then cut back, linking with Bruno again, who flicked it short toward Nathan, now cutting inside. Tick-tock. A triangle formed. Nathan. Demir. Bruno. Top, sleep, top, tiki-taka. Suddenly, Nathan surged into space between Militao and Carvajal. Boom! Bruno's through ball came like a dagger, inch perfect. The crowd gasped. He was through. Just Nathan and Courtois. Time slowed. The keeper rushed out, arms wide. Nathan touched it once, smooth, around Courtois. The crowd screamed, but he didn't shoot. Wait. He peeled slightly left, let Courtois slide past. And then, he looked over his shoulder. Valverde was arriving like a red blur. Nathan didn't hesitate. He nudged the ball back, perfectly weighted. Boom! Valverde smashed it into the net with a single stride. Goal! Real Madrid 1-1 Manchester United. Silence, then chaos. The away end exploded. Valverde didn't even celebrate. He stopped, stared up at the white shirt fans behind the goal. then slowly raised both hands, palms out. "Forgive me," he murmured, almost inaudibly, his chest rising and falling with restrained emotion. "But now, I'm on the other side." Some Madrid fans clapped begrudgingly. Others stared in cold silence. But Nathan, he just stood still, smiling faintly. He'd made the pass. Not the highlight moment. Not the solo goal. But the right one. Back at the halfway line, Bruno gave him a sly grin. "That was cold," he said. "Thought you were going to try to do it yourself." Nathan shrugged, still catching his breath. "I wanted to, but he was better placed." As they set up again, Amorim clapped his hands from the technical area. "Keep the tempo. Move it faster now. They're shaken." And he was right. Madrid's swagger had dipped. Mbappé still looked dangerous, every touch a threat. But now Casemiro and Valverde were winning their duels. Bruno was finding space. Demir, emboldened by every pass, started driving forward with more confidence. The balance had shifted. The scoreboard read 1-1, but no one in the stadium was calm. Not the fans, who roared with every Madrid advance. Not the coaches, who gestured with sharp, frantic energy. And definitely not Nathan Perry, who stood on the left flank, hands on his hips, chest rising and falling as the game continued at breakneck pace. Since the equalizer, the match had transformed. United no longer looked like visitors in the lion's den. They looked like hunters who'd stolen a fawn. But Madrid? Madrid never stays down for long. 33rd minute. Carvajal floated a high switch to Vinicius on the left. Dalot met him shoulder to shoulder. TCH. A clever flick around the corner. Camavinga arrived, gliding into space on the overlap. Nathan darted back. Camavinga didn't look, just curled it with his right foot toward the far post. Whack. The sound echoed. Ping. The post rattled. Oi! Xerxes shouted, turning, eyes wide. Did that go in? No. Onana yelled, recovering the ball. United countered fast. Casemiro swept it left to Nathan, who let the ball roll across his body and surge down the wing. Many backpedaled, wary. Nathan feinted inward. Many took the bait. Demir screamed for the switch. Nathan heard it in the back of his skull. He spun and sent a grounded cross across the edge of the box. Demir met in stride. One touch, burst, cutback, whip. A low, snapping ball fired into the danger zone. Xerxes charged, but too far. The Dutchman hissed, stretching with every inch of muscle. The ball rolled just beyond his studs and fizzed harmlessly across the 6-yard box. Demir clenched his fists. "Next one's perfect," he muttered. From the sideline, Amorim's voice rang clear. "Good work. Keep it on the ground. No need to rush." He didn't flinch. He didn't panic. Even as Vinicius prepared another run on the far side, the coach simply adjusted his jacket and nodded at Casemiro. Nathan turned to glance at him. "He trusts us." 41st minute. Jude Bellingham came sliding in late. Nathan had already slipped the ball past him when the studs connected. Crack! Ack! Nathan grunted as he tumbled to the turf, rolling once before he came to a stop. The referee blew his whistle and pointed immediately. Free kick. Nathan sat up, grimacing. Bellingham offered a hand. "Didn't mean to catch you like that." Nathan hesitated, then took it. "Part of the game." Jude smirked. "You're a tricky one." Nathan didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the spot where the ball now rested. A few yards outside the box. Slight angle. He stood over it. Demir jogged over. "You want me to?" "I've got it." Demir backed off. The crowd swelled into a tense hum. The wall formed. Alaba, Tchouaméni, Camavinga. Courtois crouched low, arms out. Nathan exhaled. One step back. Another. He saw the goal. Not the net, but the space. The tiny sliver of opportunity between Courtois' fingertips and the top corner. Cold-blooded composure. Like Henry, he took a deep breath. Boom! Struck clean with the inside of his right foot. The ball curled, spinning, dipping just wide. The net rippled, but only from air. Aft. Nathan muttered, hands on his head. Halftime. The whistle blew. Fweet. The Bernabeu exhaled like a beast settling down, momentarily appeased. Fans murmured, buzzed, checked phones and stats, analyzed with folded arms and sharp voices. Real Madrid 1-1 Manchester United. The players walked off in a slow procession, some still catching their breath, others shaking their heads or tapping hands. Nathan wiped sweat from his brow. His jersey clung to him. His calves ached from the sprints. The knock from Bellingham throbbed. But inside, he felt alive. What a half. Casemiro walked beside him, breathing deeply. Not bad. Huh, he muttered with a wry smile. Nathan chuckled. Just another night in Madrid. Bruno jogged past, voice loud and cutting through the air. We've got them on the back foot. Keep pressing. We finish this. Inside the tunnel, the dressing room door swung open. Amram didn't shout. He clapped once. Well done. The players looked up, all eyes on him. Madrid started fast. We didn't fold. We grew into the game. Control de tempo. Combined well. And look, he pointed toward Valverde, who sat on the bench sipping water. Even scored against his old team. The room gave a few chuckles. Valverde raised both hands. Forgive me, he said with mock solemnity. But now I'm on the other side. Laughter. Amram's voice firmed again. Second half, we don't sit back. We play. Keep the ball on the floor. Nathan, Demir, your wide play is working. Exploit the space. This is where matches are won. Not in the first 45, but in the next. Chapter 75, Attempt to Respond. The second half began. Real Madrid didn't ease in. From the very first whistle, they surged forward as though the dressing room had unlocked a deeper gear. Like a beast freshly wounded and now bloodthirsty, they pounced, pressing as if insulted by the very notion of a 1-1 scoreline. Tchouaméni zipped a pass into Mbappé's feet. The Frenchman barely needed a touch. He flicked it wide with terrifying precision. Vinicius was already sprinting. He exhaled. Wan-Bissaka waited, stand slow. One dribble, CHK. Then another. CHK. Then boom. A third. Wan-Bissaka twisted, feet tangled, and dropped to the turf like a snapped branch. Oi! Bruno shouted from midfield, but it was too late. Vini's low cross carved through the box. Mbappé could have shot. Anyone else would have. But he didn't. He headed it backwards, a moment of genius, flicking it straight into Rodrigo's stride. Martinez length. Shaw stepped. Too late. Rodrigo dipped past both like water slipping between stones and calmly slotted it past Onana's outstretched arm. Thud! The net shook. Real Madrid 2-1 Manchester United. The Bernabeu erupted. White flags waved like a sea of ghosts, and Rodrigo sprinted to the corner flag, sliding to his knees with arms wide. The chant roared across the stands. Rodrigo! Rodrigo! Nathan stood still on the left flank, watching the celebration unfold. His hands slowly lowered to his sides. Around him, his teammates exchanged glances. Not angry ones. Not panicked. Just regretful. Bruno pressed his lips together, nodded faintly. Case Moreau turned, jogging back to the center circle with a clenched jaw. Xerxes rubbed the back of his neck, breathing hard. 57th minute. Bruno sent a diagonal lofted pass out wide. Nathan's chest absorbed it in stride. He was off. Boom! He exploded down the flank like a bolt loose from a bow. Up! He grunted, shifting his weight past Vinicius. Step! Past Tchouaméni now, shoulder brush, ankle flick, space. The byline rushed toward him. One more to beat. Bellingham. Nathan feinted left, then tried to chop right, but Jude read it. He stuck a boot in. Think. The ball bounced away. Nathan growled under his breath. But Bruno was there. One touch, slide pass. Valverde stepped up. Boom. A cannon shot. Crack. The crossbar rang like a bell struck in rage. The rebound dropped. Nathan didn't think. Just swung. Whap. His volley caught nothing but sky. The ball soared, miles too high. Nathan stood, arms still raised in the follow-through. He exhaled, chest heaving, eyes following the ball into the heavens. From the touchline, Amram's voice rang. The play is good, but the final touch. Where's the focus? He stomped once. His coat flared like a cape. But he didn't sub, didn't scream again. Just watched, waiting. 60th minute. United pushed. Demir cut inside from the right and tried his luck block. 63rd, Bruno whipped in a corner. Xerxes rose. Whomp. Header. Save. Courtois roared, diving low to his right and clawing it out. Nathan pressed high. Pressed hard. The air tasted of sweat and static. He dribbled. Lost it. He passed. Intercepted. Still he went again. Every blade of grass under his boots felt heavier, thicker. The Bernabeu didn't give inches. It took them. 67th minute. A whistle. Substitution. Camavinga jogged off, and as he did, the stadium stood. Modric emerged from the bench like a spirit from another age. Even Nathan paused, breath caught. The Croatian's entrance felt like myth stepping onto the pitch. Bruno nudged Nathan gently. He's older than our physio, he joked. Nathan gave a tired grin. 70th minute. Still 2-1. Still United chasing ghosts through white shirts. Demir drove down the right. His cross, too high. Bruno worked space, slipped Xerxes through offside. Wan-Bissaka recovered well to stop Vinicius, but every second felt like it belonged to Madrid now. Nathan felt the fatigue clawing at his legs. The knock from Bellingham earlier throbbed like a silent drumbeat in his calf. But he refused to slow. Every time he touched the ball, he thought, make it count. But making it count wasn't so simple now. Alaba was always there. Militao, too, closing angles before Nathan even saw them. Still, he pressed. He dribbled. TCH. Fouled. No whistle. He got back up. Passed. Intercepted again. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Teeth grit. He wiped his brow. His vision blurred for a second, then cleared. Focus. The crowd surged behind him, white and roaring. And yet, he could feel something stirring. It wasn't over. 72nd minute. Madrid probed. Modric pinged passes like poetry. Casemiro and Valverde fought fire with fire. The ball zipped between feet like it had a mind of its own. Onana shouted instructions, sweat pouring. Luke Shaw motioned with his hand. Push the line. Nathan took his position again on the left wing, breathing in sharp bursts. He looked up at the scoreboard. Real Madrid 2-1 Manchester United. The moment lingered like smoke. His shirt clung to his chest. His boots felt soaked with effort. His legs ached. His lungs burned. He turned toward the sideline. Amram met his gaze and nodded. You're still in it. That looks said. So make it matter. Nathan exhaled slowly. He adjusted his shin pad, pulled his sock up, cracked his neck. 80th minute. The Bernabeu held its breath. Modric, timeless and tireless, received the ball near the halfway line. One glance. That was all he needed. Nathan saw it too late. No, too late to stop it. Too late to warn the line. TCHK. The pass glided, threaded between Casemiro and Shaw, bending into the space between Martinez and Wan-Bissaka. Mbappe. One touch. One stride. And he was gone. Boom. A shot. Whack. The net rippled violently behind Onana. Real Madrid 3-1 Manchester United. A dagger. The roar that followed wasn't a cheer. It was a roar of triumph. Of inevitability. Mbappe stretched his arms like wings, gliding toward the corner flag. And then, as he slowed his run, his eyes flicked sideways. Right at Nathan. Just a glance. Just a smile. Not mocking. Not arrogant. Just final. Nathan stood frozen. His jaw clenched. His fist balled. 1,000 things burned behind his eyes. Anger. Shame. Frustration. A storm of self-loathing. No. 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 His heart pounded. He sprinted to the goal, snatching the ball from the back of the net with a fury that shocked even the ball boy nearby. I won't accept defeat like this. He turned, storming upfield. No waiting. No words. Just movement. Chapter 76. The silent end. THMP. 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 Midfielders closed. He danced through one, spun past another. Shoulder to shoulder with Tchouaméni. Crack. A tackle. The ball spilled away. Nathan hit the ground, rolled, got up without a sound. No call from the ref. The crowd didn't notice. They were still busy singing Mbappe's name. Nathan's teeth dug into his lip. Bruno Motion. Demmer screamed for the ball. Casemiro yelled from behind, but Nathan barely heard them. He just ran. He pressed. He tackled. He tried, but nothing broke. The final 10 minutes passed like smoke. Bruno's chip pass? Intercepted. Demir's burst down the right. TCH. Too heavy. Xerxes' last header. Caught. Courtois cradled the ball like it was gold. And finally, Fuitit. The whistle. Final score. Real Madrid 3-1 Manchester United. Madrid's players swarmed the pitch, their celebration glowing under the lights like some triumphant painting. Vinicius and Rodrigo embraced, both beaming. Bellingham hoisted his arms to the crowd. Mbappe jogged toward the cameras, laughing. As for United, nothing. Only stillness. Nathan dropped to his knees. Not in pain. He just couldn't move. The grass beneath him was wet with sweat and sorrow. He sat back, legs stretched out, hands on the turf, eyes glazed. Fans were already leaving. A blur of white shirts and echoing footsteps. A city celebrating. A club reminded of its dominance. His gaze drifted to the scoreboard. 3-1. In the distance, he heard Vinicius' laughter, saw Modric hugging Rodrigo, watched Mbappe high-five a beaming Carlo Ancelotti. And then his eyes flicked to the bench. No words. Just Amram, turning his back to it all and disappearing into the tunnel. The dressing room door clicked open. No one looked up. Bruno sat hunched over elbows on knees, head buried in his hands. His captain's armband had already been thrown into his kit bag. Xerxes sat on the floor, ripping his boots off like they betrayed him. Whomp. One at the bench. No one reacted. Valverde didn't move. Just stared at the floor like it held the answers to life. Silence. Heavy. Even the air conditioning seemed to have stopped out of respect. Nathan walked in last. His shirt clung to his ribs, soaked and heavy. His legs dragged with invisible chains. He didn't speak. Just walked to the far bench, collapsed onto it. He grabbed a water bottle, twisted the cap, but didn't drink. Instead, he tipped it over his head. Shhhhhhh. The cold splash hit his scalp and ran down his face, trailing past closed eyes, over burning cheeks, down to a clenched jaw. No sound, just water and regret. They sat there for minutes. No speech, no clapping, not even a good effort, just the quiet aftermath. Finally, someone stood. Case Moreau. His voice, when it came, wasn't loud. We lost, he said, not looking at anyone. But we showed something. In moments. He paused. In moments, we looked like we belonged here. He looked up briefly. But we need more than moments. He turned, picked up his jersey, and walked out. Nathan remained seated, staring at the floor. His fingers tapped against the bench. Tap, tap, tap. Not anger now. All the moments played back in his head. The missed volley. The intercepted pass. Mbappe's smile. He felt something shift in his chest. Not hope. Just something. A quiet fire. This wasn't the end. It was only proof. Proof of how far he still had to go. How much higher he had to climb. He closed his eyes. Not to forget, but to remember every second. Flash. 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 Outside the dressing room at the Bernabeu, a wall of lights exploded in every direction. Dozens of reporters leaned over the metal barricades, arms outstretched, shouting over each other, trying to catch a moment, a quote. Anything. Amram, is this the end of the Champions League dream? Bruno, are you still the leader this team needs? Nathan Perry, why weren't you effective tonight? TCH. Nathan walked forward, head low, jaw clenched, sweat still dripping. A reporter shoved a mic in his face. Camera zoomed. His voice was tight, barely above a whisper. No comment. A pause. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. His fingers trembled slightly. Click. Flash. Snap. That moment. Eyes red, lips pressed tight, body hunched as if weighed down by the entire season, became the headline image by dawn. The Golden Boy breaks. Champions League dream shattered. Hours later, Manchester. The city was quiet under rain. In his small, sparsely furnished apartment, Nathan sat in the living room, alone. The lights were off. Only the dull blue glow from the TV screen, muted, blank, lit the shadows on his face. The coffee on the table had gone cold. His boots were still by the door, mud on the soles. His body felt hollow. Not tired. Every miss replayed in his head. The volley. The tackle. Mbappe's smile. He hadn't cried after the match. Not even on the flight back. But now, in this silence, something inside cracked just a little. Ping. A message appeared on his phone. Lauren, I know you're broken. I'm in Manchester. Can I come over? He stared at the screen. Didn't type. Just as he was about to put the phone down, knock. Knock. His heart jumped. He stood up slowly, walked to the door, and opened it. She was there. In jeans, a hoodie, and rain-slicked hair. 2 cups of takeaway coffee in hand. And a soft, sad smile. Nathan. Her voice was gentle. Not pitiful. He didn't speak. Couldn't. She stepped in, closed the door, set the coffee down. Then she looked at him, really looked. You don't have to be strong right now, she whispered. It's okay to be weak for a while. With me. Nathan's shoulders slumped. The weight finally pulled him down. He sat on the couch. She followed. He leaned sideways and rested his head on her shoulder. For the first time in months, he didn't try to explain. Didn't try to fight it. Didn't pretend. He just sat there. Not the next Ronaldo. Not the system's golden boy. Just a young man in pain. Chapter 77, From the Heart. The next morning, Carrington Training Ground. The sky over Manchester was gray, heavy with clouds that hadn't rained yet, but threatened to. The mood inside the training facility was no different. The players arrived one by one. No jokes. Even the usual clatter of boots on tile was quieter than normal. Demir leaned toward Valverde near the gym hallway. Nathan's not himself. He whispered. He hasn't spoken since yesterday. Valverde looked toward the coffee room, brows furrowed. He didn't say anything. Inside, Nathan stood by the coffee machine, waiting for it to finish grinding. His eyes were empty, dark bags beneath them. He didn't even flinch when Valverde stepped beside him. The older midfielder took a sip from his own cup, watching Nathan from the corner of his eye. You know, he began quietly, you don't have to carry the world alone. Nathan didn't answer. Valverde leaned against the counter. This is football, not the end of life. A pause. Nathan's hand gripped the cup tighter. I know. His voice was dry, but I felt like dead weight. Like I let you all down. The words were more vulnerable than anything he'd ever said in the media. Because this wasn't for the cameras. This was truth. Valverde's reply came without hesitation. You didn't. He set his cup down, then turned to face Nathan. You're the reason we even got here. Another pause, just as Bruno walked in. The captain's shirt was half-tucked, hair still wet from the shower. He looked from Valverde to Nathan and exhaled. You're not taking this blame alone, he said firmly. We're a team. We win together. We lose together. Nathan glanced at him. His lips twitched, but no words came. Then, unexpectedly, Valverde smirked. You know what? He said, arms crossed. If you shoot the ball to the moon next time. Nathan blinked. Valverde grinned. I'll go fetch it myself. For the first time since Madrid, a soft sound escaped Nathan. He chuckled. Bruno raised an eyebrow. You laughing, Perry? That a miracle I hear. Maybe, Nathan muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. Demir poked his head in from the corridor. If we're telling jokes in the coffee room, I'm calling Amram. Valverde stepped out, patting Nathan's shoulder on the way. Just don't bottle it all up, he said quietly. We still need you. You hear me? Nathan nodded once. He turned back to the coffee machine, grabbed his cup, and finally took a sip. Outside, the clouds hadn't broken yet, but they would. Soon. Nathan walked into the locker room, nodding silently at each teammate. One by one, they greeted him back. He sat on the bench, laced up his boots. As he tightened the final knot, his fingers paused. He looked up at the empty training pitch through the glass. And in his chest, beneath the bruises and the regrets, a small flame burned again. Boom, boom, boom. Nathan could hear his own heartbeat over the roar of Old Trafford. The stadium was packed, red scarves waving like flames in a windstorm, thousands singing in thunderous unison. Nathan Perry, Maki Ingdansi. He tightened his laces slowly, boots gleaming under the tunnel lights. Around him, teammates stretched, paced cracked knuckles. But Nathan? He stood still, focused. Ding! The world froze. Just for him. A familiar translucent screen flickered into view. Congratulations. You've acquired Spirit of Luka Modric. Nathan blinked. A slow grin spread across his face. Whoa, Modric is passing? This is going to be a party. Match day, Manchester United versus Crystal Palace Premier League. Round 34 Old Trafford, under the lights. The moment the whistle blew, United pressed forward like hounds scenting blood. Valverde darted forward. Bruno shifted laterally. Xerxes dragged defenders wide. Nathan danced in the pockets between midfield and defense. 7th minute. He dropped deep, pulled in a Palace midfielder, then popped a quick 1-2 with Valverde. Tap, tap. He surged forward. Crystal Palace's line panicked. Too high, too flat. Nathan saw it. Swoosh. A perfectly weighted through ball split the back line. Demir sprinted onto it like a bullet. One touch, then thump. Goal. Old Trafford erupted. 1-0. Demir scores. But my word, what a pass from Nathan Perry. 41st minute. Crystal Palace try to fight back. Press higher. Push their wingers forward. Mistake. Nathan dropped between the center backs, arms out. Martinez gave it to him. He turned, eyes scanning. One look. Just one. Then, boom. A long diagonal rocket. Side spin curling midair, slicing over 5 players. Valverde controlled it with an outrageous touch. Then, crack. Bottom corner. 2-0. It was surgical. In the dugout, Amram didn't even celebrate. He just stared, arms folded. Bruno turned toward Nathan as they jogged back. You playing chess while we're all on checkers. Nathan shrugged, smirked. Guess I got Croatian in my blood today. Final score. Manchester United 3-1 Crystal Palace. Nathan walked off to chants and a storm of camera flashes. 3 days later, match day. Brentford versus Manchester United. The air outside Brentford Stadium was colder. Wind biting. Rain waiting. The locker room was quiet, concentrated. Nathan adjusted his shin guards when ding, the system shimmered into place again. Congratulations. You've acquired Spirit of Ousmane Dembele. Nathan whistled low under his breath. Oh, now we're testing both feet. Valverde glanced over. You talking to your imaginary friend again? Yup, Nathan replied. He says I'm about to cook. Kickoff. Brentford came out. Compact lines. Deep block. Tactical fouling. TCH. Nathan hated this type of game. Tight spaces. But now, he smiled. 32nd minute. A Bruno flick. Atsutse Domi. The ball rolled to Nathan, just at the edge of the box. He took one step. Snap. Cut inside. Onto his left. Then, boom. A shot arced into the top far corner. The net rattled like a struck bell. Unbelievable strike. Nathan Perry, take a bow. He ran toward the away fans, arms out wide. Not yelling, just breathing. He was back. 68th minute. Brentford overcommit. They were desperate. Valverde intercepted. Bruno surged forward. 3-on-3. Then Bruno slipped it to Nathan. Full sprint. The wind screamed in his ears. He dipped his shoulder, beat one man, then chopped inside. Onto his right. Crack. Bottom left corner. Second goal. Nathan didn't celebrate this time. He looked to the sideline. At Amram. At the badge on his chest. Final score. Brentford 0-2 Manchester United. Man of the match. Nathan Perry. Chapter 78. Rest and preparation. That night, Nathan's apartment. The city lights flickered through his window. Rain on glass. Nathan sat on the floor, back against the couch, phone buzzing nonstop. Lauren, you were incredible. Demir, you freak. You pass like Modric now. Bruno, dinner's on you. Nathan smiled faintly. But then, he opened the app. Champions League. Real Madrid versus Manchester United. Second leg, 3 days away. Boom, boom, boom. Old Trafford pulsed with a heartbeat louder than the city. Even on a rest day, the stadium didn't sleep. Not really. Lights on in every office, boots clattering on polished tile. Something was coming. Something big. Manchester United had clawed their way back into fourth. For now. But the real battle wasn't in the league standings. It was 3 days away. Real Madrid. Second leg. Old Trafford. Carrington training ground. Locker room. Demir leaned back on the bench, towel draped around his neck, hair still damp from the cool down. He grinned, tossing a water bottle Nathan's way. Every game you play, he said with a smirk. It's like you're on cheat mode. Nathan caught the bottle without looking. A slow, cryptic smile formed on his face. Maybe I am. The room laughed. Even Bruno cracked a rare grin. But beneath the jokes and backslaps, something simmered. The atmosphere wasn't celebratory. It was concentrated, purposeful, because everyone knew Madrid wasn't done. The next morning, rest day. The sun rose, but Manchester's skies remained gray. Pale light filtered through the gym's wide windows as Nathan stepped onto the turf. Alone, the facility was silent, save for the low hum of machines and the rhythmic squeak of rubber soles. He wasn't supposed to be here, but he needed this. Control. Routine. He laced his boots and began. Quick touches. Inside, outside. Step-overs. Feints. Short sprints. Then turns. Sharp, deliberate, explosive. Swish. Talp. Crack. The ball obeyed him now, like it knew his breath. But it wasn't just training. It was sharpening a blade. Every movement had a target in mind. Every breath carried a name. Mbappe. Vinicius. Bellingham. Elsewhere in Carrington analysis room, Valverde leaned forward, arms crossed, staring a slow-motion replay of Mbappe's goal in the first leg. The step over, the body feint, the finish. He replayed it again and again. He wasn't watching to admire. He was dissecting, calculating. Behind him, a voice spoke up. You planning to sleep here? Valverde turned. It was Bruno, carrying a protein bar and a bottle of water. You lot want revenge, Valverde muttered. I want answers. Bruno raised an eyebrow. And what's the answer to Mbappe? Then a smirk. Don't let him run. Manager's office, tactical briefing. Amram stood at the head of the room, whiteboard behind him littered with magnets and arrows. Coaches flanked him, notes in hand. Coffee cups everywhere. We rebuild through him, he said, voice low and certain. Madrid will expect the boy from the Bernabeu. He turned. They won't be ready for the one who came back. Later that night, Nathan's apartment. Nathan sat on the edge of his bed, TV on, but volume muted. On screen, a live broadcast showed Real Madrid's plane landing at Manchester Airport. The camera zoomed in. Mbappe stepped off first. Hood up, headphones on, casual smile. Modric followed, waving to a child with a United jersey. Then Bellingham, stoic, locked in, ignoring every question thrown his way. The royal bus rolled through the airport gates, swarmed by cameras and chants. Training ground, the day before the match. The stadium echoed with soft thuds. Final drills, set-piece rehearsals, defensive shape routines. But Nathan didn't touch the ball that day. He sat in the stands for a while, alone, watching. Down on the pitch, Demir and Xerxes practiced one-touch passes. Bruno argued with Amorim about pressing triggers. Valverde worked with the assistants, gesturing animatedly at the chalkboard. Nathan rested his elbows on his knees, gaze fixed on the grass. He pulled out his phone. One new message. Lauren, I'll be at Old Trafford tomorrow. Proud of you, no matter what. He stared at the screen for a moment, then locked it, slipped it back in his pocket. Carrington, morning session. The video room was dim. Only the glow of the screen lit the players' faces. Amorim stood in front, pointer in hand, freezing a frame of Madrid's defensive line. Mendy, he said, tapping. Click. Pushes high but doesn't recover fast enough. Click. Carvajal, he continued, switching slides, gets dragged too far inside. Leaves space behind. He turned to the room. Nathan, Demir, you two stretch the pitch. Pin them wide, force them to react. Demir gave a quiet nod. Nathan leaned forward, eyes glued to the screen. Then, RRNNG. His phone lit up. Lauren. He hesitated for a moment, then answered. Hey. Her voice was warm. Just wanted to say, don't be nervous. I feel this massive weight, he said quietly. Like I need to change something big tomorrow. Like, it's now or never. There was a soft silence. Nathan smiled faintly, his chest heavy. Lauren, he said, I'll see you after the match. Tactics. High press in the opening 15 minutes. Nathan moving between the lines, ghosting where they least expect, test Courtois with long shots. Make him move early. Cut off the ball before it reaches Mbappe. Tunnel. The lights buzzed above. The air was thick. Madrid's players lined up just across the divide. Bellingham bounced lightly on his feet, headphones in. Vinicius stretched, glanced at the United players with a smirk. But Nathan didn't look at them. He wasn't here for the names. Ding. Congratulations. The requirements to unlock a random legendary spirit have been fulfilled. You have 200 points. Would you like to unlock a random legendary spirit? Skill unlocked. Congratulations. You've acquired Spirit of Rivaldo, magical left foot and impossible shots. Nathan whispers. Rivaldo. Fui. The referee's whistle ripped through the air. The match had begun. Old Trafford shook, not from wind or rain, but from raw human noise. A roar that thundered down from 70,000 lungs and rattled through every inch of the historic ground. Let's go, United. Chapter 79. End of a crazy half. The Red Sea surged in the stands. Flags waved. The weight of the night settled on every shoulder in red. The scent of wet grass, fresh boots, and adrenaline filled the air. Ruben Amorim stood just outside the technical area, jacket flapping the gust, his mouth already moving, shift early. Watch the wide switch. On the other bench, Carlo Ancelotti barely blinked. Arms crossed. Calm. His gaze sweeping across the pitch with quiet calculation. He gave a nod, just one, and Real Madrid began their press. Case Moreau collected near the center circle. Quick check of the shoulder, tap. To Bruno. Bruno turned. Nathan dropped in. Pass incoming. Butt crack. Camavinga exploded into the lane, intercepting with ruthless timing. Ball gone. Advantage Madrid. TCH. Nathan turned on his heel, bolting back. Minute 3. Vinicius. Left wing. Trouble. He'd barely touched the ball yet. Then he exploded. A blur of white and speed. Wan-Bissaka backed off. Too slow. Go with him. Aaron, go. Amorim bellowed. Too late. Vinicius burned past with a drop of the shoulder and a rapid cut inside. Ball glued to his feet. Low cross. Mbappe. Boom. A cannon of shot. Onana. Thwack. The stadium erupted as Andre Onana stretched full body to his right, palming the ball wide with a desperate glove. The ball skidded just outside the post. Real Madrid weren't here to dance. They were here to devour. Huh. Nathan jogged back, breathing hard already. His pulse hadn't calmed since the whistle. His thoughts fast. Too fast. Minute 7. Modric took command. Fintage Luka. Like a general in calm waters, he pinged the ball left, right diagonally. Real Madrid flowed around him like pieces on a war map. Rodrigo took on Shaw. One feint, then another. Gone. Whip. Near post strike, whoosh. Just wide. Another warning. Nathan exhaled sharply. His fingers curled. They're hitting fast. Too fast. Breathe. Stay in the game. Let them blow their fire now. Our time will come. Minute 12. Bellingham received and turned. That turn was smooth. Ball zipped into space. Mbappe again. Through the line. He was too fast. Too damn fast. One-on-one. BLAM. Punch. Onana again. Like a brick wall in boots, he knocked the shot away with both fists. The crowd's voice cracked with another roar. Onana. United's defense regrouped, shaken. Nathan dropped back, tracking shadows, sweat forming at his brow. Dimit. Amram's voice cracked like a whip. Stay wider right. You're narrowing too soon. Demir, halfway through asking for a short pass, threw up a hand in apology. TCH okay. Nathan glanced over at him. Demir's grin was already returning. If we survive this wave, Demir muttered, I'm going to cook them. Nathan didn't answer. Minute 18. Finally, a seam. Valverde picked the ball off a loose Madrid pass. Straight to Bruno. A flick to Nathan. Boom. He turned. Space. And then he saw it. The lane behind Madrid's backline. Hodgland was moving. Nathan didn't hesitate. The pass was surgical, threaded between defenders with millimeters to spare. Hodgland broke in. One touch. Control. Two bang. Courtois save. A massive right palm diverted the shot, just beyond the upright. The crowd roared, hands on heads. Corner. United were alive. The corner curled in from Bruno, cleared but only half. Valverde. Volley. Boom. Just wide. The net rippled from the wind. Oh. United. 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 The chant returned. Louder. Faster. The theater dreams had woken up. Nathan stood at the edge of the box, hands on hips. Chest heaving. A bead of sweat rolled past his eyebrow. He looked at the goal, then to the Madrid players, then down at his boots. He remembered Amram's words before kickoff. They expect the boy from the Bernabeu. Give them the one who came back. Minute 26. Possession pass between giants. Madrid touched, tapped, and moved with their signature arrogance, like the ball owed them. United responded with compact lines and sharp counters, each player alert. Nathan pressed high, then dropped deep to track Cruz, who just entered after Camavinga signaled to the bench. TCH, Camavinga's out? Nathan caught a glimpse of the Frenchman limping toward the sideline, shaking his head in frustration. But what came next made his stomach tighten. Cruz, and not just any pass. The veteran German received the ball near the halfway line and, without taking a touch, boom, a diagonal ball, soaring, curling like it was sculpted mid-flight, fell like a knife into the box. Mbappe was already there. Chest trap, thud. One bounce, then. Crack. Left-footed strike. But Onana, again. Wham. He dived like a shadow with wings, palm outstretched, punching the ball wide before it could scream into the top corner. Onana. The crowd roared. The stand shook. Nathan exhaled hard, chest heaving. How does he do that? 3 saves already. Against Mbappe. Before he could finish the thought, Bruno launched the counter. Tap to Nathan. Nathan turned on the half-turn, smooth, fluid, and cut the ball to Demir out wide. Demir. On your left. The Turkish winger didn't even nod. He knew. Step over. Drop of his shoulder. Whoosh. He slid past Mendy, then swung in a low cross with venom. Thud. Hodgland met it on the half volley, left foot, from inside the 6-yard box. Yes, but, clank. Reece James, sliding in at the last second, cleared it off the line. United's bench leapt. Amram threw his arms up in disbelief. That was in. Ref, come on. But the goal line tech showed the truth. Half a boot away. No goal. Nathan's teeth clenched. He jogged back to midfield, eyes narrowing. We're close. Too close. Just one. Minute 41. Vinicius turned again, and for the third time, left Luke Shaw in his shadow. Whoosh! The Brazilian blurred down the left and sent in a sizzling cross. Rodrigo sprinted across the front post. Back heel flick, clink. The ball kissed the far post. Groans spilled from the crowd like a wave. But there was no time to breathe. Minute 43. Nathan dropped deep to collect from Bruno. Drive, Nate. Demir shouted from the right. Huh. He burst forward, ghosting between Cruz and Kouamini like smoke. Space opened up 25 yards from goal. He adjusted his body, boom. Left foot rocket, aimed low and fast toward the near post. Courtois dove, palm stung, barely controlling it after a second bobble. TCH. Nathan stared for a moment, then turned away, swallowing his frustration. So close. Again. Minute 45 plus 2. The last Real Madrid attack of the half. Modric, graceful and efficient, pinged a 1-2 with Cruz and released Mbappe near the edge of the box. Nathan tracked back, lungs burning. Mbappe didn't need much. He turned, curled. Oh, the ball floated like it was caught in wind, arching toward the top right corner, but just over. That was too close. Fweet. Halftime. 0-0. Aggregate 2-3. Madrid leads. But no one walked off like it was goalless. The stadium vibrated with tension. Chants climbed higher. United. 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 Onana slapped hands with Valverde. Bruno jogged over to Amorim, shaking his head. Should have buried that one, Bruno muttered. You're getting there, Amorim said, clapping him hard on the shoulder. Keep the tempo. More wide switches. Nathan pulled his shirt over his face and exhaled. He could feel it, the shift in the air, the chances, the rhythm, the belief. Behind him, he heard Ancelotti speak softly to Mbappe as they reached the tunnel. One, he said, is all it takes. Mbappe nodded once, a killer smile on his lips. Dressing room. Halftime. Amorim didn't pace. No retreat. No fear. He pointed at Nathan, Demir, Bruno, Valverde. We attack. Silence. Nathan met Demir's eyes. No words needed. They both nodded. Chapter 80. A magical team attack. Minute 47. No time to breathe. Not even a blink. United swarmed forward, fluid. Bruno slipped between two white shirts in midfield. Tapped the ball to Valverde. Tap. Return. Valverde again. One touch. The Uruguayan surged forward and snap. Sent a through ball so clean. Nathan was already on the move. Didn't look. Didn't need to. There. He flicked his heel backward, a ghost pass. Chuck. Xerxes met it just outside the box. One touch to control. Madrid's defenders tightened around him. But instead of shooting, go Emre, he barked. A side pass, slick and unexpected, sliced the ball to the right. Emre Demir. And the moment slowed. The Turkish winger caught the ball on the run. Face down Ferland Mendy. Step over whoosh. Mendy flinched. Demir cut inside. Camavinga lunged in. Too late. The ball stayed glued to his boots. Demir slid between them like water splitting stone. Then, left foot. Edge of the box. Boom. The shot screamed through the air, low curling. Courtois dove. But he wasn't getting there. Thump. Net. Corner. Perfection. Golo all. The stadium detonated. 100,000 voices collapsed into chaos. Demir didn't even smile. Veins bulging, fists clenched, sprinting toward the corner flag with fire in his eyes. Nathan chased after him, breath ragged. What a goal. What a F***king goal. Bruno tackled Demir mid-celebration, laughing like a man possessed. Valverde threw both arms in the air, spinning. Manchester United 3, Real Madrid 1. Aggregate 4-3. United leads. Minute 50-62. Pressure didn't stop. Couldn't. United played like they had knives in their boots and thunder in their blood. Xerxes dropped deep, flick passes like a number 10. Nathan zipped across the half spaces, dragging Madrid's lines apart. Even Luke Shaw bombed forward now. But Madrid, they never die quietly. Minute 63. Modric, stoic, silent, touched the ball twice in midfield, then looked up. A gap. A sliver. He pinged a long ball, like a sniper bullet, to the left wing. Vinicius Jr. He was already flying. Luke Shaw tried to meet him. Fwhip. Gone. Valverde stepped up to intercept. Vinicius danced past him too, blurred feet, fainted shoulders, then cut inside at the edge of the box. No hesitation. Whack. A curling, inside foot strike. Angled. Venomous, slinking toward the bottom corner like it had a mind of its own. Onana dove. Fingertips brushed it, not enough. Goal. Vinicius. Madrid answered. Quiet. Nathan stared at the net. Damn, slipped under. Even Onana couldn't reach that one. The Bernabeu end of the stadium erupted. White flags waved. The Madrid bench surged up. Ancelotti didn't move. He just nodded once. Calm, like he'd been waiting. Scoreline, 3-2 United. Aggregate, 4-4. Minute 68. United struck back like wounded wolves. Bruno split Madrid's midfield with a slick pass. Xerxes spun, powered into the box, then blasted a shot low and to the right. Wham! Courtois had to dive full length, fingertips and fury, to tip it wide. Nathan growled under his breath. So close. Again. Minute 71. Madrid responded with teeth. Rodrigo flew down the right. Showed Shaw too much space, then burned past him. Cut in. Shot. Whoosh. Just wide. Onana didn't move. He just turned slowly, watching the ball whisper past the post. Nathan exhaled. A centimeter. That's all it takes. Minute 74. Nathan picked up the ball near halfway. Madrid pressed high. Cruz and Tchouaméni surged in. Nathan shifted, shimmy, cut, left foot to Bruno, then a sweeping switch to Demir. Go again, Emre, he shouted. Demir trapped the ball on the bounce and turned, this time against Carvajal. Tap, tap, drag back. Then, boom, a rocket toward the near post. Courtois read it. Dove. Punched it out. TCH. Demir shouted, frustrated. Nathan clapped his hands. Keep going. They're shaking. Demir gave a short nod, chest heaving. Minute 80. No more patience. United threw everything forward, blood, sweat, breath. All of it. Amram stood at the edge of the technical area, unmoving now. Just watching. This is it. This is the edge. Bruno sprinted between lines, demanding the ball. Valverde barked orders, organizing the midfield press. Luke Shaw charged down the flank, as if he'd forgotten he was a left back. Every second mattered. Minute 81. Demir collected it wide. One flick past Carvajal, another past Tchouaméni. Boom. Low cross zipped into the box. Zukze lunge tut. But Rudiger got there first, hoofing it clean. Damn it, Bruno shouted. Again. Amram screamed. Minute 83. Quick triangle between Bruno, Nathan, and Shaw. Nathan flicked it, TCH, into the box. Xerxes let it roll past, dummied for Bruno. Strike. Crack. Blocked. Militao threw his body. Ball bounced to Demir. He shot without thinking. Wham! Over the bar. The fans groaned, some burying their heads. Some stood, hands on heads. So close, but close isn't enough. Not anymore. Minute 85. Madrid bunkered in. Lines tight. No spaces. Modric moved like a chess master, 2 steps ahead. Cruz slowed the tempo to a crawl, making every pass deliberate. Vinicius and Rodrigo stopped running. Mbappe stood near the halfway line, arms on hips, watching, waiting for one last counter. Minute 87. Valverde lobbed one into the box. Thump. Courtois rose above everyone, gloves swallowing the ball. He fell slowly. He lay there for a second longer than usual, just long enough to sting. Get up, someone screamed from the crowd. The ref blew the whistle and gestured him forward. Minute 89. Nathan stood near the edge of the box, gasping, legs stiff, heart pounding. Bruno took the ball out wide again. Space. A second, maybe less. He looked up, lifted his boot. Foot. A curling cross. Now, Nathan broke free. Rose. Asterisk, asterisk, up, asterisk, asterisk, eyes on the ball. Thud. He missed it by inches. Just inches. The ball skimmed past his head and out the other side. Xerxes couldn't reach it either. Nathan growled, punching the air. His foot slammed the grass. He stood there. Still. That was it. That was the one. Minute 90 plus 3. The fourth officials board had long shown plus 4. This was the last. Ball at Bruno's feet. Midfield to Demir. Demir to Shaw. Shaw launched it one final time. But Courtois stepped forward and caught it. Clean. Effortless. The referee looked at his watch. Raised the whistle. Fweed. Chapter 81. Cameras and angry eyes. The door to the away locker room groaned shut behind him. Click. Silence. Not the kind that felt peaceful or healing, but heavy, thick. Boots scuffed against tile. Someone dropped their shin guards. Nathan sat in the far corner, drenched in sweat, his jersey crumpled in his hands. His head bowed low, dark curls matted to his forehead. Not crying. His pulse was still hammering in his ears, louder than the final whistle had been. We were so close. Amram stood in the middle of the room, arms behind his back. The Portuguese manager didn't shout, didn't pace, didn't throw a water bottle. He simply looked around at the team he'd rebuilt, reshaped. Then he spoke. We didn't just lose tonight, we lost an opportunity. But we haven't lost our path. Bruno stirred near the lockers. The captain, soaked to the bone, jersey half pulled off, moved with quiet purpose. He crossed the room and knelt in front of Nathan, placing a hand on his shoulder. I know how you feel. I've been there many times. Champions League nights where the lights burn you more than they lift you. But we can't drown in it. Nathan looked up, eyes tired, jaw tight. His voice cracked. I wanted this more than anything. Bruno didn't flinch. Good. That means you'll come back harder. He squeezed Nathan's shoulder once, then stood and walked away. That was all. No big speech. Just a shared scar. Minutes passed. Still no noise. except for the soft hiss of the shower starting. Valverde sat with his elbows on his knees, staring at the floor. Xerxes leaned back against the wall, silent, a towel draped over his face. Demir hadn't moved since he took off his boots. Everyone gave everything. And still, it wasn't enough. Nathan closed his eyes. That Vinicius goal kept playing in his mind on loop. The curve, the angle, the way it kissed the post. And then his own miss. That header in the 89th minute. Inches. That was it. Just a little higher, a little faster. The next morning, the headlines were merciless in their precision. Bernabeu eliminates the Red Devils. Nathan stared at his phone, sitting in the breakfast lounge of the team hotel. A half-eaten plate of eggs grew cold in front of him. He scrolled. Comments, fan posts, pundits dissecting every moment. Some supportive, some brutal. Madrid had more experience. We'll get them next year. This is why we never win anything. Shaw's cooked. Mbappe didn't even try and still beat us. Nathan set the phone face down and sighed. Later that day, interview room. Just a short interview. One question. They'd warned him ahead of time. The lights were hot on his face. The journalist's voice was soft. Nathan, what's your message to the fans after this loss? He paused. Everything in him wanted to apologize. To say he should have done more. To blame luck, the ref, fate. But instead, he looked directly at the camera. I promise you just one thing. We'll be back. Evening, hotel room. The room was dim. Curtain drawn. The only light came from the TV screen, playing a replay of the match on mute. Nathan watched himself chase after Demir's goal. Watched Bruno collapse laughing into him. Watched the way they fought, minute by minute. His phone buzzed. Lauren, I know you're broken right now, but I saw something in you I've never seen before. A leader. Even in defeat, you're a leader. Don't forget who you are. Nathan exhaled. She always knew what to say. He stared at the message for a long time before his thumbs finally moved. Thank you for always reminding me of what I can be. He sent it. Next morning, Carrington training ground. Rain tapped lightly on the windows as the players filtered into the facility. No music in the dressing room. Just quiet greetings, head nods, the soft squeak of boots against the floor. Nathan arrived early. He stood by the tactics board, arms crossed, already in his kit. The others took notice. Not of what he said, he wasn't talking, but of how he stood. Bruno nudged Valverde and grinned. Look at him. Doesn't even need words anymore. Valverde chuckled softly. Maybe we got a real captain in the making. Demir gave Nathan a fist bump as he passed. I'm getting that assist again. Next time, you're scoring. Nathan smirked. Just a little. Next time, we all are. Amram stepped into the room, clipboard in hand. Good. You're early. Rain lashed Carrington's training ground like it had a grudge, the pitch slick and silver under the storm. Whistles shrieked. Studs tore into grass. Ruben Amram's voice cracked through the downpour. Forget Madrid. Now it's the league. Case Moreau tackled hard. Xerxes spun a marker, then rifled a shot into the bottom corner. Thump. Chelsea. You're next. He roared, sprinting back with his arms wide. Valverde passed to Nathan in a tight rondo. We're back, my friend, he said through a grin. Let's smash them. Nathan didn't reply. He just turned with the ball, left his marker in the mud, and flicked it across to Demir with a grin of his own. Stamford Bridge, match night. The West London stadium glowed like a forge under the night sky. Blue smoke drifted from the stands. Fans sang with the kind of venom that only English derbies could birth. The cameras panned across Chelsea's side, brimming with energy. Enzo Fernandez pulled his socks high and stared at the tunnel wall like he wanted to walk through it. Nathan exhaled slowly and shut his eyes. For a second, it was just silence in his head. No chance, no pressure, just the hum. Then ting, a soft blue pulse lit up inside his chest. Random skill activated, Luis Diaz dribbling. Nathan opened his eyes. The locker room's buzzing chatter faded around him. He glanced down at his boots, then slowly looked across to Valverde, who was bouncing lightly on his heels. Tonight, Nathan said, voice calm, I'm dancing on the line. Chapter 82, Chelsea Night. Fuiti. Chelsea surged forward, pressing high, snapping at heels, dragging United into a furnace from the very first breath. Mud flew. Bodies collided. But United didn't panic. They waited. Minute 7. Nathan stood near the sideline, scanning the chaos. His lungs burned from the early sprint. Shaw intercepted a loose pass, glanced once, then thwump. A long ball sailed through the cold London night. There, Nathan darted into space, shoulder to shoulder with Reece James. The ball dropped perfectly, skimming off the slick grass. One touch. His boot caressed it, and suddenly the glow inside him flared again. Luis Diaz dribbling, active. He didn't even think. His body knew. TCH whip. He flicked the ball through the legs of the first defender with a blur of motion. Aye, the Chelsea fans shouted from the sidelines. Before the second could step in, Nathan rolled the ball behind him, spun, and reappeared on the other side. The third defender lunged. Too slow. Nathan feinted left, then exploded right. Whip. Grass tore under his boots. 3 defenders beaten in 7 seconds. Stamford Bridge gasped as one. He near the box. No time to shoot. But Xerxes there. Nathan didn't look. He just curled his foot around the ball and drove it hard and flat across the grass. SKRRT. A low cross tore through the 6-yard box. Xerxes arrived. Thump. First time strike. Ball. Net. Go. United's bench jumped as one. The away interrupted. 1-0. Nathan turned toward the stands, arms spread, eyes blazing. He jogged back, brushing past Bruno, who gave him a smirk. 3 defenders? In one breath, Nathan exhaled through his nose. Still got legs left. Minute 15. But Chelsea never stayed down long. Sterling danced down the right, dragging Wan-Bissaka into no man's land. Step over whoosh. Wan-Bissaka bit. Gone. Sterling burst forward and fired in a cross. Loose, spinning. Thwack. It struck Martinez's thigh and ricocheted toward the edge of the box. Enzo Fernandez was already stepping in. Boom. A bullet from range, struck clean and low. Onana Dove, too late. Thud. Net. 1-1. Stamford Bridge shook. Enzo didn't celebrate. He just pointed to the badge and jogged back. Valverde muttered, that was too easy. Case Moreau slammed his boots into the ground. We have to win the second ball. Minute 28. Bruno spotted it. A flicker of space behind the fullback. Nathan go. Thump. A high pass arced through the rain, shimmering under the lights. Nathan sprinted to meet it. He didn't trap it. He danced with it. One bounce, he shifted his weight, and the fullback bit. Whip. A body feint left the defender, clutching air. The second came in fast. Nathan didn't stop. He spun with the ball, tight as a coil, brushing past the challenge like a man possessed. TCH. Boots scraped. Breath caught. Oh, someone stop him. But Nathan was inside the box now. The angle tightened. No one to pass to. He drew his foot back. Now. Boom. A low shot, curling, skimming across the wet grass toward the far post. The keeper dove, glove stretched too late. Thump. Back of the net. Guasail. The away fans went berserk. Nathan slid on his knees, fists clenched, screaming at the sky. Bruno tackled him from behind in celebration. Xerxes shouted, this guy's King insane. Nathan rose, chest heaving. 2-1. We're not done yet. Minute 42. Nathan knew the danger before it started. He saw Case Moreau glance the wrong way, saw Valverde hesitate for half a second, and knew. No, but the ball was already gone. Chelsea pounced. Cole Palmer broke the line with a sudden jolt of pace, ghosting past the halfway mark. The crowd surged to their feet. Watch the pass. Martinez roared, backing off. Too late. Palmer slipped it through. TCHKK. A smooth cut. A perfect layoff. Nicholas Jackson latched onto it, squared up to Martinez, then skipped inside with a fluid touch. Swish. Martinez lunged. Missed. Jackson took one more touch and shot low, quick, sneaky, right under Onana's arm as the keeper dove across. Thud. Net. Goal. Chelsea. 2-2. Stamford Bridge roared like it had just come alive. The noise hit Nathan's chest like a wave. What a first half, the commentator shouted. Goals, dribbles, drama. And there's still so much more to come in the second half. On the pitch, Bruno looked toward the bench and clapped twice hard. Focus. We're still in it. But Nathan stood still for a beat, hands on hips. Okay, then we start again. Halftime, Manchester United locker room. The locker room buzzed with static tension. Xerxes paced like a caged animal. We'll let them back in. Valverde chugged water, sweat dripping off his brow. We got to stop those runs. They're flooding the middle. Case Moreau sat quietly, replaying the mistake that led to the turnover. Amram stood in front of them, arms folded. This is the Premier League, he said sharply. This is Chelsea. They want to bury you in that second half. So ask yourself, are you going to fold or fight? Second half, minute 46. The match restarted with a hum of tension. both teams moving cautiously. Chelsea's confidence had grown. Their passes were sharper, their pressing more coordinated, their crowd louder. Nathan could feel the energy shift, subtle but real. And then, minute 52, Chelsea won a free kick deep in United's half. Ben Chilwell stepped up, eyes scanning the box. The delivery came sharp and curving. WHHRR. The ball arched toward the edge of the box, not into the crowd. Behind it, Nathan realized too late. Boom! Enzo Fernandez came barreling in like a freight train, his timing immaculate. First time volley. Crack! It screamed through the air, straight into the top left corner. Onana didn't even move. Goal! 3-2 Chelsea. The stadium erupted again, this time with something deeper, certainty. Enzo pumped his fist, eyes wild. Vamos! He screamed, thumping his chest. Minute 60. Nathan dropped deep to receive, dragging two defenders with him. A quick touch to Valverde, a give and go. Tap, tap, whoosh. He tore down the left flank, cutting inside with that Luis Diaz fluidity still glowing in his limbs. One defender down, two chasing. He slipped the ball to Xerxes in the middle whack. Xerxes shot first time again, but too high. Thump. Into the upper tier. Damn it, Xerxes hissed, slapping his thigh. The chance was gone, but Chelsea didn't wait. They pounced. Counterattack. Raheem Sterling launched the ball forward with a slicing switch to Palmer. Coup. The winger didn't slow. Martinez met him near the edge of the box, but Palmer danced, right then left. Slip, cut, shimmy. Martinez's feet tangled. Feed. Help. Nathan shouted, chasing back. Too late. Palmer drew Onana off his line, kept calm, and tapped it gently to the side, into the empty net. Goal. 4-2. The Chelsea fans lost their minds. Smoke flared blue in the stands. Jackson jumped into the crowd. Palmer turned to the United bench, grinning with ice in his veins. That's how we play. The fourth official flashed the scoreboard. 4-2. Minute 63. Bruno dropped to a knee, hands on his thighs, blinking in disbelief. Casemiro shouted toward the midfield, frustrated. Nathan stood still again, hands on hips, staring at the turf. But inside him, something shifted. The blue glow had faded. The Diaz skill had run its course. But not his spirit. He looked toward the Chelsea fans, jeering him. Then toward the United supporters, silent, still, stunned. And then toward the ball in the center circle. He walked over, picked it up, held it in his hands. His chest rose, then fell. Valverde came jogging over. Hey, Nathan spoke before he could. We've still got time. His voice wasn't loud, but it was solid. Xerxes nodded behind him. Let's go. Bruno straightened his back. No more mistakes. Casemiro clenched his fists. We fight. Amorim, still stunned, finally blinked and shouted from the sideline. No subs. Stay on them. Give me something before 70. Nathan put the ball down at the halfway line and looked across the pitch. They think we're finished. Chapter 83. They think we're finished. Minute 67. Fweet. The fourth official's board lit up. OFF. Emre Demir. On. Xavi Simons. A ripple of reaction moved through the away fans, muffled beneath Stamford Bridge's thunder. Amorim stood at the edge of his technical area, arms folded tight against the cold. Nathan glanced toward the touchline. There he was, Xavi Simons, United's newest arrival. Hair tied, jaw clenched, fire in his eyes. Not a flicker of fear in his expression. Let's go, Xavi muttered as he passed Nathan on the way in. Nathan gave a small nod, chest still heaving from the last sprint. No time for speeches. The war hadn't ended yet. Minute 69. TCH, WHSS, gay. Xavi's first touch. He picked up the ball near the halfway line, took on pressure like it meant nothing, and slipped through two Chelsea midfielders with a glide and a hip shift so smooth it made the crowd gasp. Go on, Valverde roared. Xavi didn't stop. He dipped his shoulder, cut back inside, and spotted space 25 yards out. He struck. Boom. A thunderbolt of a shot, clean goal-bound. Yes, Bruno shouted, fists half raised. But, scrosh. Kepa flew across the frame like a man possessed, fingertips barely brushing the ball. It curled just past the post. Corner. But after that brief spark, the fire began to flicker. Minute 71. The passes became looser. Bruno sprayed one too far wide. Valverde hesitated in transition. Casemiro's legs no longer had their spring. His feet chased ghosts, not players. Even Nathan, the wind in his lungs started to feel heavier. The rhythm he carried in the first half, the balance between instincts and clarity, had started to crack. He still tried, still ran, still created half chances. But United weren't a team anymore. They were 11 men scattered across a storming pitch, each clinging to the match by their own fragile will. Minute 75. Valverde dropped deep to collect the ball, shielding from pressure, then spotted Simons in space. Xavi. Thwack. A driven pass zipped through the heart of midfield. Simons took it in stride. One touch. Two. He danced. TCH, TCH, TCH. One defender lunged. Beaten. Second slid in. Too late. Third closed in. Simons chopped back and exploded forward. Hit it. Xerxes screamed. Xavi did. Crack. A vicious strike from outside the box. Pure technique. It screamed toward goal. Clea Eng. The ball crashed off the underside of the crossbar. Oh my God. The commentator's voice broke mid-sentence. The crowd jumped to their feet. For a second, everyone froze, eyes tracking the ball as it bounced down, then out. Not in. Still 4-2. Bruno slapped his palms together. That's what we need. Keep going. Minute 78 to 85. Chelsea weren't flashy anymore. They were surgical. Time ticked. Passes recycled. Fouls taken smartly. Frustration seeped into every red shirt. Xerxes stopped chasing down passes. Valverde barked at Casemiro after another miscue. Bruno tried to rally, but his voice had started to crack. Nathan still moved, still called, but his mind was drifting. The match. It had slipped away somewhere between the third and fourth goals. Somewhere between effort and futility. Every time he touched the ball, he wanted something to happen. But football didn't care about desire, only execution. And right now, United didn't have enough of it. Minute 90 plus 3. One last throw of the dice. Bruno took a quick free kick near the halfway line. Valverde shifted it out wide to Nathan. He was exhausted. Every breath burned. But he drove forward one more time. The clock had seconds left. Chelsea dropped deep, forming a wall of blue. Nathan slowed, raised his head, and swung in the cross. Whoomp. It was perfect. Arcing. Spinning. Xerxes rose. Thump. He connected cleanly. But Kepa, SKRRT, the Chelsea keeper launched himself across the line like a cat with steel springs. Caught it. Held it. No rebound. Game over. Fui-ee-ee-ee-tee. The whistle. Chelsea 4. Manchester United 2. The home crowd roared. Blue smoke filled the air behind the goal. Flags waved. The chants began, mocking loud. Chelsea's bench swarmed the pitch. Enzo hugged Palmer. Jackson pulled off his shirt and pointed to the badge in front of the home fans. Kepa lifted both fists and let out a triumphant scream. On United's side, stillness. Just the ache of another lost battle. Bruno dropped to one knee again, chest rising and falling. Valverde bent double, hands on his thighs. Casemiro trudged toward the sideline, shaking his head. And Nathan, he stood on the edge of the pitch, watching the sea of celebration. Then, finally, he pulled off his shirt, slowly, as if shedding something heavier than just fabric. The cold night air hit his skin. He didn't say a word, didn't look at the coaches, didn't speak to the others. He walked toward the tunnel alone, boots echoing against the concrete path. Some fans reached down to shout his name. He didn't raise his head. Only once did he pause, just at the edge of the tunnel. His eyes turned back just briefly. The pitch behind him, the scoreboard, the shadow of a stadium where he'd once danced and dazzled, where for a moment, just a moment, he'd made Stamford Bridge gasp. Now it was just a memory swallowed by smoke and blue flags. He exhaled, then disappeared into the tunnel. Somewhere behind him, Amram spoke to his staff. We've got 5 days. No time to sulk. City's waiting. The door to the locker room creaked shut behind Bruno Fernandes. No one spoke. The walls held the weight of Sunday's defeat, the 4-2 hammering still raw in their bones. Sweat and regret clung to the air, thicker than the scent of liniment. Cleats hung loosely from benches. Tape wrappers scattered the floor. Bruno stood at the center of the room, arms crossed, brow furrowed, the captain's band still tight on his left arm. We lost a match, not the season. Some heads turned. Others remained low. Xerxes leaned against the wall, silent. Valverde sat forward on the bench, elbows on knees, waiting. Bruno's eyes swept the room. The FA Cup isn't just a consolation prize. It's a statement. It's our chance to end the season with our heads up. We've worked too damn hard to walk away with nothing. The silence cracked slightly. A breath. Then Nathan's voice cut through the room, low. I won't accept a trophyless season. This is our chance to prove who we are. The The room shifted, just the tension snapping into something sharper. Resolve. Valverde stood up. Xerxes crossed his arms, chin raised. Even younger ones, Garnacho, Simons, sat straighter, eyes harder. Bruno nodded once. Training starts tomorrow. The final is in 5 days. City will be ready. So will we. Chapter 84. New feature unlocked. System store. Next morning, Carrington Training Ground Video Analysis Room. 10:04 a.m. Click. The screen flickered to life. The room was packed. Players sat in rows, eyes forward. Amram stood at the front. No tactical board today. Manchester City in motion. Possession. Rotation. De Bruyne drifting between lines, finding half spaces like a chess grandmaster, spotting a gap in a puzzle. But Amram didn't just show the brilliance. He showed the cracks. Walker overcommitting. The gap behind Vardiol when City pushed high. The space between Rodri and the back line when De Bruyne surged forward. Amram tapped the pause button. A still frame froze on the screen. City's midfield shape pulled slightly apart. He turned. Not to Bruno. Not to Valverde. To Nathan. They'll expect you to play like a typical winger, Amram said calmly. Stick wide. Run down the line. Whip it in. But you are not typical. You are our key to winning. Nathan stared at the screen. But inside, T-Sage. Training pitch day 2. Shift. Valverde barked, pointing at Garnacho to close the space. Thud. 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 Xerxes sprinted onto every pass like his life depended on it. Bruno orchestrated from deep, eyes scanning, arms gesturing constantly. The rhythm was brutal. No wasted motion. No soft drills. It was finals mode. Nathan? He moved, slipping into half spaces, testing his body, testing his timing. When he cut inside, the defenders tightened nervously. TCH. Crack. The net rippled as a shot ripped through it. 6:12 a.m., day before the final. Ding. System alert. New feature unlocked. System store. Nathan sat up in bed, heart suddenly thudding in his chest. He opened the interface with a swipe of his hand. A new section glowed at the top of the screen. Legendary store. Rows of glowing items appeared, each pulsing faintly with energy. His breath caught slightly. Stamina bottle, plus 30% energy for 1/2. Speed bottle, boosts acceleration for a short period. At the top. He hesitated, just for a second. Purchased, stamina bottle times 2, 500 points. Purchased, speed bottle times 1, 400 points. Purchased, legendary moment card times 1, 750 points. Points dropped to 20. Nathan closed the store with a soft exhale. Huh. He stood and walked to the bathroom mirror. His reflection stared back, eyes darker under the lights. No doubt, no fear, only purpose. I'm ready, with everything I've got. He looked down at the schedule, stuck to his wall. One word written in bold, red ink, Wembley. Later that morning, closed-door training. Rain tapped against the rooftop of the Carrington Dome as Nathan danced through a slalom of cones, boots squeaking on the turf. He wasn't faster than before, but he felt different. When he struck the ball, the sound echoed, boom. Ruben Amram and the staff watched from the sidelines. His rhythm's back, one assistant murmured. Bruno joined Nathan on the pitch. Final stretch, he said, stretching his arms. You feel it. Nathan nodded. I've never been clearer. Good. Bruno offered a tight grin. Let's make it count. 6:42 a.m., Wembley morning. Sunlight crept between the curtains, painting soft golden lines across the hotel walls. Nathan's eyes opened before his alarm. His body felt light. Ready. He stepped into his track pants, pulled the team hoodie over his shoulders, and made his way downstairs. The dining hall buzzed now, but not with chatter. With presence. Valverde sipped his black coffee with a scowl, like it had insulted him. Xerxes had both hands around a protein shake, his eyes fixed ahead like he was already visualizing his first touch. Simons bounced his leg, earbuds in, tapping his fingers on the table. Wembley Stadium, pre-match warm-up. The air hit different. Wembley didn't just host finals, it devoured them. It absorbed pressure and echoed it back in waves. Red and blue filled the stands in perfect halves, like a war split across a battlefield. Flags waved. Flares burned. The chants crashed into one another. Nathan, 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 Haaland, Haaland, Haaland. Nathan jogged toward the far corner. The grass under his boots felt heavier than usual, but that was just his heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. He stretched, rolling his shoulders, rotating his hips, ding. The system's glow burst quietly into his vision. Congratulations! You fulfilled the requirements to unlock a random legendary spirit. His breath caught. A flicker of light. You have 200 points. Would you like to unlock a random legendary spirit? He didn't hesitate. Yes. Skill unlocked. Spirit of Neymar. Boom! A rush hit his brain like a sonic wave. Creativity. Flair. Skill under pressure. His footwork shifted subtly, more elastic, more rhythmic. His center of gravity changed. He moved like liquid now. He blinked, looked down at his hands, clenched his fists once. Now, I'm ready. 0th minute, kickoff. The referee raised his whistle to his lips. A long exhale. Fuiti. The FA Cup final had begun. Manchester United versus Manchester City. Red versus blue. Second minute. Rodri drove the ball through the center circle and laid it off to Haaland. Thud. Haaland didn't wait. He turned, leaned into the shot, boom. A missile from 25 yards. Onana flew, arms stretched in slow motion. H.A. Bam! He parried away with both fists. United fans screamed in relief. Fifth minute. Foden darted between the lines, his weightless turns making defenders hesitate. Tap, tap. He slid a no-look pass into space. De Bruyne burst forward, but Casemiro was already reading it. Clack. A ruthless challenge. Clean ball won. The midfield general pumped his fist once, like a general reclaiming lost ground. Seventh minute. Valverde slipped a pass wide. Nathan received it near the touchline. Walker squared up. Low stance. But Nathan didn't hesitate. One touch with his left, quick shimmy with the right, then a backheel nutmeg. TCH. He slipped past before Walker could even turn. Uhu. The Wembley crowd exploded, red half surging to its feet. Nathan surged into the final third. But Bernardo Silva came in late. Crack. His foot clipped Nathan's ankle. He stumbled. Fell. Free kick. Dangerous position. Bruno stepped up to take it. He whipped it with pace and curve whoosh. Kepa Dove punched it away. The game had begun. Chapter 85. The FA Cup final had begun. 10th minute. Left wing Wembley. Valverde barely looked before threading the line-breaking pass. A low bullet down the left channel. Nathan was already on the move. Touch tight. Pace perfect. Thud. He killed the ball with the outside of his boot and lifted his head, Grealish in front of him. Bernardo Silva sliding in to help. Walker closing the angle. Three men. Nathan's pulse quickened, but not from fear. From instinct. Tap. Tap tap. A feint left. He burst right. Grealish was gone. Bernardo lunged. Swipe. But Nathan danced over his foot, clipped the ball behind him, then spun into a roulette that cracked through both remaining gaps. Or zip. Walker reached for him, but only caught air. Nathan broke through, the ball glued to his foot like magic, and swung across with his weaker foot. Xerxes. The striker leapt, twisted. Boom. Header. It flashed just wide of the post. Oh! The crowd gasped as one. Even Guardiola bit his lip. Amorim clapped furiously on the sideline. Nathan exhaled, jogging back. His heart thudded in rhythm with the drums of Wembley. That he was alive in a different way now. The spirit of Neymar wasn't just in his feet. It was in his breath. In his blood. 15th minute. City responded like champions. Rodri fed De Bruyne in the half space. The Belgian flicked it on with the outside of his boot. Slide boom. Haaland exploded into space, brushed off Verny like he wasn't there. Onana was ready. Thud. He dove low, one hand stretched. Saved. The keeper popped back up like a coil and roared at his defense. Wake up. Even at full stretch, he looked furious. 20th minute. Casemiro picked off a lazy Foden pass and immediately spotted the opening. He slipped it left to Valverde, who took one touch, then fired from 30 meters out. Boom. Ederson's fingertips barely grazed it. Clang. Tipped just over the bar. Corner. The United bench surged to its feet. Valverde pumped a fist. Amorim barked from the sideline. Keep the pressure. 24th minute. Foden took revenge. He danced past Allet, who stumbled. Whipped in a laser cross. Haaland again. Crack. Header. Just inches wide of the post. The City end groaned. Haaland pounded the ground in frustration. The tempo was blistering. Finals weren't usually this open, but this was more than a final. 29th minute. Xavi Simons, slick with sweat, turned sharply and pinged the ball wide to Nathan again. Walker stepped up, but Nathan had already baited him. He dropped his shoulder left. Tap. Walker bit. Nathan flicked the ball behind with a reverse drag, spun inside, then slipped a cheeky backheel to Xerxes, who'd peeled off into space. Thwack! Xerxes hit it first time, but Ederson was sharp, caught it clean. TSH, they were getting closer. He could feel it. 30th minute, 0-0. The air was electric, like the storm clouds of footballing gods were about to collide. No goals, but no breath wasted either. Every run, every pass, every shot, charged with desperation. And then, the break. 33rd minute. Valverde and Bruno linked like they were tied by thread. 1-2, 3-4. The rhythm of elite midfielders. City's press was disjointed. Nathan floated wide again, hugging the sideline. Valverde looked once, sent it. Thump. Nathan received calmly. Bernardo Silva approached, teeth gritted. Nathan didn't rush. A beat at a glance. Then, roulette. WCHR. Click. Past him. Rodri stepped up. Bigger. Stronger. Nathan chopped left, then doubled a step over, then dragged the ball diagonally across his body. Rodri reached out. Gone. Ake was the final man. Nathan barely touched the ball, just pushed it forward with a feathered toe tap. Into the box. The roar of the crowd started to rise. Go on. Nathan inhaled, then unleashed it. Crack. A curling rocket from the tightest angle, kissed with venom and madness. Clang. Off the crossbar, and in. Wembley exploded. Commentator. A goal from another planet. Neymar's flair. Van Persie's strike. Nathan's spirit. Nathan sprinted to the corner flag, slid on his knees, hands raised to the sky. Xerxes tackled him. Bruno wrapped his arms around both. The bench poured out like a red wave. The scoreboard burned bright. Manchester United 1-0 Manchester City. That's one. We're not done. 42nd minute. City weren't going to lie down. Foden shifted gears again, combining with De Bruyne on the edge of the box. De Bruyne turned. Boom. Low shot. Onana blocked it with a diving palm, but it spun out for a corner. Nathan trotted back, locking eyes with Foden briefly. No fear. No grin. The corner came in. High fast. Cleared. But it bounced awkwardly, right to Holland. Boom. A low rocket. Onana dived again. Thud. Another save. But this time, TCH, no one cleared it fast enough. Varane stumbled, trying to hook it away. Savinho, fresh off the bench, pounced. He ghosted past Case Moreau, then skipped past Lissandro. Left foot. Bottom corner. Tap. Thunk. Goal. The City interrupted. United players froze. Varane had dropped to a crouch, clutching his head. Amorim screamed in frustration, slamming his fist into the dugout wall. 44th minute. Nathan stood near the halfway line, breathing, processing. The high of the goal still echoed in his limbs, but the equalizer had carved right through the euphoria. Bruno jogged past and clapped his shoulder. This ain't over. You know it. Nathan nodded. 45 plus 1 minute. Wembley Tunnel. The whistle echoed. The first half was over. Players trudged off the pitch, sweat glistening, expressions locked somewhere between anger and disbelief. Nathan didn't say a word. Valverde stormed past, muttering curses under his breath in Spanish. His eyes blazed with fury as he barked at Lissandro and Dalot. How do we let one chance ruin 45 minutes of dominance? Behind them, Onana's voice cut through the corridor. Why did you play it like that? Varane, why? Varane didn't respond. He stared at the ground, his jaw clenched. The tension was suffocating. Nathan could feel it gripping the walls, curling around the boots of every player. But he kept walking, step by step, his mind already in the second half. There's still time. This is just the beginning. Locker room, Manchester United. The room was quiet. Too quiet. The sound of cleats scuffing the floor. Water bottles twisting open. Breathing. Nothing else. Then Amorim stood. Focus. He scanned the players, locking eyes with each of them. City aren't unbeatable. You're making them look it. He turned sharply to Varane. You handed them that goal. I don't care if you won the World Cup. Focus, or I'll sub you. Varane didn't flinch, but his throat bobbed. Amorim turned to Nathan. Keep going. Don't stop. Take risks. You're opening them up. Nathan nodded once, silently. Valverde, the coach continued, don't let up. Stay aggressive. Stay you. Valverde grunted, still steaming. Everyone else, raise your level. Then he paused and finished softly. You don't get second chances in finals. Nathan leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring down at his boots. Let's end this story our way. 46th minute, second half kickoff. Fuiti. The whistle blew. United flew forward. The game wasn't waiting, and neither were they. 47th minute. Xabi Simon skipped through midfield like a dancer, slipping between Rodri and Gvardiol, then fed it left. Nathan collected with a smooth touch, dragged the ball inside, then whip. A dangerous cross. But Ake rose highest, cleared it just in time. Still, the pressure was back on. 48th minute. Bruno. He picked the ball up 25 yards out, took one glance, then struck. Boom! The ball screamed toward the top corner. Oh, just inches over. Bruno let out a frustrated grunt and jogged back, brushing the sweat from his brow. Damn it, it's coming. It's coming. Nathan looked at him and nodded. He believed it too. 49th minute. Valverde stole the ball at the halfway line, then launched it forward with a cutting pass. Xerxes ran onto it clean. One-on-one. Thump. He shot low and hard. Ederson exploded forward. Thud. A world-class save. Legs wide. Timing perfect. The City fans roared. The United fans groaned. Nathan closed his eyes, then stomped the turf in frustration. TCH. Another chance wasted. Bruno held his head. Valverde slapped the ground. But something stirred in the crowd. United. 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 The chant wasn't just support. It was fire. The feeling shifted from disappointment to belief. Chapter 86. Breaking the balance. 51st minute. Tactical break. Amorim raised his hand for a quick pause. Nathan jogged toward the touchline. The rest of the players gathered quickly. The manager didn't waste time. Nathan, exploit the left channel more. Walker's losing step. Zirkzipingius. Hold your ground. Nathan nodded once, then stepped back. But before he returned to the pitch, he tapped open his system shop interface. A familiar glow shimmered behind his eyes. Inventory items, stamina bottle, legendary grade, recover 100% stamina instantly. He clicked it. Gulp. The effect hit like a current of lightning. Ding. Stamina recovered. All stats temporarily boosted by plus 5%. Duration, 20 minutes. Nathan's eyes snapped wide. He exhaled sharply. Then again. Huh. His muscles buzzed. Every joint felt weightless. It wasn't adrenaline. It wasn't even caffeine. It was like he'd stepped into a faster world. One where he saw the seams of the game with perfect clarity. What is this bottle? I feel like I could run all day. 55th minute. Fweet. City corner. The tension was thick. Not just in the stadium, but in the air, in the breath of every fan, in the blood rushing through the players' veins. Phil Foden jogged over and raised a hand. Short. De Bruyne called. Foden nudged the ball to him. De Bruyne took a quick glance, then floated a looping cross to the far post. The ball spun, and then Haaland jumped. No, he launched. His body twisted, back arch midair. Then he snapped into a bicycle kick. Whip crack. The strike was pure. Everyone watched as the ball spun across the sky. Seconds felt like minutes. Nathan's heart stopped. No, no, no. But the ball curved just outside the post. Wide. OHHHHHHHH. The crowd screamed in disbelief. The stadium erupted with shock and relief. Commentator. If that had gone in, we'd be talking about the greatest goal in FA Cup final history. Nathan exhaled, his lungs burning. He looked at Haaland. The striker had already reset his expression. Stoic, cold, as if the miss meant nothing. But Nathan saw it. This guy's not human. We give him another chance, we're finished. 60th minute. City made their move. Savinho out. Jeremy Doku in. The Belgian stepped onto the pitch with a grin, like a sprinter at the blocks. United's right back, Wan-Bissaka, squared up, but Doku didn't wait. Right foot tap. Left cut inside. Then an outside flick. Wan-Bissaka lunged, missed. TCH. Doku sped past Casemiro next, slicing into the box. Thump. Shot from close range. Onana again. He threw himself into the dive, caught it with his wrists and chest. Thud. He barely held on, then rolled and popped up, yelling, go, go, counter. 61st minute. Onana launched it. The ball soared past midfield. Nathan, already reading the play, broke early. He caught it on the bounce, controlled it, and immediately faced a City defender. Eyes locked. One flick. Nutmeg. The defender's legs twisted. His face said it all. Where did he go? Nathan burst through the middle. Screams tore across the stadium. Go, Nathan. He darted inside the final third. Xerxes sprinted alongside. Nathan threaded the perfect pass into space. Xerxes inside the box. Boom. Shot with his left foot. Smash off the crossbar. The metal rattled like a bell. Ah! The crowd shouted in agony. Ten Hag kicked a bottle. It exploded against the barrier. Nathan slammed his fists into the turf. So close. Again. But the match was far from over. 66th minute. City tried to slow the pace. De Bruyne began playing sideways. Rodri spread it wide. Diaz held longer on the ball. Nathan felt it. They were stalling, trying to suck the rhythm out of the game. But he also saw something else. De Bruyne was tiring. The Belgian legend was still class, but the sprints were shorter. The turns slower. Valverde noticed it too. We press now. He can't breathe anymore, he muttered, licking his lips. Still, no clear breakthrough came. Nathan dropped deeper, searching for the ball. He twisted, turned, but this time, even he started to misplace passes. Too much adrenaline. Too much tension. One slip. Two slips. The flow stuttered. The entire match felt like it was holding its breath. Commentator. Everyone's nervous now. One mistake. One goal. And it's all over. The coaches were restless. Amorim checked his watch. Pep stood at the edge of his box, whispering to his assistant. 80th minute. Nathan stood near the sideline, hands on his knees, sucking in deep breaths. The chants kept echoing. United. 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 He heard them, but they felt distant, like thunder behind a storm cloud. Then the ball came. He turned. Two defenders closed in. TCH. Too tight. But Nathan didn't flinch. One touch. Past the first. A low feint. Shoulder drop. Snap. The second bit. Nathan spun around him with a roll. Then a strange pause. He looked like he was about to use his hand. The defender hesitated, just for a second. Nathan burst past with a laugh. Got you. The box approached. Hubingius. The general. Nathan squared up. Left. Right. Double step. Nutmeg. WHHHHH. The stadium exploded. Nathan didn't even look back. He crossed. Perfect arc. Xerxes arrived. Bang. Thud. Header. Down. Powerful. Unstoppable. Gulu. The red end of Wembley erupted like a volcano. Xerxes slid on his knees, hands raised to the heavens. Nathan ran toward the fans, clutching the badge on his chest, pointing to his heart. Xerxes grabbed him from behind. You're insane, man. That nutmeg. That cross. Nathan just grinned, breath ragged. Let's finish this. Score. Manchester United 2-2 Manchester City. 10 minutes, and whatever the ref added. 84th minute. The pass came like a whisper, soft, quick. Case Moreau nudged it forward with the inside of his boot. Nathan took it on the half turn. Touch. Control. Wembley roared around him, but in his ears, silence. Just the thud of his heartbeat. I won't wait to lose again. The thought wasn't loud, but that whisper felt heavier than every shout he'd ever heard. He'd lost before, countless times. Watched others lift the trophy. Not this time. Not again. He took off. Swish. Rodri lunged. Too slow. Nathan spun with a clean roulette, his right boot guiding the ball around the Spaniard as if drawing a circle of fate. He's gone, the commentator shouted. Nathan Perry. Bernardo Silva stepped in, clever. Nathan slowed for a breath, then bang. A lightning-fast feint, followed by an explosive surge. He skipped to the side, dragging the ball with him, and left Bernardo stumbling. TCH. He was alone now, just space ahead, the edge of the penalty area. Time didn't slow, but Nathan felt every detail. The cut of the grass, the way the ball bounced, the shadows cast by the stadium lights, the slight lean of the defender ahead. He shaped his body, lifted his leg. Fake shot. HH. The defender flinched, leaving his feet. Nathan slid under his momentum, fluid. Gius. The last wall. The city captain slid in hard, a razor tackle, desperate and wild. Nathan leapt. His foot kissed the grass. His left leg extended. His entire body twisted. Whip! The strike left his foot with a snap. The outside of his boot spun the ball into a soaring arc, rising, cutting, spinning toward the far top corner. SSSSSSHHHHHHH. Boom! Go! The net bulged. Wembley exploded. Red, white, gold, smoke, screams, drums. Manchester United 3-2 Manchester City. Chapter 87. FA Cup Champions. The net bulged. Wembley exploded. Red, white, gold, smoke, screams, drums. Manchester United 3-2 Manchester City. He didn't think. He just ran. Arms wide, eyes wide, toward the fans, toward the sound, toward the people who waited a lifetime to believe again. He ran like a madman, hair flying behind him. Xerxes was the first to catch him. You crazy. Then Bruno, Valverde, Foden, Casemiro, even Lisandro Martinez from a bench. Amorim ran halfway onto the pitch, yelling like a father who just watched his son conquer the world. They crushed him in a hug. A messy, beautiful group of men who had bled for the badge and found glory in the same heartbeat. Nathan couldn't speak. He couldn't breathe. Tears blurred his eyes. We did it. We did it. Commentator. This is an immortal moment. Nathan Perry has written his glory with his own foot. What a strike. What a move. What a final. 90th minute. Time refused to die. For minutes of added time, City poured forward. Nathan stood near the halfway line. He couldn't even feel his legs anymore. Just his will screaming at his body to hold on. Valverde barked at the midfield. No gaps. Everyone. Now. De Bruyne, ghost white with exhaustion, still found Foden on the wing. Foden's touch was flawless. He dipped his shoulder, danced past Malaysia, and zipped it to Doku on the far flank. Doku stopped dead, then twisted. Tap flick burst. Damn it. Wan-Bissaka slid, but Doku skipped over the challenge and curled the ball to the far post. And there loomed Haaland, the beast. He met it with perfect form. Leaned, twisted, shot. Boom. The stadium held its breath. The shot flew. Over the bar. Over the F****************************** ing bar. He missed. Haaland missed it. The crowd erupted again, but this time in sheer disbelief. City fans crumpled to their seats. United fans screamed so hard their lungs must have torn. On the pitch, Haaland stared at the sky, stone-faced, but his hands trembled. Nathan dropped to his knees, head bent, arms limp. He was soaked in sweat, stained in dirt, but his lips curled into the faintest, most exhausted smile he'd ever worn. Nothing left. It's over. He looked up. The sky above Wembley, bright with light but somehow calm now. We are the champions. 90 plus 4th minute. The ball trickled toward the sideline, untouched. The sound faded. Even the crowd held its breath. The referee glanced at his watch. One last heartbeat. Why ya yissel? And Wembley erupted. Yes, a roaring, chaotic wave of sound and emotion. Flauli. Fireworks streaked the heavens. Flags waved. Fans screamed, cried. Manchester United were FA Cup champions. Nathan dropped to the ground, both knees hitting the grass. Thud. His fingers dug into the turf. Then the world crashed into him. Xerxes tackled him in a bear hug. We did it. Bro, we are. Valverde came sliding across the grass. Champion, garageux. The bench emptied. Amorim sprinted onto the field like a man chasing his life's meaning. He reached Nathan, chest heaving, tears already in his eyes. No words, just a raw, desperate embrace. City players stood on either side of the tunnel. They clapped, out of respect, out of tradition. Nathan walked through them, calm. He stepped forward with his teammates. Each step up the stairs felt heavier than the last. His boots clinked softly against the metal. Clink, clink, clink. When they reached the top, the silver trophy glistened on its pedestal. Medals lined on velvet beside it. Cameras flashed. Bruno stepped up. Captain. He turned to the team. His voice, when it came, wasn't loud. This is for the fans. For those who bled and screamed and sang until the end. He looked at each of them. And for us. For the ones who didn't give up. Then he turned to the sky. For every time we were doubted. He reached for the trophy. Lifted it. Rag. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks shot up behind them. Red. Gold. Crimson. The night turned to flame. Bruno raised the cup over his head, screaming with every ounce of his soul. The medals were handed out one by one. When Nathan stepped forward, his hands were still trembling. The official slipped the medal around his neck. The ribbon was thick, the medal real. He stared down at it for a second, then turned, and the fans roared just for him. An Avan, an Avan, an Avan. He blinked, swallowed hard. Then, whoa! Lisandro and Xerxes lifted him from behind, hoisting him high. Nathan's arms stretched out wide, laughing, face to the sky. The lights flashed. The wind whipped past. For a heartbeat, he felt like he could fly. After the ceremony, the storm of celebration moved on. But Nathan lingered behind, just outside the tunnel. Still in kit, still soaked in sweat. He turned slowly, looked back at the pitch, now quiet, now empty, with champagne-streaked grass and confetti fluttering like feathers in the wind. Bruno appeared beside him. Still can't believe it, the captain asked, his tone gentle. Nathan didn't answer right away. He rubbed his neck. I thought it would feel louder inside. But it's just quiet. Bruno nodded. It always is. After the storm, Nathan looked down at his boots. These boots carried me through everything, he muttered. Then Xerxes called out from down the tunnel. Oh, trophy parade in 20, let's go. Or I'm carrying it alone. Bruno sighed. He would too. The hotel room was quiet, thick with the kind of stillness that only comes after chaos. Nathan threw himself onto the bed. We won. We did it. He whispered, more to himself than anyone else. The FA Cup. They were champions. Ding. The chime rang directly in his mind, bright. Nathan's eyes flicked open. Congratulations. You've won the FA Cup. A new system feature has been unlocked. He blinked, then groaned, dragging a forearm over his face. Now, he muttered, half laughing, half grumbling. I just wanted to sleep. But curiosity always beat fatigue. The ability and potential analysis feature has been activated. He sat up, frowning slightly. Ability and potential. A soft hum filled the air, and a glowing panel shimmered to life in front of him, hovering just above his knees. You can now analyze any player's current ability, rated F to SSS, and their future potential, also rated F to SSS. Use this feature to assess teammates, opponents, or even yourself. Nathan leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he read each line. So I can see how good someone is now, and how far they can go. He let out a quiet whistle, impressed despite his exhaustion. That's dangerous. Chapter 88, Ability and Potential Analysis activated. He imagined it. Training sessions with United. Watching players as they jog past. See potential, solid squad player. B+ ability now, but already peaked. SSS potential. Wait, who? He laughed under his breath. This changes everything. Not just for himself. For the team. He could help Amram. Help Ten Hag. Help them build something real. A dynasty. He could identify the rough diamonds. Spot those worth polishing, and those slowing the whole system down. This wasn't just a tool. His eyes closed again, a new layer of anticipation swirling beneath his fatigue. Tomorrow, I'll find out who truly deserves to play beside me. Aring. His phone vibrated against the nightstand. He flinched slightly, blinking as he reached over. Still in a daze, the name on the screen glowed gently. Lauren. His chest fluttered, not from nerves, but something gentler. Something grounding. He picked it up. Hey. His voice cracked slightly from fatigue. Her reply was warm, playful, but honest. You sound like you just ran a marathon and wrestled a bear at the same time. He chuckled. That's not far off. There was a pause. A soft inhale on the other side of the line. Then, you were magical tonight, Nathan. That goal. It wasn't just a goal. It was a story. A message. His breath caught for a moment. The praise hit differently coming from her. You think so? I know so. Her voice dipped, sincere and steady. I watched it on my laptop, over and over. The way you moved, the way you made them dance. It wasn't just football. It was art. Nathan sank further into the mattress, the edge of his mouth lifting into a quiet smile. You always say the right things, huh? Not always. A pause. Then, but I mean this one. They talked for a while. No scripts. No forced excitement. Just two people speaking as if they were the last ones awake in the world. She asked about the dressing room, the champagne, the media, the madness. He told her about Valverde climbing onto the massage table and declaring himself king of England. About Bruno wiping his tears on Casemiro's sleeve like a child. About Amram sobbing into his hands while trying to yell tactical instructions even after the final whistle. But beneath the jokes, beneath the laughter, the conversation softened. You know, Nathan murmured, eyes on the ceiling. I used to imagine this. Lifting the FA Cup. That crowd. That sound. I'd picture it lying in bed after losses, when things were bad. But I never thought it'd feel like this. How does it feel? She asked. He hesitated, then smiled. Like I finally belong. Like I finally stopped running from who I am. There was silence on the line for a moment. But it wasn't empty. It was full. Full of understanding. Then Lauren whispered softly, I'm proud of you, Nathan. That trophy is yours, but it's ours too. His eyes burned slightly, the weight of her words tugging at something deep. He swallowed the lump in his throat and nodded, even though she couldn't see it. Thank you, he said. Quiet. Eventually, the call faded like a candle going out. He set the phone aside, letting it fall gently onto the covers. The room darkened again. Nathan stared into the ceiling, his thoughts slowing, heartbeat easing. A breath escaped him. Ha! Finally peace. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm cut through the silence like a referee's whistle at full time. Nathan's eyes fluttered open, greeted by a splash of sunlight stretching across the ceiling. The bedsheets were a tangle around his legs, evidence of a restless but satisfied sleep. He blinked, slowly sitting up. His muscles still ached, pleasantly, the way only victory could ache. The image of Wembley still lingered. Bruno lifting the cup. Amram's tear-streaked face. That goal. He smiled, faint but proud. Yesterday was a great day. He reached for his phone, thumbing away the notification that buzzed in like a midfield press. Reminder, 9 a.m. training. Match versus Newcastle in 3 days. But the season isn't over yet. 9:02 a.m. Carrington Training Ground. The mood at Carrington was lighter than usual, but not lazy. The FA Cup trophy was still being passed around the building like a newborn baby, but the coaching staff didn't let the players float too high. All right, bring it in. Ten Hag's voice was clipped, but not harsh. The team gathered around. Some still in recovery vests, some sipping protein drinks. Bruno, already lacing up his boots. Xerxes bouncing on his heels. Valverde yawning behind a Gatorade bottle. Amram stood by the whiteboard, marker in hand. I'll keep it short. The FA Cup was special. But he tapped the board sharply. This is not over. The marker scratched across the board, revealing the league table. City, 87 Arsenal, 85 Chelsea, 78 Liverpool, 74 United, 71. 2 matches left. Newcastle, then Liverpool. You all know what's at stake. We want Champions League football. That means we can't afford anything less than 6 points. Starting now, full focus. No hangovers. We're not tourists celebrating. We're contenders. Eyes narrowed. Heads nodded. The tension returned. Nathan glanced at the table. 3 points behind. 2 matches to go. He didn't need the math to understand what that meant. Win them both, and maybe, just maybe, we steal fourth. 10:27 a.m. High-intensity drills. Thud. The ball ricocheted off Xerxes' boot and slammed into the top corner during finishing practice. Yeah, he roared, pumping his fist. Nathan jogged back to position, sweat trickling down his temple. The pitch smelled of fresh-cut grass and boot rubber. The sun hovered just high enough to start heating the ground, but the tempo stayed fierce. Short passing drills, rondos, half-pitch transitions. The kind of session that stripped away any illusions of rest. Amram shouting cues in Portuguese to the back line. And Nathan? He activated the system. Ability and potential analysis activated. A faint shimmer entered his vision. Transparent. Sleek. Like HUD glass from a sci-fi movie. The world slowed slightly, only in awareness, not time. First glance, Cup minors. Current ability, B+, potential, and consistent. Tidy in possession. Still climbing. Next, Xerxes jogging past a swagger in his gait. Current ability, a potential, A+, deadly in front of goal. Cold in the box. Exactly what I thought. He turned slightly. Antony, weaving in and out of cones on the wing. Current ability, B, potential, B, low ceiling. Effective, but predictable. Nathan didn't judge. Not harshly. Not anymore. He observed. Calculated. The way Amram would. The way a leader should. Clatter. Dallet went into a sliding challenge too hard in a mini-match, clipping Garnacho's ankle. TCH, careful. Case Moreau growled, jogging over. My bad. Dallet called, offering a hand. Garnacho waved it off, teeth gritted, but fine. Nathan glanced at them both. Dallet. B+ current, potential, Garnacho. A current, A+ potential. Garnacho's raw, but damn, he's going to explode next season. As he rotated out for water, Nathan sat on the cooler and scanned across the pitch. Martinez, Lindelof, Mainu, Mount, Shaw. Each tag flickered briefly, a cascade of grades and hidden ceilings. Some had already peaked. Some were still climbing. But one name caught him off guard. Bruno Fernandes. Current ability, A+, potential, S. He blinked. Bruno wasn't young. He was already the captain, already a talisman, already excellent. But the system didn't lie. Nathan narrowed his eyes. There's still another level in him. Even now, he watched as Bruno charged toward the ball, released a no-look diagonal switch that landed perfectly on Garnacho's toe. Fwhip! Magic! McTominay howled from the sideline. Nathan exhaled. No, not magic. Work. Vision. Fire. The kind of fire that didn't dim with age. Only burned hotter with purpose.